You saved me. So I made my father offer himself. Unexpectedly, Ning Xi saved a little bun, only to receive a large bun as a bonus. After their marriage, Tingxiao adored his wife and obeyed her every whim, even subjecting his own son to a bit of torment. Boss, is the company really for Madam to play with? What if she decides to sell it and you don't care? Sell your company? Young master, something's wrong. Madam said she wants to tear down the roof. Why aren't you helping her with the ladder? Daddy, thank you for buying the big teddy bear for the little one. That was for your mother. Husband, I really like this script. May I take it? Tingxiao's expression remained calm. Of course. That very night, Ning Xi rolled and crawled away in a panic. Tingxiao, how could you? Chapter 001. 7 months pregnant, the temperature felt like molten lava, threatening to scorch her body, with only the man before her capable of salvation. She clung tightly to his marble-like cool skin, her instinct for survival ultimately leading her to surrender her resistance. Pain mingled with pleasure, rising gradually, akin to fireworks exploding incessantly in her mind, leaving her adrift in a searing sea of flames. Hey, wake up! It's chilly here, don't catch a cold. The weight on her shoulder jolted Ning Xi awake, her dazed eyes meeting the concerned gaze of the nurse, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she averted her gaze. Damn it! It had been quite a while since that drunken night, and her chaotic encounter with Su Yin still occasionally haunted her dreams. Thankfully, she had been too inebriated to recall much of it otherwise. She wouldn't know how to face Brother Yin. The nurse, seeing her awaken, handed her a form. You forgot to take your pregnancy test report. Dr. Zhang asked you to come back next week. Ning Xi accepted the report, offering a sweet smile as she carefully placed it in her bag. Since Su Yan's location was rather isolated, she had only managed to contact him after 7 months had passed. Recalling Su Yan's astonishment upon learning of her pregnancy made Ning Xi a bit anxious. Was it because of the sensitivity that comes with pregnancy? She felt that Su Yan didn't seem as delighted as she was. The doctor reassured her, saying that men often struggle to adjust their mindset when expecting their first child. It was quite normal. But that she couldn't be the one to initiate the topic of marriage, could she? Stepping out of the hospital, she was met with the blazing sun. Ning Xi struggled to support her waist and was about to wave for a taxi when a glaringly red sports car suddenly sped towards her. Ning Xi gasped, retreating several steps. With a screech of tires, the red car brushed past her clothes and came to a halt. Her heart raced as she barely steadied herself, only to see Ning Xi, with her voluminous waves and form-fitting red dress, stepping out of the vehicle, her curves accentuated. Ning Xi, have you lost your mind? Ning Xi regarded her with a sly smile, crossing her arms and strutting over with a sway, standing before Ning Xi to look down at her proudly, taking advantage of her high heels. What? Afraid I'll run over the wild child in your belly? Ning Xi instinctively protected her belly, taking a step back, her eyes wary. Ning Xi, don't go too far. Even knowing that Ning Xi had always been antagonistic towards her, Ning Xi could hardly believe she could utter such venomous words. I'm going too far. I say you're the one who's gone too far. You got drunk and slept with a wild man, got pregnant, and now you want Su Yan to play the role of father. TSK. Ning Xi, do you have no shame? Ning Xi was taken aback. What nonsense are you talking about? Oh, you can't possibly believe the person you slept with that night was Su Yan, can you? Ning Xi laughed uproariously. You keep saying you grew up with Su Yan, childhood sweethearts. You don't even know what his physique is like. As Ning Xi listened, her face turned pale, and standing under the blazing sun, she felt a chill envelop her. Indeed, the man from that night. She had merely assumed that after Su Yan matured, he might be a bit more robust than she had imagined. Now, with Ning Xi's malicious reminder, she suddenly recalled that aside from physique, the man from that night seemed to differ from Su Yan in numerous ways. Chapter 002. The Wild Child of a Stranger, let me tell you the truth. That night, you drank my spiked drink, and you were so starved for affection that I kindly provided you with 2 strong men. Who knew you would so foolishly barge into a wild man's room and be so unreserved with him? Ning Xi spoke with a tone of disgust. Brother Yin is just too kind-hearted. He was afraid you'd be unable to accept it upon waking. So he claimed it was him that night. You. Ning Xi trembled with rage. Unable to contain herself any longer, she grasped Ning Xi's wrist tightly. Why do you treat me this way? Why? Haven't you harmed me enough? Ning Xi, originally fuming, was about to push Ning Xi away when she caught sight of Su Yan behind her, causing her voice to soften and her expression to turn pitiful. Sister, I know I was wrong. You can hit or scold me. Just don't blame Brother Yan. Ning Xi was taken aback, and in the next moment, she saw Ning Xi suddenly fall to the ground, her posture suggesting it was as if Ning Xi had pushed her. Ning Xi, what are you doing? A reprimanding voice echoed from behind. Ning Xi turned in surprise to see Su Yan's cold expression. He brushed past her, helping Ning Xi up. Shu, are you all right? Ning Xi nearly clung to Su Yan. Brother Yan, I didn't mean it. I truly know I was wrong. The consequences are all my fault. I'm sorry, sister. All right, they'll handle everything. Su Yan patted Ning Xi's shoulder, ushering her into the car. I need to clarify things with Ning Xi. Ning Xi's mind went blank as she watched Su Yan approach her, his lips moving in a lengthy speech. He recounted their childhood memories, his struggles in falling for Ning Xi, his anger upon discovering her deceit towards Ning Xi, his shock and guilt upon learning of Ning Xi's pregnancy, and his acceptance of Ning Xi's apology. Finally, he said, Ning Xi, I'm sorry, I cannot marry you. It is not because of that night or the child, it is because I cannot betray Xiao again, nor do I wish to deceive my own feelings. Thus, after learning of Ning Xi's pregnancy, he had immediately gone to the Ning family to explain everything, revealing the truth to Ning Xi. Ning Xi, Xiao didn't mean that she's young and impulsive. And what about me? Ning Xi looked up at Su Yan, despair etched across her face. Did you even consider me for a moment? Don't touch me. Ning Xi forcefully pushed Su Yan's hand away, suddenly bursting into laughter. Having lived to this point, Ning Xi felt like a mere joke. To come to Su Yan City, she had studied to the point of fainting to gain admission to B University. To win Su Yan's favor, she had given up her dream of acting. In the end, all she received was the line, I cannot betray Xiao. Ning Xi had not only usurped her identity and taken away her biological parents, but now that was also stealing her beloved. Ning Xi was young, her mistakes could be forgiven. Then who would pay for her life? She didn't even know who that man from that night was. Ning Xi covered her face, her body shaking uncontrollably, despair reaching its peak. Seeing Ning Xi, lost and aimlessly wandering towards the road, Su Yan dropped the cigarette he had been holding and was about to chase after her when he was suddenly tugged back by Ning Xi. Brother Yan, where are you going? In that brief moment of hesitation, a loud crash echoed, and Ning Xi, walking on the crosswalk, was thrown aside, landing heavily on the ground. Help! Someone hit a pregnant woman. In a blinding glare of light, Ning Xi glimpsed the swaying figures and those two repulsive faces. The tightening and pain in her abdomen caused her consciousness to ebb away gradually. She merely blinked, and blood gushed from her forehead, recklessly washing in her eyes. The world descended into darkness. Chapter 003. The Boy in the Bar 5 years later. At the top floor of Iduan Bar, an empty corridor, Ning Xi had spent the entire night drinking with investors, her head pounding. She initially intended to find a quiet place to sober up, but unexpectedly, Chong Li followed her, compelling her to muster her spirits and respond. Sister Chong, is there something you need? Ning Xi, I want to ask you, did you sign up for the audition of the leading role in Tingxiao? Yes, why? You are not allowed to go tomorrow. As her manager, Chong Li was unexpectedly preventing her from auditioning for a coveted role that many entertainment companies were vying for. Ning Xi was not surprised by this, merely raising an eyebrow as she asked, Reason? How dare you ask me for a reason after making decisions without consulting me? The company has already arranged for Ning Xi to audition, didn't you know? That doesn't seem to conflict with the company's arrangement. Ning Xi looked at her with a half smile. Did Ning Xi send you find me? Is she afraid that an unknown 18-line actress like me might steal her role? Do you really think you can steal Swell Yuo's role? That's absurd. I'm telling you. Don't waste your efforts. The Ning family invested 30 million in this production, and Xiao has already been internally confirmed. Then why are you so anxious? You are my artist, so you must follow my arrangements. Chong Li stated with an air of authority. So Sister Chong acknowledges that I am your artist. Ning Xi, I have no time to bicker with you. Since you are refusing to heed my advice, then don't blame me. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Xi felt a strong force surge towards her, unexpectedly pushing her into the adjacent bar storage room. while her phone was snatched away. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut. The footsteps outside gradually faded away. Knowing that shouting would be futile, Ning Xi remained silent, her expression indifferent as she slid down against the door. If she failed to secure this role, she would need to find a way to leave Xinghui Entertainment. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard a faint sound nearby. Could it be a mouse? Following the source of the sound, she looked over and was taken aback. Behind a stack of boxes, she spotted a small boy. The little fellow appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, exquisitely cute, resembling a soft, white bun, trembling in the corner, his dark eyes filled with wariness and vigilance. How could there be a child in the bar's storage? Surely, no irresponsible patron would bring a child to a bar. Hey, little bun, who are you? How did you get in here? Did you sneak in? Were you also locked in? Do you want some candy? After asking a myriad of questions, the child remained silent, trembling even more, like a frightened little beast. Thus, Ning Xi ceased her inquiries, realizing it was none of her business. The two of them, one big and one small, quietly occupied their respective corners. At that moment, the light bulb overhead flickered and then went out. In the ensuing darkness, Ning Xi vaguely heard a chattering sound. Upon careful listening, she discerned it was the sound of teeth chattering. Ning Xi chuckled softly, addressing the little bun across from her. Are you afraid of the dark? The chattering ceased for a second before intensifying. Oh, what a timid little creature. Ning Xi stood up, brushing off her clothes, and approached the child. Chapter 004. Rescuing a little bun. The little bun was so frightened that his face turned pale. However, Ning Xi sat down next to him without doing anything, simply closing her eyes to rest. Having been dragged by Chongli to drink with people all night, her head was throbbing. When Ning Xi awoke after a short nap, she felt something warm against her leg. Looking down, she saw that the little bun had somehow snuggled against her leg, clutching the hem of her clothing. Ning Xi couldn't help but smile that in the countryside, she had once raised a cat that was particularly timid and afraid of people. It would run away at the sight of anyone. Yet, if you ignored it, allowing it to relax and feel unthreatened, it would sneak over to you and even climb onto your lap to sleep. The little bun noticed her gaze, his small face turning slightly red, yet this time his eyes reflected curiosity instead of fear. He resembled a little kitten so much, even in his expressions. Ning Xi's lips curled into a smile, her hands itching to reach out, and she finally couldn't resist reaching out to stroke the fluffy head. However, upon touching him, her expression changed immediately. Why was his forehead so hot? Are you running a fever? Chongli would likely keep her locked up until tomorrow's edition was over, or even longer. If this child's fever continued, it could be dangerous. Just as she felt anxious, she noticed something strange. The light bulb was broken, yet there was still light in the room. Looking up, she discovered a small skylight above, through which tiny stars spilled into the room. Ning Xi searched around and moved a ladder over. Little bun, come here, I'll help you get out. For the first time, the little fellow reacted to her words, shaking his head resolutely. Ning Xi understood his meaning and playfully pinched his cheek. You're quite loyal. Huh? Want to share both hardships and joys with me? Go ahead, the window is too small for me. You go out first and find someone to rescue me. Seeing the child still hesitating, Ning Xi directly picked him up and placed him on the ladder. Hurry, be a man and don't dawdle. He'll protect you from below. After much effort, she finally managed to get the child out, but suddenly felt dizzy, and her legs gave way, causing her to tumble down the ladder. Beside the window, the little bun watched this scene, his previously blank expression now filled with immense horror. Ning Xi forced out a word, go. Beneath the starlight, the woman's face was pale and haggard, yet her beauty was undeniable. Especially her pair of eyes, clear and soulful, seemed to draw upon a pool reflecting the stars. She was no longer the unsophisticated country bumpkin or the ugly duckling of the past. But what was the use of that? Ning Xi smiled bitterly with her vengeance unfulfilled. She was to meet her demise here. Nonetheless, having saved a little bun before her end, she considered it a good deed. If her child had not perished years ago, he would likely be about this age now. After the car accident 5 years ago, the Ning family, embarrassed by her, sent her to a low-tier university in M country that specialized in wayward youths, leaving her to fend for herself. She dropped out and reapplied to USC, voraciously absorbing knowledge. Most importantly, acting was her greatest dream in this life. Upon returning to the country, with her looks and solid acting skills, she caught the eye of Chong Li and successfully entered the industry's largest agency, Xinghua Entertainment. Her path to stardom should have been smooth, but Ning Xi soon followed her into Xinghua, and Chong Li began to suppress her at every turn. Chapter 005. The young master is found meanwhile. In the reception room of the Yiduan bar, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. The bar owner, manager, security personnel, and relevant staff stood in a line, all bearing expressions of impending doom. This was because the beloved son of Lu Shi Group's young heir, Lu Tingxiao, had gone missing in their establishment. On the sofa, Lu Tingxiao maintained his usual cold demeanor, resembling a statue of ice devoid of any superfluous expression. However, the oppressive aura of authority he exuded rendered everyone present weak in the knees, drenched in sweat, afraid to utter a word. Kneeling by his feet was a young man, weeping profusely. "Brother, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought Xiao Bao to the bar. If anything were to happen to him, I wouldn't want to live." Just as his words fell, a kick landed squarely on his chest, the sound akin to bones shattering, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Lu Jingli coughed violently, clutching his chest, then scrambled to his feet, straightening his back to kneel once more. His parents were vacationing abroad, unaware of Xiao Bao's disappearance. If they found out, it would be far worse than just a kick from his brother. He would be skinned alive. As Lu Jingli wallowed in despair, a sudden knock echoed through the reception room. The bar owner, closest to the door, opened it only to find no one there. Puzzled, he looked down and was taken aback. "Little young master, Xiao Bao, oh my heavens, Xiao Bao, my dear nephew, where have you been?" Lu Jingli sprang up and embraced the little one tightly, tears streaming down his face. The entire room was filled with expressions of relief. Lu Tingxiao strode over to the door, grabbed the back of Lu Jingli's collar, and flung him aside with ease, then knelt before his son. What happened? Having finally escaped from his uncle's grasp, Xiao Bao anxiously tugged at Lu Tingxiao's hand, trying to pull him outside. As Lu Tingxiao approached, he caught a whiff of alcohol on his son, accompanied by a faint, delicate scent reminiscent of flowers blooming on a glacier, giving him an inexplicable sense of familiarity and an unsettling pang in his heart. Noticing Lu Tingxiao's hesitation, Xiao Bao pointed in a direction, his little face filled with urgency. Lu Tingxiao picked his son up and walked straight toward where he pointed. Behind them, Lu Jingli and the others exchanged glances and followed suit. 5 minutes later, the group halted at the entrance of a warehouse on the top floor. Xiao Bao squirmed from his father's arms and began to pound on the warehouse door. Panic etched on his features. What is wrong with Xiao Bao? What's inside? Lu Jingli was utterly confused. With an impassive expression, Lu Tingxiao commanded, "Open the door." "Yes, yes." The bar owner nodded vigorously, then turned to scold the female manager beside him. "Manager Yi, why are you still dawdling? Open the door." "Where's the key?" Open the door." The female manager froze. This was bad. Ning Xi was still locked inside. She had promised Chong Li to keep her in until the audition was over. However, with Lu family's two deities and the owner waiting, she couldn't refuse and could only tremble as she retrieved the key and unlocked the door. As the door swung open, a woman lay unconscious on the floor. "I don't know. There was no one when I checked earlier," the female manager explained, suppressing her guilt. "Quick, save her first." Just as someone attempted to approach Ning Xi, Xiao Bao lunged onto her, his little face fierce, forbidding anyone from coming near. Chapter 006. The glittering young heir Mr. Lu, the bar owner said, bewildered, utterly perplexed by the situation unfolding before him. Lu Tingxiao's gaze swept over the guilt-ridden female manager, then over the collapsed ladder and the skylight above that could barely accommodate a child. He had begun to piece together what had occurred. He raised his hand to dismiss everyone, then approached, personally lifting the woman in his arms. The faint, cold fragrance became even more pronounced. Seeing Lu Tingxiao take action, Xiao Bao finally relented, though his expression still conveyed reluctance, as if he wished he were big enough to carry her himself. At the First People's Hospital, Ning Xi awoke to find it was already the next morning. Upon opening her eyes, she saw a man seated in a chair by the window. His long legs were casually crossed, his tailored suit accentuating broad shoulders and a slender waist. The buttons of his white shirt were meticulously fastened to the collar. Though it was the dawn of a new day, he seemed enveloped in an ancient, unyielding chill, his aloof and proud demeanor reminiscent of a king from a medieval castle. The man seemed to sense her gaze and abruptly lifted his deep sea-like eyes, piercing her with a cold, scrutinizing look. His gaze was so invasive, akin to a sharp scalpel, dissecting her inch by inch, sending chills down her spine. Ning Xi shivered, momentarily disregarding her discomfort under the stranger's gaze, and anxiously inquired, "Excuse me, sir. How did I end up here? Have you seen a little boy? 4 or 5 years old, quiet, with a soft and chubby appearance, looking quite adorable." Adorable? The man raised an eyebrow at her description, then shifted his gaze to her right side. "You mean Xiao Bao?" Ning Xi quickly followed the icy man's line of sight and spotted a small, chubby figure sleeping soundly in a nearby cot, and 4 drip attached to his hand. "Yes, that's him. His name is Xiao Bao." She breathed a sigh of relief, leaning over to gently touch the little one's forehead. The fever had subsided. After rescuing the child, she had felt a pang of regret, considering the boy's tender age and the chaos of the bar. What if something had happened to him while he was alone? Returning her gaze to the imposing figure across from her, she asked, "Are you related to this child?" As soon as the question left her lips, she realized it was a rhetorical one. The striking resemblance between the two confirmed their familial bond. They were undoubtedly father and son. "Hello there, beautiful. You're awake." A sudden face intruded from the side, causing Ning Xi to instinctively retreat. Upon recognizing the man, she froze. Lu Jingli? Lu Jingli, the second son of Lu Shi Group and the owner of Shengshi Entertainment, was more frequently featured in tabloids than the stars themselves due to his exceptional looks and flamboyant personality. There was no way she could mistake that face. The icy man was Xiao Bao's father, while Lu Jingli was his uncle. This meant that the stern man was none other than Lu Jingli's brother, Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao, known as the god of wealth in the capital, was a legendary figure of untold influence. To her utter astonishment, the child she had rescued was indeed the rumored illegitimate son of Lu Tingxiao, the glittering young heir. Chapter 007. The chubby bun offers his heart. Lu Tingxiao scrutinized the woman in the hospital bed, seemingly assessing whether her expression of surprise was genuine. After a moment, perhaps finally convinced that she had no prior knowledge of Xiao Bao's identity, he spoke in a frosty tone, "Your request." "Request?" Ning Xi was baffled by the abruptness of his statement. "My brother means to thank you for saving Xiao Bao, and has invited you to state your request." Lu Jingli interjected with a look of excitement, as if she had struck gold. Ning Xi's mind raced as she cautiously replied, "Actually, you don't need to thank me. I did save Xiao Bao, but he also saved me. If it weren't for Xiao Bao calling for help first, I would still be trapped inside. So, we're even." To avoid any future complications, it was best to clarify her stance. Had she said something wrong? Why did their expressions turn so grim? "Brother, don't look so frightening. Anyone who doesn't know would think you're out for revenge." Ed, unable to bear the sight of a beautiful woman in distress, could not help but intervene, addressing Ning Xi with, "My brother dislikes being indebted to others. You might as well make a request. Do not hold back." Was there truly a need to compel someone to voice their demands? And Ning Xi's lips twitched slightly. "It's not that I am being polite, it's simply unnecessary. I speak only the truth. Feel free to verify." "No need," Tingxiao replied tersely, his expression revealing a hint of impatience. LJNGL continued, "The bar storage room has surveillance. I have reviewed it." Xiaobao entered on his own accord, while the bar manager confirmed she was the one who locked you in. "Hence, you need not worry. We do not harbor any doubts about your intentions. You indeed saved Xiaobao. Thus, you should make a request." Ultimately, under Tingxiao's increasingly pressing gaze, and Ning Xi reluctantly mustered the courage to speak, "How about you give me some money?" Wealthy individuals typically prefer such straightforward forms of gratitude, do they not? Given Tingxiao's personality, he ought to appreciate resolving matters with financial compensation. If I were to decline the money, they might suspect ulterior motives. If not money, then what affection? Just as Ning Xi believed this to be the most suitable request, Tingxiao's countenance darkened further, near the brink of tears. Ning Xi thought, why must he be so terse? Can't we communicate openly? Would a few words truly exhaust him? LJNGL, acting as a translator, touched his nose, explaining, "My brother thinks offering money is too insulting." Ning Xi internally screamed, "It's all right, come insult me." The L family's status was exceedingly unique. She truly did not know what request would be appropriate. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Tingxiao spoke, "Marry me." And Ning X was momentarily stunned, then erupted into a violent coughing fit, nearly choking on her own saliva. Pardon? After finally regaining her composure, she urgently turned to Ljngl. "Second young master, I beseech you to translate." Suddenly, a thought struck Ning X, and she quivered. "Is it because I saved your son that you wish to offer yourself to me?" Tingxiao inclined his head slightly, contemplating before nodding. "One might say so." Chapter 008. Do you not prefer men? Ning X gazed at the man before her, who sported an impassive, ice-cold countenance and uttered such astonishing words, feeling as though she might have truly damaged her mind and was experiencing hallucinations. Beside her, Ljngl wore an innocent expression. "Didn't I fall and hurt my brain as well?" At this moment, even after enduring countless trials, Ning X found it impossible to accept the reality before her. She had rescued a little bun, and now the bun's father was suggesting a union? If it were anyone else, perhaps it could be dismissed, especially if they were somewhat handsome. It could be seen as a romantic encounter. However, this was Tingxiao, the illustrious Tingxiao. In terms of appearance, while she considered herself attractive, what kind of extraordinary beauties had he not encountered? If he were merely intrigued by her looks, it could be understood. But to proclaim marriage was truly shocking. The most crucial point was, "Do you not prefer men?" And Ning X blurted out. Ljngl erupted into laughter, nearly doubling over. Tingxiao's expression darkened like a stormy sky, enveloping the hospital room in a palpable tension. After a prolonged silence, Ljngl finally managed to contain his laughter. "If my brother favored men, how did Xiaobo come into existence? Surrogacy? Artificial insemination?" Ljngl mused. "If my brother preferred men, why would he propose such a commitment to you? To conceal his true orientation? Ha ha ha, brother. I cannot assist you." Ning X's gaze danced between the two brothers, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Ljngl gasped, choking at the audacity of her suggestion. That is too much. Although he considered himself charming and capable of attracting both genders, the conversation had taken a decidedly risky turn. At that moment, the focal point of the storm slowly rose from his chair, approaching Ning X with long strides. "Ljngl, take Xiaobo outside." Brother, what do you intend to do?" Tingxiao methodically adjusted his cuffs, declaring, "I need to demonstrate to Miss Ning my true orientation." Faced with his ominously terrifying expression, which seemed to suggest he would devour her whole, Ning X stumbled from the bed, attempting to hide behind Xiaobo, nearly wishing to crawl under the bed. "Mr. L, this has nothing to do with me. It's all hearsay from outside. I am innocent. Moreover, you truly do not need to thank me. If you absolutely insist on my request, then my only request is for you to never require me to make another request. I apologize, but I have an incredibly important audition to attend, and I must leave immediately. May we meet again by fate." Ning X spoke rapidly, eager to escape. However, just as she was making her exit, Tingxiao's cold voice interrupted. "Am I allowing you to leave?" Her legs quaked in fear. Moments later, in the face of Ning X's impending doom, Tingxiao handed her a piece of paper and a pen, asking, "Miss Ning, could you kindly leave a note for Xiaobo so he does not worry upon waking and finding you gone? Is that all?" It felt as though she had narrowly escaped a disaster. "All right, no problem. I can write a 10,000-word letter if needed." And Ning X exhaled in relief, grabbing the pen and writing fervently. After finishing, fearing any further complications, she hurriedly fled. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Tingxiao's gaze deepened, akin to that of a predator observing its prey now shackled in chains. After Ning X departed, Ljngl immediately bounced over to his brother, exclaiming, "Brother, am I dreaming? Have you truly taken a liking to Ning X? After all these years, you have yet to show interest in a single girl. Even I, your own brother, have begun to suspect your inclinations." The moment the word inclinations escaped his lips, he was silenced by his brother's glare. Silence. "Oh." Ljngl fell silent, stifled by the curiosity bubbling within him, nearly bursting from the unasked questions. Chapter 009. Not here for the leading role due to the peak traffic hours. The roads were severely congested, and by the time Ning X arrived, she was already late. Tingxiao and Ning Xi emerged from the audition building, radiant with joy, surrounded by a throng of admirers. From a distance, Ning X, drenched in sweat, was met with the same condescending gaze from Ning Xi that she had received 5 years prior. As she watched Ning Xi board a chauffeur-driven vehicle, departing with an air of superiority, Ning X did not leave, but instead dashed towards the building. It was not too late. Midway, she collided with a group of judges from the Ning Xi production team, who were engaged in light-hearted conversation. "I apologize for my tardiness." But deeply. The judges exchanged glances, their expressions not quite pleased. No one appreciates tardiness. The assistant director, with a stern demeanor, remarked, "The audition has concluded. What is the purpose of your arrival now? Young people these days are increasingly unreliable. I did not come to audition for the leading role." And Ning X interjected, "Oh, you did not come for the leading role? Then what is your purpose?" The screenwriter inquired, intrigued. "I am here to audition for the second female lead. Ning. To my knowledge, you have yet to find a suitable candidate for the last audition for the second female lead." As her words echoed, Ning X lifted her head. At that moment, silence enveloped the room for at least 5 seconds. The previously stern assistant director now wide-eyed. The girl stood there, lips red and teeth white. Her long black hair cascading down her back, clad in a striking red off-the-shoulder dress. Such vibrant colors could not overshadow her allure, but rather serve as a mere compliment to her beauty. She simply stood there, yet it felt as though she was amidst a misty forest. Akin to a mystical fox spirit refined through millennia, her captivating gaze ensnaring those who dared to meet it, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. Her eyes a clear and tranquil pool. "What is your name?" Only when director Gu Qsh Ing spoke did the judges awaken from their reverie, as if emerging from a dream. And Ning X, "Thank you, director. I will prepare diligently." Ning X bowed in gratitude. S initial aspiration was to secure the role of the second female lead. To achieve this, she devoted 3 entire months to comprehending the essence and temperament of Meng Chang'e, striving to captivate the judges' hearts at first glance. Despite numerous setbacks, she ultimately succeeded. After her departure, director Guo expressed his astonishment, exclaiming that it was indeed a case of finding treasure where none was expected. Although this girl was signed under Xinghui, her lack of experience initially led him to disregard her audition for the first female lead. However, he was taken aback by her beauty, which far exceeded her photographs. Screenwriter Yi Linglong could hardly contain her excitement, emphasizing that the most crucial aspect was her demeanor. The girl's gaze was utterly on point. Meng Chang'e, before becoming a seductive enchantress, was a valiant general of unwavering righteousness. She could be alluring, but must never descend into vulgarity. She must retain a sense of innocence and a clarity that transcends worldly concerns. The artists who auditioned before had portrayed her as nothing more than a courtesan, which nearly drove her mad with frustration. Yet, she chuckled, reminding herself that they had finally found the long-awaited Chang'e. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital, chaos reigned in the ward where the little bun resided. The small child was curled up on the windowsill, barefoot, and in a state of extreme agitation, refusing to come down no matter how the doctors and nurses coaxed him. Lu Jingli, standing below, was helplessly trying to pacify his beloved nephew. But the child showed no inclination to acknowledge his uncle. Chapter 10. The Little Bun's Outburst. "Brother, you finally arrived. Your precious little bun has suddenly gone berserk." The little bun hadn't experienced such intense emotional turmoil in quite some time. After hearing the details, Tingxiao strode directly toward his son. Upon noticing his father's approach, the little one instinctively recoiled, filled with suspicion and rejection, even denying recognition of his own father. It seemed only in the presence of his son did Tingxiao exhibit such patience, speaking at length in one breath. Lu Jingli was left astounded, wondering if he had misinterpreted the situation. His brother had only said 2 words and yet conjured up such a lengthy narrative. In truth, the little bun had witnessed Ning Xi fall and, having been startled, was likely to misinterpret his words in his emotional instability. After hearing Tingxiao's explanation, the little bun remained hunched over on the windowsill, motionless. Thus, Tingxiao produced a note, saying, "This is from her. Would you like to see it?" The little bun paused momentarily. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, he instantly looked up, extending his little arms, signaling for his father to hold him. Lu Jingli and the attending doctors and nurses were nearly at their wits' end, having been nearly driven to despair. Yet Lu Tingxiao resolved everything with a mere piece of paper. Initially, Lu Jingli thought his brother's request for a note from Ning Xi was superfluous, but now he was completely convinced. Lu Tingxiao sat on the sofa with his son and handed him the note. The little bun eagerly accepted it, having already learned to read. The note read, "Thank you for saving me. You are amazing. Mwah." As he gazed at the words and the heart drawn at the end, the child's eyes sparkled, and his little face flushed slightly. Though he tried to maintain composure by pressing his lips together, the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curling ever so slightly upwards in a charming smile. Lu Jingli was left in shock, exclaiming internally that he must be hallucinating. His little bun had actually smiled. He could hardly recall the last time he had seen him smile. What exactly had Ning Xi written? As Lu Jingli attempted to sneak a look, the little bun quickly shielded the note as if it were a treasure. However, Lu Jingli had already glimpsed its contents, which were quite ordinary, yet had brought such joy to the little bun. Ning Xi was indeed extraordinary. Lu Tingxiao remained silent, his gaze soft as he watched his son. That night, at Platinum Imperial Palace No. 8, the expansive living room was eerily quiet. The father and son sat across from each other at the dining table, each wearing an increasingly frosty expression. "Dinner," Lu Tingxiao stated. The little bun remained deaf to his words. "I will say this one last time," Lu Tingxiao reiterated. The little bun remained unmoved. "Do you think this childish threat of fasting will work on me?" The little bun sat in serene meditation, completely immersed in his own world, showing no reaction to his father's words. The standoff continued. An hour later, Lu Tingxiao dialed Lu Jingli's number, requesting Ning Xi's address. It turned out that fasting was indeed quite effective. Lu Jingli promptly sent Ning Xi's address to his brother's phone, accompanied by a lengthy string of gossip, which Lu Tingxiao ignored entirely. Lu Tingxiao cast a glance at his son, who sat at his feet, and resignedly picked him up, stating it would not happen again. Chapter 11. The Little Bun and the Big Bun. Having achieved initial success, Ning Xi decided to celebrate by enjoying a hot pot at home. Eating hot pot alone was the epitome of solitude, yet she had always been accustomed to solitude. Just as she prepared the broth for cooking, a knock echoed at the door. Who could it be at this hour? Ning Xi hesitantly opened the door and was taken aback. Standing outside was Lu Tingxiao, impeccably dressed in a suit, adorned with a black overcoat, cradling the little bun in his arms, who was holding a colorful fruit basket. What an unusual pairing. "Mr. Lu, why are you here so late? Is there something you need?" Ning Xi stammered, swallowing nervously. "To visit," Lu Tingxiao replied succinctly. "To visit? You came all this way at night, bringing the little bun along?" She wondered, bewildered. She had merely taken a fall and was perfectly fine. Mr. Lu, you are too kind. Please come in." Feeling flustered, she hurriedly invited them inside, quickly tidying up the room by clearing away clutter from the sofa and stuffing the disheveled clothes under the bed. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. Would you like something to drink? Tea or milk is fine." As she busied herself, Ning Xi racked her brain to decipher Lu Tingxiao's intentions, but he remained inscrutable, leaving her in the dark. Ning Xi brewed a cup of tea for Lu Tingxiao and served a glass of milk to the little bun. Lu Tingxiao, with his long limbs, sat on the somewhat cramped sofa, while the little bun nestled beside him. The two not only bore striking resemblances, but also shared the same impassive expressions. They sat in silence, creating an awkward atmosphere. Ning Xi, seated opposite them, felt utterly despondent, pondering their purpose for being there. Just then, the pot began to bubble, filling the air with an enticing aroma of spicy goodness. To break the silence, Ning Xi casually asked, "So, have you had dinner yet? I was just about to make hot pot. Would you like to join?" "Sounds good," Lu Tingxiao replied. The little bun nodded enthusiastically. Ning Xi thought to herself that she had merely been making polite conversation, yet they both agreed so readily. What was going on? A grand CEO and a young master. What exquisite delicacies had they not tasted? Why were they here to dine with her, a mere commoner, over a simple family hot pot? She felt embarrassed, but had already extended the invitation, so she mustered her courage to set the table and added 2 more sets of chopsticks. "The base I bought is quite spicy. Can you handle it?" Ning Xi asked, concerned. "Yes," Lu Tingxiao affirmed. The little bun nodded vigorously. "All right then," Ning Xi said, bringing over the prepared ingredients. Lu Tingxiao ate sparingly, mostly helping them cook the ingredients, while the little bun, much like Ning Xi, relished the spicy food. Albeit with a little tongue wagging from the heat, yet he did not stop. Eventually, Ning Xi began to worry if it was too much spice for a child. If anything happened to this little prince while in her care, she could not bear the consequences. He is not that fragile, Tingxiao remarked indifferently. Thus, Ning Xi refrained from voicing further concerns. How did the audition go? The previously silent Tingxiao suddenly initiated conversation. Ning Xi was momentarily taken aback before responding. It went relatively well, so I decided to celebrate with this hot pot. Tingxiao raised his cup, offering a toast. I was genuinely surprised that the first congratulatory message I received came from Tingxiao. In Chapter 012, Staying Overnight, Ning Xi lightly clinked her beer with his, revealing a heartfelt smile. Thank you. As the girl blossomed with her radiant smile, Tingxiao momentarily lost his focus. After expressing her gratitude, Ning Xi turned to Xiao Bao, saying, this time, I must especially thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it in time for the audition. Come, my dear, let me toast to you. Xiao Bao glanced at his milk, then at Ning Xi and his father's beer, appearing somewhat reluctant. Ultimately, he lifted his milk to clink with Ning Xi's, then gulped down the remainder. Ning Xi was amused by his serious demeanor, realizing he understood the sentiment behind such gestures. During their gathering, Tingxiao stepped out to take a call on the balcony. Ning Xi quickly leaned toward Xiao Bao, offering him her beer. Hey, are you curious about the taste? Quickly, while your dad is away, have a tiny sip, but just a little. Xiao Bao's eyes sparkled like the stars in the night sky as he cautiously took a small sip. Although the taste was far from pleasant, he felt immense joy. Xiao Bao, with remarkable professionalism, leisurely drank his milk, showing no signs of discomfort. Tingxiao appeared oblivious, resuming his seat with an expression as usual, though a fleeting warmth flickered in his gaze. The three of them had a commendable appetite. She had bought a considerable amount of food, all of which was devoured. Observing the torrential rain outside, Ning Xi remarked, I saw the weather report earlier. It seems there's a storm approaching tonight. Xiao Bao looked at Ning Xi, and so did Tingxiao. Out of politeness, she offered a courteous suggestion, believing Tingxiao would surely decline. To her astonishment, he simply replied, all right. Xiao Bao note en tu sitasti. Why did he agree again? Ning Xi mused, feeling a bit exasperated. It seemed as though both of them were rather eager for her to say those words. It was utterly maddening. In the end, Tingxiao and Xiao Bao stayed over. The company had arranged a modest dormitory for her, consisting of a single bedroom and a living room, which posed a dilemma for sleeping arrangements. I'll sleep in the living room. Mr. Lu, would you and Xiao Bao mind sleeping in my room? I'll just change the sheets. No need. I'll take the living room. You and Xiao Bao can have the bedroom. Tingxiao's tone was firm and left no room for refusal. Ning Xi felt guilty. Not only had she treated the esteemed CEO to a cheap hot pot, but now she was also making him sleep in the living room. If it were just Tingxiao, a lone man and a woman, even if it hailed, she wouldn't have dared to keep him there, especially after his earlier remarks. But alas, there was Xiao Bao to consider. Resigned to her fate, Ning Xi set about to see if she could find clothes for them to change into. After rummaging through her belongings, she indeed discovered a Pikachu-themed children's pajamas set, a gift from a manufacturer during her part-time job, which was just the right size for Xiao Bao. Tingxiao was easier. Her brother had left a few pieces of clothing at her place. After locating the clothes, Ning Xi returned to the room to fetch Tingxiao a fresh blanket and pillow. The living room sofa was rather small. Tingxiao's long legs barely fit, so she added a stool to extend it. Xiao Bao was quite easy to manage. He bathed himself, donned his adorable pajamas, and voluntarily lay down on the bed. After her shower, Ning Xi changed into a more modest two-piece pajama set, ensuring she appeared appropriate before stepping out. Mr. Lu, I'm going to bed now. If you need anything, just call me. As Tingxiao looked at Ning Xi, freshly bathed, his gaze momentarily lost its focus, soon darkening with an overwhelming intensity. The girl had her hair styled in a bun, wearing the simplest two-piece pajamas, her complexion radiant and dewy, devoid of makeup. It was clear Ning Xi had made an effort to avoid any misunderstandings. Her appearance was unproblematic. However, Tingxiao found it difficult to articulate his feelings at that moment, as he realized his body was responding in an unexpected manner. Upon entering the bedroom, Ning Xi was taken aback to find a small creature nestled on her bed, leaving her feelings quite peculiar. Many developments had taken her by surprise since the previous night. Time for sleep now, she said, lying down beside Xiao Bao. Turning off the main light, and leaving only the bedside lamp on. Xiao Bao blinked his eyes, showing no inclination to sleep. Ning Xi felt a headache coming on. It seemed children required stories to fall asleep. With a resigned gesture, Ning Xi said, "I can't tell stories. How about I sing you a song instead?" Xiao Bao nodded eagerly, anticipation written across his face. Thus, Ning Xi gently patted Xiao Bao's back and began to sing softly, half cold, half warm, autumn. As she sang, she suddenly faltered, realizing the next line was rather inappropriate for children. "Oh dear, let's change the song. Ahem, I don't know the next part, so let me sing you a different one." Xiao Bao obediently nodded in agreement. Ning Xi racked her brain to come up with a safer children-esque song. In a happy pond, there's a little frog. She sang the little frog song 3 times before Xiao Bao finally drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Raising a child was truly no easy feat. Ning Xi found herself admiring Lu Tingxiao as a single parent. She wondered who Xiao Bao's mother was and why she had given birth to him, yet was not with Lu Tingxiao. Was it due to her lowly status that the Lu family disapproved? Or was there some untold entanglement between them? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Ning Xi gradually succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, she was startled awake by a muffled sound from the living room. In chapter 014, easily misunderstood, Xiao Bao was fast asleep. She quietly slipped off the bed to investigate. Upon opening the bedroom door, she found Lu Tingxiao pouring himself a glass of water, one hand pressed against his stomach, his complexion appearing rather pale. Ning Xi hurried over. "Mr. Lu, are you all right?" "It's nothing." Are you experiencing stomach pain?" Lu Tingxiao remained silent, confirming her suspicion. She realized that he couldn't handle spicy food. Why had he eaten it then? "Wait, let me fetch you some stomach medicine." Thankfully, she always kept some on hand. Ning Xi hurriedly retrieved the medicine, instructing him to take 2 pills. "Thank you." Lu Tingxiao took the pills from her palm. The coolness of his fingertip brushed against her skin, sending a shiver through her heart. In the midst of the stormy night, with such beauty before him, it was all too easy for misunderstandings to arise. Ning Xi recited pi in her mind for a while to calm herself. Watching Lu Tingxiao swallow the medicine, she felt compelled to stay with him a little longer. "Feeling better? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "I'm sorry. I didn't realize you couldn't eat spicy food." Initially, she had worried about Xiao Bao, but now it was Lu Tingxiao who was unwell. What a turn of events. "It's nothing serious." After a moment of silence, Lu Tingxiao suddenly spoke. "The disturbance tonight was because Xiao Bao wanted to see you." Ning Xi was taken aback. "Xiao Bao wants to see me?" "Xiao Bao was startled in the warehouse, and you rescued him. Now he relies on you heavily," explained Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi discovered that whenever Xiao Bao was nearby, or when the subject of Xiao Bao arose, the chilling, eerie aura surrounding Lu Tingxiao would diminish significantly, no longer as intimidating as it had been during the day. "So that was the case," Ning Xi nodded. "Perhaps it was because such nights made it easier for one to lower their guard and concerns." Ning Xi bravely inquired about a question that had been on her mind. "Excuse me for being bold, but will Xiao Bao ever speak?" She had yet to hear him utter a single word. The little one merely nodded or shook his head. "So, it is a psychological issue?" Ning Xi furrowed her brow. Indeed, Lu Tingxiao did not conceal the truth. This aligned closely with her suspicions. As for what incident had traumatized the child to the point of silence, she naturally dared not probe further into such family secrets. "Miss Ning." Lu Tingxiao suddenly fixed his gaze upon her, his cold eyes exuding a heat that felt as if it could incinerate her. Ning Xi was momentarily taken aback by his intense stare. "Have we met somewhere before?" Lu Tingxiao asked. If it were anyone else who had posed this question, Ning Xi would have been certain they were merely flirting, and in a rather cliché manner. But the speaker was Lu Tingxiao, and the confusion in his eyes seemed genuine. "I don't believe so. A person of your stature, Mr. Lu, if I had met you, I certainly would not have forgotten." Ning Xi replied with a degree of certainty. Even when she was still the eldest daughter of the Ning family, it was unlikely she would have crossed paths with someone of Lu Tingxiao's caliber. "It's nothing." Lu Tingxiao averted his gaze, staring into the profound night outside the window, which appeared somewhat lonely. The atmosphere seemed a bit precarious if they continued to be alone together. "Mr. Lu, if you have no further matters, I shall take my leave and go to bed." "Ning," she said cautiously. Lu Tingxiao, as if seeing through her, raised a hand. "Not in a hurry. Please sit." "Not in a hurry? I am quite anxious." Ning Xi thought to herself. Chapter 015. Do you want to sleep with me, but not marry me? Ning Xi sat down obediently, with a forlorn expression, her posture as proper as that of a schoolgirl. Tingxiao rested his chin on his hand. Are you afraid of me? Compared to his cold demeanor during the day, Tingxiao at night exuded a more wicked and dangerous aura. Ning Xi shook her head vigorously like a rattle, then nodded earnestly. Surely, no one in the entire capital is unafraid of you, Mr. Lu. Tingxiao twirled the cup in his long fingers, speaking softly. So you fear me simply because others do? Then, if all the other women desire to marry me, why do you not? This question startled Ning Xi, nearly causing her to tumble from her chair. She had thought she had narrowly escaped a calamity during the day. Clearly, she had been too naive. Tingxiao nodded. That is acceptable. Why me? Is it because Xiao Bao relies on me? I believe this is merely temporary. Once his emotions stabilize, it will be fine. Even if he remains this way, you need not subject yourself to such discomfort, Ning Xi earnestly advised, as if counseling a wayward girl. Tingxiao set down his cup, raising his gaze to meet hers. Miss Ning, I thought I had made myself clear from the beginning. If you still do not understand, I do not mind reiterating. Because you saved Xiao Bao, I have decided to repay you in kind. Ning, she inwardly screamed. That reasoning is utterly absurd. Feeling that she could not communicate further on this matter, she could only express her sincere apologies. Mr. Lu, I am very grateful for your kindness. However, I am a staunch non-marriage advocate. Tingxiao raised an eyebrow. So you only wish to sleep with me, but not marry me? That is indeed the case. No, that's not what I meant. Ning, she nearly knelt before him. Must you speak so chillingly? It is regrettable. I only accept sexual relations within the framework of marriage. Who would believe that? Ning, she muttered under her breath, thinking, you are already a father without being married. Tingxiao gazed out the window, his expression seemingly lost in thought. Xiao Bao is an accident. I do not know who his mother is. How does that sound so unfeeling? Do you mind that I have a son? Tingxiao suddenly asked. How could I? As Tingxiao had said, all the women in the capital were clamoring to be Xiao Bao's stepmother. Why would she care? Then why? It seemed Tingxiao would not let her go until this matter was clarified. Ning Xi helplessly rubbed her forehead, took a deep breath, and said, Mr. Lu, marriage is not a trivial matter. Regardless of whether it is for repayment or any other reason, we have only just met. Do you truly know who I am? Are you aware of my past? This was followed by a chilling silence. Just as Ning Xi feared that he would be enraged by yet another rejection. Tingxiao spoke calmly, I understand. Ning Xi's tense nerves finally relaxed. Then I shall retire for the night. Good night. Good night, the man said, watching the slender figure retreat, his gaze as profound as the ocean, concealing a searing warmth beneath. Chapter 016. Indeed, he is his biological son. The following morning, Ning Xi was awakened by the deep voice of a man conversing in the living room. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, Tingxiao put down his phone and asked gently, Did I wake you? Ning Xi stared at the man before her, her eyes wide as saucers. Tingxiao was shirtless. Upon entering the room, she was met with an overwhelming sight of bare skin. She touched her nose, relieved that she had not embarrassed herself. Tingxiao seemed oblivious to her reaction, calmly donning his shirt from the sofa, fastening the buttons as he spoke. There's an urgent matter at the company. I must leave. Please wake Xiao Bao. Oh, all right. Ning Xi nodded and hurried to rouse Xiao Bao. However, before she could call him, she turned to find a soft, adorable Pikachu standing at the bedroom door, glaring discontentedly at his father, Tingxiao. Xiao Bao, go change your clothes, Tingxiao instructed as he put on his jacket. The response was a resounding slam of the bedroom door. Very unyielding indeed. Tingxiao. Ning Xi. Tingxiao attempted to turn the doorknob only to find it locked from the inside, glancing at Ning Xi and asking, Do you have a key? Ning Xi awkwardly shook her head. She did have one, but it was inside the room. Tingxiao pinched the bridge of his nose, his tone frostier than before. I will give you 3 minutes. If you do not come out, you can forget about coming here again. 3 minutes passed, and the inside remained eerily silent. Come out. If I have to force you out, I will not be as accommodating. Still, there was no response. The little bun showed no respect for his father. Ning Xi, watching from the side, wanted to laugh but dared not. I have work to attend to, otherwise. It will be fine to let Xiao Bao stay here and play for a while. Tingxiao's expression darkened as he pulled out his phone, preparing to make a call. Ning Xi stole a glance and noticed he was calling the psychologist, feeling somewhat speechless. Wasn't it a bit excessive to call a psychologist over such a trivial matter? Ning Xi cleared her throat and suggested, "Why don't I give it a try?" Tingxiao hesitated for a moment before nodding. Still, there was no response from inside. "Let us exchange phone numbers so we can contact each other at any time. We can even video call." It seemed there was a shuffling of footsteps inside. "If the aunt is late, the leader will scold me. My leader is quite fierce." "Poor aunt, boo-hoo." With a click, the door swung open. Tingxiao, prepared for a protracted battle, was momentarily taken aback, his gaze complex as he looked at the woman beside him. She had managed to coax Xiao Bao out with just 3 sentences. It was worth noting that the last time Xiao Bao had isolated himself on the balcony, their entire family, along with the butler, servants, psychologists, and even negotiation experts, had been mobilized to no avail. They had spent an entire afternoon without success, ultimately resorting to dismantling the door, which resulted in the little one ignoring them for an entire month. Ning Xi was blissfully unaware of the underlying tension. She merely felt that the child was exceptionally well-behaved. She picked up the little dumpling, whose face was etched with disappointment, and gently praised, "You are truly wonderful, my dear." "Thank you." The little dumpling's spirits lifted slightly, and he silently handed her a note, on which a string of numbers was inscribed. Ning Xi took the note and exclaimed, "Oh, is this your phone number? Very well. I shall save it, and be sure to call you once I am free." Tingxiao, somewhat perplexed, noted that the little one had no mobile phone. Where then did this number come from? Peering over with the advantage of his height, he discovered it was indeed his own number. As expected, he was certainly his son. In the office of Xinhui Entertainment, Chong Li was in a state of agitation. Ning Xi had secured an audition for the role of the second female lead. The second female lead? Ning Xiueluo's brows knitted together at the news. Hadn't she been merely a background actor in an unknown production? How could she possibly find time to audition for such a role? I was puzzled as well, but upon inquiry, I learned that during the audition for the first female lead yesterday, the judges had prepared to leave after the session. However, they unexpectedly laid eyes on Ning Xi and found her exceptionally fitting for the character of the second female lead, thus making their decision on the spot. It's no wonder you are so wary of her. Ning Xi is truly cunning. Even after the audition had concluded, she lingered in front of the judges, seemingly attempting to charm someone. There were unspoken thoughts in Chong Li's mind. Ning Xi's looks were undeniably striking, and it was no surprise that the judges had taken notice of her at first glance. When she had initially signed Ning Xi, she intended to cultivate her talent diligently. But then unexpectedly, Ning Xiueluo had appeared on the scene. One was an inexperienced newcomer, while the other was a popular artist with a reputable background. It was clear which would be chosen. In the entertainment industry, mere beauty was insufficient. Ning Xiueluo's expression darkened. Although she was not the first female lead, this production was a substantial endeavor. Her tone clearly indicated her desire for Ning Xi to fail in obtaining this role. Chong Li felt conflicted. This could be troublesome, as the company had invested significantly in this project. The boss was elated to learn that both the first and second female leads were from their company. If only there were someone more suitable than Ning Xi to replace her. But unfortunately, the last audition had yielded no viable candidates, leaving them with no justification to remove Ning Xi. Ning Xiueluo, suddenly composed, stroked her meticulously manicured nails and scoffed, "Fine, if she is so eager to play the seductress. Let her. Huh, a femme fatale indeed suits her well." Before long, Ning Xi received a call from Chong Li, confirming her role as the second female lead in Tingxiao, urging her to prepare diligently. In this drama, the first female lead was portrayed as wise and valiant, assisting the male lead in ascending to the throne, while the second female lead was depicted as treacherous and despised, ultimately forced to leap from a cliff by the first female lead, a conclusion that was quite satisfying for the audience. Given such character dynamics, it was no wonder Ning Xiueluo had refrained from sabotaging her. Despite securing the role, Ning Xi still had obligations to fulfill. Today, she needed to rush to another set, where she was cast as a mistress who steals another's husband. Only 5 minutes of filming remained, where she would be surrounded by a group and beaten for that duration under the scorching sun. Ultimately, the 5 minutes took over 2 hours to complete due to the inexperience of the extras, resulting in her repeated beatings. Returning home, Ning Xi casually turned on the television and collapsed onto the sofa in exhaustion. After a brief moment, she felt as though she had forgotten something. At that moment, the news featured a familiar figure. With his striking good looks, broad shoulders, and lean legs, it was none other than Tingxiao, the father of the little dumpling. Tingxiao appeared to be at a signing ceremony, shaking hands with several foreign dignitaries. The host excitedly announced that the Lu Group had partnered with an Italian brand to penetrate the European market, potentially doubling their market value. As she watched, Ning Xi suddenly remembered. She had forgotten to call the little dumpling. At the Lu family's Platinum Palace, the Lu Group had finally closed a significant deal after 3 years of negotiations. Old Master Lu was exceedingly pleased and expressed high praise and encouragement towards Lu Tingxiao, extending compliments to Lu Jingli as well. However, as the conversation progressed, the crux of the matter emerged. Essentially, while work was important, his precious grandson's future was of even greater significance. Old Madam Lu chimed in, "If you truly lack time, find someone to help you care for the little one. He is growing up. You should consider your personal matters." Old Master Lu nodded in agreement. "Your mother speaks wisely." Lu Jingli exchanged knowing glances with his elder brother, thinking, "Look, our parents have begun their duet again." Lu Tingxiao remained silent, his focus on his meal. The little dumpling held his phone, completely still. Old Madam Lu, observing the two immobile figures, felt her heart ache. "Tingxiao, are you even listening to me? And what is wrong with the little one? He hasn't eaten a bite all evening, just clutching that phone like a treasure." Lu Jingli, chewing on sweet and sour ribs, mumbled, "Little Bao is waiting for a call from a pretty lady." Old Madam Lu was bewildered. "What pretty lady?" Lu Jingli waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, Mom and Dad, don't fret unnecessarily. My brother already has someone he fancies." Old Madam Lu gasped in surprise. "Is that true? You mustn't be deceiving us." At that moment, Old Master Lu also set down his chopsticks with a serious expression, scrutinizing Lu Jingli. "Why would I deceive you? This is a verifiable fact. Just ask my brother," Lu Jingli said, glancing at Lu Tingxiao. "Tingxiao, is what Jingli said true?" Old Master Lu inquired gravely. "Tingxiao, you should speak up," urged Old Madam Lu. Lu Tingxiao replied succinctly. Old Madam Lu felt exasperated. After waiting so long for a response, all she received was a single syllable. "You incorrigible child. Can't you utter more than that? Why is conversing with you such a chore?" "Really?" Lu Tingxiao asserted. "Well, that's just one more word," the two elders remarked. Old Madam Lu, still unconvinced, hesitantly asked, "Tingxiao, is the person you like a girl or a boy?" Lu Tingxiao's expression darkened, and he nearly ground his teeth as he replied, "A girl." Lu Jingli nearly fell off his chair from laughter. Of course it was a girl, and a beautiful one at that. Little Bao adored her, eagerly awaiting her call. Old Madam Lu, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank the heavens! Tingxiao, who is she? Which family is she from? How old is she? Where is she from? What does she do? What does her family consist of? You must tell us." Lu Jingli hastily interjected, "Mom, please calm down. It's still very early. We're not telling you to avoid you meddling and complicating matters. If they discover Ning Xi's identity, knowing her reputation in the entertainment industry, it could jeopardize everything." At this moment, Old Master Lu spoke up. "The person Tingxiao has chosen is undoubtedly worthy. You needn't worry." "Worry? Are you not concerned? Who is it that lies awake at night, smoking on a balcony, fretting about this?" Old Madam Lu bluntly pointed out her husband. However, reassured by her husband's words, she felt more at ease. Tingxiao's standards were high, and the girl he chose would surely be exceptional. Most importantly, little Bao liked her. Just as she finished speaking, the little dumpling's phone, which he had been cradling all evening, rang suddenly. This was Lu Tingxiao's private number, known to very few. Lu Jingli leaned in to look and confirmed it was indeed Ning Xi's number. "Is it that girl calling?" Old Madam Lu inquired excitedly, as if she were about to meet her future daughter-in-law. Lu Jingli nodded vigorously and then assisted the little dumpling in answering the phone. Little Bao was not very adept with the phone. Previously, Lu Tingxiao had bought one for him, but he disliked using it and had misplaced it. Immediately, the entire table's attention was focused on the little dumpling's phone. Lu Jingli, with an audacious demeanor, leaned in closely to eavesdrop on the phone. Chapter 19. The two elders were astounded. Ning Xi wrestled with her thoughts for a considerable time, contemplating whether to make the call, ultimately deciding to dial the number. Due to an incident that transpired 5 years prior, she had developed an aversion to children, even feeling somewhat repelled by their proximity. That child once embodied her most tender hopes while simultaneously representing her most sordid past. Strangely, however, the little bun did not evoke any discomfort. On the contrary, she found herself genuinely fond of him, even feeling an irresistible urge to draw near. How peculiar. Hello, hello. The call connected, but was met with silence. Ning Xi surmised it must be Xiao Bao on the line, and she chuckled softly. Is that you, Xiao Bao? I'm sorry. And he was just busy and only now remembered to call you. Have you eaten yet? You're too thin. You must eat more, all right? Children shouldn't be picky eaters. That's how they grow up quickly, and besides, being chubby is so adorable, although you're already quite cute. Oh, by the way, I just saw your father on television. He has secured a significant business deal. How impressive. Please convey my congratulations to him. 10 minutes later, Xiao Bao set the phone down and retrieved a writing board he and T used in ages. With careful strokes, he wrote, "Congratulations." Although Xiao Bao could not speak, his proficiency in both Chinese and English was commendable. He found writing Chinese characters tedious and predominantly wrote in English instead. However, it had been an exceedingly long time since he last wrote anything, as he had no desire to express himself. The two elders were left utterly stunned. Lu Jingli, having witnessed such a scene before, remained relatively composed. Lu Tingxiao, having faintly heard Ning Xi's words through the phone, glanced at the single word written and, for the first time, a rare smile graced his icy visage as he gently patted his son's little head, murmuring, "Thank you." Upon finishing his writing, Xiao Bao began eating without further ado, adopting an exceptionally earnest demeanor. He even consumed the carrots he despised. The two elders remained in a state of disbelief. It seemed the elder had smiled just moments ago. Their obedient grandson had voluntarily written, voluntarily eaten, and even indulged in carrots. Old Master Lu, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "What did you say to him?" Lu Jingli leisurely replied, "I merely told Xiao Bao to eat more and not be picky, and asked him to congratulate my brother on my behalf." Old Madame Lu, incredulous, exclaimed, "Is that all?" Lu Jingli shrugged. What more could be done? Old Master Lu's expression radiated satisfaction. The impact of that one phone call from this young woman surpassed what Xiao Bao's psychologist could accomplish in a year. Indeed, old Madame Lu was both astonished and delighted, declaring, "This girl is truly remarkable. Tingxiao, you must cherish her." Lu Tingxiao replied with a simple, "Ahem." Old Madame Lu shot a disapproving glance at her eldest son before turning her attention to her youngest, saying, "You must assist your brother. He's like a wooden post, utterly incapable of pursuing a woman. You need to help him, understand?" The two elders nodded in unison, acknowledging, "We understand. We shall not interfere." Chapter 20. Former boyfriends abound in the entertainment industry. After dinner, once the two elders departed, Lu Jingli eagerly approached his brother, wagging his tail like a puppy. "Brother, was I not splendid just now?" Just as he was basking in his accomplishment, a small object was flung towards him from his brother's hand. Lu Jingli caught it with a swift motion, exclaiming, "What is this?" Upon recognizing it, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was a car key, the coveted, one-of-a-kind, Centennial Edition Bugatti sports car he had long desired. "Oh, my dear little treasure," Lu Jingli exclaimed, kissing the key fervently. "Brother, I love you." After much persuasion, his brother had finally bestowed it upon him, seemingly without hesitation after a few words spoken in front of their parents. Ning Xi must hold a position of far greater importance in his brother's heart than he had previously imagined. The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became. Brother, are you certain it's Ning Xi? And this is not just a fleeting romance. You intend to marry?" Marriage, Lu Tingxiao's tone brooked no room for doubt. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingli sighed, taking on a serious demeanor as if imparting wisdom from experience. "Then I must advise you to prepare yourself psychologically. Pursuing a woman is akin to playing a game. It comes with varying levels of difficulty: easy mode, normal mode, hard mode, and hell mode. As for Ning Xi, she is undoubtedly hell mode. Every woman has her weaknesses, yet with Ning Xi, how can you use money? Given her upbringing and struggles, she will certainly reject any notion of being kept or indulging in underhanded dealings. As for emotions, just take a look at how many men she has discarded while abroad. Her ex-boyfriends are scattered throughout the entertainment industry, each with a remarkable background. When I first saw that list, I was truly impressed. I have never been outdone in that regard. And as for using a child to secure marriage, forget it. Her heart is solely dedicated to her career, and she has no intention of having children. Even if I personally intervened, your emotional intelligence is so lacking that you would merely be offering experience points." Lu Tingxiao shot him a cold glance. 10 out of 10. "That is only because you have yet to encounter someone with whom you are willing to forge a marriage and jointly bring forth life." Moonlight filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow on Tingxiao's typically stern face, which, at this moment, appeared almost tender. Lu Jingli, counting the words his brother had just spoken, was left incredulous. Ah, indeed, those in love are remarkably different. Even an emotional simpleton like you can provide me with a lesson. However, you do have a point. So, how about it? Do you need your dear younger brother's assistance? Tingxiao replied succinctly, no need. Lu Jingli, flustered, retorted, how could you not need help? Pursuing a woman is entirely different from navigating the business world. Have you truly considered this? Do you not require a wise, astute, an exceptionally charming mentor in the art of romance? As Lu Jingli passionately advocated for himself, the door to the study creaked open, and both brothers turned in unison to see Xiao Bao standing at the threshold in his pajamas. Tingxiao's eyes flickered with surprise. Oh, Xiao Bao! Lu Jingli exclaimed, equally astonished. How could Xiao Bao be outside his own room at this hour? Previously, old Madame Lu had merely expressed concern for Xiao Bao, often sending him snacks during his visits, prompting him to seclude himself in the attic, which deterred the elders from moving in with them. However, now, Xiao Bao had emerged of his own volition. Not only that, he dashed straight toward Tingxiao, wrapping his arms around his father's leg. Lu Jingli chuckled. What is this? Is he trying to curry favor? Tingxiao looked down at his son, immediately discerning his intentions, and without hesitation, firmly rejected him. No. You went last night. Xiao Bao's gaze shifted to his father's phone. You already called during dinner. Tingxiao once again declined. Understanding dawned on Lu Jingli. The little one yearned for Ning Xi. When Xiao Bao realized his father was unyielding, he dashed to Lu Jingli, employing the same tactic, hugging his leg. Lu Jingli was taken aback. No, no, no. Don't use that on me. You know your second uncle can't resist your cuteness. Though Xiao Bao typically appeared dazed, when he needed something, his expressions and demeanor could melt anyone's heart. When he tilted his head, gazing up at you with his sparkling eyes, one would wish to pluck the stars from the sky for him. The only person capable of resisting such charm was Tingxiao. Lu Jingli raised his hands in surrender. Xiao Bao, your adorable antics won't work on me. I can't go against your father. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Bao promptly released Lu Jingli decisively. Seeing the little one's heartbroken expression, Lu Jingli leaned against the wall, laughing uncontrollably. Oh, Xiao Bao, you needn't be in such a hurry. Their essay saying, if love is true and lasting, does it matter if it's day or night? Once your father marries Ning Xi, you'll see her every day. However, his attempt at persuasion fell flat. The little fellow dashed out the door, his tiny feet pattering away. Lu Jingli shrugged. What can be done? He had consumed quite a bit tonight, as Tingxiao remarked, implying that the technique of fasting could not be employed in the short term. Hearing his brother's words, Lu Jingli felt somewhat reassured. However, they still underestimated Xiao Bao. As a child, he required no strategies. All he needed was to create a ruckus. Sure enough, no sooner had the words left their mouths than a loud crash resounded from the living room downstairs. Lu Jingli exchanged a glance with his brother, and the two hastily rushed downstairs. In a mere moment, the living room had become a chaotic scene, with a towering antique vase shattered into pieces in the corner. And everything that could be toppled or broken had met a similar fate. Lu Qingyu. Normally, Tingxiao would only call Xiao Bao by his full name when he was genuinely furious. The oppressive aura that emanated from him was unbearable even for Lu Jingli, let alone Xiao Bao. Terrified by his father's fearsome countenance, Xiao Bao trembled, yet became even more agitated, running around and wreaking havoc while screaming hoarsely. Lu Jingli quickly followed, cautious not to pursue too aggressively, as the shards on the floor posed a significant risk of injury. Chapter 22. An urgent call for help, brother. This cannot continue. We should call Ning Xi to come over, Lu Jingli suggested. Do not call, Tingxiao coldly retorted. Lu Jingli earnestly pleaded, brother, Xiao Bao is still a child, not your subordinate. You're being too harsh on him. What harm would it do to indulge him a little? What child is not a bit willful and mischievous? It is not your place to critique my parenting methods, Tingxiao replied, his expression as frigid as frost, evidently resolved not to foster Xiao Bao's bad habit of creating chaos to achieve his desires. Caught between the two, Lu Jingli felt exasperated. Should this escalate and attract the attention of their parents, it could lead to the revelation of his taking Xiao Bao to a bar. God, someone save me. Seizing the opportunity while Tingxiao went after Xiao Bao, Lu Jingli discreetly took out his phone and dialed Ning Xi's number. That evening, Ning Xi was at home, casually chatting online while reviewing her script. Wu Yao Wang. Ning Xiaoxi, can you please change that non-mainstream name of yours? It's simply eye-watering. Wait, EMO Su. And what about your name, Wu Yao Wang? Are you in a position to criticize? Wu Yao Su. Not going, too busy. Wu Yao Wang. Come pick me up. Wu Yao Su. I said I'm busy. Wu Yao Wang. Are you coming or not? Wu Yao Su. The other party does not wish to converse with you and has thrown a dog at you. Wu Yao Wang. The other party caught your dog and gave it a good thrashing. Wu Yao Su. The dog's heart feels like it's being pricked by needles. Wu Yao Wang, damn. You are even more vulgar than I am. Also, who the hell is a needle? Wu Yao Su. You started it. I'm not arguing with you. I need to focus on my script. Wu Yao Wang. It's just a secondary female role. What's so interesting? We used to get along well. Are you really that heartless? Wu Yao Su. There are countless people I got along with. Who do you think you are? Wu Yao Wang. Ning Xiaoxi. You better watch out. Ning Xi closed her computer and concentrated on her script. After a while, her phone rang with an unknown number. Concerned it might be a call from the production team. She answered promptly. Hello, Ning Xi. Help. Who is this? I am Lu Jingli. You must come to Boundless at once. Something happened to Xiao Bao. What? What happened to Xiao Bao? Ning Xi's heart tightened immediately. It is urgent. Please hurry. Calm down. He's still a child. Xiao Bao cannot be hurt. Lu Jingli's tone was grave, and the sounds of crashing and shattering echoed from the phone, further heightening Ning Xi's anxiety. She hurriedly changed her clothes, responding, I will be there right away. She was unsure why she felt such urgency. Despite having known Xiao Bao for only a few days, he had occupied her thoughts. The distance to Boundless was considerable, requiring at least 40 minutes by taxi. Fearing something might happen in that time, Ning Xi took out her motorcycle, racing towards her destination. What was initially a 40-minute journey, she completed in just over 10 minutes. It seemed Lu Jingli had alerted the security. Upon stating her name, they allowed her entry without delay. Upon reaching Villa number 8, a young maid was already waiting to guide her. Chapter 23. An outburst of anger to facilitate her ride. Ning Xi wore a form-fitting black leather outfit. Upon her hurried arrival, she removed her helmet and gloves, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, presenting a strikingly handsome and glamorous appearance. Seeing her like this, Lu Jingli almost couldn't resist whistling. Lu Qingyu, do you truly believe I would not dare to confront you? In the corner of the living room, Lu Tingxiao had captured his son, who struggled violently in his grasp, akin to a furious little beast, flailing his tiny claws. No! Ning Xi rushed over, snatching Xiao Bao from his father's hold. Xiao Bao looked up at her, his expression momentarily dazed, before his large eyes welled with tears, and he buried his face in Ning Xi's embrace, clinging tightly. Observing the once adorable and soft little bun, now filled with fear and trembling, Ning Xi's heart ached profoundly. Anger surged within her, and she could not help but address Lu Tingxiao. Mr. Lu, I know I am an outsider and have no right to comment, but I must say, your approach to discipline is fundamentally flawed. At such a tender age, children require warmth, especially given Xiao Bao's unique circumstances. Having experienced trauma and lacking his mother's presence, you should be more patient and understanding with him. How could you be so harsh? Did you not see how frightened he was? You were even thinking of striking him. It is my fault, Lu Tingxiao conceded. Ha, Lu Jingli scoffed. Hearing his brother's swift admission of fault, Lu Jingli could barely contain his amusement. When I pointed out your flawed parenting, you berated me. Yet Ning Xi simply mentions it, and you immediately yield. On the sofa, Ning Xi gently stroked Xiao Bao's head, asking, what exactly happened? Wasn't everything fine this morning? Lu Jingli sighed. What else could it be? Xiao Bao missed you and wanted to see you. My brother wouldn't allow it. He wanted to call you, but my brother also forbade it, fearing it would disturb you. As a result, Xiao Bao began to act out, running around and causing chaos in the living room. My brother was unwilling to indulge this bad habit, and their conflict escalated into the scene you witnessed upon your arrival. All of this merely because he was not allowed to see me or call me. Ning Xi found it difficult to comprehend. Although Lu Tingxiao had previously mentioned Xiao Bao's dependence on her, did her influence truly extend this far? What do you think? You are significantly underestimating your own impact. Lu Jingli, noticing her confusion, began to enumerate examples. Do you recall that day in the warehouse? When you fainted, Xiao Bao would not permit anyone to touch you. And it was my brother who personally carried you to the hospital. Ning Xi instinctively glanced at Tingxiao. He carried me to the hospital? Moreover, while in the hospital, when Xiao Bao awoke and saw you were missing, he thought you had passed away and went into a frenzy, nearly jumping off a building. It was only after my brother showed him the note you left that he calmed down. Last night, to see you, he even threatened my brother with fasting. As for tonight, he overindulged at dinner after your phone call, rendering the fasting tactic ineffective, which culminated in the current situation. He overindulged? Ning Xi recalled telling Xiao Bao to eat more during their phone conversation. Could this truly be blamed on her? Chapter 24. The adventures of the Calabash brothers. Lu Jingli's revelations were overwhelming, and it took Ning Xi a considerable amount of time to process everything. She gazed at the little Baozi beside her. Xiao Bao, did you throw things around because you wanted to see me? Xiao Bao nodded. Ning, she furrowed her brow. Do you understand that this behavior is inappropriate? Xiao Bao shook his head. At that moment, Ning Xi comprehended why Tingxiao was so strict. This child was likely overindulged at home, believing it was natural for everything to go his way. Ning Xi's expression turned serious as she addressed him. Auntie is telling you now that what you did is wrong. Only naughty children behave like that. Please don't do it again, all right? Xiao Bao nodded in agreement. Tingxiao's expression was somewhat indescribable. Despite Xiao Bao's mischievousness, he would surely follow through if Tingxiao approved. The child's habit of threatening to go on a hunger strike or lock himself away whenever things didn't go his way, or even throwing things, had been met with every method by the psychologist, yet Xiao Bao remained unyielding. As for enforcing correction, the two elders at home were too indulgent, always yielding halfway through. Ning Xi's influence on Xiao Bao seemed to be more profound than he anticipated, and he was quite pleased about it. After Ning Xi reasoned with Xiao Bao, she gently coaxed him to sleep. Shall I sing you a different song today? Xiao Bao obedini not that. Let me think about which song to sing. I've got it. Hulu Wa, 7 flowers on a vine, not afraid of wind or rain. La 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 la. Leaning against the door frame, Lu Jingli nearly stumbled. How could Xiao Bao, with such intelligence, possibly enjoy such childish songs? To his surprise, he found the little one captivated, and even more astonishingly, his elder brother seemed equally engrossed. Finally managing to lull Xiao Bao to sleep, Ning Xi stretched. I feel as though I've sung every children's song I know. Lu Jingli chuckled. Why must you only sing children's songs? You could sing something else. These songs are killing me. Ning Xi casually tied her long hair with a rubber band on her wrist, her bright phoenix eyes slightly arched. Other songs? Aside from children's songs, the others are not suitable for children. As her words fell, Tingxiao's mind instantly conjured the memory of her soft, melodious song, flowing like a gentle breeze. Lu Jingli perked up. Really? What song is it? Sing it for me. Tingxiao cast a glance in his direction. Lu Jingli immediately straightened up, feeling that his elder brother was being rather stingy. Were you just nearby? Tingxiao inquired. It was unlikely she could arrive so swiftly otherwise. No, I was at the apartment, riding my motorcycle over at full speed. I'm quick, right? Ning Xi said with pride. No wonder she was dressed as she was today. Her attire was even more stunning than yesterday's. Yesterday, she resembled a fairy bound by rules, while today, she appeared more like a free-spirited enchantress. It's quite dangerous. Tingxiao disapproved, his gaze icy as he shot a look at Lu Jingli, who had taken the liberty of calling Ning Xi. It's all right. I ride very well. Ning Xi waved her hand dismissively, then yawned. Since Xiao Bao is fine, I'll take my leave. Just as she prepared to depart, Tingxiao suddenly spoke. Miss Ning, I have an unreasonable request. With her anger dissipated, Ning Xi reverted to her timid demeanor, respectfully saying, Mr. Lu, please go ahead. I will assist if I can. The Lu family held power in both the underworld and society, and Tingxiao was not one to act lightly. After hearing his request, Ning Xi was taken aback. Huh? Move here to live? Yes. Ning Xi scratched her head awkwardly. This seemed inappropriate. If Xiao Bao wishes to see me, I could come over any time. Tingxiao's expression grew weary as he pinched the bridge of his nose. There are too many uncertainties, especially at night. If something unexpected happens, it would be too dangerous for you to speed over like this. Given my position, it is also inconvenient to frequently take Xiao Bao to see you. I understand this request is quite burdensome, but as Xiao Bao's father, I still wish to pursue it. I hope you can agree. Ning, she felt a headache coming on. If Lu Tingxiao had pressed her with his authority, she would have walked away without hesitation. Yet, his earnest request, coupled with his striking appearance, made it difficult for her to refuse. At that moment, Lu Jingli gazed at his elder brother with worshipful eyes, astonished at how he had created a pathway from disadvantage to advantage in his pursuit of Ning Xi. Xiao Bao's presence had not hindered him. Instead, it had become his greatest asset. Just then, a loud crash sounded as the bedside lamp was knocked over, and Xiao Bao suddenly jumped out of bed, panic-stricken. Upon seeing Ning Xi, the fear in his eyes subsided as he dashed towards her like an arrow. The sheer terror in his gaze was heart-wrenching. Ning Xi quickly crouched down. "Sweetheart, why are you awake?" The little one buried his head against her, his soft little arms clinging tightly to her neck. "It's all right. Auntie is here. Don't be afraid." She gently patted his back, inhaling the sweet scent of milk emanating from him, her emotions becoming particularly complex. Why was it that she, who usually resisted closeness with children, found it impossible to dislike Xiao Bao? Ning Xi had to soothe Xiao Bao back to sleep once more before she softly exited the room. To her surprise, the once chaotic living room downstairs had been tidied up by the servants. The efficiency and training of the Lu family staff were impressive. Although they were all immensely curious about her presence, none dared to stare or whisper, and they quietly left as soon as their tasks were completed. As she emerged, Lu Tingxiao simply watched her silently, offering no words and exerting no pressure. Ning Xi hesitated, but recalling how Xiao Bao had clung to her, she ultimately softened. Taking a deep breath, "All right, Mr. Lu, I will help with this request as a way to repay Xiao Bao for saving me earlier." Lu Tingxiao's expression relaxed slightly. "Thank you." Since Xiao Bao could wake at any moment, it appeared she would not be leaving tonight. "But my belongings are still at the apartment." Ning Xi hesitated. "No problem. I will have someone retrieve them for you." Lu Tingxiao instructed the butler to arrange it. Lu Jingli, who had remained silent throughout, was left in a state of shock. Is this really happening? They're moving in together? Do you have something to do? Lu Tingxiao glanced at Lu Jingli. "I'm leaving." Lu Jingli, feeling like a nuisance, quickly exited. He had initially thought Ning Xi was the stronger one, but it seemed his elder brother was no easy opponent. He finally realized that his brother had not been incapable of charming women. Rather, he had simply been under a spell for the past 32 years. Ning Xi hurriedly waved her hands. "No need, no need. I'm only staying for a few days. I'm not moving in permanently. That would be too troublesome." "Not troublesome at all." Lu Tingxiao took a large set of keys from the butler and handed them to her. "These are the house keys. You may come and go freely. The main entrance has a code lock. The code is 591414. This key is for the attic. Keep it on you, as Xiao Bao sometimes likes to take it and hide inside." As Lu Tingxiao was about to hand her what seemed like the key to the family safe, Ning Xi quickly interrupted. Wait, Mr. Lu. You're being too trusting. Aren't you afraid I might secretly empty your house? What do you want? I can have someone help you move it." Lu Tingxiao replied earnestly, showing no hint of jest. Ning Xi, realizing the gravity of the situation, thought they had come to an understanding. "Lu Tingxiao, we have plenty of time ahead of us." Ning Xi, "Why, no. If it's a kept relationship, it should be concealed outside. How could he hand over all the keys to the main residence, even to his own son? This clearly exudes the ambience of a newlywed couple." Unconsciously, she recalled the first time they met when Lu Tingxiao abruptly proposed to her. Although she considered herself somewhat knowledgeable about men, this one before her was like a computer system fortified with an advanced firewall, leaving her utterly unable to decipher him. Agreeing to stay, she was uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. That night, due to Xiao Bao's rather poor condition, Ning Xi decided to sleep in his small bed to be on the safe side. In the dead of night, the door creaked open silently. A man entered with soft steps and sat at the edge of the bed. Under the dim light of the bedside lamp, the woman gently patted Xiao Bao. Her breathing shallow, her brows soft, and her lips, fresh like cherries on a summer branch, slightly parted in an unspoken invitation. After a while, a shadow suddenly fell across the serene light as the man moved closer to that crimson hue. At a breath's distance, he could have easily plucked it, yet he restrained himself, placing a cool kiss upon the woman's forehead. "Ning Xi, we have ample time ahead." The following morning, Ning Xi thought she would struggle with the unfamiliar bed, but to her surprise, she slept soundly, waking naturally without a dream. Upon awakening, she discovered that Xiao Bao was already up, sitting beside her with a book engrossed in his reading without making a sound. How could such a well-behaved child possibly throw a tantrum? "Good morning, my dear," Ning Xi said, sitting up with the blanket. Xiao Bao looked up, his face lighting up with joy. Although he said nothing, his expression conveyed his good mood clearly through his seemingly speaking eyes. Ning Xi chuckled as she playfully flicked a messy tuft of hair atop Xiao Bao's head. "Today, Annie doesn't have to work, so I can stay home and accompany you all day." As the words fell, the little one appeared even more delighted, even managing a slight smile. Ning Xi was utterly smitten, unable to resist squeezing his small face. "Darling, do smile more. Your smile is simply too adorable." After freshening up, breakfast was already prepared downstairs. Ning Xi did not see Tingxiao, and neither the butler nor the servants mentioned waiting for him, leading her to conclude that he must have already gone to the office. Post-breakfast, she had initially worried about how to care for the child, fearing she might not manage well. However, all her concerns proved unfounded. The entire morning, she nestled on the sofa reading a script, while Xiao Bao busily read or drew at the table nearby, their interactions unusually harmonious and undisturbed. A servant appeared only once to deliver snacks and fruits, moving quietly as if afraid to disturb him. It seemed Xiao Bao was quite fond of tranquility. In a corner, the old butler silently observed the duo in the living room. He noted that Ning Xi was not, as he had anticipated, bending over backward to please the young master. Instead, she was wholly focused on her script. Xiao Bao, as usual, was engrossed in reading and drawing, seemingly unchanged. Yet upon closer inspection, one could see him stealing glances at Ning Xi, his little face animated and at ease. Perhaps it was because beautiful women often made one feel insecure. The old butler had felt a wave of unease upon first seeing Ning Xi, fearing that the young master might be deceived by her. From his current observations, she appeared relatively composed, though he wondered how long she could maintain that demeanor. Countless women in the capital were vying for Mrs. Lu's position, scheming to become Xiao Bao's stepmother. 2 years prior, such malicious events had occurred, causing distress to the young master. Thus, seeing the young master trust that woman so readily, with the second young master not intervening and even Xiao Bao appearing to like her, left them on edge, compelled to remain vigilant. Unbeknownst to them, more than 2 hours had passed. Ning Xi had nearly finished her script, and Xiao Bao had completed his drawing, bounding over to show it to her. Ning Xi looked up in surprise. "Is this me?" She could hardly believe it. Xiao Bao, who seemed so quiet, had painted in the style of the Fauve. The characteristic of Fauvist painters is their use of vibrant, bold colors and direct, free brushwork to create a striking visual impact to express inner emotions. Although the proportions of the figures in the painting were peculiar, it accurately captured her essence, allowing Ning Xi to recognize herself immediately. Xiao Bao nodded nervously, seeming anxious that she might not like it. "It's simply beautiful. May I take a picture to use as my phone wallpaper?" Ning Xi was not feigning admiration. She genuinely adored the Fauvist style and the intense color contrasts. From her perspective, Xiao Bao's skill was already at a masterful level. Xiao Bao shyly bit his lip, directly stuffing the painting into her arms. "You want to give it to me?" Ning Xi asked, pointing at herself. He nodded. "Thank you. I love it." Ning Xi embraced the little bun, planting a kiss on his soft cheek. Xiao Bao froze for a moment, his face turning crimson, and his previously dull eyes sparkled with life. As the two shared a warm moment, Ning Xi heard footsteps above. Following the sound, she looked up to see Tingxiao descending the stairs in casual home attire, his disheveled hair from just waking lending him a lazy charm that contrasted sharply with his usual composed demeanor, making him irresistibly attractive. Ning Xi was momentarily dazed before she regained her senses. "Mr. Lu, you're not going to work today?" "ISNT at Monday." "Yes, I'm taking a break today." Tingxiao replied with a nod. It appeared that even Tingxiao could indulge in a lazy morning, which strangely lessened the distance between them. Xiao Bao painted a portrait for the first time, Tingxiao remarked casually, glancing at the artwork in Ning Xi's hands. "Really? That is quite an honor." Ning Xi responded, genuinely pleased. "What do you want for lunch?" Tingxiao inquired. Just as Ning Xi was about to reply, her phone rang. It was Chongli calling. Surely, she wasn't going to assign her another minor role? "Hello, Sister Chong." Ning Xi, the launch ceremony for Tingxiao is at 12 o'clock today at Mingzhu Hotel. Don't be late. "What? At 12 o'clock today?" "Yes, today." "Sister Chong, why didn't you notify me sooner? It's already nearly 11. I didn't inform you an hour in advance. An hour? I might not even have enough time to travel, let alone change clothes and do my makeup. Those are your own concerns. Don't bother me. I'm quite busy right now, she snapped, abruptly hanging up the phone. Chong, how dare you? Ning, she exclaimed, tossing her phone down. Instantly, she froze. Xiaobao froze. Tingxiao froze. Ning, she covered her face, wishing she could dig a hole and hide. In her excitement, she had forgotten she was still in Lu's residence, and there was a child present. She had no intention of pretending to be a lady in front of Tingxiao. She merely hoped not to set a bad example for Xiaobao. Ahem, Xiaobao. Let us pretend we didn't hear that. You must not learn from Annie's bad words, as what I just said was quite inappropriate. Ning Xi explained earnestly. Xiaobao blinked, nodding with a look of vague understanding. A hint of amusement flashed in Tingxiao's eyes. What happened? Ning Xi gritted her teeth. The opening ceremony for Tingxiao was set to commence at noon today. Yet, with the clock nearly striking 11, her manager had just now called to inform her that it would take at least 50 minutes to reach Mingzhu Grand Hotel. Was she expected to appear on screen without any makeup? Why not? You are naturally beautiful. Ning Xi was taken aback, not anticipating that Tingxiao would be so flattering. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she scratched her head and said, Ahem, thank you for the compliment, but in such formal circumstances, it is only polite to apply some makeup. More importantly, I currently lack suitable clothing. With so many media present, it's driving me crazy. Wait a moment. Tingxiao raised his hand, signaling her to remain calm, and stepped out to make a phone call. 10 minutes later, someone arrived, panting heavily. Mr. Lu, I have brought everything you requested. Shall we begin now? The newcomer was dressed in distressed jeans and a gray cotton linen top, adorned with a distinctive deep blue earring in his left ear. Ning Xi was surprised to find a familiar face. Of course, the term familiar face meant that she recognized him, but he did not recognize her. He was the renowned stylist for Tingxiao Entertainment, known for transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary, the loyal stylist for the award-winning actress Su Yimou. He was someone she, as a small fry, could only admire from afar. Who is this? Ning Xi asked, her expression filled with skepticism. You don't know? Tingxiao inquired. Of course. I know the illustrious name, but what do you mean by calling him here? Naturally, he is here to style you. Tingxiao replied with an air of certainty. Ning Xi was instantly at a loss for words. Mr. Lu, are you seriously inviting someone from Tingxiao Entertainment to style me? Are you out of your mind? Don't you know that I am an artist from Xinhui Entertainment? Tingxiao and Xinhui are fierce rivals. So what? Tingxiao responded with a domineering expression. Chapter 029. The future boss lady, so what? Ning Xi was left speechless. Mr. Lu, are you really helping an artist from another company? What will your employees think? It was evident that they would not know. She was not yet famous, and this stylist would certainly not recognize her. Ning Xi felt utterly defeated by Tingxiao. Tingxiao Entertainment is still a subsidiary of your Lu Group. While Lu Jingli currently manages Tingxiao, the true power behind it is Tingxiao, the president of Lu Group. The Lu Group entered the entertainment industry 5 years ago, acquiring Tingxiao Entertainment and establishing an entertainment empire, which has since risen to challenge the long-standing industry leader, Xinhui Entertainment. This illustrates the fierce competition between the two companies, where conflicts arise whenever artists from both sides share a set. Tingxiao glanced at his watch. The van was waiting outside, and there was still time for her to get styled on the way. It's up to you whether you want to go. Ning Xi felt conflicted, but ultimately, she gritted her teeth and decided to go. Since Tingxiao did not care, why should she? When she saw Tingxiao join her, she was astonished. Are you going to? Who else will drive? Besides, Xiaobao wants to spend more time with you. His tone was as if he spoke absolute truths, rendering her questions foolish. Xiaobao eagerly nodded in agreement. All right then. In the end, with the stylist, the four of them boarded the van together. Tingxiao had not even changed his clothes, still wearing his loungewear, while he drove. Ning Xi and Xiaobao sat in the back seat, the latter curiously observing them. After examining Ning Xi closely, the stylist's eyes reflected deep appreciation. The young lady possessed perfect facial proportions and excellent skin, requiring minimal touch-up. Just a light makeup would suffice. May I inquire what kind of event you are attending today, so I can select suitable outfits for you? It's the opening ceremony for a film. Ning Xi feared that the stylist would inquire further and discover her affiliation with Xinhui, leading to trouble. Thankfully, he did not pry further and continued with her makeup. As they neared the venue of the opening ceremony, Ning Xi's complete look was just finished in time. Tingxiao parked the car and turned to face the now-styled woman. "How do you feel?" Ning Xi asked nervously. "Not bad." To receive such praise from the notoriously demanding Tingxiao was no small feat, especially with Xiao Bao gazing at her in awe. Xiao Bao reluctantly clung to Ning Xi for a moment, but realizing she was in a hurry, he quickly released her and waved goodbye. Watching the pair behind her, Ning Xi felt her heart swell with warmth. After battling alone for so long, this was the first time she felt such a comforting sensation. Once Ning Xi departed, the driver was replaced. Unable to contain his curiosity, he cautiously asked while driving, "Who was that young lady just now? Is she a new artist hired by our company? Why haven't I seen her before? Oh my, there's actually a woman by the side of our big boss. This is major news." His expression at that moment resembled someone who had just swallowed something bitter. "Sir, you actually had me style an artist from Xinghui. The boss is leading a betrayal. What's going on here?" Even the second young master would never choose an artist from Xinghui. If the second young master had been present, he would have vociferously condemned this decision. Yet, this was the formidable Tingxiao, so he could only suppress his frustration without daring to voice a word. What troubled him further was the nagging suspicion that this unknown Xinghui artist might very well be their future boss lady, given that she could even make the young heir treat her kindly. This was no ordinary woman. Chapter 030. The opening ceremony. The venue for the opening ceremony of Tingxiao was bustling. The core creative personnel of the crew were all present, and flashbulbs popped incessantly, with throngs of media and fans who had come to catch a glimpse. Most of the media surrounded the lead actress, Ning Xi, and the lead actor, Zhao Xizhou. One was the star of Xinghui, while the other was a Golden Statue award-winning actor. With such a handsome duo, they naturally attracted attention. "Xueluo, we know you are playing a couple with Xizhou again in this project. In real life, are you drawn to a man like Xizhou?" "Haha, Xizhou is indeed charming. But no, I have no extra heart to give him." As soon as she finished speaking, the media erupted in a chorus of cheers. Ning Xi had announced her relationship a year prior, and various outlets had scrambled to uncover the details, eventually revealing that her partner was the son of Su Hongguang, the CEO of Yifeng Group. He was wealthy and handsome, embodying the quintessential tall, rich, and handsome archetype, which garnered widespread admiration. Although her fans felt sorrowful, they were no longer as averse to their idols dating as before, with most extending their blessings for her to find happiness. After publicly declaring her relationship, Ning Xi's popularity remained undiminished. Rather, it thrived on the topic of her relationship with a wealthy boyfriend. Next to her, Zhao Xizhou adeptly seized the moment, clutching his chest in a melodramatic fashion. "Miss Shangguan, you have a heart of stone. I have given you my entire heart." Ning Xi portrayed Shangguan wrong, while Zhao Xizhou played a prince. The reporters erupted in laughter, creating a lively atmosphere. Beyond the leads, the most anticipated presence was that of the second female lead, drawing a crowd around director Guo Qixing. "Director Guo, why haven't we seen the actress playing Meng Chang'e? Will she be attending today?" "Of course she will. It's rumored that even Jia Qingqing failed to pass the audition because you deemed her not pretty enough. Is that true?" This question was clearly designed to stir controversy. However, Director Guo is indeed a seasoned veteran, speaking with utmost precision. The character Meng Chang'e demands exceptionally high standards regarding the actor's appearance. Yet looks are not the sole criterion. Jia Qingqing's looks are undoubtedly commendable. However, there seems to be a noticeable gap between her appearance and our expectations. I have heard that the actress portraying Meng Chang'e is a newcomer. Is that correct? Given the lofty requirements of the role, can we truly entrust it to someone inexperienced? This question shall remain until our production is unveiled, and we shall see. The reporters, relentless in their pursuit, pressed further. "Director Guo, does the actress playing Meng Chang'e possess beauty that surpasses that of Jia Qingqing?" The answer was unequivocal. Yes. She is indeed more beautiful than Jia Qingqing. You will see. When you behold Ning Xi, you may reconsider your praises for Jia Qingqing. Each has their merits, and once the others arrive, you shall understand. Chapter 031. Do you have sharp eyes? After Guo Qixing spoke, he donned an expression of anticipation. Indeed, as all reporters followed the direction indicated by Guo Qixing, their immediate reaction was one of astonishment. Today, Ning Xi donned a resplendent crimson lace dress, perfectly tailored to accentuate her alluring waistline and showcasing her graceful collarbone. Such a color is even more challenging to wear than traditional red. Combined with the lace fabric, it often results in a lackluster appearance for most. However, this dress seemed as though it were crafted for Ning Xi, enhancing her radiant beauty to an almost breathtaking degree. When the stylist selected this gown, Ning Xi herself doubted her ability to carry it off, yet upon wearing it, she was utterly captivated. Truly, the stylist from Tingxiao Media possesses an extraordinary eye, understanding her better than she knows herself after just one meeting. As for walking the red carpet, while this was Ning Xi's first formal appearance at such an event, she is, after all, an actress, having portrayed various characters across numerous professions, including that of a superstar. Her experiences made the act of walking the red carpet a trivial endeavor. Every step, every smile, every gesture was executed with impeccable precision, effortlessly locating the camera's angle to present her most exquisite expressions. Is this truly the actress portraying Meng Chang'e, a newcomer without any notable works? Her beauty is simply beyond words. They had all been fervently questioning director Guo about who is more beautiful, Jia Qingqing or Ning Xi, and it is no surprise that director Guo's expression was less than favorable. Their question was utterly ridiculous. In the presence of such an enchanting figure as Ning Xi, Jia Qingqing, who is often celebrated for her beauty, pales in comparison. Not only is her appearance striking, but this newcomer also exudes an impressive aura, completely unlike a novice. With every motion, she radiates elegance and poise, even exuding an innate nobility. As Ning Xi reached the center of the red carpet, she casually struck a few poses for the media, then turned to pick up a signing pen from the tray and inscribed her name on the wall. This turn elicited a chorus of gasps and the clicking of cameras. The dress featured an open-back design, a critical choice by the stylist. As Ning Xi's back is exceptionally stunning, arguably the most alluring aspect of her physique. To conceal, it would be a travesty. While many actresses opt to reveal their cleavage for attention on the red carpet, Ning Xi took a more sophisticated approach, elevating her appearance to a different echelon. The journalists, unfortunately, found themselves in a difficult position. They had initially prepared questions like, do you believe your appearance can embody the beauty of the notorious Meng Chang'e? Or how do you compare yourself to Jia Qingqing? Now all such inquiries seemed superfluous. Those with discerning eyes could clearly see that there was no need for any auditioning behind the scenes. Her visage spoke volumes. She's indeed the most suitable Meng Chang'e. Thus, the reporters began to improvise their questions. Miss Ning, might I inquire if your attire is a handcrafted haute couture piece from the illustrious designer Karl Lagerfeld? Ning Xi was taken aback. Was this exquisite gown truly a creation of Karl Lagerfeld? Was she really wearing a dress worth several million so nonchalantly? How could Lu Denmo Wang be so audacious? However, the situation escalated further as the reporter proceeded to detail the origins of every item she wore, finally asking, Miss Ning is your stylist? Could they truly discern such details? You have quite the discerning eye. Chapter 032. Troublesome ex-boyfriends. It seemed the reporters had finally recalled that Ning Xi was indeed an artist of Xinghui. Questioning how her stylist could be the favored designer of Su Yimo from Tingxiao Entertainment, Arthur, Ning Xi breathed a sigh of relief, fearing they might pose similar inquiries, and quickly interjected, today marks the commencement ceremony of Tingxiao, so let us focus on questions pertaining to the film. Miss Ning, is this your first time acting? Someone in the crowd inquired. The media could uncover such information. It was better to be humble and clarify. What roles have you played previously? During her 4 years studying abroad, she spent her spare time auditioning, landing minor roles in several well-known productions. Given the general reluctance to cast Asian actors abroad, her accomplishments thus far were commendable. Though her past relationships were not morally questionable, the identities of her ex-boyfriends seemed rather conspicuous. Now, her paramount concern was to deliver a noteworthy performance. If her debut were marred by tabloid scandals, drawing public attention to her personal life, it may yield fleeting fame, but would certainly hinder her long-term prospects. What were these roles she had portrayed? A mistress, a vixen, a seductress, a rustic girl, a foolish heiress, and even a malicious old woman. Such a beauty, what peculiar preferences? Why does she consistently choose to portray such unflattering characters? Inevitably, someone asked, why do you always play antagonist roles? Ning Xi, of course, would not expose Chongli in such a setting, responding calmly, I have not paid attention to that. To me, acting is my greatest passion, and every character possesses their own essence. there is no distinction in value. The media posed several more questions, and without any prior guidance from her agent, Ning Xi responded flawlessly. Beside her, Guo Qixing nodded with approval. This young woman truly stood out. With such talent and emotional intelligence, having been in the industry for a year, how had she only achieved this level? Wang Taihe, the producer, remarked meaningfully. Either the higher-ups at Xinghui Entertainment are blind, or he cast a knowing glance. Clearly, someone at Xinghui was deliberately suppressing her. Guo Qixing lamented. What a waste of such a promising talent. Gold will shine eventually. And besides, isn't Tingxiao fortunate to have you as her mentor? Wang Taihe chuckled. At that moment, Ning Xi clenched her fists, her expression growing increasingly difficult to maintain in such a setting. She had never anticipated that intentionally having Changli inform Ning she would allow her to shine at the opening ceremony, stunning the entire audience. Damn it, Ning Xi's entire ensemble. That dress alone is worth several million. Where could she have acquired such wealth? The clothing and accessories might be rented, but who crafted her look? This rustic girl. She had underestimated her. Chapter 033. No way to suppress me, Xiuo. Ning Xi is your junior. Do you have any comments regarding her portrayal of Meng Chang'e? At this moment, a reporter directed a question regarding Ning Xi to Ning Xiuo. In response to the inquiries about Ning Xi, Ning Xiuo offered nothing but extravagant praise. Uninformed individuals perceive her as merely supporting her junior sister. Yet Ning Xi is acutely aware of Ning Xiuo's sinister intentions. This is not assistance. Rather, it is a calculated effort to elevate her only to bring about her downfall. By prematurely elevating her to such heights, the external expectations become excessively burdensome, and should she falter even slightly, she is bound to face severe backlash. Regrettably, she will not allow Ning Xiuo's venomous scheme to materialize. After 5 years of honing her craft, she possesses unwavering confidence in her acting prowess, certain that she will win the admiration of all. Attempting to elevate her to destruction? We shall see. Ning Xi, where did you acquire that outfit? Do not expect the company to cover your expenses. As a mere second female lead, who permitted you to be so ostentatious and overshadow the main star? Do you not understand the rules? Changli immediately launched into a tirade upon her arrival. Ning Xi casually adjusted her naturally wavy, jet black hair and responded nonchalantly. I didn't intend to. It was merely that Sister Chang insisted on having me make the grand entrance. Given the multitude of onlookers, Changli suppressed her anger and cautioned. When we dine later, you must behave and refrain from speaking recklessly, as it would embarrass the company. Xiuelua has a poor tolerance for alcohol, so remember to shield her. Ning Xi could not help but let out a scoff. Shield her? Miss Chang, are you dreaming? It would be a miracle if I didn't douse her with alcohol. Changli was in collusion with Ning Xiuo, and no amount of her sycophancy would alter that fact, so Ning Xi saw no reason to appease her. If she were to stand her ground, Changli would undoubtedly hesitate to overstep. Changli was infuriated. Ning Xi, you have certainly grown bold. It is merely a small role as the second female lead, and yet you seem to have forgotten your own name. Ning Xi had no patience left to indulge her, turning on her heel and departing. Changli watched a retreating figure, which, even from behind, could captivate one's soul. An inexplicable anxiety washed over her. Long before this moment, she had sensed that she might not be able to suppress Ning Xi. This woman was born for the stage. Should she rise, her accomplishments would undoubtedly eclipse those of Ning Xiuelua. However, at this juncture, all she could do was keep her firmly under control, denying her any chance of resurgence. Following the opening ceremony, a banquet ensued. All members of the production team gathered, dining and mingling in a relaxed atmosphere. Upon seeing Ning Xi, the screenwriter Yiling Long was the first to stand, pulling her to sit beside her, clearly pleased with her presence. What a coincidence! Our two leading ladies hail from the same company and share the same surname, Ning, exclaimed the assistant director Zhang Rue. Ning Xi internally scoffed. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Both from the same agency under the same management, yet their fortunes were starkly divergent. One had already risen to stardom, while the other was still struggling at the bottom of the industry. As they conversed, the producer and director suddenly stood, moving towards the entrance to greet the chairman of the largest investor in the production, Ning Yaohua. Who would have thought that Chairman Ning, amid his busy schedule, would take the time to attend our opening ceremony? We are truly honored. Director Guo greeted warmly. Please, sit here, Chairman Ning. Producer Wang offered a seat next to Ning Xi. Ning Yaohua regarded Ning Xi with paternal affection, stating, "Director Gua, you are too kind. My daughter is deserving of your attention. Chairman Ning, your daughter is truly remarkable. She needs no assistance from me." He continued, though irritation flickered in his eyes. "This child is always so busy that I scarcely see her. If it weren't for this event, I might not have caught a glimpse of her. Dad, there are so many people here. Could you please show me a bit of respect?" Ning Xi interjected. Yes, you're a big star now. I must tread lightly." Ning Xi believed she had steeled herself against emotion. Yet witnessing the tender dynamic between father and daughter left her feeling suffocated, almost compelled to flee the scene. Fortunately, she managed to mask her turmoil, engaging in casual discussion with the screenwriter about the plot, seemingly oblivious to the lively exchanges occurring nearby. However, she could not ignore the piercing gaze of Ning Yaohua, as if her mere presence in public was a source of disgrace. Ultimately, she excused herself under the pretense of needing to visit the restroom, retreating to the corridors and for some fresh air. She was attempting to quit smoking, and tonight marked her first struggle against that urge. The night breeze brushed against her face, offering a modicum of relief. Just then, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. Ning Xi stiffened, but as she turned, her demeanor transformed into an impenetrable mask. "Chairman Ning, are you here to see me?" Ning Yaohua glared at her with discontent, clearly displeased by her eye-catching attire. Ning Xi lowered her gaze with a faint smile. "Chairman Ning, you were staring at me in the box earlier. Were you not concerned that others might misconstrue your intentions? After all, to the public, he was an investor while she was merely a beautiful young star, an easily misinterpreted relationship. How dare you speak such nonsense?" Ning Yaohua exploded in anger. Ning Xi raised an eyebrow. "Of course it is human discourse. Does Chairman Ning not comprehend it?" In a sudden motion, Ning Yaohua lifted his hand. Before it could descend, a slender wrist deftly grasped it, preventing any further action. She would not allow him the opportunity to strike her. He had no right to do so. Fuming, Ning Yaohua withdrew his hand. "Withdraw from this role immediately. Do not embarrass me in public." Ning Xi's expression hardened. "I rightfully earned this role through merit. I fail to see how it is embarrassing. Whatever Xiaolua intends to do, you must follow suit, without regard for your own worth. Are you so eager to enter the entertainment industry that you would rather have your past disgrace brought to light and tarnish the Ning family's reputation?" His disdainful gaze bore into her. "Even now, some still mock my daughter Ning Yaohua for her past indiscretions, and if that shame were to surface again, or would I hide my face?" At that moment, Ning Xi's countenance turned pale. Memories of that fateful night, the stranger, and the lifeless infant haunted her thoughts. Though the Ning family had suppressed the incident to avoid scandal, and Ning Xi had remained silent for fear of discovery, it remained her most profound nightmare. "I am allowing you to resign of your own accord. Since you refuse, do not blame me for disregarding our familial ties." "Oh, so we still possess familial ties? Dad, what is happening between you and Ning Xi?" A startled voice interrupted from behind. Ning Xi feigned concern, her heart secretly elated at the prospect of replacing Ning Xi. "Why, Dad? The second female lead has already been assigned to Ning Xi. She is lucky to even have this role. How could she possibly play such an important character? I invested $30 million in this production, not for her to toy with. But Dad, Ning Xi has worked tirelessly to secure her place. Ning Xiaoluo, you need not defend her. Did I not advise you against assisting her? You disregarded my words and even praised her in front of the press. Could she truly handle this? But she is still your. Enough. Never mention this again. I have made it abundantly clear that I, Ning Yaohua, have only one daughter. Dad, please do not be angry. I will not speak of it again. I have matters to attend to. I will take my leave. Please, do talk some sense into her and urge her to abandon this delusion." Ning Yaohua cast Ning Xi a warning glance, his expression cold as he turned to exit. After Ning Yaohua departed, the semblance of innocence and meekness on Ning Xiaoluo's face completely vanished. She spoke with an expression of feigned innocence. "Ning Xi, this time I'm not the one making things difficult for you. I initially intended to give you an opportunity, but alas." Ning Xi could not help but let out a soft laugh, imbued with an overwhelming sense of desolation. Who could have anticipated that the very person who would ultimately thwart her efforts and drag her back into the depths of despair will be none other than her biological father? After all her struggles, her tireless pursuit, and her meticulous preparations for the role, it had all come to naught. The rap party had concluded, and it was already past 11 o'clock at night. It is often said that one is more susceptible to intoxication when in a poor mood, and appeared to hold true. Ning Xi felt that she had consumed little alcohol that evening. Yet as she stood up, she found herself unable to maintain her balance, with a throbbing pain radiating from her temples. At that moment, she caught sight of someone who only deepened her discomfort, Su Yan. The crew members, particularly the young women, erupted in exclamations upon seeing him. "Ah, it's young Master Su. He is so handsome, 100 times more attractive than the rumors suggest. He must be here to pick up Ning Xi. How enviable. With such a smooth career path, a prestigious family background, and a boyfriend who is so dashing. Truly a winner in life. Such individuals are born with advantages that are unattainable for the rest of us." Ning Xi leaned against the cold wall, momentarily lost in thought as she watched the man stride towards Ning Xi. In recent years, the Su family had thrived, and Su Yan's worth had soared. She could hardly recognize the boy from years past in him. The young man who had once been bedridden with a lung ailment in the countryside, who tenderly recited stories to her, had long since been swept away by the currents of time. "Ingo, why are you here? Didn't you say you didn't need to pick me up?" Ning Xi exclaimed joyfully as she ran toward him like a little bird. "I was worried. It's raining outside," Su Yan replied, draping his coat over her shoulders with an irritated gaze. "Why are you dressed so lightly?" Ning Xi beamed. "You're too much. I'm not a child anymore." Ning Xi, unsteadily leaning against the wall, felt utterly defeated. That night, it was either witnessing Ning Xi flaunting familial affection or her public display of affection with Su Yan. This was all something that had been stolen from her. But merely displaying affection was not enough. Ning Xi deliberately linked her arm with Su Yan's as they approached Ning Xi, cheerfully suggesting, "Junior sister, it seems you've had a bit too much to drink. Why don't you come with us? I can have my boyfriend give you a ride." She emphasized the words "my boyfriend." It was only then that Su Yan noticed Ning Xi standing behind them. The moment he laid eyes on her, his pupils constricted in surprise. It had been so long since he had seen her. The shock of seeing her up close almost made him fail to recognize her. The little girl who once wore braids and floral dresses had transformed into a woman capable of captivating any man's heart. Noticing Su Yan's momentary daze as he gazed at Ning Xi's eyes glimmered with a hint of malice as she tugged at his arm. "Yenge, what do you think?" Su Yan, startled back to reality, nodded hastily. "Yes, let us go together." "Junior sister, are you all right?" Ning inquired, her face a mask of concern. Ning Xi brushed her forehead with the back of her hand. The effects of the alcohol were rendering her thoughts increasingly muddled. Her heart racing wildly, as if a beast within her were roaring to break free, eager to shred the two hypocritical faces before her to pieces. Before losing complete control, Ning Xi stumbled and turned toward the restroom. Observing Ning Xi's almost frantic departure, Ning Xi finally managed a satisfied smile, only to quickly don a sorrowful expression when she turned to Su Yan. "Yenge, it seems Shi still refuses to forgive me. I have made every effort to make amends, and I have been caring for her to the best of my ability at the company, yet she remains unchanged. I truly do not know what to do. Do not take it to heart. Shi has that kind of temperament. In time, she will forgive you," Su Yan gently consoled. Downstairs at the hotel, a group of young women from the crew were eagerly discussing the lavish car that Su Yan had arrived in. "I just looked it up. This Maserati must cost at least 10 million. It's so extravagant. How I wish I could find a wealthy boyfriend. Think of all the years of struggle I could save. And he is handsome to boot. There are plenty of stars who have climbed the social ladder, but they are all balding with potbellies, which is quite unappetizing." As they gossiped, Su Yan and Ning Xi emerged from the hotel. The pair, a striking man and a beautiful woman, were a sight to behold together. Not long after their departure, the sound of a roaring engine suddenly filled the air, accompanied by a sleek silver car that came to a steady halt at the hotel entrance. Most notably, this car was extraordinarily eye-catching, a low-slung model with a fluid body and cool scissor doors, exuding an artistic quality. Goodness, a Bugatti Veyron. Who is this affluent figure? Tingxiao unbuckled his seatbelt, instructing, "I'll go take a look. Wait for me here." Little Bao immediately tugged at his father's shirt, expressing a desire to accompany him. Tingxiao glanced at his son. "If she has indeed become intoxicated, should I carry you or her?" Little Bao puffed out his cheeks, expressing his defiance, insisting he did not need to be carried. Tingxiao's expression darkened. "Unfortunately, after the last incident, your credibility in my eyes has diminished." I cannot trust you to take care of yourself. If you were to go missing again, the consequences would be too great for me to bear. Do you understand? Little Bao lowered his head, his face filled with dejection. Old Zhang, take the car to the underground garage. Yes, young master. As the crowd outside the hotel watched with excitement, the car door slowly opened, revealing a man clad in a charcoal gray suit, tall and imposing, radiating an undeniable aura. Ah, it's Tingxiao. I was just wondering who this wealthy figure was, and it turns out to be him. I knew it. Who else could afford such an extravagant car? Compared to him, the Su family pales in comparison. Oh my, help me, I feel faint from excitement. I've only seen him in magazines. I can't believe I'm encountering him in person. I want to ask for an autograph on my underwear. In the face of Tingxiao, all those so-called young heartthrobs and leading actors would only find themselves bowing in reverence. If Tingxiao were to enter the entertainment industry, what would become of them? It was a distant dream. To catch even a glimpse of him up close had already consumed a lifetime of fortune, let alone hoping he would join the industry and grace them with his presence daily. Even after he had entered the hotel, the crowd lingered, fervently gossiping. When has Lu ever appeared without a throng of followers? Why is he here alone so late at night? Who knows? It's certainly not to find a woman. What a pity that such an exceptional man shows no interest in women. What do you think is the reason for Tingxiao's disinterest in the opposite sex? He must prefer men. Those are just rumors. How could he have a son if he were into men? I believe he is a hopeless romantic, deeply devoted to the mother of his child, which is why he has remained chaste all these years. Upon reaching the upper floors, Tingxiao discovered that the crew had all departed, save for Ning Xi, who was nowhere to be found. As he traversed the corridor in search of her, he dialed her number once more, only to be met with silence. Passing by the restroom, Tingxiao suddenly halted, as a ringing phone seemed to emanate from within. He paused to listen and confirmed that the sound was indeed coming from the women's restroom. He hung up the phone, and the ringing ceased. Finally finding someone, Tingxiao let out a sigh of relief, but his brows soon knitted together. The ladies' room was inaccessible for him to search. She had not responded to the incessant ringing of her phone, indicating she must be quite intoxicated. Ning Xi, standing before the sink situated between the men's and women's restrooms. Tingxiao pinched the bridge of his nose with his long fingers, his expression akin to that of someone deliberating on a monumental business deal worth billions. Moments later, he strode towards the ladies' room. Fortunately for the esteemed CEO, luck was on his side. It was rather late, and the ladies' room was devoid of any other patrons. He quickly spotted Ning Xi, thoroughly inebriated, slumped against the door. Her high heels were scattered haphazardly, her belongings strewn across the floor, and her hair was a disheveled curtain obscuring her face, a stark contrast to her glamorous appearance when she had left. A flicker of pity crossed Tingxiao's eyes as he approached, retrieving her bag and carefully placing its contents back inside, before picking up her shoes. He slipped his arms beneath her waist and knees, preparing to lift her. At that moment, Ning Xi suddenly clutched the door handle beside her with an iron grip, her bleary eyes narrowing suspiciously at him. Who are you? Tingxiao. Ning Xi appeared momentarily dazed before an expression of anger surged forth. You're lying. Do you take me for a fool? This is the ladies' room. Was she genuinely drunk or merely pretending? She seemed rather clever. I'm not deceiving you, he insisted. Then I won't go with you. Ning Xi mimicked a startled little hedgehog, her entire demeanor radiating defensiveness. With her unwillingness to budge, Tingxiao had no choice but to momentarily set her belongings aside to soothe her. What would it take for you to believe me? Show me your ID. Her expression mirrored that of an officer conducting a sobriety check. Tingxiao's lips twitched slightly as he complied, retrieving his wallet and producing his ID for her. Ning Xi took the card with unsteady hands, her eyes nearly glued to it as she pronounced, Tingxiao, you're Tingxiao. May we leave now? He inquired with a nod of satisfaction. I want to go. I refuse to go with you. You're a big bad wolf. I want to go. I want to go. Ning Xi's agitation only intensified. Tingxiao's expression darkened. Was this truly how she viewed him? He believed he had been quite gentle with her. Just as their standoff continued, footsteps approached the door. Ning Xi, are you in there? Tingxiao stiffened at once. If anyone were to witness him in the ladies' room, his reputation in the capital would be irreparably tarnished. The footsteps grew closer, and as he caught sight of the hem of a garment, he cursed under his breath and swiftly gathered Ning Xi's belongings, shoving her toward the rear of the stall. The visitor was the screenwriter Yi Linglong. Inside the stall, Ning Xi, suddenly yanked into the embrace of a man, was startled and began to struggle against him, causing a commotion that did not escape Yi Linglong's ears. "Ning Xi, is that you?" Hearing the approaching voice, Tingxiao's expression darkened further. At that moment, Ning Xi bit down hard on his hand, which was covering her mouth, causing him to wince. Tingxiao's composure began to fray. When had he ever felt so flustered? After taking a deep breath, he spoke in a low, husky voice, "Don't panic, I'll handle this." Yi Linglong, preparing to knock, was taken aback by the sound of a man's voice from within the stall. Realization dawned upon her, her cheeks flushing as she hurriedly departed. She had not anticipated that she was the one engaged in such activities. As the footsteps faded into the distance, Tingxiao exhaled in relief. He settled onto the toilet seat, loosened his tie, and firmly placed the squirming woman on his lap, commanding her in a cold tone, "No more fussing. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to take this further." His ominous tone startled Ning Xi into silence, and she began to hiccup, her face a portrait of distress. Having frightened her, Tingxiao could only pat her back apologetically. "I'm sorry for raising my voice." Unfortunately, this only deepened her sadness, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls falling from their string. Tingxiao found himself at a loss. How could this girl be even more difficult to console than child? "Damn it, who do they think they are?" Ning Xi suddenly exclaimed, raising her fist in fury. Had Tingxiao not been quick to react, her punch could have dislocated his jaw. "Young ladies shouldn't use foul language," Tingxiao admonished, though he found her indignant expression rather endearing. Despite her heavy intoxication, Ning Xi seemed to possess an innate awareness. She sensed that the man holding her bore no ill intent and was exceedingly gentle, allowing her to gradually relax against him. Leaning into his embrace and mumbling in a drunken stupor, "I'm merely indifferent. Otherwise, I could easily find someone else to hold me. Do you think you can contain me? I could go right now." Tingxiao raised an eyebrow at her words, gently guiding her hand to rest on his thigh. "The strongest legs in the capital are right here. Where else do you intend to search?" Ning Xi clumsily explored his muscular thigh before erupting in anger. "Not at all strong. Not strong at all." Tingxiao was taken aback by her complaint of inadequacy. This was something no man could bear. To make matters worse, her wandering hands inadvertently brushed against areas they should not have, eliciting her disdain as she remarked, "Ugh, what's this? It's annoying." Tingxiao's expression darkened. If this continued, he might find himself in a morally compromising situation. Sensing that the coast was clear, he swiftly opened the door and carried Ning Xi outside. In the underground garage, Jingli rushed over to open the door for him. "Why are you here?" Tingxiao frowned. "I came looking for you, but neither you nor Xiao Bao was around, so I came here." Jingli lamented. "Brother, you're quite lacking in loyalty. Where did you buy this car? It's even flashier than the one you gifted me. And I had no idea." Tingxiao ignored him, continuing to carry Ning Xi to the back seat. Xiao Bao, who had been pressed against the window, immediately rushed over to Ning Xi upon seeing her. To Tingxiao's surprise, Ning Xi did not react violently to Xiao Bao's proximity. Instead, she cradled the little one in her arms, treating him like a comfortable pillow. Tingxiao, not wanting to indulge his brother's curiosity, leisurely removed his tie and shed his damp jacket. What transpired today? Upon hearing the topic he excelled in, Jingli eagerly responded, "According to my sources, everything went smoothly. You've summoned everyone." And Ning Xi naturally dazzled the crowd, receiving commendable reviews from the media. "Who did she meet tonight?" Tingxiao inquired further. Jingli studied his brother's expression carefully before cautiously responding. "I suspect she is heavily intoxicated because she encountered her ex-lover, who is now the nemesis of Ning Xua. That must have been tough for her." Even with Jingli's careful wording, Tingxiao's expression darkened significantly. It was truly alarming. Cough. But one cannot really blame her. When Ning Xi was abroad, her relationships were merely fleeting flings, easily discarded. However, this Su Yin must have been the only man she genuinely loved. Such an explanation only served to darken Tingxiao's countenance further. Was momentarily speechless, pondering the absurdity of his companions. What ground do you have to present such a bloodthirsty expression when your connection is still tenuous? Even if you're cultivating feelings over time, it would be prudent to secure Ing X in the prosperous realm of Ing Sh first. Otherwise, How inconvenient it would be for her to remain in the clutches of her adversary. Ning Hu. As far as I know, she is suffering greatly under the pressure exerted by Ning Su Lu, he muttered. Tingxiao, with an inscrutable expression, observed the girl who had become utterly silent while cradling the little treasure. The timing was not yet ripe. Upon spotting the silver sports car parked nearby, Ning X's eyes suddenly sparkled with the fervor of a famished wolf, and she clung to the car, unwilling to part from it. Her expression was akin to that of a young girl who has encountered her dream lover. "Oh, little Bai, my precious darling." The stoic countenance of Ning Xi underwent a kaleidoscopic transformation of colors. "Ha ha, brother, are you actually jealous of Car? Who told you to bring this vehicle out?" Little XX was a professional racer while abroad and has an undeniable weakness for sports cars. Naturally, she cannot resist the allure of this world's finest. Ning chuckled, reveling in the spectacle. However, he soon realized there was someone even more perturbed than Tingxiao, and that was the little treasure. Witnessing his unique title being bestowed upon a car, the little fellow's expression was on the verge of tears. Yet, the instigator, Ning X, continued to caress the vehicle, utterly enamored. "You are so handsome, my darling. I wish to marry you." When he proposed to her, she reacted as if faced with a flood or a ferocious beast. Yet here she was, seeking to marry a car? Ning Xi rolled up the sleeves of his shirt. "Lao Zhang, bring me a hammer." Ning, still laughing uncontrollably, suddenly felt alarmed at the impending chaos. "No, brother, please remain calm. That car is worth nearly 200 million. You don't want it? I'll take it away this instant, ensuring it won't be an eyesore before you." No sooner had he spoken, Ning found himself spinning, as the seemingly delicate Ning X executed a flawless shoulder throw, leaving him dazed. "Who dares to touch my little Bai?" Ning X's exquisite face radiated an aura of formidable determination. Supporting his waist, Ning whimpered, "Spare me, I was wrong." It appeared that this girl had practiced judo for several years. Being thrown by her was akin to losing half a life. After dispatching him, Ning X promptly dove into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Little Bai, don't be afraid." The dazed Lao Zhang, who had been pushed aside, wore a perplexed expression. Tingxiao, feeling a headache coming on, waved his hand to signal the driver to leave. The little treasure, still mired in feelings of neglect, shook his head vigorously. Tingxiao was not angry. He simply stated softly, "You must understand that girls do not wish for their flawed sides to be seen by those they cherish most." "Ah, the one I cherish most." The little treasure pondered for a few moments before obediently turning away. L's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, how shameless of you to deceive, even child. Do you have matters to attend to?" "I do. I wish for you to experience the searing warmth of this grand light bulb." And with that, he felt the icy chill radiating from his brother. A man, a woman, and a sports car. Surely nothing untoward could occur? His newly acquired 63x zoom camera was finally proving its worth. Chapter 041. Do you want more? What do you intend to do? Upon seeing Ning Xi suddenly take the passenger seat, Ning X clutched the steering wheel, her expression one of protectiveness. Ning Xi reclined against the backrest, his gaze darkening. What did he intend to do? She would be better off not knowing. At this moment, Tingxiao was clad only in a white shirt, and he impatiently unbuttoned the constricting collar, loosening the first, second, and third buttons. Ning X remained vigilant, watching the man beside her as his buttons came undone, gradually revealing a strong and muscular chest. She became entranced, momentarily forgetting her beloved little Bai. Tingxiao, unaware of her gaze, struggled to suppress the absurdity of his jealousy over a car. He retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply, exhaling a long plume of smoke. The moment he produced the cigarette, Ning X could no longer contain herself. She fixed her gaze intently upon him, her eyes tracing his moving throat, his thin lips clasping the white cigarette, and the smoke curling upwards. Ning Xi finally turned his head, only to discover Ning X gazing at him with an insatiable hunger. For a fleeting moment, he was almost deceived by her expression, but then he realized her fixation was not on him, but on the smoke between his lips. In an instant, he understood. She was craving the cigarette. It was as if the old flame paled in comparison, and even the car was rendered insignificant. Now, she was yearning for a mere cigarette. Ning Xi had never felt such defeat and self-doubt in his life. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, he wanted to claim her as his own, yet he was always mindful of her feelings, treading cautiously. Yet, it seemed she had never regarded him with any interest, perpetually maintaining her distance. She would rather cling to someone else's leg than embrace the role of his wife. Some say that an inability to forget an old love signifies that the new affection is lacking. Was he truly insufficient? Had she sunk so low as to drown her sorrows over the one who had forsaken her? He understood that the best approach to win her over was to proceed gradually, yet he had not anticipated that his resolve would crumble so easily, that a mere flicker of jealousy could unravel him. As he held the cigarette, Ning Xi's thoughts churned, his gaze reflecting the ember's glow. His deep voice resonated in the confines of the car. "Do you wish to smoke?" Without hesitation, Ning X nodded, unable to discern whether her attraction lay with the cigarette or the man before her. Ning Xi flicked the ash off the cigarette, taking another drag under Ning X's fervent gaze. The next moment, he suddenly leaned in, his lips imbued with the scent of tobacco, landing firmly against hers. Ning X's eyes widened in shock as the intense flavor of smoke intertwined with the man's icy breath enveloped her. Moments later, her lips parted, and a wisp of smoke slipped into her mouth. Caught off guard, she began to cough uncontrollably. The cigarette had dwindled to half its length, while Ning Xi, maintaining a serene demeanor, took another puff, observing the girl beside him as tears welled in her eyes from her incessant coughing, rendering her even more enticing to his predilections. "Do you want more?" Chapter 042. Good night, my girl. Ning X, still reeling from the smoke, shot an indignant glare at the man, her expression akin to that of a wronged child. His amused chuckle at her expression caused Ning Xi to smile softly, a ripple of mirth dancing in his eyes. He extinguished the cigarette, cleared his mouth of smoke, then leaned in once more, tilting his head to brush against her lips. Instinctively, Ning X attempted to flee, only to be ensnared by his hand, which grasped her waist to prevent her escape. His low, husky voice teased her ear, "This time, I want to make you choke." As soon as the words left his lips, a kiss laden with the taste of smoke swept over her senses, engulfing her entirely. Ning X found herself lost in the kiss, her mind whirling as if adrift in a fog. The only clarity she possessed was the realization that this man, who enveloped her within his embrace, was far more perilous than the smoke. With a sudden thud, the back of the seat reclined, followed by the heat of the man's body pressing against her. The air was gradually stolen from her lungs, and Ning X felt her consciousness dimming further, until she succumbed completely to the depths of oblivion. The little treasure beneath her suddenly lay still and unresponsive. Ning Xi, panting lightly, lifted his head, only to find her sleeping soundly, even emitting the faintest snore. His crimson gaze abruptly darkened, and the fury that had surged within him dissipated entirely. How absurd! Why am I quarreling with a drunken person? It had only been 3 days. They had only known each other for 3 days. Why was he in such a rush? The allure of this girl was utterly inexplicable. The first time he saw her, he felt a euphoric sense of reclaiming something lost. Meeting her was akin to reuniting with an old friend. In the warehouse of that bar, the moment he lifted her into his embrace, he felt an illusion of completeness in his otherwise flawed existence, as if she were a treasured gem he had unwittingly lost. He yearned for her to be wholly his, not wishing to delay even for a moment. Fearing the thought of losing her entirely, he chose to wait. Tingxiao retrieved a blanket and a pillow from behind, adjusted the air conditioning, and lay beside her, gently kissing her forehead. "Good night, my girl." The following morning, Ning Xi awoke in a warm embrace. Raising her hand to rub her eyes, she was surprised to see through the glass window above her a lush canopy of green leaves. The bright morning light streamed through the gaps, warming her skin, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. "Where am I?" she wondered, casting her gaze around. She was astonished to find herself inside a car, more specifically, nestled in Tingxiao's arms. "Oh my goodness!" She nearly leaped up, only to bump her head against the car roof, causing her to wince in pain. How on earth did I end up here? What happened last night? The scene before her left little room for misunderstanding. "What are you thinking?" She anxiously nibbled on her fingers, her mind a chaotic whirl. Instinctively, she blurted, I can't believe I might have ended up in a compromising situation with the Demon King last night. That's terrifying. The Demon King in a compromising situation? If that were the case, do you think you would have the energy to be so lively first thing in the morning? Came a voice filled with irritation. Ning Xi suddenly realized Tingxiao had awoken at some point, causing her to jump in fright, nearly hitting her head again, but thankfully, he was swift enough to protect her with his hand. "Call me by my name," Tingxiao said coolly. She would refer to him as Mr. Lu when she was being insincere and as Xiao Yi when she was scared. He disliked both. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. But Ning Xi felt that Tingxiao had changed in some way overnight. As she inadvertently caught sight of the deep bite marks on the back of his hand, she instinctively asked, "Tingxiao, what happened to your hand?" He glanced at the small bite marks, a smirk playing on his lips. "What do you think?" Ning Xi swallowed hard. Those bite marks seemed eerily familiar. "Did I do that?" she queried cautiously. "Think I'm framing you? You could always bite again for comparison." Tingxiao suggested, extending his hand toward her. Ning Xi was utterly bewildered. You went into the ladies' room?" She felt a wave of guilt wash over her. The Demon King had made quite the sacrifice. "Because you were unwilling to part with your little treasure," Tingxiao remarked nonchalantly, emphasizing the phrase little treasure. Ning Xi stole a glance at the man she had long admired, instantly believing his words. "I'm truly sorry for causing you trouble," she said weakly. Having only moved in the previous evening and already encountering so much turmoil, she felt genuinely remorseful. Tingxiao did not respond to her apology, but instead posed an unrelated question. "Why did you drink so much last night?" Upon hearing this, Ning Xi's expression soured. Noticing the sudden shift in her demeanor, the beast that lay dormant within Tingxiao began to stir. Ning Xi typically did not share her troubles with others, but perhaps the weight of her feelings had become too burdensome. She leaned back, gazing at the verdant canopy above, murmuring, "I fear I may have lost the role of Mengchanga." A flicker of surprise crossed Tingxiao's face. "What? It was just a minor supporting role. Yet you wouldn't understand how much effort I put in to secure it or how elated I was to land it. You all have no idea," she continued, hastily raising a hand to shield her eyes. Tingxiao had always assumed her emotional outbursts were due to Su Yan. But now he realized the truth. She was not sorrowful because of Su Yan, but rather because she had lost the opportunity. His previously gloomy mood lifted instantly, and upon seeing her distressed expression, his heart tightened. How could he not understand the significance of her dreams? Otherwise, she would not have chosen the arduous path over an easier one. "Do not be disheartened. You have done exceptionally well," Tingxiao said, cradling her head gently against his chest. It turned out the true culprit behind her troubles was not Su Yan, but rather Ning Yaohua, the principal investor in the production Tingxiao, who held the power to dismiss roles. Anyone who dared to bully his girl, even if she were his biological father, would not be spared. Once her emotions had settled, Ning Xi realized she'd spent a good half-hour weeping in Tingxiao's embrace. How absurd. She hadn't cried in 5 years, except when necessary for acting. "Oh no, I've stained your shirt," she said, glancing at the damp fabric with embarrassment. Tingxiao smiled slightly. "It is an honor." Ning Xi stood frozen, her heart racing, utterly taken aback. She had always believed Tingxiao to be a genius with high intelligence, but low emotional understanding. To her astonishment, he was quite adept at charming women. Jealousy surged within her. He was even better at flirting than she was. With an effortless motion, Tingxiao reached out to smooth her slightly disheveled hair. "What are your plans now? Looking for a strong shoulder to lean on?" Ning Xi blinked in confusion. "Huh? Looking for what?" "Last night, you mentioned wanting a robust thigh to hold on to, and you seemed dissatisfied with mine," he said, his gaze laden with meaning. Coughing awkwardly, Ning Xi nearly choked on her own saliva. What on earth had transpired last night? "Please don't take my words seriously. I was just tipsy." "How could your thigh not be robust? You are the most formidable man in the capital," she flattered, only to realize her words could be misinterpreted. Tingxiao, pleased by the flattery, his eyes sparkling with amusement, asked, "Then why not embrace it?" Ning Xi stammered, struggling to formulate a response. After exiting the vehicle, Tingxiao halted suddenly beside the car door. "What's wrong?" Ning Xi inquired, scratching her head. Tingxiao strode purposefully toward a nearby thicket. Curiosity piqued, Ning Xi followed, only to discover Lu Jingli sprawled out in the grass, sound asleep with a camera in his arms. She knew that Tingxiao had not only a talent agency, but also over 300 media outlets, making Lu Jingli a figure of authority among paparazzi. Yet this was excessive. He even pried into his own brother's gossip. Ning Xi's lips twitched, contemplating whether to wake him. Should we rouse him? He might catch a cold sleeping like this. Tingxiao nodded and delivered a gentle kick. Ah! Lu Jingli yelped, jolting awake. Why is the glass in this car so unscientific? I've tried every method, yet I couldn't see inside. Tingxiao looked down at his foolish brother and said, "Come to my study later. I have something to discuss with you." Ning Xi thought to herself, why was he so familiar with his brother's stamina and time management? It could easily lead to misunderstandings. Well, he often beats me up for an entire night, Lu Jingli replied, scratching his head. All right, you win. Upon returning to the guest room, Tingxiao had prepared for her. Ning Xi found herself utterly speechless. In the span of a mere half day and one night, he had truly redecorated the entire room. The original style of the house was characterized by a clean and crisp cool color palette, which is now transformed into a warm and inviting atmosphere. Not only that, but the cabinets are filled with an entire row of clothes, all in her size, ranging from pajamas to casual wear, evening gowns, and an array of exquisite accessories. All top-tier limited editions. It is simply ostentatious and extravagant. Chapter 45. A gesture of gratitude. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Tingxiao stood behind her. Ning Xi rubbed her forehead, realizing this was not merely a matter of satisfaction. What is the issue then? Mr. Lu, please call me by my name. Very well. Tingxiao, do you not think you are being excessively generous towards me? So generous that I cannot help but think of it inappropriately. You finally recognize my kindness towards you. Tingxiao wore an expression of mentorship. Ning Xi interjected. Speaking of which, Tingxiao paused and gazed at her. Or do you prefer I express my gratitude in another manner? Realizing her own overthinking, the weight in Ning Xi's heart finally lifted. She hurriedly waved her hand. No. This is perfectly fine, truly. As for other forms of gratitude, she would rather pass. A person like Tingxiao was from an entirely different world than hers. If he were to learn of her sordid past, perhaps he would not even allow her to see Xiao Bao again. The time is still early. Rest for a while. We will head downstairs for breakfast shortly. All right. After Tingxiao left, Ning Xi lay on the comfortable bed, utterly unable to sleep. How could one awaiting dire news find rest? Even if the directors were pleased with her, could they withstand the pressure from the investors? She could no longer afford to be passive. Ning Xi sat up and opened her computer to log in. What AI and I Zima, Yi Yao Wang, oh. What brings the illustrious Ning Xi to seek out a mere commoner like me? What AI and I Zima, do you have money? Could you lend me 800,000? Yu Yao Wang, what has happened? What AI and I Zima, can we skip the reasons? Yu Yao Wang, my funds have just been invested in a vineyard. It may take some time. What AI and I Zima, how long? Yu Yao Wang, 3 days. What AI and I Zima, thank you. Yu Yao Wang, haha, darling, this is your first time asking me for help. Yu Yao Wang, Ning Xi, you truly are heartless. Watching the dimming avatar of Yu Yao Wang, Ning Xi felt a pang of unease. If it weren't absolutely necessary, she would prefer not to owe anyone favors, especially not someone she had once been romantically involved with. She understood that her approach of equivalent exchange hurt the other party's feelings, yet she felt she had no choice. As for emotions, she had long since relinquished any desire for them. Regarding why she did not borrow from Tingxiao, she had already entangled herself enough with the Lu family and did not wish to delve deeper, especially concerning money. An hour later, Ning Xi finally received a phone call. It was from Chongli. Ning Xi clenched her fist and took a deep breath before answering. Hello? Don't forget, we start filming at 9 in the morning. You'll need to take a taxi. I have to take care of Shui Luo and cannot attend to you. Anyway, you are quite capable and don't need my help. Chongli's tone was as acerbic as ever, yet today it seemed particularly harsh, as if Ning Xi owed her 800,000. What? Start filming? Ning Xi was taken aback. Are you still half asleep? Hurry up, you're not allowed to be late on the first day. Chongli's impatience was evident as she hung up. Ning Xi quickly got out of bed, pacing around her room, before finally dialing the director's number. Hello, Director Gua. I apologize for disturbing you so early. I have a question. You wish to inquire about Ning Dong's intention to replace you, correct? Yes. Ning Xi's heart sank. Ning Yaohua had indeed spoken. Chapter 46. You are my angel Ning Xi. Both producer Wang and scriptwriter Yi are very pleased with you. However, reality is harsh. Filming is not merely about passion. The most crucial factor is funding. Sometimes the fate of a role is not ours to decide. Ultimately, who decides? It is the one who invests the most. Ning Xi felt her heart plummet. Had she truly been replaced? Then, why was Chong Li still informing her to come and shoot? Indeed, Ning Dong approached me last night. He believes you're a newcomer and does not agree to use you. Guo Qixing paused. Ning Xi was so anxious that she wished she could pull the director through the phone and shake him, urging him to speak clearly. However, Ning Xi, you are fortunate. Another investor is very optimistic about you and insists that Meng Chang'e must be portrayed by you. Do well. Really? Ning Xi's heart, which had felt like it had fallen, now hung in suspense. She felt as if the director was playing with her. Director Guo, you must be doing this on purpose. You're giving me a heart attack. Haha, why are young people so impatient? Please, just give me a straight answer. Have I been replaced or not? You have not been replaced. That investor has contributed 50 million, which is the total investment of the Ning family and Xinghui combined. So he has the final say. Isn't the investor for this production just the Ning family and Xinghui? How could another one suddenly appear? Ning Xi was puzzled. It is an additional investment. You will find out later. Guo Qixing's tone was exuberant. With an unexpected additional investment of 50 million, the total now reached a staggering 100 million. And since the investor favored Ning Xi, she would not be randomly replaced by an uninformed investor. How could he not be pleased? Thank you, director. Ning Xi hung up, and the door suddenly creaked open, revealing a sleepy Xiao Bao. Ning Xi exclaimed in joy and rushed over to embrace Xiao Bao, kissing him fervently. My darling, you truly are my lucky star. You always help me turn danger into safety. Outside, the formidable Tingxiao looked at his son being enthusiastically kissed by the girl and felt a pang of frustration. Clearly, it was his accomplishment. However, it didn't matter. Seeing the girl's bright smile made everything else inconsequential. Tingxiao approached, asking, "Why are you so happy?" Ning Xi, still holding the slightly dazed Xiao Bao, exclaimed, "The director just told me I want to be replaced. The biggest investor is very optimistic about me. Is that so? Congratulations." Tingxiao replied with a mock seriousness. Ning Xi pondered, stroking her chin, but the director didn't tell me who that investor is. They must be someone with exceptional taste, a discerning eye, and incredibly handsome. Tingxiao chuckled lightly. Is that truly your belief? Xiao Bao, who had just received Ning Xi's affectionate kisses and hugs, was in a remarkably good mood. And even upon hearing the bad news, his little face still radiated happiness as he scampered off to his room. On the whiteboard, he had written, "Keep it up." Ning Xi was so moved she felt like crying. "Thank you, darling. You are truly my angel." Tingxiao gazed at the scene of the two embracing, his eyes filled with unprecedented tenderness. Chapter 47. A deluge of red roses today marks the official start of filming. Set in an outdoor film city. The first scene is a royal banquet, where the emperor receives foreign envoys. The 7th prince, Chu Beichun, and the 7th princess, Shang Wanningrong, cleverly respond to the various provocations from the envoys. Ning Xi, portraying the Defei, has minimal lines and merely needs to sit beside the emperor, serving as a decorative presence. However, even in such a role, wearing layers of ancient attire in this sweltering heat is quite unbearable. Particularly, Ning Xi's costume is the most intricate, not only thick but the headpiece alone weighs several pounds. After a single scene, while it may not be visible from the outside, she is completely drenched inside. As soon as the director called cut, two of Ning Xi's assistants eagerly rushed over, one fanning her while the other handed her water. And an ice pad had already been prepared on her chair. Ning Xi, however, had no assistants attending to her. Once the scene was finished, she had no water to drink, and she still had her own scenes to perform. She could not remove her costume, so she could only loosen a few buttons to allow some air in. Everyone was praising Ning Xi's performance, and the director was full of compliments. But when he turned around, he kept replaying several of Ning Xi's scenes. Though devoid of dialogue and limited to but a few fleeting frames, her gaze was strikingly poignant, captivatingly languorous, imbued with ennui, and tinged with a hint of disdain, as if she were poised to dismantle the very empire around her. Indeed, he could finally breathe easy. At this moment, Little Lee from the crew suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Teacher Ning, your boyfriend has come to visit the set." This Teacher Ning referred to Ning Xiuelo. Approaching with a refreshing casualness was Su Yin, flanked by two subordinates bearing a large box, which they were distributing as ice cream. Wow, it's H. Agendas. Thank you for the treat, young Master Su. How fortunate Ning Xi was. On the very first day, her boyfriend had come to visit. Heavens, must it be so cruelly romantic? With delectable treats at hand, Ning Xi playfully chided, then took a box of ice cream to Ning Xi. Junior sister Ning, you should have some too. Thank you, Ning Xi replied politely. This woman, each time in the presence of others, especially before Su Yan, would don the guise of an angel. She was not weary of it, yet Ning Xi was fatigued merely by observing. Fortunately, her profession was acting, and she was willing to indulge her. Upon returning to her seat, Ning Xi glanced at Su Yan, hesitating before finally voicing her concern. Brother Yan, I am somewhat worried about Xiao Shi. What is the matter with Xiao Shi? Su Yan inquired immediately. Wasn't there a launch party last night? My father attended and encountered Xiao Shi. I did not know what she said to him, but it infuriated him, and he threatened to replace her in the production. How could this be? Su Yan frowned. I am unsure. When I arrived, I merely saw my father livid to the point of turning blue, and after that, it appears Xiao Shi was not replaced. Su Yan cast a glance in Ning Xi's direction, where she sat, drenched in sweat yet diligently poring over her script. Though her face was disheveled under the sunlight, it radiated an undeniable brilliance. Ning Xi continued, appearing troubled. That night, my father called the production team, and they agreed over the phone to replace her. However, unexpectedly, the following morning, an anonymous donation of 50 million was made to the production, with the sole stipulation that the second female lead must be Ning Xi. I worry. As Su Yan listened, his expression grew increasingly grim, ultimately responding with conviction. I know Xiao Shi. She would never engage in such behavior. Brother Yan, you are tu nave. What kind of place is the entertainment industry? Those who enter this circle rarely remain unchanged. I am fortunate to have my father in your support, but Ning Xi, with her family in such disarray and unwilling to accept our help. What could a powerless yet beautiful girl encounter in this realm? Surely you understand? Su Yan was momentarily taken aback, his expression contemplative. Ning Xi, someone is looking for you. At that moment, the crew member suddenly called out excitedly from within. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the source. The spectacle was overwhelming. An avalanche of red roses was being delivered, transforming the set into a crimson sea. Ning Xi clutched a card, her face darkening. The card bore a message. Remember to pick me up at the airport. Wu Yao Wang. Miss Ning, please sign for this. Is it possible to decline? Having all this here is quite disruptive to our work. Ning Xi attempted to politely refuse. That's not possible. We promised the customer that we must witness your signature before we can leave. The delivery man appeared quite troubled. Given the prop master's insistence, Ning Xi, feeling reluctant to trouble the staff, pinched her brow and signed her name. Meanwhile, the onlookers were whispering in envy. Heavens! So many roses. How romantic! Who could have sent them? Do we even need to ask? It must be a suitor. Indeed, such is the treatment of a beauty. On the first day of filming, flowers are bestowed upon her, an entire sea of them. At that moment, Ning Xi's assistant, Chui Kaijing, casually remarked, looking at all this. It can't have cost much. No sooner had she spoken than another approached, requesting to see Ning Xi. This time, it was less extravagant. The visitor carefully handed her a small box. All eyes were filled with curiosity, eager to discover what it contained. Ning Xi opened it with a face full of skepticism, revealing a glimmering diamond nestled within, accompanied by a note that read, "Long time no see." The signature was two letters that made Ning Xi's countenance darken further. Damn, have they conspired together? I merely wish to remain low-key. Why is it so difficult? In a span of mere hours, there were both flowers and diamonds, and the entire crew was in an uproar. My goodness, that diamond is enormous. It's almost blinding. Ning Xi's admirers were fervent. At last, Chui Kaijing fell silent, begrudgingly muttering, "Who knows if it's genuine?" Meanwhile, Ning Xi slumped into a chair, wearied by it all. What was inevitable had come to pass. There was no escaping it. Reluctantly, Ning Xi approached the director to apologize. I'm sorry, Director Guo, for causing trouble for the production. Guo Qixing, however, was unconcerned, waving his hand with a smile. A charming lady deserves a noble suitor. It's no trouble at all. Besides, we're benefiting from your flowers. Not far away, Ning Xi maintained a facade of calm. Yet inwardly, she was seething, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. How could she not be envious? That once rustic country bumpkin now drove men wild and could effortlessly attain what Ning Xi had to toil for. With the next scene yet to commence. Ning, she hurriedly found a corner to make a phone call. Hello, darling, did you receive the items? The voice on the other end was leisurely. Jiangmai, you incorrigible scoundrel. Are you serious? In comparison, Ning Xi was far more irate. TSK, you were the first to receive my roses, yet you wish to scold me? How weighty? Stop trying to change the subject. What exactly do you want? I merely want to remind you to pick me up at the airport. You promised me. You dare ask me to pick you up? Don't you fear I'll bring a 40-meter-long machete to deal with you? Ning Xi suppressed her murderous impulse. Are you trying to back out? The voice on the other end turned icy. My willingness to fetch you is contingent upon your lending me 8 million. But I no longer require it. Didn't I inform you? I don't care. You promised me regardless. Even though it didn't come to fruition. Your initial agreement still stands. You're not one to enjoy being indebted to others. Are you? Isn't this a debt of gratitude? Do I? This is an opportunity for you to become famous at no cost. How many aspiring stars would covet such a chance? No, thank you. Very well. If you choose not to come, I shall inform the world that you dumped me. I no longer care about my reputation. I will seek justice. The voice on the other end exhibited a nonchalant demeanor. Ning Xi felt as if her lungs were about to explode from frustration. The most foolish decision of her life had been to entangle herself with Jiangmai, this calamity. Oh, you think I cannot handle you? A smile crept onto Ning Xi's lips as she chuckled softly. All right, I shall pick you up, but do not regret it. As for Jiangmai, he was relatively unfazed. It was merely that his heart felt discontent at being rejected for the first time, and he sought trouble. Once he had made enough noise, he would let it go. Yet, the real headache was the one who had sent the diamond. Forget it. Whatever comes my way, I shall confront it. Just then, Ning Xi emerged from her corner only to hear Little Li from the crew calling out urgently, causing her to feel an overwhelming urge to flee. Who could it be now? The crew was suddenly invigorated. Could there be something even more explosive? In the corner, Cui Kaijing scoffed. These nouveau riche only know how to throw money around. Miss Xiaoxi, greetings to you. The girl who has arrived this time is timid and appears anxious. Her complexion pallid, as if fearing she has committed some error. Faced with such a fragile creature, Ning Xi found it impossible to unleash her ire. Is there something you wish to discuss? She inquired. I am here to deliver something, the young girl replied, opening a white container reminiscent of a thermos, from which a cool mist wafted forth. Inside, 3 bottles containing vibrant red, yellow, and green juices were revealed. What is this? Ning Xi's lips twitched. Having watched too many palace intrigue dramas, her immediate thought was whether someone intended to poison her. The girl gestured toward a note affixed to the bottle. Ning Xi peeled it off and discovered a single English word accompanied by a heart drawn below. She could easily envision the bashful expression of the sender as they drew that heart, lips pursed in shyness. It's from Xiaobao. Ning Xi's gaze softened instantly, her previously tumultuous emotions settling into tranquility. Her greatest concern had been the precariousness of her nascent career. Being too conspicuous could invite unnecessary troubles and gossip. Reflecting on it now, why should she be concerned about the opinions of those who do not regard her? If she were to constantly heed the gazes of others in this industry, she would surely exhaust herself. In the past, her over-concern for the disdain of so-called elites, the attitudes of her biological parents, and the thoughts of Su Yan had led her to increasingly lose her self-worth. She had long understood this truth, yet momentarily let her emotions falter. As long as she remains true to herself and acts without regret, she shall, one day, prove her worth through her abilities. She fights solely for those who care for her. Please set it down and extend my gratitude to your young master. Ning, she said as she retrieved her phone to send a message to Xiaobao. The crew members, seemingly engrossed in their individual tasks, were actually observing Ning Xi with great curiosity about the contents of her delivery. It appeared they had spotted 3 bottles of juice. After the initial roses, Ning Xi had seemed troubled. After the second delivery of diamonds, her reaction had been one of mild surprise, but this time, she wore an expression of happiness while cheerfully sending a text. The onlookers could not help but exclaim, "Ah, indeed, in this day and age, mere money cannot win the heart of a beauty. It is sincerity that holds true power." Certainly, did the young girl not mention that these juices were made by hand? How sweet. I wager the one who sent the juice will win her heart. Then I shall bet on the diamonds. Why is no one betting on the flowers? After consuming the juice and mung bean soup, Ning Xi was revitalized and ready to return to the set. Meanwhile, at home, taking a break to accompany his son, Tingxiao's phone chimed with a new message from Ning Xi. Opening it, a slight smile crept upon his lips. Darling, thank you for the juice and mung bean soup. They are exceptionally delicious. Salang heyo. Tingxiao found himself absorbed in the message for quite some time before beckoning his son, who was staring out the window in a daze. Xiao Bao, come here. Xiao Bao ignored him. With a soft sigh, Tingxiao remarked, there's a message from your Auntie Xiao Shi. In an instant, Xiao Bao dashed over like a rocket. Eager to grasp the phone, Tingxiao raised the device high. You can see it, but you must call me daddy first. The little bun protested vehemently, refusing to cooperate. It was not until the child nearly burst into tears that Tingxiao relented and handed over the phone, watching his son contentedly engrossed in the device. Tingxiao's expression turned pensive. Perhaps it was due to the rare occurrences of troubles in his life that the heavens had sent Xiao Bao to test him. Xiao Bao was exceptionally bright, speaking at 6 months, and though he was usually quiet, he had not uttered a word since that incident. Tingxiao had missed far too much of his son's childhood, and now that he wished to make amends, he discovered it was too late. He wondered when he would hear his son call him daddy once again. Xiao Bao stared at the phone for a long while, seemingly puzzled by something, then approached his father, pointing at the words "Say Lang Hey Yo," likely asking for their meaning. Pooh, Appa, don't miseducate Xiao Bao with your lack of culture. Sa Lang Hey Yo means I love you in Korean. Jingli bounced over, forming a heart with his hands. Xiao Bao shot his father a disdainful glance before scampering off to continue making juice. Tingxiao, fluent in 12 languages, would have understood had Ning Xi written in Korean. But in this form, he was at a loss. Aren't you supposed to be working? Tingxiao cast a cold glare at Jingli, adopting a boss-like demeanor. Jingli promptly perked up. I have some very important news to report. Tingxiao, uninterested, adopted an expression of indifference. Do you know what news I just received? Today, a suitor for Xiao Shi delivered gifts to the set. That was Xiao Bao delivering juice and mung bean soup. Tingxiao replied nonchalantly. I know, but before our Xiao Bao made his delivery, 2 others presented gifts as well. One bestowed an entire set of red roses, and the other a large diamond. Tingxiao's expression gradually darkened, a stark contrast to the sweltering summer heat. Have you discovered who they are? Tingxiao's demeanor suggested he intended to take lethal action against those responsible. Jingli rapped the table. That's the crux of what I wanted to tell you. Despite my extensive intelligence network, I have been unable to identify those 2 individuals. It seems we must await their next move to uncover their identities. The formidable presence of Tingxiao was already lethal. Could he truly bide his time until they struck again? Without hesitation, Tingxiao dialed a number. His tone as frigid as a breeze from a glacier. Chung Feng, I need you to investigate 2 individuals. Jingli's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow. Even the Jin Yi is mobilized. His brother's intelligence network was certainly not comparable to his gossip network. Even the faintest trace could uncover a person's secrets. Brother, I have long told you that Ning Xi's past is far from simple. Do you believe me now? Perhaps you should also have Chung Feng investigate her thoroughly. Tingxiao dismissed the suggestion. There's no need. Everyone harbors aspects of their past they wish to keep hidden. He will not pry into what she does not wish to reveal. If she desires to share, she will do so in her own time. At 6 o'clock in the evening, filming finally concluded. Today, as principal scenes primarily featured the male and female leads, leaving Ning Xi with little screen time. Yet she still had to make an appearance as part of the backdrop, spending an entire day as a decorative piece. Serving as mere decoration was exhausting. Laden with such attire, her neck felt as if it might snap, and her body had developed heat rashes. After changing clothes and removing her makeup, she donned a mask and prepared to take the subway. With her current low profile, few recognized her, making the subway a convenient option, free from traffic jams. As she walked toward the station, a black Maserati halted beside her. The window rolled down, revealing Su Yan's smiling face. Xiao Shi, let me give you a ride. Ning Xi thought, what is it with my ex-boyfriend? Can't I have a moment of peace? No, thank you, she replied curtly, continuing forward, unwilling to face the visage that repulsed her. However, Su Yan slowly drove beside her, refusing to leave. Xiao Shi, can we talk? Ning Ti Skofet. What is there to discuss? Do you want me to be embroiled in even more rumors today? Do you wish to be photographed and generate an even larger scandal? Su Yin frowned, unaccustomed to the cold demeanor of the girl who once catered to his every whim. Xiaoxi, that is not what I mean. I genuinely have something important to discuss with you. Continuing to entangle herself with him on the street would likely attract unwanted attention. His conspicuous car made it impossible to remain unnoticed. Ning Xi glanced around, confirming no one was watching, and swiftly opened the car door to get inside. Half an hour later, in a private dining room of a restaurant, Su Yin, appearing resigned, slid a check across the table toward her. Cast a fleeting glance at the 800,000 yuan check, her eyes narrowing slightly. What does this mean? Su Yan's gaze was stern. Xiaoxi, do not engage in actions that you may come to regret. Ning Xi set down her phone, looking at him with a semblance of a smile. Oh, pray tell, what have I done? Then enlighten me. How did you come to this role? Su Yan's tone suddenly intensified. Chapter 052. Healing kisses, what do you believe brought me here? Ning Xi leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms in casual defiance. Su Yan, seemingly at the end of his patience, slammed his hand on the table. Ning Xi, you know better than anyone what kind of challenges girls like you face in the entertainment industry. Why must you wade through this murky water? Girls like me? Ning Xi chuckled lightly. I wonder what identity you hold today to say such things to me. If it had been the old her, she would have likely been hysterical upon hearing such words. Back then, Su Yan had vehemently opposed the idea of his future wife entering the entertainment circle. Yet when it came to Ning Xi, he supported her wholeheartedly, and now he dared to dictate her life. Xiaoxi, even though we have broken up, I have always regarded you as a sister. I simply wish to help you. Can't you stop being so stubborn? Take this money, terminate your contract with Xing Hui, and leave the entertainment industry. Su Yan implored earnestly. Help me? Ning Xi's previously languid gaze suddenly turned icy. As a matter of fact, I do have a favor I need from you, Su Yan. I hope you can help me inform the Ning family of the truth, and testify in court against Ning Xiulaw for bribing 2 men to assault me. Will you assist me with this? Xiaoxi, Su Yan's complexion drained of color. If I do that, Xiulaw will be ruined. Besides, back then, it was merely an incomplete act. You entered the wrong room, and what happened afterward involved other people. Su Yan frowned. Xiaoxi, that is not my intention. Both Xiulaw and I have apologized to you for this matter. Over the years, we have tried our utmost to make amends. Why can't you let it go? Ning Xi stood up, bag in hand. Oh, you want me to let it go? When your Xiulaw was assaulted and carried his child, you could shake hands with the perpetrator and wear the green hat while demanding me to forgive you. Su Yan's expression changed abruptly. Ning Xi, how can you say such things? Oh, I merely speak my mind, and you seem so pained. You don't comprehend the hurt unless it befalls you, do you? Expecting me to forgive you? I am no saint. After hurling her words, Ning Xi strode away. What a stroke of misfortune. She should not have engaged in conversation with Su Yan. The disgust lingered to the point she couldn't even eat dinner that night. As Ning Xi reached the entrance of the Liu residence, she spotted a soft, fluffy little bun racing towards her. It seemed to have been waiting at the window for her since early morning. Ning Xi was instantly healed, as she typically bestowed upon the little bun a grand kiss. Darling, have you eaten? I texted you not to wait for me and to eat obediently. Did you listen? The little bun nodded. Such a good child. Ning Xi rewarded it with another kiss. Go play for now. Annie will go change and take a shower. The little bun nodded in agreement. Hand in hand, they walked towards the door. On the second-floor window, Tingxiao gazed down at the scene, feeling a twinge of melancholy. He had never known he could be so envious, to the point of even feeling jealousy toward his own son. Yet, he could only observe from afar. Upon returning to her room, the first thing Ning Xi did was remove her bra. In the sweltering summer, wearing such a contraption was nothing short of torture. As she unfastened the clasp at the back and was pulling it off, she heard the door creak open behind her. Tingxiao, having just begun to speak, froze in place, his hand still in the act of pushing the door open, his expression one of shock as he beheld the scene inside. Chapter 053. Have I amused you? The unfortunate part was that today, she wore a specially customized bra, each side emblazoned with a conspicuous Superman logo. Tingxiao had evidently noticed, as his brows slightly furrowed, but he remained a gentleman, suppressing further astonishment, and cleared his throat. Apologies, I thought the door was closed. No worries, it's my fault for leaving it open. Ning Xi feigned calmness as she yanked the bra from her body, tucking it beneath the covers. She waved her hand. Ah, It's so hot in summer. The troubles of women are something men will never understand. So, did you need something from me? What date? I encountered someone particularly unpleasant and just exchanged a few words. Ning Xi grumbled in exasperation. Hearing her tone, it was evident that it was not a date. And Tingxiao's demeanor softened. I left food for you. Come down to eat after your shower. Actually, I can manage the meal on my own. Ning Xi replied bashfully. That doesn't matter. Just eat. All right then. After Tingxiao left, Ning Xi promptly locked the door. She had not realized she was not at her own home and had made such a rookie mistake. She would need to be more cautious in the future. After her shower and dinner, Ning Xi comfortably nestled in bed, browsing the news online, while the little bun rested at the table, engrossed in a hefty book. Ning Xiaoluo publicly declared her affection for her handsome and wealthy boyfriend, while Zhao Yingdi exhibited overt jealousy. Ning Xiaoluo praised her junior, Ning Xi, for her beauty and talent. Ning Xi was rightfully crowned as the most beautiful woman in the entertainment industry, overshadowing Jia Qingqing. The opening ceremony of Tingxiao saw Meng Chang'e outshining everyone else in attendance. On the first day of filming, Ning Xiaoluo's handsome and wealthy boyfriend thoughtfully visited the set. A detailed account of the new flower, Ning Xi, and her affluent suitors filled the scene with red roses on the first day of filming. Up to this point, everything seemed normal, but it soon took a turn for the worse, evolving into rumors of Ning Xi being kept, with whispers of her entanglements and chaotic private life. At the filming site, Ning Xi had already prepared herself, so she remained calm upon seeing these headlines. She understood that regardless of the incident with Jiang Mai, her image would inevitably attract such gossip. Those scandalous articles were filled with ambiguous wording and lacked concrete evidence. The fear was that if a story was repeated often enough, regardless of its veracity, it would be believed. Do you need assistance? Tingxiao's voice broke through her thoughts. Ning, she sat up, resting her chin on her hand with a smile. Luda, will you grant me a boon? Why not? Tingxiao handed her and the little bun a glass of milk. Yours is low-fat. Thank you. Ning, she accepted the glass in surprise and added, I appreciate your kindness, but it's unnecessary. I believe time will prove everything. I trust you, Tingxiao replied. Ning, she paused, then face-bombed in exasperation. Tingxiao, has anyone ever told you that you are quite adept at charming women? Charming women? Tingxiao's expression flickered with confusion, clearly unfamiliar with such modern vernacular. Yes, it means to make a girl happy, Ning Xi explained succinctly. Upon hearing this, a hint of amusement danced in Tingxiao's eyes. I am pleased with your assessment. Does that imply I have successfully amused you? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere turned palpably intimate. Ning Xi felt her cheeks flush, inwardly chastising herself for broaching such a perilous topic. Fortunately, Tingxiao always knew when to retreat. I will be in the study reviewing documents. You two remember to rest early. Good night. Goldniket, Ninkirepliet. The little bun, though silent, wore an expression that screamed, please leave. Don't interrupt my time with Annie Ning Xi. Chapter 054. A sister-in-law the next morning, after Ning Xi's departure, Tingxiao, feeling uneasy, called Lu Jingli. Send someone to keep an eye on the production team. Brother, are you worried someone will bully your sister-in-law? These are all necessary trials on the road to fame. It will benefit her to gain some experience. Without these, how could she stand on her own in the future? Lu Jingli imitated Tingxiao's usual tone when educating him. Tingxiao replied, she does not need it. The implication was clear. He would protect her. Lu Jingli chuckled, regarding the disparity in treatment towards his elder brother. Lu Jingli felt a wave of melancholy. He recalled that back in the day, without a moment's hesitation, you had cast me into the chaotic world of Shengshi, forbidding anyone from offering me assistance. How things have changed. Very well. I shall send someone to keep watch. Yes, you. Not a single hair on her head will be harmed. Next month, I will grant you a week of vacation, Tingxiao suddenly declared. What did you just say, brother? Lu Jingli thought he had misheard. You would actually give me a vacation, an entire week. It has been 3 years since you last allowed me a break. Do you not desire it? Ultimately, he concluded that the issue lay within the two words, sister-in-law. Was it merely because he addressed Ning Xi as sister-in-law? This vacation was indeed a bittersweet source of joy for him. Young master, Dr. Qin has arrived, announced a maid from outside the study. Standing beside the maid was a tall man in simple casual attire, his visage gentle and his smile warm, exuding an aura of approachability. Tingxiao ended the call and turned to greet the newcomer. You're here, please take a seat. Qin Mufeng placed his bag down and settled onto the sofa. What's the matter? Is Xiaobao not well? The kitchen? Qin Mufeng raised an eyebrow and then strolled towards the kitchen. Tingxiao provided a brief explanation. As Qin Mufeng listened, his expression shifted from concern to elation. This could be a blessing in disguise for Xiaobao. I've mentioned before that his current state is too devoid of desire. If he can find a motivating interest, it would greatly aid his recovery. Moreover, he is still very much alive. Did you not consider keeping that girl around as a nanny or tutor for him? Tingxiao replied. She will be Xiaobao's future mother. Qin Mufeng stared at Tingxiao's impassive face in astonishment. What did you just say? Are you doing this for Xiaobao or for yourself? Tingxiao's frigid demeanor seemed to thaw slightly as he gazed out the window and slowly remarked, Dr. Qin, I believe your previous conclusion was correct. Have you developed feelings for this girl? Qin Mufeng exclaimed with excitement. I knew my judgment wouldn't be wrong. How could you not? Tell me what the situation is. Do you feel your heart race and blood boil when you see her, yearning to approach her, to be intimate with her? Tingxiao lowered his gaze, pondering seriously for a moment before nodding. Essentially correct. Chapter 055. Everyone wants to teach him how to woo women. He had once asked Qin Mufeng what it felt like to like someone, to which Qin Mufeng replied, You will know when you meet that person. At the time, he thought such words were too abstract. However, upon meeting Ning Xi, he realized the truth in them. Congratulations. Many may go a lifetime without encountering such a person. Qin Mufeng sincerely congratulated his old friend. Besides heterosexuality, homosexuality, and bisexuality, there exists a sexual orientation known as asexuality. Asexuality does not stem from physical ailments or uncertainty in gender orientation, nor does it indicate a fear of intimacy. It simply signifies a lack of interest. 5 years ago, his mother had even urged Lu Jingli to medicate him for this condition. This must be a double blessing. When will I be invited to your wedding? Qin Mufeng teased. I'm working on it. When this topic arose, the typically unflappable Tingxiao displayed a rare hint of uncertainty. Qin Mufeng was surprised to find that it was an ongoing process. I thought that once President Lu took action, it would surely be a matter of the past. It seems the girl you fancy is indeed extraordinary. So, you summoned me to seek my guidance on how to pursue her? Although my practical experience cannot compare to the second young master, my theoretical knowledge is quite extensive. Why did everyone wish to instruct him on how to win over women? Tingxiao's expression darkened slightly. That is unnecessary. I primarily wish to ascertain the impact of her presence on Xiaobao. After Deist, Qin Mufeng commenced with serious matters. Every situation has its duality. While this is indeed a positive development, you previously mentioned that Xiaobao caused quite a ruckus just to see her, so the focus should be on how you guide him. Regardless of your personal motives, temporarily keeping her in the household is a sound strategy. My next suggestion is to have that girl assist by taking Xiaobao out more often, and when the time is right, perhaps even enroll him in school, allowing him to gradually lead a normal life. I spent 2 years attempting to achieve this, and she may succeed where I could not. Understood, I'll give it a try. In the film studio, as Ning Xi entered the set, the surrounding whispers abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned towards her with peculiar gazes. It seemed the gossip had already spread. In a corner, someone sneered, What's this? Just a newcomer. Yet she arrived so late. Have you seen how early Teacher Ning arrived? In truth, Ning Xi's timing was perfectly reasonable. It was Ning Xiulaw who had arrived far too early. Teacher Ning, you and Ning Xi are in the same company. Is the gossip circulating online true? Some even say she has slept with many in our crew for this role. How shameless. Does Xinghui not care about such unethical competition? Faced with a multitude of inquiries, Ning Xiulaw's expression displayed a faint sense of helplessness as she sighed. Everyone relies on their own capabilities. The company 1T intervened. After speaking, she suddenly seemed to realize she had misspoken and added hastily, I don't mean to imply that Junior's sister truly did those things. One cannot trust online rumors. However, saying this at that moment only drew more suspicion, confirming to everyone that the rumors were, in fact, true. It was only when the director arrived to urge everyone to take their positions and commence filming that the idle chatter subsided. The innocent expression on Ning Xiulaw's face vanished in an instant as she called her assistant over and quietly inquired, How did the task I assigned you go? Don't worry, Sister Xiulaw, it's all set. You mentioned she has a metal allergy, right? I discreetly added metallic powder to the makeup artist's puff while no one was looking. her entire face will be a mess. Chapter 056. A punch hitting Cotton today. Ning Xi was set to film a dance scene. Unlike the heavy attire from yesterday, today's costume was light and airy, allowing her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Upon entering the makeup room, Ning Xi was momentarily taken aback to see Jia Qingqing. She had thought Jia Qingqing would not show up. Previously, Jia Qingqing had been eliminated from the audition for the second female lead, and the director had invited her to play the third female lead, Xian Fei. The third female lead was also a captivating beauty, but her role was considerably less than Ning Xi's, and within the storyline, she was often at the mercy of Ning Xi's character. Although her agent had accepted the invitation for Jia Qingqing, she was profoundly displeased, even skipping the opening ceremony, and rumors circulated that she might abandon the role altogether. Ning Xi surmised that Jia Qingqing had likely returned upon hearing that the production had secured a significant investment, as it was indeed a grand production backed by $1 billion. As Jia Qingqing was getting her makeup done, she immediately cast a cold glare at Ning Xi through the mirror, showing no concealment of her disdain. Like Ning Xi, she was supported by a wealthy father, which allowed her to act arrogantly on set, earning herself a poor reputation. However, her online army had successfully whitewashed her image, branding her as a straightforward and genuine person, even crafting a facade of being the most beautiful woman in the entertainment industry. Thus, for Ning Xi, who had not only stolen her role, but also overshadowed her reputation, Jia Qingqing naturally harbored deep animosity. Oh, isn't this our entertainment industry's top beauty? With so many wealthy patrons supporting you, why are you here squeezing into the same makeup room as us little artists? Jia Qingqing's face was twisted with malicious sarcasm. Ning Xi remained unfazed, calmly finding a chair to sit down and peruse her script, showing no sign of being affected. She had a characteristic trait. Once she arrived on set, all her focus shifted to work, and nothing could disturb her state of mind. Ning Xi, what do you mean by ignoring me? Jia Qingqing exclaimed as she slammed her comb down. Ning Xi continued to read her script, seemingly oblivious to her presence. At that moment, a nearby makeup artist, unable to bear the tension, cleared her throat and remarked, Ning Xi's wearing headphones. She probably didn't hear you. Jia Qingqing finally noticed the two tiny white earbuds nestled in Ning Xi's ears, instantly feeling as though she had struck a fist into a cloud of cotton. This wretched woman, who could tell if she was truly unaware or merely feigning ignorance? Ning Xi was, of course, being deliberate. The moment she laid eyes on Jia Qingqing, she had promptly inserted her earbuds, pretending to be oblivious. In such circumstances, any conflict would bring her no benefit, regardless of who was right or wrong. How convenient this was. Miss Jia is all set. Are you satisfied? The makeup artist's tone was cautious, clearly aware that this particular individual was difficult to please. Not satisfied. Reapply the makeup, Jia Qingqing declared without even glancing her way. May I ask what you were dissatisfied with? The makeup artist inquired. Everything. The makeup artist's face stiffened at that, but she could only obediently start the process of removing and redoing the makeup. Seeing that Ning Xi was completely disregarding her, Jia Qingqing's ire flared even more, and she relentlessly picked at the makeup artist. The makeup artist dared not show any displeasure towards Jia Qingqing and instead cast a resentful glance at Ning Xi in the corner. She was well aware that Jia Qingqing's ire was directed at Ning Xi, and she was merely an unfortunate bystander. Aside from the lead actors who had their own makeup rooms, everyone else shared a single space, meaning that as long as Jia Qingqing was not finished, Ning Xi could only wait idly. Ultimately, it was not until Jia Qingqing's manager came in to hurry her that she reluctantly departed, casting a fierce glare at Ning Xi before she left. When it came time for Ning Xi to be made up, the makeup artist slammed her tools down, her expression cold as she called out loudly, Ning Xi, come over for your makeup. Ning Xi set aside her script and walked over. Thank you for your trouble. Just as the makeup artist was about to reluctantly begin, Ning Xi glanced at her tools and suddenly raised her hand to stop her. What are you doing? Ning Xi replied politely, Sister, may I use my own cosmetics? My skin is rather sensitive, and I might have an allergic reaction to other brands. No, that's not how it works. If the effects turn out poorly, will you take responsibility? Weren't you fine yesterday? The makeup artist's impatience was evident, her expression suggesting that this was just another hassle. Ning Xi discreetly pulled out a red envelope from her bag, pressing it into the palm of her hand. Sister, please make an exception. After all, we rely on our faces in this profession. I am merely being cautious. Of course, I would want to implicate you. In this industry, there are no eternal enemies. The mood of the makeup artist brightened considerably upon receiving the generous envelope. When she applied makeup for Ning Xi, she put in extra effort, and the final result surpassed that of the previous day. After the makeup artist left, Ning Xi crossed her arms and scrutinized the costume she was to wear, then pulled out a large magnet from her bag, meticulously checking her clothing as if for security. Afterward, she inspected her shoes as well. Thankfully, everything seemed in order. Compared to Ning Xi, who had always been sheltered from the harsh realities of life, Ning Xi had navigated the industry's lower echelons for many years and had seen much. How could she be so easily deceived by such petty tricks? Once Ning Xi changed into her costume, the dance instructor hired by the director was already waiting outside. While other scenes were being filmed, Ning Xi followed the instructor to learn the dance moves. Once the filming concluded, the director approached to assess her progress. Ning Xi, how have you fared? I noticed you have a background in dance from your profile, so I thought a half day should suffice. If not, I can give you a few more days. It should be fine, Ning Xi replied, cautious not to overstate her capabilities. Guo Qixing turned to the dance instructor. Zheng Laosher, what do you think? The dance instructor chuckled. You'll see for yourself shortly. All right, let us begin. Scene 13. The drunken dance of the concubine. Characters: the emperor, the concubine, Xian concubine, and various attendants. Recently, a fresh batch of young maidens had been selected, and the emperor summoned the concubines and maidens to his palace for revelry. The emperor was entirely captivated by the newcomers, leaving even the favored concubine feeling neglected. Before the concubine, the favored one had been Xian concubine, who now relished in the concubine's misfortune. In this harem, it was always the newcomers who smiled while the old favorites wept. Did she really think her beauty would secure the emperor's heart for a lifetime? I shall see how long her pride lasts. Perhaps because the concubine was portrayed by Ning Xi, the usually lackluster performance of Jia Qingqing as Xian concubine was unexpectedly commendable, garnering the director's satisfaction. Ning Xi lounged on the concubine chair, sipping wine, surrounded by a cacophony of revelry, yet she felt as though she were in another realm. The strong liquor coursed down her crimson lips, trickling down her graceful neck and into the inviting depths of her attire. The scene was exquisite, capturing the undivided attention of all the men present. The cameraman zoomed in for a close-up, as the winds swept through the valleys and the rains fell upon the village. Ning Xi began to recite poetry, her intoxicated demeanor causing her to sway unsteadily. In the next moment, she tossed aside her wine cup and, in a disordered flurry, began to dance. The warmth of the fire is inviting, as I remain indoors with my companion. Her supple waist resembled a willow branch, bending gracefully before snapping back with vigor, the ethereal gauze of her attire fluttering in the breeze, her gaze captivating and enchanting. Alone in a desolate village, I do not lament, I still think of defending my country on the watchtower. She seized the wine jug from the table and drank deeply. The dazzling array of her movements resembled not so much a dance as a battle dance on the battlefield, transforming her from an enchanting fairy into a commanding general, more breathtaking than before. The concubine's true identity was that of the female General Meng Chang'e, whose family had fought for the nation for generations, only to meet a tragic end, leaving her as the sole survivor. She had infiltrated the inner palace not only to eliminate her enemies, but also to overturn the realm. Unbeknownst to the emperor, who remained blissfully unaware of the danger, he was entranced by her beauty, holding his wine cup motionless, utterly captivated. Witnessing the rekindled fervor and obsession in the emperor's eyes, Xian concubine and the other favored maidens were filled with envy. As the night deepened, she repeated the final line thrice, the first in a daze, the second in sorrow, and the last with resolute finality. As her words faded, she provocatively leaned into the emperor's embrace, ensnaring his heart, and resolutely continued on her path of vengeance. As the scene concluded, the director nearly forgot to call cut. Cut. Excellent. Guo Qixing was the first to applaud. Ning Xi's dance was remarkable, very professional, and most impressively, she conveyed precisely what I wanted. Everyone's expressions were equally commendable. Lao Feng, you needn't comment, but Jia Qingqing, that expression was utterly on point. Jia Qingqing's face darkened, her countenance as black as the bottom of a pot. Was it not on point? Her jealousy was palpable. The actor portraying the emperor, Feng Yibao, a seasoned veteran, had collaborated with countless beauties and could not help but chuckle. Director Gua, I was genuinely dumbfounded just now. It was no act. I have always said that my junior sister possesses great talent. Ning Xi, a bystander, praised while internally grinding her teeth in frustration. As soon as the session concluded, Ning Xi summoned her assistant aside for an interrogation. The assistant appeared flustered. I personally added it, and even included a bit in the blush, eyeshadow, and highlighter. Could it be that it hasn't manifested yet? Ning Xi shot her a glare. Impossible. If she had come into contact with those products, she would have developed red spots within half an hour. I once used this method to make Ning Xi embarrass herself at her birthday banquet. It's possible she simply didn't use those cosmetics, the assistant suggested weakly. Useless. Could you not prepare a backup plan? Why didn't you tamper with her clothing as well? I didn't think of it at the time. Sister Xi, please don't be angry. I promise I won't fail again next time. Ning Xi suppressed her anger. This was merely an accident, and there would be ample opportunities in the future. Perhaps she would not even need to intervene. As Jia Qingqing's gaze at Ning, she brimmed with a hunger for vengeance. Huh, Ning Xi, do you think this role is so easily attained? The higher you rise, the harder you shall fall. Chapter 059. The charismatic male second lead, the director, concerned about her unstable mindset, rushed to comfort her before leaving. Ning Xi, do not fret. Your male second lead will join the crew next month. The best is yet to come. Ning Xi forced a smile and inquired, Director, who exactly is portraying my male second lead? You've been keeping it a secret since the start of filming, not even a whisper to the media. Are we not allowed to discuss it either? We mustn't reveal it. What if you accidentally let it slip? But I can assure you, he is quite the celebrity. Guo Qixing replied enigmatically. Nearby, Jia Qingqing scoffed upon overhearing, muttering disdainfully, it's just a male second lead. How impressive could he possibly be? No one can surpass the renowned actor Zhao Xizhou, right? Shualuo Jia, would you agree? Ning Xi smiled, but remained silent, clearly sharing the sentiment that the director was exaggerating. Ning Xi chose to disregard Jia Qingqing's mockery and continued to press Guo Qixing. But is he handsome? Surely you can share that much. The male second lead in the script is a handsome healer who makes all the young ladies in the capital feign illness. Given her numerous intimate scenes with a male second lead, which included playful banter and several bed scenes, it was only natural for her to be concerned about his appearance. Rest assured, he will meet your expectations. Just try not to faint from excitement. Is that truly the case? Director Gua, do not deceive me. I might take you seriously. Days flew by, and soon it was August. She had been residing at the Lu residence for 2 weeks, growing increasingly fond of Xiao Bao, and the filming process was progressing smoothly. Ning Xi and Jia Qingqing had formed an alliance, frequently attempting small tricks against her. Although she managed to see through each one, the constant vigilance was exhausting, prompting her to seek an opportune moment for a decisive resolution. Strangely, she sensed that someone in the crew was subtly aiding her. On numerous occasions when she overlooked something, she received discreet hints. Perhaps someone was displeased with Jia Qingqing's arrogant demeanor, but Ning Xi thought little of it. Currently, her greatest headache was the impending task of picking up a certain bothersome individual from the airport. Throughout the day on set, she had been bombarded with reminders from him. Surprised by her own thoughts, Ning Xi realized that in just over half a month, she had grown accustomed to interacting with Tingxiao in such a manner. The two of them, along with Xiao Bao, felt like a family of 3 living together. If you're not around, he refuses to go out with me. Well then, let us go together next time. Tingxiao set down his newspaper and looked at her, his gaze inscrutable. Is it a friend? I suppose so, Ning Xi replied, nodding awkwardly. Is it a man or a woman? That question seems a bit intrusive, doesn't it? Chapter 060. Love you for 1,000 years, Ning. She was not oblivious to Tingxiao's unusual attitude towards her, yet he always managed to strike a perfect balance, stopping just short of crossing the line. If she were to react too strongly, it might seem overly sentimental. With a feigned lack of awareness of the underlying tension, she nonchalantly remarked, I'm not quite sure yet. I will call you when the time comes. As time was running short, she hurried upstairs. Tonight was bound to be full of unexpected events, and if she couldn't resist the urge to confront Jiang Mai, it could lead to trouble. Ning Xi quickly ascended the stairs, grabbed a large black handbag, and swiftly hugged Xiao Bao, planting a kiss goodbye. Watching her sprint away, Tingxiao's expression turned icy. Xiao Bao, indifferent to the world around him except for Ning Xi, noticed his father's dark demeanor. He lowered his head and began scribbling on a piece of cardboard before poking his father with his little finger. Sensing the gentle pressure on his arm, Tingxiao looked down to see a question mark scrawled on his son's cardboard. Are you asking why I'm upset? He raised an eyebrow, paused thoughtfully, and then said quietly, if one day your Aunt Xi becomes someone else's, calling them darling, exchanging morning and night kisses, and enjoying hot pot with them while you're nothing to her, would you be happy? Xiao Bao stared blankly, his expression shifting to one of devastation. Thus, the concerned father found some balance in his emotions. Xiao Bao, on the verge of tears, snatched his father's phone and reported to Aunt Xi. He sent her a crying emoji. On her way to the airport, Ning Xi saw the message and, mistakenly believing Xiao Bao was upset about missing hot pot, quickly gathered a basketful of sweet words to comfort him. Oh, darling, what's wrong? Don't be sad. If you are upset, Annie will be too. I truly have something to attend to today, but I promise to take you for hot pot tomorrow night. All right? Moi. Love you for 1,000 years. I adore your smile the most. Tingxiao cast a glance at the sweet messages Ning Xi had sent, feeling a pang of understanding. 2 hours later, at the city airport, despite her preparations, Ning Xi was still taken aback by the scene before her. Jiangmai, Jiangmai, Jiangmai. Husband, look here. Husband, I love you. Husband, I want to have your children. Mai, you are the most handsome. Coconuts will always support you. Mai, you are the best. Coconuts will always protect you. The crowd was predominantly young female fans, and she even spotted several older female fans and quite a few male admirers, all screaming at the top of their lungs. All airport security personnel were deployed, yet the situation remained uncontrollable. Ladies, please quiet down. Do not disturb others. A sultry voice rang out from the crowd, causing the fans to fall silent, only to erupt into frenzied screams that nearly pierced the roof. The atmosphere grew even more electrifying. Ning Xi, hiding behind a pillar, felt her head spinning. This wretched man was indeed trying to drive her to her doom. If she appeared now to pick him up, would she even survive the night? Fortunately, she was prepared. Chapter 061. Good grandson Ning, she swiftly darted into a restroom, bolted into a stall, and opened her large black handbag, retrieving her makeup tools. When she emerged from the restroom, she had transformed into an elderly woman with white hair. As her phone buzzed with a text message, she pulled it out to see it was from Jiangmai. Wicked Demon King, Ning Xi, you have 5 minutes to appear before me, or I will immediately disclose our relationship. Goodness. Ning Xi quickly checked her appearance one last time before rushing toward the most crowded area. With a look of helplessness and urgency, she called out, "Excuse me, kind ladies. Could this old woman catch a glimpse of I? Everyone, please do not push. There is an elderly lady here. A grandma. Why do you want to see Armai? Are you also a fan of him? My goodness. Armai is truly a crowd pleaser. Even grandmas are fans. Everyone, please make way for grandma. How old are you, grandma?" Ning Xi bent over, clutching her back, and repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. I am 80 years old, and I particularly adore this young man because he resembles my grandson, who works far away, and I rarely get to see him. As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. My, there's a grandma fan here. You should meet her. Yes, do meet her. She seems so pitiful. With the enthusiastic assistance of the fans, Ning Xi quickly made her way to the center of the crowd. Jiangmai, running his fingers through his tousled golden hair, removed his sunglasses, his handsome face momentarily displaying doubt. Grandma fan? Yes. This elderly lady is 80 years old. She made a special trip to the airport to see you, saying she adores you because you look just like her grandson who works abroad. As the words of the fans subsided, Jiangmai navigated through a pathway formed by the crowd and beheld an elderly woman, clad in a dull gray coarse cloth garment, leaning on a cane, her face etched with deep wrinkles. In that fleeting moment, Jiangmai's expression contorted in a manner that was utterly grotesque, though none of the fans noticed his peculiar change. "Oh, my dear grandson. Oh, how I miss you." Ning Xi leapt forward, collapsing onto Jiangmai, her hands ruffling his golden locks in a frenzy as she wept inconsolably. The surrounding young ladies, witnessing this touching and heartwarming scene, began to sob uncontrollably, while the sound of camera shutters resonated throughout the venue. "Ning Xi, you better wait for me tonight," Jiangmai hissed through clenched teeth, lowering his voice near her ear. Grandson, why have you lost so much weight? My heart aches for you." Ning Xi delivered her performance with fervor, while Jiangmai's meticulously styled hair was reduced to a disheveled mess. Maintaining an outwardly gentle and caring demeanor, He secretly pinched someone else's hand as they swiftly exited the airport. Chapter 062. Come, kiss here. Inside the black chauffeur-driven vehicle. Dear grandson, do you know where your grandmother lives? Ning Xi deset. Ning Xi, try calling me grandson one more time. Grandson, what of it? I'll take you on. Come then. I'm just waiting for you to. Ah, you wretched woman, you really dare to hit me. The rear compartment erupted in a cacophony of clattering sounds. The driver, Manager Lei Ming, wore an expression of exasperation, muttering, I told you from the start that you couldn't handle her, yet you didn't believe me. Now look what's happened. Tomorrow's headlines will shift from beauty welcomes to grandmother welcomes. Jiang Mai, whose arm was twisted behind him by Ning Xi, appeared utterly flustered. Shut up. Lei Ming observed the unfolding chaos through the rearview mirror, his face marked with disbelief. Ning Xi, could you please go easy? I beg you. He has a film, an advertisement, and a magazine cover to prepare for this month. Got it, Mingo. I want to slap him, just be honest. At this moment, Jiang Mai bore no semblance of the dashing figure he had been at the airport. Instead, he was handcuffed and pressed against the seat, looking as if he had just endured a brutal assault. Ning Xi, you are pushing me. She was relishing her moment, and Jiang Mai, taken by surprise, wrapped his cuffed hands around her neck and pressed down forcefully. As he drew closer, Ning Xi instinctively leaned back, sporting a careless smile. What is this? Resorting to beauty tricks because you can't win? Just as their lips were nearly touching, Jiang Mai abruptly turned his head away, retching. Ha ha ha. Ning Xi laughed so hard that she rolled on the floor. Come here, kiss me. Don't you think I look beautiful today? Jiang Mai lay there like a dead fish, devoid of any enthusiasm. You scoundrel. After all this time apart, you don't miss me at all? You greet me with a punch. Jiang Mai glared at her, his eyes filled with indignation and a hint of grievance. Of course I missed you. Didn't I just say at the airport, oh, how I miss you? Unable to bear the frustration any longer, Jiang Mai relinquished attempts at communication, raising his cuffed hands in anger. Hurry up and release me. Where did these handcuffs come from? These are illegal items here. Ning, she stroked her chin thoughtfully. Oh, I think I bought these from a novelty store on Taobao. They were on sale, just $9.99. Jiang Mai, Lei Ming, concerned that the two might erupt into another altercation. Lei Ming quickly diverted the conversation. The reporters and fans have already dispersed. Where to now? Huh, you think you can escape tonight? I doubt you'll get far. Jiang Mai gritted his teeth as he locked the car doors with a click. Ning, she sighed inwardly, knowing this would happen. As the vehicle continued down the road, she began to feel a sense of unease. Jiang Teheo, do you have properties in the city? Your villa wouldn't happen to be in by Jean Digong, would it? Ning, she inquired cautiously. Jiang Mai scoffed. Indeed, what of it? It's too late for you to cling to me now, unless you call me grandfather. Ning, she felt momentarily dazed. What a coincidence that Jiang Mai's villa was also in by Jean Digong. For reasons unknown, a warning signal blared in her mind, foretelling an ominous turn of events. Chapter 063. A battle of 300 rounds after the car passed through the gate. Ning, she casually asked Jiang Mai, what number do you live at? Number 6. Ning Xi's eyes widened in surprise. It was indeed number 6. The villas in by Jean Digong were categorized into ranks, with the finest undoubtedly belonging to the formidable Liu Mo Wang in Castle Number 8, surrounded by vast lakes, gardens, and a private golf course, spanning the largest area. Next was Number 7, owned by Liu Jingli, which was of the same caliber as Number 6. The owner of Number 6 had remained a mystery until now, revealing itself to be none other than Jiang Mai. As Lei Ming prepared to turn right, Ning Xi instinctively interjected, Hey, Minggu, don't go this way. The road is closed. How do you know the road is closed? Jiang Mai shot back. A sense of alarm flickered within Ning Xi as she composedly shot him a glance. Didn't you see the warning sign? Jiang Mai glanced at the road maintenance sign ahead and murmured in acknowledgement. Ning Xi breathed a silent sigh of relief. Though her cohabitation with Liu Tingxiao was justified, explaining it could be troublesome, it was better to avoid complications. She thought to herself, please don't let us be living in the same area. What if we bump into each other? Lei Ming sighed, observing the two, and cautioned, you both don't stay up too late. Mai, don't forget you have to. Got it. Jiang Mai dismissed him, dragging Ning Xi into the house like a bandit. Lei Ming, he had long given up hope that they would manage to rise in the morning. Ning Xi cast a disdainful, sidelong glance at him. Huh, you dare to boast after being defeated? You will call me grandmother to show your submission. After a grimace directed at Jiang Mai, she added, hurry and wash up. Your appearance is simply unbearable. Are you trying to weaken my combat strength? Shameless. I want to acknowledge your defeat. Weaken? Please, I'm the one suffering. Ning Xi tugged off her heavy wig, loosening her collar. She was clearly wounding herself in the process. Jiang Mai switched on the large-screen television in the living room, connecting the necessary cables. I have clothes in my room. Pick whatever fits. Hurry up. My fighting spirit is on the verge of eruption. Ning Xi gazed at him, utterly speechless at his eager demeanor. Chapter 064. The midnight visitor Jiang Mai adeptly set up the gaming equipment, producing several bags of jelly, chips, and dried fish from an unknown corner, and humming a tune as he retrieved a fine bottle of wine from the cellar. With everything in place, he sat cross-legged on the floor, ready to test the smoothness of the gameplay, when suddenly the doorbell rang. Huh? Who's ringing the bell? On the other end of the line, Lei Ming, having been scolded for quite some time, was bewildered. Jiang Mai was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you the one ringing my doorbell? I moved quite far away. I'm driving now. Lei Ming replied innocently. Who could it be? Very few people know I live here, Jiang Mai murmured suspiciously. Could it be that the address was leaked? Be cautious. Don't open the door recklessly. What if it's the media? Ning Xi is still with you. Lei Ming warned sharply. Jiang Mai scoffed. So what if they see her? What's the big deal? Lei Ming, exasperated, replied, I'm not saying this to you, but even if you mean well in helping her, she has to accept it. Jiang Mai's temper flared. What do you mean helping her? The doorbell continued to ring, a rhythmic pattern every 5 seconds. I'm not discussing this any longer. I'm going to open the door. That late at night, who could it be? Jiang Mai hung up the phone and impatiently made his way to the living room. He deliberately leaned over to the electronic monitor to see who was outside, and to his astonishment, he felt as if he had encountered a ghost. Goodness, Tingxiao. Why is he here? At the entrance stood a man clad in a casual gray outfit, wearing slippers and holding an unknown object. Despite his extremely relaxed attire, Jiang Mai felt an inexplicable chill akin to a frigid breeze creeping down his neck, making him shiver. Jiang Mai was as flustered as a rabbit spotting a wolf. And after the doorbell rang twice more, he took a deep breath and opened the door. The moment he opened it, his previously nonchalant demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Oh, how did you come here? Please come in. Jiang Mai hurriedly welcomed him inside. Tingxiao casually glanced at the gaming controller on the floor, along with snacks and alcohol, before taking a seat on the sofa. Noticing Tingxiao's gaze, Jiang Mai cleared his throat and explained, Ahem, this job is quite tiring. It's rare for me to relax. Tingxiao, however, seemed indifferent to the matter and casually inquired, When did you arrive? Not long ago, Jiang Mai replied, rummaging for a bag of tea leaves, but finding no hot water. Thus, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the fridge. I haven't boiled water yet. Will this be all right? No need to fuss. I'll just sit for a bit before I leave, Tingxiao said, gesturing toward the few boxes he had brought. These are from your mother. Anyone could have delivered these. Why trouble yourself to come here at such a late hour? Jiang Mai internally cursed his mother 100 times. Why did she insist on sending them? Did she not know how much he dreaded this man? Well, there was no need to say more. His mother must have known and sent him to check up on him. How long are you planning to stay? Tingxiao asked in a tone that combined that of an elder and a boss. Tingxiao nodded in rare agreement to his response. Jiang Mai exhaled in relief and then asked with concern, How has Xiao Bao been lately? Not bad, Tingxiao replied. By the way, I brought him some toys and a little gift for you. I initially planned to visit tomorrow, but it seems you arrived first. Jiang Mai quickly went to retrieve the prepared gifts from a box. Thank you. Then, an awkward silence ensued. The sound of running water from the bathroom suddenly became pronounced. Jiang Mai scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. All right, I'll see you out. Just as Jiang Mai was ushering Tingxiao towards the exit, a thunderous voice erupted from behind him. Jiang Mai, what kind of shabby clothes are you wearing? There's a huge hole in the back. How am I supposed to wear this? The already rising Tingxiao froze for a moment, and after a second, he slowly turned around, directing a piercing gaze toward the source of the voice. There stood a girl with wet hair, her cheeks flushed from her recent bath, looking exasperated at the bathroom door. She wore a large men's shirt that had a significant tear near her right waist, exposing her fair skin. Jiang Mai was oblivious to Tingxiao's expression. He felt as if he were on the verge of death. Why couldn't this girl wait a moment before coming out? After speaking, Jiang Mai suddenly realized something was off with Ning Xi's expression. She was staring blankly at Tingxiao, as if entranced. This girl, Even if Lu Tingxiao was somewhat handsome, there was no need for her to be so starstruck. Jiang Mai, noticing Ning Xi's state, felt a surge of displeasure and said sternly, "Ning Xi, this is my uncle, Lu Tingxiao, the president of Lu Corporation. What are you staring at? Greet him." At that moment, with water dripping from her hair and clutching the torn piece of clothing, Ning Xi finally found her voice and, with an utterly bewildered expression, stammered, "Uncle?" The tone in which she uttered uncle was a question, but to Lu Tingxiao, it sounded like an affirmation, as if she was indeed calling him uncle. Instantly, his face darkened, radiating an icy aura that sent shivers down both Jiang Mai and Ning Xi's spines. It was unclear how long this bizarre atmosphere lasted, but Lu Tingxiao's icy gaze fell upon Ning Xi. "You're saying the person you wanted to pick up is Mai?" Hearing this, Jiang Mai froze. "Ning Xi, you know my uncle?" Ning Xi was nearly frantic at this point and whispered, "I need to ask you, how do you know Lu Tingxiao?" "I already told you he is my uncle," Jiang Mai retorted. "Then why didn't you tell me sooner?" Ning Xi exclaimed. "You never asked." Jiang Mai shot back, his expression filled with questions he longed to ask, but felt hindered due to Lu Tingxiao's presence. The girl, freshly bathed, emanated a delightful fragrance, her long, slender legs peeking out from beneath the oversized shirt, while one hand awkwardly attempted to cover the tear. The sight was enough to ignite a rush of blood. Yet the thought of her being in another man's home made Lu Tingxiao feel an overwhelming urge to obliterate everything. A simple statement from Jiang Mai seemed to carry immense weight. Jiang Mai's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief as he looked at Ning Xi. What did this mean? Not only did they know each other, but they also lived together? Lu Tingxiao's icy demeanor softened slightly. However, Jiang Mai was on the verge of an outburst, grabbing Ning Xi's wrist with a look of anxiety and betrayal in his striking blue eyes. "You promised to accompany me tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Xi felt an overwhelming urge to punch him into oblivion. Could you be any more ambiguous? She thought. She glanced up at Lu Tingxiao and, unsurprisingly, saw that his terrifying expression was on the brink of boiling over, resembling a beast ready to pounce. Ning Xi deliberately emphasized the words gaming, and without another moment to spare, she grabbed her large black bag to cover the hole at her waist, fleeing the scene without even changing her clothes. Lu Tingxiao cast Jiang Mai a lingering glance before calmly following Ning Xi. Watching the two leave, one after the other, and Lu Tingxiao's possessive gaze before departing ignited a blaze of fury within Jiang Mai. How infuriating! No wonder that woman had known the path was blocked so quickly. "Ning Xi, what else are you hiding from me?" Just then, he felt a weight on his shoulder as Lu Tingxiao draped his coat over Ning Xi's shoulders. "Thank you, Ning Pisait outwardly." Lu Tingxiao remained impassive, which was even more daunting. If he had shown any reaction, it would have been easier for her to handle. It was this stoic demeanor that was most unsettling. After returning to her room and changing into her pajamas, Ning Xi hastily ran to find Xiao Bao. "Xiao Bao, Auntie is a bit scared of the dark tonight. Can I sleep with you?" Naturally, Xiao Bao was delighted and happily made room for her. "Thank you, darling. Good night." Annie's lifeline. She relied on you for protection tonight. The events of the day had been too exhilarating. Her heart was still racing. She could feel that the delicate barrier between her and Lu Tingxiao had grown fragile, easily shattered. If it were to break, she truly wouldn't know how to face it. Fortunately, with Xiao Bao's soothing presence, she gradually drifted off to sleep after tossing for a while. Meanwhile, someone else lay awake, restless in the study, the scent of smoke heavy in the air. It is no wonder that Cheng Feng has been unable to uncover the identities of the two individuals who presented gifts to Ning Xi on that fateful day at the film set, one of whom turned out to be a traitor. As for the man who signed off, there remains not a shred of clue. In the shadows, the man extinguished his cigarette and rose to exit. Gently pushing open the door to the guest room, he found it vacant. Lu Tingxiao's brow furrowed slightly as he proceeded next door. Indeed, Ning Xi was nestled with Xiao Bao, soundly asleep. This girl is quite clever. But does she believe that this will keep her safe? Lu Tingxiao approached the small bed, carefully extricating Xiao Bao's tiny hand from its grasp on her clothing, replacing it with a plush toy, and then effortlessly lifted Ning Xi into his arms. In her dreams, Xiao Bao furrowed his brow, instinctively reaching out to clutch the toy. After deceiving his son, Lu Tingxiao carried Ning Xi to the master bedroom. He set her down gently on the bed, then sat at the edge, his rough fingers tenderly stroking her hair his eyes and cheeks akin to a beast savoring the moments before feasting. Ultimately, he sighed and pressed his soft lips against hers, entwining in a kiss that was just as sweet as he had imagined. Then, he traversed her cheek, caressed her earlobe, glided along her neck, lingering at her collarbone. For the past 32 years, he had never loved anyone and felt no significance in love. To him, love was perhaps the most futile of emotions. Thus, what did it matter if he was devoid of desire or affection? He had never contemplated that one day, love would surge upon him in such an overwhelming fashion, transforming him into a stranger to himself, all because of this girl, 8 years his junior. Life for him was no longer a rigid schedule filled with data. It had become soft, hopeful, warm, sweet, and fulfilling. Yet accompanying these feelings were also irritability, rage, impulsiveness, and desire. The mere thought of witnessing her with Jiangmai unleashed a tempest of fury within him, prompting him to exert force unknowingly, and in the next instant, a metallic scent filled the air as their lips intertwined. The girl beneath him frowned slightly, and Tingxiao's back stiffened. But he saw her lick her lips before drifting back into a deep slumber, appearing utterly carefree. Tingxiao gently touched her swollen, luscious lips with his fingertip. His eyes ignited with a reckless impulse to kiss her awake. The following morning, Ning Xi awakened naturally. She had slept soundly, yet something felt amiss. What a certain spot on her tongue ached so. Had she bitten herself in her sleep? How cruel! During breakfast, everything proceeded as usual. Tingxiao, appearing to prepare for work, sat impeccably dressed, sipping coffee and reading the newspaper, his demeanor as aloof and cold as ever, as if nothing had transpired the night before. Ning Xi sighed in relief, wondering if perhaps she was being overly sensitive. Surely, Tingxiao harbored only a vague affection for her. But would it truly lead to jealousy over her interactions with others? While Tingxiao maintained a neutral expression, Xiao Bao's demeanor was decidedly peculiar. All morning, he wore a glum face, as if something had been taken from him. Ning Xi offered him a soup dumpling, inquiring with concern, "What's wrong, darling? Are you unhappy?" Xiao Bao glanced towards his father, his expression growing even more vexed, yet recalling that Aunt Xi favored his smile, he forced a grin, feigning indifference. So angry, yet still must keep smiling. Ning Xi felt reassured and quickly finished her breakfast. "I'm off now. You two enjoy your meal." Today marked the arrival of the second male lead, and it was prudent for her to arrive early. Just as she prepared to leave, Xiao Bao unexpectedly approached her, tugging at her clothing. Ning Xi, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter?" Seeing her confusion, Xiao Bao's face contorted with a sense of grievance, on the verge of tears. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Xi realized she had forgotten something crucial and turned to Tingxiao, seeking assistance. With a casual glance, he reminded her, "You forgot the goodbye kiss." "Oh dear, my apologies." Ning, she exclaimed, smacking her forehead as realization struck. This habit, cultivated over time, was one Xiao Bao cherished. Thus, she always kissed his little face before departing. Today, in her haste, she had neglected it. After delivering the affectionate peck, she finally departed. Xiao Bao waved goodbye to Aunt Xi, only to turn back and confront his father, his innocent face immediately contorting into a fierce scowl, as if to say, "Do not think that your earlier assistance will earn you my forgiveness." Tingxiao, seemingly unfazed by his son's glare, sipped his coffee nonchalantly, stating, "I'm afraid I cannot decipher your expressions. If you wish to converse with me, you must speak or write it down." Xiao Bao's anger intensified. Even with Ning Xi's help, he could only write simple words, expressions, and symbols, never having composed lengthy sentences, let alone spoken. In a fit of anger, he scribbled a single word on a piece of cardboard: thief. Tingxiao cast a sidelong glance at the word, feigning ignorance. "What? Has there been a burglary at home?" Observing the well-structured sentence, Tingxiao felt a sense of satisfaction, lowering the newspaper and looking at his son, asking meaningfully, "You do not wish for Aunt Xi to become my wife?" "Mine," Xiao Bao hastily wrote on the cardboard. Tingxiao raised an eyebrow, regrettably informing him, "Unfortunately, you two are not a match. She is 19 years your senior. Do you expect her to wait for you to grow up all those years?" Xiao Bao busied himself with drawing a broken egg. Gazing at the lifelike depiction of a damaged egg, Tingxiao couldn't help but smile. "But what I said is the truth, is it not?" After a brief pause, he spoke in a highly persuasive tone. "However, if she were to become my wife, things would change. she would become your mother. Upon hearing the word mother, Xiao Bao froze momentarily, burying his face in silence, his expression a mixture of struggle and wavering. Today, as filming proceeded, as per usual, unaffected by the arrival of the second male lead. Zhao Xizhou, the first male lead, was surrounded by a throng of adoring young women, regaling them with tales of his illustrious career in the entertainment industry. Jia Qingqing and Ning Xi had been growing increasingly friendly, animatedly discussing the diamond bracelet her father had recently gifted her. Meanwhile, Ning Xi awaited anxiously, for the quality of the second male lead would significantly influence her own performance. Jia Qingqing, flaunting the sparkling diamond bracelet on her wrist, sneered, "Look at her eagerness," as if she believes she can wait for a pan and to emerge from the director's words. Ning Xi, exasperated, chided, "Come now, stop picking on Ning Xi. It's only natural for her to be concerned, given her extensive scenes with the second male lead. Indeed, quite a few intimate scenes. I'm thankful I didn't accept that role. Otherwise, I'd have been taken advantage of." Jia Qingqing exclaimed, glancing enviously at Ning Xi. "You're so fortunate. Your boyfriend is handsome, and your co-star is equally charming." At that moment, the voice of director Guo Qixing rang out from the entrance. "Come, everyone gather around. Our second male lead, the renowned healer Sun Huanqing, has arrived. Let us all extend our greetings." Jia Qingqing scoffed dismissively, refusing to even glance outside. Ning Xi, retouching her makeup, urged, "We should at least go say hello. After all, we are colleagues." Reluctantly, Jia Qingqing followed her out of the break room. Ning Xi, of course, dashed forward immediately, eagerly peering outside, only to feel as though she had been struck by divine lightning the very next second. The individual beside the director is an eye-catching blonde, and even if she attempts to deceive herself into believing she has made a mistake, it is impossible. How could the second male lead be that person? This cannot be real. Suddenly, from the entrance, the stagehand Xiao Li let out a frantic scream. "Ah!" Jia Qingqing furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "What a lunatic! What are you shouting about?" Just as her words fell, her peripheral vision caught sight of the man following the director at the doorway. She too let out a startled scream. "What is the matter?" Ning Xi inquired. "Jiangmai. Sister Xi, it's actually Jiangmai," Jia Qingqing exclaimed excitedly, pinching Ning Xi's arm. "What?" Ning Xi followed her gaze. There stood the director, beaming contentedly, his demeanor exceedingly cordial, accompanied by a fashionable man in strikingly colored shorts and a t-shirt, one hand casually tucked in his pocket. His face adorned with a charmingly arrogant and mischievous smile, revealing adorable little canine teeth. Jiangmai, the second male lead, is actually Jiangmai. Even Ning Xi was taken aback by this revelation. At that moment, the young ladies who had been surrounding Zhao Xizhou earlier surged towards the entrance like a pack of hungry wolves. "Ah, Jiangmai, is that really him? Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. My heavens! Truly, he is the living embodiment of allure. I'm so weak in knees." I heard Jiangmai even has a fan base among grandmothers, not even sparing 80-year-old ladies. Don't hold me back. I've finally seen the real person. I must go to him. A life without experiencing Jiangmai is akin to being a dried fish. Chapter 070. Intense rivalry enacting? Who is the most popular young star in today's entertainment industry? No matter who you ask, they would undoubtedly mention the name Jiangmai. It is said that Jiangmai only acts as the male lead, and moreover, the main investor in this drama is Xinghui. Why would such a prominent artist agree to participate? Earlier, Jia Qingqing had been relieved not to face any disadvantage, but now she was nearly beside herself with madness. Damn it! Why is this happening? Why is Ning Xi so fortunate? Jiangmai was supposed to be mine. It was mine. It's all her fault for shamelessly snatching my role. Others watching Jia Qingqing's expression felt a twinge of sympathy, surprised by her frenzy. In the entertainment circle, everyone knew she had an infatuation with Jiangmai. She had publicly confessed her feelings on Weibo, although Jiangmai had ignored her. Yet she frequently reposted information related to him on Weibo, embodying the persona of a devoted fan. Guo Qixing exerted tremendous effort to calm the frenzied young ladies. Unable to resist teasing, "Look at how you've captivated our crew-s girls. The treatment of a handsome man is indeed delightful." Jiangmai, taking the director's cue, jested, "Didn't you hear? They just want to sleep with me, so you must protect me." "Ha ha, no worries. You have the battle goddess Meng Chang'e to safeguard you. By the way, where is Ning Xi?" She was just pestering me to ask who the second male lead is. And now she's nowhere to be seen. Guo Qixing began searching for her. Jiang Mai smirked knowingly. Could it be that I frightened her away? That's quite possible. Nearly all the young ladies in the nation are your fans. Perhaps Ning Xi is one of them and was startled by the sight of her idol. Guo Qixing chuckled. As they spoke, Ning Xi approached. In that brief moment, her expression was impeccable, smiling as she extended her hand towards the person opposite her. Senior Jiang, hello. I am Ning Xi. It is an honor to collaborate with you. Although Ning Xi was of the same age as Jiang Mai, he had entered the industry earlier and thus deserved her respect. Hello, Jiang Mai replied, gently shaking her hand, but the next moment nearly tossed her hand away in surprise. This girl's grip felt like it could crush bones. Jiang Mai struggled to maintain his charming facade, suddenly feigning realization. Ah, Ning Xi, so it's you? What? You two know each other? Guo Qixing exclaimed in astonishment. Not just the director, but the gazes of everyone in the crew turned towards Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai smiled with a hint of intrigue. Of course, we are acquainted. Hearing the ambiguous tone and feeling the unusual stares directed at her, Ning Xi felt her hands begin to tremble with barely suppressed rage. Noticing that Ning Xi's face had turned pale with anger, Jiang Mai finally spoke. We collaborated previously on Tingxiao. Oh, how come Ning Xi never mentioned this? Guo Qixing was taken aback. Ning Xi felt as if she had narrowly escaped death. Her back soaked with sweat, responding modestly. Director Guo, I was merely the martial arts stand-in for the female lead. It's impressive that Senior Jiang remembers me. Guo Qixing chuckled. Ah, I didn't expect you two to share such a connection. That's wonderful, since you have worked together and know each other. We won't need much adjustment. How about we dive straight into an intense scene today? Ning Xi, an intense scene? Director, please don't. They're not familiar with each other. Jiang Mai appeared quite amused, sure. That devilish little canine tooth made Ning Xi want to reach out and pluck it out. Chapter 071, The Bully and the Delicate Flower. Don't rush, don't rush. Let me see which scene is suitable. Guo Qixing eagerly flipped through the script. Ning Xi anxiously thought, Director, please select scene 46. If I perform that scene now, I'm certain I could deliver a stellar performance. Jiang Mai, as if reading her thoughts, leaned slightly closer to her ear and whispered, My dear, are you eager to perform the scene where you beat me? Ning Xi jumped back a meter. You jerk, keep your distance. Thanks to this guy, her resentment had now reached a level that even 10 oxen could not pull away. She could already envision the stormy reception awaiting her from Jia Qingqing and Ning Xi, especially from Jia Qingqing. Life was already difficult enough. It felt like adding insult to injury. Ning Xi was destined for disappointment. The director would not assign her the scene where she beats Jiang Mai on his first day. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Let us go with scene 37. Although was it a bed scene or a kiss scene, it was still not far off. This was a scene where Meng Chang'e teases Sun Huanqing. The director called the two of them over to begin discussing the scene. The Meng family had been generals for generations, accumulating great military achievements, but the phrase meritorious deeds that alarmed the sovereign put the general's household in jeopardy. The current emperor was inept and gullible, believing slander, leading to the death of Meng Chang'e's father. Fortunately, her elder brother Meng Changfeng had stepped up to take her father's place, allowing little Chang'e to live a carefree life, indulging in mischief in Chang'an City. As the director described the mischievous little devil, Jiang Mai smirked at Ning Xi, mouthing, Sounds quite like you. Ning Xi ignored him, continuing to listen attentively. This little devil dressed in male attire, bearing no semblance of a young lady, until the age of 16, when she saw Sun Huanqing on the street and fell head over heels, subsequently beginning to pursue him daily. Jiang Mai raised his hand to speak. Director, isn't this just a female version of a bully forcibly taking a delicate flower? Ning Xi, you're the bully. Guo Qixing cleared his throat, praising Mai. You understand it well. That's about the gist of it. The key point I want to emphasize is that your previous roles have mostly been assertive and proactive characters. But this time, it's completely the opposite, so you must pay attention to the transition. Upon hearing this, Ning Xi began to worry. This guy had previously portrayed domineering CEOs, overbearing seniors, and tyrannical princes. Could he handle a character like Meng Chang'e, who exuded a scholarly and gentle demeanor? Jiang Mai nodded seriously, indicating his understanding. Got it, Director. I will be the weak and oppressed one. Guo Qixing anxiously observed the two individuals before him, though his apprehension was less for Jiang Mai than for Ning Xi. He worried whether this woman could embody the brazen and roguish spirit of Meng Chang'e, the streetwise rascal. In Chapter 072, Ning Xi was the first to finalize her makeup, clad in a sharp ensemble of red and white, reminiscent of a chivalrous hero from the martial world. With a stylish high ponytail and strikingly dark eyebrows arched elegantly, she exuded a formidable aura, seamlessly fitting the 16-year-old Meng Chang'e she was to portray. Even those who had previously dismissed Ning Xi were compelled to acknowledge that her appearance was flawless. Guo Qixing, initially concerned that such a beautiful star might have a limited range, was pleasantly surprised by her versatility and praised her profusely, albeit with a note of caution. Ning Xi, you must let go a bit later and shed any idle burdens, do you understand? For this scene, the more rogue you are, the better. Rest assured, director, I have complete faith in her capabilities. Jiang Mai had just exited the makeup room, his transformation eliciting gasps from the audience, including a raised eyebrow from Ning Xi, who was equally astonished. Dressed in a long, blue robe adorned with bamboo patterns, with a face like jade and a gentle demeanor, he appeared as though he had stepped out of an ancient painting. With a self-satisfied glance at the mesmerized Ning Xi, he whispered, "What do you think? Does this outfit not make me look exceptionally handsome?" Alas, his words somewhat tarnished the moment. Maintaining a humble expression as if discussing the script with Jiang Mai, Ning Xi replied, "Very weak." "What do you mean by that?" He retorted, "Unfortunately for you, throughout the performance, you will be under my thumb. Is that so? I recall a scene where I make a comeback, perhaps even a bed scene." Nearby, Jia Qingqing watched the two as they exchanged whispers, her jealousy boiling over. Since Jiang Mai's arrival, all attention had shifted to Ning Xi, leaving her with no opportunity to greet him. Ning Xi softly consoled her. "Qingqing, do not be upset. It is already done. Luck is an aspect of talent in the entertainment industry." Indeed, Ning Xi was fortunate to share the screen with Jiang Mai, and it was likely that after this production, she would ascend to at least the second tier of actors, possibly even the first. First tier? Do you think I will let her have it easy for encroaching on my territory? Jia Qingqing's once beautiful visage twisted into a mask of rage. "Qingqing, do not act impulsively. The company intends to nurture Ning Xi vigorously. If you clash with her, it could end poorly for you. And what if I do? Am I to fear a mere vixen who knows nothing but seducing men?" Upon hearing of the company's plans to elevate Ning Xi, Jia Qingqing's fury intensified, as she and Ning Xi were on similar career paths. If the company chose to support Ning Xi, it would significantly siphon off her resources. Observing Jia Qingqing's rising ire, Ning Xi secretly smirked, realizing that with Jia Qingqing as her adversary, she need only watch the drama unfold. However, it appeared that Ning Xi's recent streak of luck might have reached a dangerous peak, which required caution. "Xiao Chui, are the props ready?" Guo Qixing called out. Coming. "Director, is this acceptable?" The props master presented a thick hemp rope. "Perfect." Guo Qixing nodded, then turned to Jiang Mai. "I must impose on you a bit." "It is no imposition. It is necessary for the shoot," Jiang Mai replied, adopting a professional demeanor as he reclined on an ornate bed, allowing the props master to bind his hands and feet. Indeed, as the director had indicated, this scene was quite intense. Meng Chang'e, having been rejected by Sun Huanqing, decided to bind him within the confines of her residence. In Chapter 073, the young girls on set erupted into a fresh wave of excitement at the sight. "Ah, the binding of Mai. I dream of tying him up and tossing him onto the bed. Why are you so excited? It is not you who will be performing. How infuriating. Why must it be that detestable vixen? Exactly. How annoying. Can I not request a change of cast with the director? She is utterly unworthy of him." Cough. Guo Qixing cleared his throat, signaling for silence before clapping his hands. "All right, all departments prepare. 3, 2, 1, action." Ning Xi remained unfazed by the surrounding chatter. As the director's words fell, her expression transformed. Bright and clear, brimming with youthful vitality, she embodied the spirit of a 16-year-old girl, her demeanor lazily nonchalant. She lifted the hem of her garment, kicked open her door, and the camera shifted to Jiang Mai. There he lay, bound on a vibrant red bed, the color accentuating his pale and frail visage, eliciting a desire to tease and torment. Hearing the door crash open, Sun Huanqing slowly opened his eyes, his expression momentarily dazed as he regarded the girl silhouetted against the light. Meng Chang'e plopped down beside him, retrieving an oil paper bag. "Fuxing Towers candied chestnuts. I queued for an hour to buy these. Care for some?" Sun Huanqing turned his head away, closing his eyes, clearly disinterested in her presence. Meng Chang'e popped one in her mouth, a mischievous smile gracing her features. Not eating? Then I shall feed you, in a manner that may embarrass you. Sun Huanqing's eyes flew open, a mix of anger and shame flooding his features. How can a young lady be so shameless? Meng Chang'e shot him a sidelong glance, arching an eyebrow. Shame? What good does that do? Can it slay foes or win a spouse? Sun Huanqing's expression was one of outrage. The Meng family has a legacy of loyalty. Your ancestors fought valiantly for the nation, yet you waste your days in idleness, bullying men and oppressing women. How do you justify this to your forebears? Meng Chang'e had long grown accustomed to such critiques, casually digging into her ear. With a mouthful of chestnut, she declared, "You are of age and yet unmarried. Of the 3 unfilial acts, having no descendants is the gravest. How do you answer to your ancestors?" Sun Huanqing was nearly exasperated to death by her twisted reasoning. That is an entirely different matter, and besides, my aspirations lie elsewhere. Meng Chang'e stepped onto the bed's edge, her whip striking Sun Huanqing playfully, finally resting lightly against his chin. With a sly and impish expression, she proposed, "How about this? I shall become your wife. Once I am your spouse, I will obey you completely. You tell me to go east, I will not go west. You advise me to improve, and I shall comply." Would that not satisfy our ancestors? Sun Huanqing paused, a flustered look crossing his face. "Do not speak such nonsense." Meng Chang'e leaned in closer, nearly brushing her face against his. "Oh, Sun Dafu, you are blushing. You must harbor some fondness for me. Or shall we consummate our union immediately?" "Cut!" The director's shout interrupted the scene, leaving everyone yearning for more. They clamored for the continuation of the performance, eager to witness the consummation of their union. In Chapter 074, both actors displayed remarkable skills, their performances blending seamlessly into the narrative, resulting in the audience's previous disdain for Ning Xi dissipating entirely. Initially resistant to her involvement with their idol, they now clamored for her presence, excitement coursing through them as if they were to perform themselves. Aside from Jia Qingqing, who was most aggrieved, it was likely that Zhao Xizhou felt the greatest discontent. Previously the highest-ranking individual in the production and favored by the girls, his status diminished with Jiang Mai's arrival, leaving him isolated. Naturally, the happiest individual was the director. Today, Ning Xi and Jiang Mai rehearsed several scenes, all flowing seamlessly, their chemistry reminiscent of having collaborated countless times before. For Ning Xi, this day could be encapsulated in the phrase, grand and tumultuous, a life spared after a calamity. As they were about to wrap up, Jiang Mai was surrounded by a throng of people eager to treat him to a meal, a gesture of hospitality. Meanwhile, as Ning Xi was packing her belongings, her phone buzzed, revealing an incoming call from Lu Jingli. This number had been forcibly saved into her phone just days prior. What could he possibly want at this moment? With a hint of suspicion, Ning Xi hurried to a corner to answer the call. "Hello, second young master." "Hello, Xiao Sisi." On the other end, Lu Jingli's voice was weary and hollow, as if his very essence had been drained. Ning Xi, puzzled, inquired, "What is wrong with you?" "What is wrong? I should be asking you that. What on earth did you do to my brother last night?" Lu Jingli exploded in inquiry. Ning Xi was bewildered. "Huh? What do you mean? How could I have possibly done anything to him? If you didn't tea, then why has he been in a complete frenzy since 8 this morning? Conducting meetings that have now stretched to a grueling 12 hours? That is a matter for your company. It should concern me, right? Perhaps after such a long break, he has a lot to handle? Impossible. I've known my brother long enough to read his every thought with just a glance. This situation is undoubtedly connected to you. You are the cause of this. He is practically driving everyone in the company to their limits." Lu Jingli adamantly blamed her. Ning Xi felt utterly wronged, exclaiming, "I swear, I didn't do anything. The only plausible event from last night was her picking up Jiang Mai from the airport, only to be caught in the shower by Lu Tingxiao. Could it be because of that? But his subsequent behavior had been entirely normal. I don't care. It's definitely your fault. You've stirred up trouble, and you must resolve it. Otherwise, even in death, we will haunt you." Lu Jingli insisted, recalling that their finance minister had already fainted under the pressure. Ning Xi exclaimed, "What is this nonsense? I'm being unjustly accused here. What can I possibly do to help you?" This felt like an international joke. Just as she was in despair, a multimedia message arrived from Lu Jingli. He had sent her 2 images, one depicting a man unconscious and being carried away by an ambulance, and another showing the conference room filled with attendees bearing expressions of dread as if awaiting execution, with Luda and Mo Wang seated at the head of the table, embodying the persona of a judge. Chapter 075. A Beauty Scheme? Tingxiao was presiding over his final judgment, so why should she be the one to salvage the situation? Lu Jingli's call was utterly bewildering, though initially resolved to disregard it. An inexplicable sense of guilt nagged at her. Why should she feel guilty? She had already decided to let it go when Lu Jingli sent another video. In it, Tingxiao's gaze was as sharp as a blade, causing Ning Xi to startle before realizing he was directing his attention towards Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli, I give you half an hour to produce a new proposal for me. Do it here and now. If you fail, you may as well settle your salary with the finance department. The video abruptly cut to black. Ning Xi felt as if, in that fleeting moment, she had witnessed Lu Jingli's desperate, blood-curdling scream for help. Even someone as uninvolved as she understood that producing a new proposal in half an hour was utterly impossible. However, she truly had no idea how to save him. Ning Xi's mind raced as she recalled the strategies from Sunzi Bingfa. Using leisure to await labor? Lu Jingli's ghost would surely eliminate her. Capture the king to catch the thief? But Lu Tingxiao himself was the king. Surround Wei to rescue Zhao? Yet, where was Wei to surround? Could it be a beauty scheme? No. Finally, Ning Xi smacked her forehead, an idea emerging. Lead the tiger away from its mountain. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she dialed Lu Tingxiao's number. Meanwhile, at the Lu Corporation, the high-ranking officials were on high alert, focusing intently as Lu Tingxiao was about to pose questions. It was akin to the terrifying anticipation of being called upon in class during 1S youth. At that moment, Lu Tingxiao's phone suddenly rang. Without a glance, he answered, and the next second, a sweet, melodious voice resonated from the speaker. Hello, Lu Tingxiao, are you busy? In an instant, every senior executive was rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. What was happening? This was the boss's private line, yet a woman had called, her voice so honeyed and directly addressing him. What astonished them even more was Lu Tingxiao's reaction upon hearing that voice. His aura subtly shifted, as if a gentle breeze had swept through the ethereal flowers on the other side of the Naya Bridge. Engrossed in the impossible task of completing the proposal, Lu Jingli was moved to tears upon hearing Ning Xi's familiar voice. Sister-in-law, you've come. Wah! Lu Tingxiao paused momentarily, then removed the data cable connecting his phone. Placing it against his ear, his expression unchanged, his tone as cold as ever. What is it? Chapter 076. Sister-in-law, majestic and dominant. Lu Jingli was momentarily taken aback, then felt illuminated as if he were ascending to the heavens. Sister-in-law, you are magnificent and powerful. I knew you could do it. He had thought his brother was so steadfast, but it turned out to be mere pride. After ending the call, Lu Tingxiao uttered 2 words, disperse. The assembly of executives exchanged incredulous glances, hardly believing they had narrowly escaped calamity. Lu Jingli, brimming with pride, thought, you should all be thanking me. I summoned the savior. You are all indebted to my fortune. As soon as the meeting adjourned, Lu Jingli was besieged. Second young master. Did we hear incorrectly? A woman actually called the CEO. Who was on the line? How could a single call draw the CEO away from the meeting? Indeed, is there someone special in the CEO's life? Which wealthy heiress is it? Second young master, do share. Lu Jingli glared at them with suspicion. What do you want? Why are you all questioning me? Are you trying to curry favor? Not a chance. My future sister-in-law's leg is one I shall embrace alone. Don't even think about it. The crowd. Can we at least hold her little toe? In a corner of the film studio, Ning Xi sighed in relief as she hung up the phone. Finally, it was resolved. Surely, there would be no more issues now. Although it had nothing to do with her, she had selflessly contributed. As she prepared to leave, her phone rang again, another call from Lu Jingli. Second young master, what now? Is there still a problem? No, Xiao Cece. Your beauty scheme was simply brilliant. You perfectly averted the crisis. Ning Xi's face darkened upon hearing this. What beauty-s scheme? I distinctly employed the strategy of leading the tiger away from its mountain. Not some beauty scheme. Have you no culture? Oh, I understand. That's exactly what it was. I'm hanging up now. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. Staring at her disconnected phone, Ning Xi felt utterly speechless. What did he truly comprehend? Ning Xiaoxi, what are you doing hiding here? Are you not going to eat? Jiang Mai approached, having arrived without her noticing. Ning Xi hastily glanced around, ensuring no one witnessed his arrival before relaxing against the grand red pillar, fatigue evident. You all go ahead. I have matters to attend to tonight, so I probably won't make it. What? Jiang Mai's expression changed immediately upon hearing her words. This is my welcome banquet. I am yours. How could you not come? Ning Xi pinched her brow, acknowledging her fault. I understand, but I truly have something significant to attend to today. Can I invite you next time? No. Jiang Mai remained unmoved, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized her. What pressing matter could you possibly have? Who are you meeting tonight? Ning Xi's tone darkened slightly. Who I meet seems to have nothing to do with you, does it? As soon as she spoke, Jiang Mai's face contorted with anger. You are going to meet Tingxiao, aren't you? Jiang Mai's interrogative tone made Ning Xi frown uncomfortably. So what if I am? Jiang Mai paced irritably before fixing his glare on her. Ning Xi, you are truly courting danger. You dare to toy with Tingxiao? Are you not afraid of getting burned? I enjoy playing with fire. Does it concern you? Ning Xi's displeasure with Jiang Mai's tone reflected in her attitude. Jiang Mai was nearly infuriated, finally slamming his fist against the column behind her. Ning Xi, I'm not being alarmist, but genuinely trying to warn you. Otherwise, you will not know how you met your demise. Do you know who Tingxiao is? Do you think he is like the frivolous young masters you used to date? Ning Xi shot him a disdainful glance. Do you think I am an idiot? Of course I know. Knowing that, what then? Have you seen me sleeping with Tingxiao or something? Ning Xi felt that arguing with Jiang Mai was rather childish, her irritation stemming from the overwhelming stimulus she had experienced today. Thus, she composed herself and explained, I saved Xiao Bao. Jiang Mai's expression shifted slightly, surprised. You saved Xiao Bao? What happened to him? More than half a month ago, Xiao Bao was taken to a bar by Lu Jingli to escape the noisy crowd. He accidentally hid in a storage room and was unknowingly locked in by the staff. Jiang Mai's lips twitched. Taking Xiao Bao to a bar? That sounds like something my unreliable second uncle would do. And then? What does that have to do with you? At that time, I was preparing to audition for Tingxiao. Cheng-Li locked me in that storage room to prevent me from going to the audition. Ning Xi briefly explained what happened afterward. Jiang Mai listened patiently. All right, I understand. You met Tingxiao because you saved Xiao Bao, so the next step should be the Lu family giving you a sum of money as gratitude. And then you part ways. Why do you still have contact with Tingxiao? You even stayed at his home. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mai's furious expression gradually faded, but he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. He muttered, Are you sure it's just because of that? How many women wish to marry into the Lu family? You are now in a favorable position. Do you have no ulterior motives? Jiang Mai looked at her in disbelief and rubbed his forehead. You better not have any inappropriate thoughts. The wealthy elite is not what you imagine. Ning Xi fit. How do you know what I imagine? What she detested the most were those so-called upper-class circles, filled with insincerity and masked FA-aides. After finally escaping the Ning family, how could she possibly leap back into the fire? Looking at Ning Xi's disgusted expression, Jiang Mai felt a slight relief. He understood her well. She loathed being constrained. The background of the Lu family likely seemed as terrifying to her as a natural disaster. All right, you've finished your questions. Now it's my turn to ask you. Ning Xi crossed her arms and glared at him. Jiang Mai shrugged. What do you wish to ask? Tingxiao has more than one brother, yet no sisters? Where does this nephew come from? Ning Xi inquired. Jiang Mai lit a cigarette and slowly replied. I have no blood relation to the Lu family. My grandparents were close family friends with them. They died in a car accident when my mother was very young. So the Lu family adopted my mother and regarded her as their goddaughter. Therefore, according to our family hierarchy, I must call Tingxiao uncle. So that's how it is, Ning Xi said, casting him a discontented glance. Quit smoking. Don't tempt me. Why would I quit smoking? Jiang Mai frowned. Does one need a reason to break a bad habit? I don't recall who told me that one should drink and smoke while they can. Those who quit alcohol and cigarettes are all fools. Jiang Mai grumbled as he extinguished his cigarette. I've told you everything I can. Do you have any other questions? Of course I do. Ning Xi gritted her teeth and glared at him. You must tell me honestly why you accepted the role of Sun Huanqing. Not only is it the second male lead, but it is also not the kind of role you typically choose. Implicitly, this meant he was deliberately trying to make things difficult for her. Jiang Mai feigned innocence. What is wrong with taking on the second male lead? Who said I can't take on that role? I want to explore different paths and challenge myself. Isn't it boring to always stick to one style? Was my performance today quite good? You seem to enjoy teasing me. I don't find it amusing at all. By tomorrow at the latest, she will be in tears. Jiang Mai wore an unhappy expression. Does my uncle come along too? Of course he does. I wouldn't dare take Xiao Bao out alone. If something happens, who will take responsibility? Jiang Mai was infuriated. You know that Xiao Bao is the lifeblood of the entire Lu family, especially to the elders, who treat him like their own eyes. If anything were to happen, they might even bury you alive. Why do you insist on taking this hot potato? Ning Xi, upon hearing this, became displeased. What nonsense are you spouting? Hot potato? My Xiao Bao is adorable. Jiang Mai scoffed. I see you are bewitched by someone's good looks. The moment he asked you, you forgot everything. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him impatiently. All right, stop rambling. Am I in a position to refuse the request of the great Lu? If it were you, would you dare? Look at you, so afraid of me becoming your aunt. Aunt? Jiang Mai was utterly appalled by the word aunt, rendering him speechless. Good. Ning Xi patted his head, having taken advantage of him, then skipped away. After taking her bag and explaining to the director and others that she had something else to attend to tonight, Ning Xi took her leave. Watching the girl hurriedly depart, Jiang Mai's face hardened with a layer of frost. After wrapping up, Jia Qingqing finally found an opportunity to ingratiate herself, and perfectly, Ning Xi was not present. Thus, she shyly approached Jiang Mai. Brother Mai, where shall we eat? Shall we go to Baichuan Hotel for seafood? My father is a member there. We can go straight to the private room. Jiang Mai, feeling uninterested, stretched lazily. Forget it, I'm too tired today. Jia Qingqing was alarmed. But today is your first day in the crew. We must celebrate with a meal. Jiang Mai's expression darkened slightly. Who said we must eat on the first day? If you want to eat so badly, go by yourself. In truth, everyone knew that Jiang Mai had a rather poor temper in private. He was pleasant when in a good mood, but when he was not, it was another story entirely. At this moment, Jiang Mai was clearly not in a good mood. Jia Qingqing was taken aback by his outburst, her eyes brimming with tears. I just thought it was a courtesy. Why do you have to say that, Brother Mai? Who the hell is your Brother Mai? Fine, with a way out. Jia Qingqing reluctantly nodded, secretly cursing Ning Xi in her heart. It's all Ning Xi's fault for monopolizing Brother Mai all day, making him so tired that he didn't even want to eat. Jia Qingqing buried her head, secretly scrolling through her photo album, her lips curling into a malicious smile. Ning Xi, just wait and see. I will make you pay. At the Lu residence. Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Bao came running over with a cup of cold juice in hand. Baby, you are so thoughtful. Love you. Brought over a drink and gulped it down, then cheerfully exclaimed, come here, Annie will take you to change into some adorable clothes. We're going out for hot pot soon. In the past, little Baozi would dart to the attic at the mere mention of going out. But now he obediently followed Ning Xi upstairs. Upon reaching the bedroom, he allowed her to try on one outfit after another. This one is too plain, this one is too dull, and this one is utterly boring. My goodness, who bought you these clothes? What kind of taste is that? No need to ask. It must be your father. Has he forgotten that you are only 5 years old, not 35? Ning Xi scrambled. She rummaged through the closet and finally unearthed a piece that pleased her. Wow, this one is adorable. It was a white short-sleeve shirt with a hood adorned with 2 long rabbit ears, paired with overalls featuring a large pocket, reminiscent of Ding Dang Cat. Given the style, this must have been purchased by your second uncle. At least he has some sense. Children should wear cute and lively clothes. Ning Xi nodded in satisfaction, then asked, darling, what do you think? Do you like this one? If not, Annie can find another. Despite always agreeing with her, Ning Xi still sought little Bao's opinion. As expected, little Baozi nodded without hesitation. Thus, Ning Xi joyfully helped him change into the new outfit. After dressing little Baozi, Ning Xi retreated to change herself. Coincidentally, she owned a similar outfit and quickly donned it, pairing it with denim overalls. Once she emerged, little Baozi's eyes lit up upon seeing her. He looked at Ning Xi, then at himself, his small face brimming with joy and satisfaction, even reaching out to touch the rabbit ears on her hood, clearly delighted to match Auntie Xi. With everything ready, the sound of a car engine resonated at the door, despite the outdoor temperature soaring above 30 degrees. Lu Tingxiao strode into the living room with the poise of a figure from a glacier, his tall frame exuding an air of aloofness. When his gaze landed on the pair on the sofa, both clad in similar outfits akin to a mother-child ensemble, a warmth spread through his icy demeanor. Little Baozi looked irresistibly charming, while Ning Xi, with her cute rabbit ears and age-defying overalls, appeared even younger. Seated beside Baozi resembling more of siblings than an aunt and nephew. Lu Tingxiao nodded, his eyes lingering on the girl for several seconds before he directed, "Let us go." Once in the car, Ning Xi excitedly remarked, "Hey Lu Tingxiao, don't you think our little Baozi looks adorable in this outfit? I searched for ages to find it." Ning Xi beamed, "I told you. We should buy more cute clothes for little Baozi in the future." Lu Tingxiao acknowledged, then produced a black card from his pocket and handed it to her. "What is this for?" Ning Xi blinked, looking perplexed at the legendary black card rumored to allow unlimited overdrafts. "To buy," Lu Tingxiao simply stated. She stammered, not quite understanding his directness in offering financial support. Upon reaching their destination, Lu Tingxiao exited the vehicle first and graciously opened the doors for both of them. Glancing at Ning Xi, he inquired, "Are you comfortable?" Having spent time with him, Ning Xi had grown accustomed to his succinct manner of speaking and understood he was asking if she was all right appearing in public like this. She scratched her head, "It's fine. Not many people recognize me now, especially dressed like this." Afterward, she pulled out a pair of amber-colored round frames without lenses and put them on. "There, that's better." Lu Tingxiao nodded. The trio made their way to the hot pot restaurant. Ning Xi's assessment of her anonymity proved accurate, as no one recognized her. However, she overlooked how conspicuous little Baozi and Lu Tingxiao were as a father-son duo, especially when they stood side by side, capturing everyone's attention. In fact, Ning Xi herself was rather eye-catching today, thanks to her matching outfit with little Baozi. "Wow, look at that father and son. Their looks are stunning. The father is handsome, and the son is adorable," exclaimed a nearby sister. "And that sister is beautiful too. What a good-looking family. Is the dad taking the siblings out? Where's the mother?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tingxiao's expression darkened. Fortunately, the man beside the woman interjected, "What do you mean, the dad taking the siblings? That's clearly a family of 3. The girl is obviously the man's wife. The mother the child. No way. That girl looks so young. What do you know? They're simply a couple with a significant age difference. Just look at how he gazes at her. It's clearly the look of a husband." Ning Xi, overhearing the conversation, felt her heart race. "Dude, how can you discern the way Lu Tingxiao looks at me? And it's definitely not a husband-esque gaze." She coughed lightly and turned to Lu Tingxiao. Just then, the woman nodded in agreement. "You're absolutely right. And if you look closely, even though the little boy resembles his father, he actually has his mother-esque eyes, especially when he smiles." Ning Xi was on the verge of despair. That sister. Your eyesight might not be great. How could little Baozi possibly resemble me? I'm not his mother." Lu Tingxiao, maintaining his composure, glanced at the girl's eyes. There was indeed a slight resemblance. He had noticed that when little Baozi smiled, there was a certain expression reminiscent of Ning Xi. If it was a coincidence, it was a rather delightful twist of fate. This brief interlude soon passed. Once seated, Ning Xi sighed contentedly, There is nothing more enjoyable in the summer than eating hot pot while enjoying air conditioning. This was little Baozi's first time dining out in 2 years, and he was curious about everything, peering around, though his little hand remained firmly grasped in Ning Xi's for comfort. Ning Xi perused the menu and sought Lu Tingxiao's input. "You can't eat spicy food, so let us order a inyong pot." "You decide," he replied, nodding as he shed his jacket, casually resting his arm on the chair. This ordinary gesture, when performed by him, radiated an undeniable charm that made Ning Xi's heart flutter. Was Lu Tingxiao doing this intentionally or unintentionally? Before long, the ingredients they ordered arrived, and Ning Xi's appetite surged, momentarily forgetting everything else. Lu Tingxiao handled the hot pot with meticulous precision, ensuring each ingredient was placed in the pot at the right time, catering to both her and little Baozi with expert care. Even more so than during their previous meal at her home. Ning Xi had never felt so at ease while eating hot pot, as she could simply focus on enjoying the food without worrying about overcooking or undercooking anything. "Are you working with Mu Yi on the same project?" Lu Tingxiao suddenly inquired mid-bite. Ning Xi paused, realizing that Jiang Mu Yi, a rising star, was also Lu Tingxiao's nephew. It made sense that Lu Tingxiao would be aware of his recent activities, so she nodded. "Yes, he joined the cast today, and I just found out. I was quite surprised to see him." Lu Tingxiao placed a fish ball in her bowl casually. "Are you close? If he bullies you in the future, let me know," he added. Ning Xi laughed. "Haha, that one tea happened. In the show, I'm the one who bullies him. As for outside of the show, if he dares to bully me, I'll just become his sister-in-law, and with one word, I'll put him in his place." Just as those words left her lips, both Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao froze momentarily. couldn't help but feel frustrated. How could she not control her impulsive words? Chapter 082. Do you really want to leave? Ning Xi desperately served him food, laughing, I was just joking, don't take it to heart. However, Tingxiao seemed unfazed, even appearing in good spirits, as he smirked slightly. Not a bad idea. Ning Xi was taken aback. Did he actually think it was a good idea? Suddenly, Tingxiao fixed her with a serious gaze. Ning Xi felt a rush of nervousness under the intensity of his deep-set eyes. What's wrong? If you change your mind, you can come find me anytime. Tingxiao stated. At his words, Ning Xi's heart skipped a beat. She understood he was referring to the matter of marrying him. Although he had not brought it up since her clear rejection, she could always sense the shift in his attitude towards her and the increasingly ambiguous atmosphere between them. The worst part was that her heart was gradually slipping from her grasp. Was she truly entranced by his allure, as Jiangmai had suggested? Despite her more tranquil mindset in recent years, the thought of marrying someone still felt utterly absurd to her. Yet this man, who always wore an expressionless face and exuded an intimidating aura that often left her feeling apprehensive, had unknowingly cracked a small opening in the thick shell around her heart. Oh, how troublesome! The big Bowsy had already caused her enough chaos, and now there was a little Bowsy as well. The more time she spent with the little one, the more she found herself growing fond of him. In fact, she missed him dearly after just a day apart. If she didn't hold him today, she felt as though something was amiss. This was certainly not a good sign. Upon returning home, Ning Xi carefully carried the little one into the room. Leaning against the doorway, Tingxiao spoke softly. Thank you for your trouble during these days. After tucking the little Bowsy in, Ning Xi exited the room, replying, It's no trouble at all. I quite like the little Bowsy. After a moment's hesitation, she added with a smile, The little one is getting better. It seems I won't need to stay here much longer. Tingxiao's expression darkened abruptly. Do you really want to leave? Ning Xi, taken aback by his piercing gaze, retreated a step. Well, I should leave once the little Bowsy recovers. I feel quite guilty for imposing for so long. Tingxiao replied. You're not a bother. With no alternative, Ning Xi lifted her chin, meeting his gaze directly. But I will feel troubled. Tingxiao furrowed his brow. Troubled? Yes. Ning Xi took a deep breath and continued. To be honest, I am not a particularly disciplined person. Staying here means I must constantly monitor my behavior. Tingxiao countered. You need not concern yourself. Enough. Tingxiao's expression grew increasingly grim, and he finally interrupted her, unable to endure any longer. Chapter 083. Awakened by a Kiss. Late at night, Ning Xi lay in bed, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. Especially after seeing the ring mark on the finger of the married man. She felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. As for her romantic life, it was indeed unfortunate that her only experience had been 5 years ago. Perhaps the trauma of that first encounter lingered too heavily, making her feel utterly repulsed by such matters. Tonight, Tingxiao was genuinely infuriated with her. However, she knew she would have to address the issue sooner or later. It was better to leave before things spiraled completely out of her control. Keeping her distance was preferable to the day when the most unsightly aspects of her life would be laid bare before him, forcing him to retreat in disgust. The consequence of her restless thoughts was a night filled with various tumultuous dreams. In her hazy slumber, she was bombarded by a cacophony of voices. Ning Xi, what gave you the right to compete with me? Aside from that bloodline, you're nothing but a worthless failure. Why do you even ask about that illegitimate child? Are you planning to give birth and raise him? The child was premature. He died as soon as he was born, and I have already disposed of the body. Ning Xi, let me tell you from now on, I, Ning Yaohua, will treat you as if you were never my daughter. You have no connection to the Ning family anymore. Xiaoxi, I'm sorry, let's break up. I won't abandon you. I will treat you like a sister. She ran desperately, tried to escape those terrifying voices. She found herself on the rooftop of a hospital, where below lay an abyss so deep it seemed to beckon her forward. Finally, she closed her eyes and leaped into the void. In that moment of falling, she did not wake as she usually would. Instead, she descended into another enchanting dream. This time, it was not a nightmare, but rather a beautiful dream. She had experienced similar dreams before, each accompanied by immense fear and helplessness, but this time felt different. A series of gentle kisses landed delicately on her forehead, eyes, nose, and lips, and she felt none of the previous disgust or filth. Instead, She felt cherished and valued, as if she were the most precious treasure to the other person. Who was he? That hurts. Why are you biting me? Despite Lu Tingxiao's efforts to restrain himself, he ultimately succumbed and entered her room, fully aware that he should not wake her. Yet, his actions involuntarily became more aggressive. This woman had an uncanny ability to drive him to madness. As his lips traveled to the soft curve of her neck, the overwhelming desire within him could no longer be contained, and he bit down fiercely, like a beast conquering its prey in the most primal manner. In that moment, the metallic taste filled the air, and he heard her soft voice, Lu Tingxiao. His body instantly tensed, as if doused in cold water. He remained in his previous position, buried in her neck, while Ning Xi felt a sharp pain but held back a scream, awkwardly reminding him, Ahem, I was just asleep, not dead. You know, with all that noise, I would wake up. Initially, she had intended to feign sleep, but the pain was too much to bear. At that moment, Lu Tingxiao's enigmatic gaze merged with the night, and he slowly lifted his head, locking eyes with her. He grasped her chin, gently tracing his fingers along it, his tone dark and seductive. So what if you're awake? Just as he finished speaking, he captured her hands and pressed them firmly above her head, then leaned down and kissed her without hesitation. Chapter 084. Could it be sleepwalking? Ning Xi instinctively attempted to break free, but her hands were restrained, and her legs pinned down by his knee, leaving her entirely at his mercy. What a dreadful situation this was. Was she still dreaming and had not truly awakened? Hey, Lu Tingxiao, Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi called out several times, but he remained unresponsive, continuing his actions upon her. At that moment, he was devoid of the usual gentlemanly demeanor and familiar tenderness. His sharp teeth, driven by desire, trailed from her neck to her collarbone and even further down. No, don't. Memories, long suppressed, surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping her in a thick, murky mire, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Just when Ning Xi felt she could endure no longer, all movement suddenly ceased, leaving only a heavy, unyielding weight pressing down upon her. The suffocating sensation of being trapped in the mire vanished, replaced by a dazed stillness. Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi tentatively patted the man's shoulder, but there was no response. After waiting for over 10 seconds, with him still unresponsive, she cautiously attempted to roll him onto his side. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, she saw the man lying there with his eyes closed, seemingly at peace, as if the fearsome beast from moments ago was a figment of her imagination. Could it be sleepwalking? Ning Xi muttered to herself, contemplating that this might be the only plausible explanation. However, Lu Tingxiao's method of sleepwalking was truly extraordinary. In the dead of night, she found herself startled awake as he, resembling a vampire, bit and nibbled at her, yet somehow managed to engage her in a coherent conversation. Lu Tingxiao lay beside her, his breathing calm and prolonged, appearing as though he were in a deep slumber. Ning, she felt hesitant to awaken him, fearing he might spiral into madness once more. However, leaving him in such a state was equally disconcerting. And at this hour, whom could she turn to? After much contemplation, she thought of one person. Grabbing her phone, she dialed Lu Jingli's number. Hello, Xiao Cici. Wow, you're calling me at this hour. What has happened? Lu Jingli's voice boomed, nearly shouting through the line. Ning Xi had initially worried about disturbing him with her late-night call, but his exuberant tone suggested he was amidst a raucous party. Lu Jingli, I need to ask you something. Go ahead, he replied, his enthusiasm undeterred. What about your brother? What is wrong with my brother? His repetition was perplexing. Ning Xi sighed, then urgently inquired, Does your brother have a history of sleepwalking? At that moment, she failed to notice the man lying beside her, once so still, stiffened imperceptibly at her question. He had merely concocted this temporary diversion and never anticipated that Ning Xi would reach out to Lu Jingli. If that fool were to inadvertently reveal something, it could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 085. Sharing a bed after a brief silence, Lu Jingli's voice returned, causing Ning Xi's heart to race with anxiety. Second young master. Is there ISNT there? If it were merely sleepwalking, it might not pose a significant issue, but if Lu Tingxiao suffered from some other ailment, she would need to rush him to the hospital. The sudden transformation into a werewolf followed by an abrupt unconsciousness was undeniably frightening. Upon hearing his response, Ning Xi finally let out a sigh of relief, attempting to sound casual as she chuckled lightly. Oh, it's nothing. I just got thirsty and went to get some water, and I was startled to see him standing motionless in the living room. What? Should I let him continue without waking him? All right, I understand. Wary of Lu Jingli detecting any oddity, Ning Xi hastily ended the call. She gazed at Lu Tingxiao, who lay beside her, her mind racing. Should she leave him undisturbed or risk him sleepwalking again? It was utterly vexing. The sudden turn of events had dissipated her earlier panic, which had nearly driven her to the brink of despair. She looked at the man beside her, oblivious in his sleep, growing increasingly irritated. In a fit of frustration, she pinched his face, exclaiming, "You're sleeping so soundly while I nearly had a heart attack." Despite his earlier erratic behavior, Lu Tingxiao appeared harmless now, and she pinched him several times before relenting. It seemed the only option was to wait for him to awaken on his own. She had heard that waking a sleepwalker could lead to a frightful shock, even fatal consequences. It was clear she had been the one frightened in this instance. Ning Xi had intended to stay awake until Lu Tingxiao stirred, but the rhythm of his heartbeat lulled her into an unexpected slumber. Much later, the man beside her slowly opened his dark eyes, revealing a look of relief, then gazed at her, his fingers gently brushing against her slightly furrowed brow, his expression complex. The following morning, Ning Xi was awakened by a phone call. Her first instinct was not to answer, but to glance beside her. Lu Tingxiao had indeed vanished. Still half asleep, she fumbled for her phone and pressed the answer button, only to be met with Chong Li's furious voice. "Ning Xi, you've done a splendid job. I warned you to mind your conduct and not bring shame to the company. Yet here we are. You've embarrassed everyone." Ning Xi jolted awake, bewildered by the commotion. "What happened?" Chong Li snapped. "Check your Weibo." Ning Xi leapt from her bed and swiftly logged into her Weibo. To her dismay, her account had exploded overnight. Typically, most artists have their Weibo managed by their agencies, but Ning Xi lacked such privileges. She had not purchased followers or engaged in any promotional activities. With just over 30,000 followers, less than a mere internet celebrity. Ordinarily, she shared snippets of her life, receiving only modest engagement. Yet now, she was inundated with thousands of tags and comments. After a rapid scan of the information, she grasped the situation. Chapter 086. Let the storm intensify. Ning Xi had been maliciously attacked online, and it was severe. Late last night, a popular gossip blogger had posted a lengthy entry titled "The Scheming Ning Xi's Ascent," denouncing her as shameless. The content alleged that she had slept with directors to land roles, seduced wealthy older men for gifts, and had taken advantage of Jiang Mai during filming. The post even claimed that her door was always open, allowing anyone to enter at will, painting her as a morally bankrupt woman. Consequently, Jiang Mai's fans erupted in outrage, demanding the production team replace her as the female lead. The comments on Ning Xi's latest Weibo post were appalling, filled with insults, with everyone clamoring for her to exit the entertainment industry. Ning Xi scoffed at the thought of issuing an apology. Normally, when artists face such situations, their agencies arrange for a public relations team to mitigate the fallout, but Chong Li had other plans. "Yes, I expect to see it before 8 tonight. A video would be best, showing sincerity. Otherwise, prepare to be removed from the production. The company won't be able to protect you." With that threat, Chong Li abruptly hung up. After that call, Ning Xi found sleep utterly elusive. She had anticipated this reaction, but did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Clearly, Jia Qingqing could not wait any longer, and with Ning Xi stoking the flames, she had been thrust into the spotlight in a matter of hours. Very well, let them come. She had no fear of their onslaught. Ning Xi promptly showered, got dressed, and began her makeup routine. Half an hour later, she surveyed her reflection in the mirror, her appearance now pale and pitiful, and nodded in satisfaction. Just as she tidied her desk, a knock echoed at her door. Rising to answer, she was taken aback to find none other than Lu Tingxiao, the werewolf from last night. Seeing him after the previous night's events felt peculiar. Before Ning Xi could utter a word, Lu Tingxiao's gaze fell upon her drawn features, and his expression turned icy. Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone and began scrolling through his contacts. Ning Xi noticed his finger hovering over Liang Feixing's name and instinctively leaped forward to snatch the phone from him. "Lu Tingxiao, what are you doing?" "Resolving this matter," he replied, his demeanor grim, clearly aware of the chaos unfolding online. Ning Xi stared helplessly at the adversary who was poised to intervene. The last time, Lu Tingxiao had called in Su Yimo's stylist to assist her without hesitation. A shocking experience that had ultimately gone unnoticed. She could not endure another incident. If Shengshi intervened now, she would be branded as disloyal to both companies. Chapter 087. You need a woman, Ning, she spoke lightly. If I can't withstand such minor turbulence, how will I survive in the entertainment industry? You said you believed in me last time, didn't you? However, the seriousness of Tingxiao's expression offered no reassurance. Upon hearing this, wore a perplexed expression, only to recall her current makeup. She then clarified, this pale complexion and dark circles are the result of my own handiwork. I'm not pretending to be strong with a forced smile. If you don't believe me, would you like me to remove my makeup for you? Before she could finish her sentence, Tingxiao suddenly reached out, gently caressing her cheek and eyes with his fingertip. The mere touch sent a jolt through Ning Xi, causing her to involuntarily flinch. Tingxiao's demeanor softened slightly, and he responded with a simple hum. Afterwards, Ning Xi scratched her head, gazing at him with a hesitance as if she were on the verge of speaking. What is it you wish to say? Tingxiao inquired, his tone gentle and markedly different from the night before. Ning Xi scrutinized him with a complex expression for a long moment before finally mustering the courage to speak. Tingxiao, have you ever considered finding a woman to accompany you? What do you mean by that? Tingxiao's expression darkened instantly. Please don't take offense. I merely think. Ning Xi hesitated, carefully choosing her words before placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I believe you might need a woman. Some things, are not good for your health if endured in silence. There's an old saying, what one thinks by day, one dreams by night, isn't there? Despite appearing indifferent to women, Tingxiao's demeanor last night clearly suggested a different story. Damn woman, who do you think is responsible for this? Who do you think has to endure this torment, even when the opportunity is right there? As Tingxiao's expression grew increasingly grim, Ning Xi cleared her throat and promptly made her escape, exclaiming, I must bid farewell to Xiaobao before heading to the set. Bye. At the film studio on the outskirts of the city, as soon as Ning Xi appeared, a throng of fans waiting for Jiang Mai erupted in a frenzy, rushing towards her. Ning Xi has arrived. That despicable woman dares to show her face here. Disgusting harlot. Stay away from our Mai. Get out of the production. Ning Xi, leave the entertainment industry. Get lost. The scene was chaotic, with only a few security guards escorting Ning Xi inside while others in the crew gathered around, watching with a mixture of amusement and scorn, pointing and laughing at her. Those gazes pierced her like daggers, filled with malice, akin to venomous snakes poised to devour her. Ning Xi couldn't help but recall a once famous actress who had been driven to suicide by malicious rumors. Her suicide note contained just 4 words. Fear the words of man. The crowd hurled rotten eggs and vegetables, and someone even threw a stone that veered off course. As the stone hurtled toward a makeup artist watching the commotion, Ning Xi's expression shifted, and she swiftly leaped into action, blocking the stone with her arm just half a meter away. In the next moment, blood oozed from the spot where the stone had struck. The fervent crowd of fans momentarily froze in shock at the sight. With a pale face, Ning Xi cast a cold glance at the fans, declaring, if you wish to cause a ruckus, direct it at me. Do not harm those who are innocent. Stop pretending. You're just a shameless vixen. Ning Xi's gaze sharpened. What determines whether I am a good or bad person? An unfounded post on Weibo? Or baseless rumors? Though you are young, I hope you think before acting. Your behavior reflects upon your idol. Do not be used as pawns to tarnish your idol's reputation. Ning Xi was aware that reasoning with them at this moment would be futile. She had to appeal to their concern for their idol. When did it become your place to instruct us? Honestly, she has a point. Who threw the stone? Step forward. Wasn't it agreed that no violence would be used? Just eggs? Exactly. Who did it? We are here to seek justice, not to sully Mai's name. The agitated fans began to calm down, allowing Ning Xi to finally enter the shooting area. Upon seeing her, director Guo Qixing quickly beckoned her into the resting room. Ning Xi, yo trahere. Come sit. Director, I apologize for the trouble I've caused the crew, Ning Xi said, a look of guilt on her face as she bowed deeply. Observing her haggard appearance, Guo Qixing hastily reassured her, you are not the source of the trouble. Those who do not understand you simply lack insight. The claim that you lack talent is utterly absurd. As for the rumors about your relationships within the crew, I, as a party involved, am well aware of the truth. I have seen enough of such matters to discern right from wrong. Thank you, Director. Ning Xi felt an immense sense of gratitude for Guo Qixing's unwavering support during this trying time. However, the impact this incident has on you is undeniably significant. Look at you, so worn out. How about I give you a few days off to rest? Guo Qixing suggested. Ning Xi immediately protested, No need. Director, I wish to continue filming. My issues have already caused the crew enough disruption. If I delay the filming schedule further, I would be remiss. Seeing her resolute attitude, Guo Qixing's expression softened with approval. Very well, but if you find it too much, you must let me know. After leaving the director's office, Ning Xi was abruptly pulled into a secluded corner by a sudden force. The newcomer, appearing anxious, had even tousled golden hair that seemed to lack its usual vigor. Ning Xi, is your hand all right? It's just a minor injury. I've already taken care of it, Ning Xi replied nonchalantly. Jiang Mai's agitation was palpable. I was about to issue a statement to explain things to the fans, but Mingge changed my Weibo password and barred me from logging in, saying that my presence would only worsen your situation. Ning Xi sighed in relief. Thank goodness Mingge was on the ball. Jiang Mai's face fell with mock disappointment. You ungrateful woman. I was just trying to help you. Ning Xi responded with a hint of exasperation. If you truly wish to assist me, I should warn you that I will need to act like a demure flower shortly. You must cooperate and refrain from causing any disturbances, otherwise. Do not blame me for severing our friendship. Jiang Mai, feigning disbelief, retorted, what did you just say you would act as? A demure flower. Is there a problem? Are you certain that a bold flower like you can handle such a challenging role? Get lost. Today was fortuitous, as most of Ning Xi's scenes involve her rival, Jia Qingqing. Sitting beneath a tree, she was engrossed in her script when a mocking voice interrupted her. Oh, isn't this our big star? Ning Xi, you are quite famous now, aren't you? Everyone knows about your disgraceful deeds. How brazen of you to still show up here. Jia Qingqing's expression brimmed with schadenfreude. Once Ning Xi was ousted from the crew, Jia Qingqing could seize the opportunity to take her place and act alongside Brother Mai. Ning Xi bit her lip, her body trembling slightly, her silence betraying her discomfort. Sensing her distress, Jia Qingqing grew even more triumphant, leaning closer to Jiang Mai, Brother Mai. You should steer clear of someone like her. Otherwise, your reputation might be sullied. She's causing you to lose fans. As Jia Qingqing approached, a nauseating scent of perfume wafted toward Jiang Mai, causing his temples to throb. He nearly snapped, but, recalling Ning Xi's warning, took a deep breath to suppress his irritation. Noticing that Jiang Mai was ignoring her, Jia Qingqing assumed he was merely in a foul mood due to the circumstances and feigned concern. Brother Mai, don't worry. The crew will eventually succumb to the pressure and replace Ning Xi. You are quite annoying, Jiang Mai managed to say, suppressing the urge to hurl insults. My apologies. Brother Mai, I won't disturb your rest any longer, Jia Qingqing said, feigning a hurt expression as she walked away. Though dissatisfied with Jiang Mai's continued aloofness, she quickly reassured herself that once she secured the second female lead role, she would have ample opportunities to be close to Brother Mai. The thought of their intimate scenes sent her heart racing with anticipation. Today, one must wonder why the director insisted on having her continue filming the scenes with Ning Xi, deeming it a mere waste of time. However, she found herself rather enjoying today's shoot, particularly a scene where she gets to slap Ning Xi. She vowed to make it a memorable moment. Director, I believe my genuine slap would yield a more impactful effect for this scene. What do you think? It was quite rare for Jia Qingqing, who usually showed no interest in filming, to proactively approach the director regarding the scene. Guo Qixing, well aware of her intentions, responded sternly, stating that it primarily depended on the positioning. At most, it would just graze her face. Understood, Jia Qingqing replied, though she had no intention of heeding his advice, determined to deliver a few genuine slaps, ensuring that this wretched woman would suffer a bit more. After all, she had engaged in such private vendettas before and had never faltered. Once all departments were prepared, filming commenced. In the scene, Meng Chang'e, having just entered the palace under the alias Nan Wu Meng, was merely a lowly maid. Jealous of the emperor's lingering gaze upon her, the Xianfei summoned her to the sleeping quarters to torment her. How shameless of you to dare entice the emperor right under my nose. With that, the Xianfei delivered a heavy slap. At the moment Jia Qingqing struck, Ning Xi narrowed her eyes slightly, subtly shifting her body to evade the camera and dodge Jia Qingqing's hand. Nevertheless, it appeared as though she had sustained significant force, collapsing awkwardly to the ground, her face contorting as she spat out a mouthful of blood. This startled both Ning Xi and Guo Qixing, as well as the surrounding crew members, who rushed over in shock. Jia Qingqing, is this your first day acting? You can't even control your own strength? Normally easygoing, Guo Qixing was genuinely furious this time. He could not intervene in matters outside of filming, but such despicable conduct within his scenes was utterly intolerable. Jia Qingqing herself was taken aback. She had indeed used force deliberately, but not to the extent of knocking Ning Xi down and causing her to bleed. Moreover, she had clearly sensed Ning Xi dodging her, hardly making contact. Thus, she defiantly protested, claiming she had merely given her a light slap, insisting Ning Xi was faking it. Chapter 090. The Little White Flower. Unfortunately, Jia Qingqing's reputation in the industry was so tarnished that no one believed her, especially given her ongoing vendetta against Ning Xi. Director, I'm fine. Just a minor injury. A bit of ice water will suffice. Sister Qingqing likely just wanted to enhance the scene's effect. Please don't be angry. Ning Ti, though feeling wronged, managed to maintain a composed and understanding demeanor. This expression not only garnered the director's sympathy, but also that of others present. Jiang Mai, observing nearby, could hardly contain his amusement, nearly struck by lightning. This girl, she plays the innocent flower quite convincingly. Jia Qingqing, witnessing Ning Xi's delicate appearance, felt an immediate surge of rage. Ning Xi, stop pretending. You clearly did it intentionally. You bit your own tongue, didn't you? Did you hide a blood capsule in your mouth? Jia Qingqing, that's enough. Guo Qixing reprimanded sharply. Nearby, Jia Qingqing's assistant, fearing the situation would escalate, hurriedly pulled her aside, urging, Sister Qingqing, let go. Don't provoke the director's anger. After all, we were at fault too. Clearly, she also believed Jia Qingqing had struck intentionally, having witnessed similar incidents before. In a fit of rage, Jia Qingqing retaliated with a slap to her assistant's face, shouting, Get lost. When did it become your place to instruct me? The assistant, like Ning Xi, fell to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. The surrounding crew members, especially those of lower status like the assistant, rushed to help her, casting disdainful glances at Jia Qingqing. Although Ning Xi's private life was chaotic, she had never disrupted others and remained dedicated to her craft, while Jia Qingqing behaved like a shrew. This was the first time Jia Qingqing had been wrongfully accused, and seeing everyone doubt her, her face turned pale as if she might faint from anger. Just as she was about to lose control and lash out at Ning Xi, someone stepped forward to grasp her wrist. Qingqing, you must understand. I know you wish to perform well and impress the director, but there is no need to take it so seriously. Those who know you praise your dedication, while those who don't may misinterpret your actions. The speaker was Ning Xi, who had arrived just in time, with no scene scheduled for the day. She had initially planned to skip the shoot, but came to witness Ning Xi's misfortune. To her surprise, she encountered such a chaotic scene. What on earth was Jia Qingqing doing? With such a promising opportunity, how had she turned it into such a disaster? Observing the crowd's growing disdain for Jia Qingqing, which was almost leading to sympathy for Ning Xi, Ning Xi quickly intervened. Upon seeing Ning Xi, Jia Qingqing felt as if she had found a kindred spirit and immediately began to lament, Xu, this wretched woman is slandering me. Ning Kueluo, fearing Jia Qingqing would further alienate herself with her words, pulled her aside, asking, Why are you so impatient? Ning Xi will inevitably be dismissed. Why provoke her now? Jia Qingqing, flustered, replied, I initially intended to teach her a lesson, but I hadn't even touched her when she dodged, pretending as if I had struck her and caused her to spit blood. Ning Kueluo glanced at Ning Ti, who was being consoled by the director while maintaining a facade of grace, and quickly realized her cunning. She hastened to remedy the situation, stating, Qingqing, I believe you, but the issue is that no one else does. You cannot clarify this now. The best course of action is to apologize to Ning Xi immediately. Upon hearing this, Jia Qingqing exploded. What? Apologize to her? I refuse. Xi Luo, how can you side with her and speak on her behalf? Chapter 091. The ultimate counterattack. Ning Xi was nearly driven to madness by Jia Qingqing's ignorance. Can't you see that everyone is starting to sympathize with her? Do you want her to rise again, to continue acting alongside your my Gidge? Jia Qingqing hesitated momentarily, but still refused to relent, insisting that she would not apologize to that wretched woman. It would be better for her to die. Realizing she could not persuade her, Ning Xi gave up, hoping that she wouldn't make any further mistakes. Ning Xi's reputation was now irreparably damaged. No matter her cunning, she could only resort to petty tricks. Could she really turn the tide? It was likely that her mysterious benefactor would soon abandon her, as who would want a scandal-ridden mistress. With this thought, Ning Xi felt a slight sense of relief. Ultimately, Guo Qixing decided against reshooting the scene to avoid further conflict and opted to use the footage of Ning Xi spitting blood. The next scene to be filmed was of Meng Chang'e being granted the title of Gui Fei, while the Xian Fei fell from grace and was cast into the Cold Palace. Meng Chang'e visited the Cold Palace to see the Xian Fei and reveal her true identity. Fortunately, this scene was relatively safe, consisting mainly of expressions and dialogue with minimal action. 3, 2, 1. Filming commenced. In the Cold Palace, the Fei sat regally on a large chair, gazing down upon the disheveled woman sprawled at her feet. Xian Fei, do you know why I despise you so? Why I am determined to see you perish. You shameless wretch, you are envious of me, envious of the Emperor's affection for me, envious of my favored status. The Fei let out a derisive laugh, as if hearing the most absurd joke. Envious of you? Envious of the affection of that old fool? The Fei, have you gone mad? I will inform the Emperor. I will tell the Emperor of your insults. The Fei suddenly shot a chilling glare, silencing the Xian Fei. Then, with deliberate enunciation, she stated, Xian Fei, do you know who I am? Do you remember the name Meng Chang'e? You Jia Qingqing. You have yet to conclude your statement. Guo Qixing called cut. Let us do it again. The second take began. Xian Fei, do you know who I am? Do you remember the name Meng Chang'e? This time, Ning Xi's gaze was even more piercing than before, akin to a noose tightening around her opponent's neck. You are to begin anew. The third take commences. Xian Fei, do you know who I am? Do you remember the name Meng Chang'e? Ning Xi's emotions intensified with each utterance, and this time, she delivered her line with the fervor of a vengeful spirit, prompting even the onlookers to feel her torrent of anger and resentment. You are Meng Chang'e? How could that be? Jia Qingqing stammered, reminiscent of a malfunctioning radio, forgetting her lines once again. It was hardly surprising that Guo Qixing was irate. It was rare for Ning Xi to exhibit such a commendable emotional state, and he was thrilled at the prospect of capturing a perfect shot, only to have it ruined by Jia Qingqing's foolish blunder. Chapter 092. Teammates as inept as swine. The staff members observing the scene wore expressions of disdain. That post claimed Ning Xi's acting was subpar. He should truly witness Jia Qingqing to comprehend what constitutes abysmal performance. In truth, Ning Xi's acting was quite commendable. Had they noticed that she had delivered her scenes in one take thus far? Even those instances were marred by others' errors. Isn't that indeed the case? I initially thought it was due to her authentic portrayal, but her performance as young Meng Chang'e yesterday was remarkable. Although she was teasing Zhao Mai throughout, for some reason, it did not come across as lewd. Rather, it made my heart race. Absolutely. I was thrilled watching it yesterday. If someone else had taken on the role, I truly would not have been pleased. In my heart, Meng Chang'e is Ning Xi. Ning Xi had never anticipated that the situation could worsen, and she silently cursed Jia Qingqing countless times while maintaining a fa of concern as she approached. Qingqing, what is the matter? Are you not in good form today? Jia Qingqing was in a state of frenzy, exclaiming, I do not know what is wrong with me. Every time I look at Ning Xi, I forget my lines, as if I am possessed. How could this be? Ning Xi found it difficult to believe Jia Qingqing's words, suspecting it was simply a result of her poor acting skills and lack of effort. Yet she patiently reassured her, take your time, it will improve. I will assist you with the lines. After rehearsing together, Jia Qingqing recited her lines flawlessly. See, isn't that quite good? Ning Xi encouraged her. Jia Qingqing regained her confidence and eagerly approached the director. Director, I am ready. Guo Qixing, having barely regained his composure, softened his expression and said, then let us begin. However, once again, Jia Qingqing forgot her lines. Unwilling to accept defeat, she insisted on repeating the scene, resulting in a staggering 28 attempts. Such a simple scene consumed the crew's entire evening without success, leaving everyone in the production grumbling. This is filmmaking, not television. We're using film, and after so many attempts, not only is it a waste of manpower, but also a significant financial burden. On the 33rd attempt, Jia Qingqing stood there in a daze before suddenly screaming in madness and lunging at Ning Xi. Ning Xi, you wretched woman, what have you done to me? Why can I not remember my lines? It must be your doing. Nearby assistants rushed to restrain her, only to be violently shaken off, and even Ning Xi, who attempted to intervene, received a scratch. At that moment, everyone began to harbor disdain for her. It was truly foolish. How could her inability to remember lines be anyone else's fault? Could someone infiltrate her mind to steal her lines? The fact that so many were forced to labor late into the night without a shred of guilt on her part was appalling. Ning Xi was indeed unfortunate to have attracted such an individual. Did you not find last night's events rather peculiar? As soon as Jiang Mai entered the set, Ning Xi was embroiled in this mess. If Ning Xi were to be expelled from the production, who stands to gain the most? Need one even ask? At this point, everyone exchanged knowing glances. Chapter 093. The innocent shall be cleared eventually. The day concluded, and everyone departed in discontent. Following a tumultuous scene, the director suspended Jia Qingqing for 2 days to allow her to cool off. After removing her makeup, Ning Xi was preparing to leave when Ning Xi stealthily entered, arms crossed, and a look of disdain upon her face. Ning Xi, I never imagined you to be so cunning. Am I cunning? Ning Xi replied with a playful smile, glancing at the bloodstains on Ning Xiu's arm inflicted by Jia Qingqing, then blinking innocently. Is it not simply that your judgment is exceptional and you have a knack for choosing teammates? Ning Xi gritted her teeth in frustration, her chest aching with anger. She had no idea that Jia Qingqing could be so dim-witted. Despite Ning Xi's evident flaws, she had somehow managed to portray her in a favorable light, leading the crew to reassess their opinions of Ning Xi. In the days to come, Ning Xi would undoubtedly take action, and Ning Xi needed to devise a strategy promptly. She could not allow Ning Xi to rise again. After a brief exchange with Ning Xi was exiting when her phone buzzed with a message. Wu Yaowang, I am waiting for you at the alleyway ahead. An hour later, at Platinum Imperial Palace No. 6. As soon as Ning Xi reached the door, Jiang Mai yanked her inside, peering around as if clandestinely meeting with an underground operative. Previously, he had cared little about his association with Ning Xi, even wishing for everyone to know of their close relationship. But after this incident, he had to reconsider his prior actions. Ning Xi kicked off her shoes and sat cross-legged on the couch, her first inquiry being, did you capture the video? Jiang Mai looked at her with exasperation. Did she not regard him as a man at all? Why was she always so casual around him, appearing like a rogue, mirroring her behavior in the production? Do you think I am an inept teammate? Of course I recorded it. Jiang Mai grumbled as he handed her his phone. When she expressed her desire to play the innocent flower, he had anticipated her intentions and had promptly captured all the exciting moments. Ning Xi took the phone, scrolling through the videos with satisfaction, nodding her approval. Well done. You deserve an extra helping of chicken. With that, she opened Weibo and posted a message from her primary account. The content was not the apology requested by Chong Li, but rather a simple phrase. The innocent shall be cleared. Afterward, she swiftly logged into her secondary account and privately messaged a gossip blogger affiliated with Shangshi, sharing the continuous footage of Jia Qingqing. These two were indeed arch-rivals. Not long after Ning Xi's message, the blogger promptly released a video, accompanied by a catchy line, 33 times. The entertainment industry's top vase showcases what truly abysmal acting looks like. Jiang Mai cast her a glance. Is that all you were posting? No other videos? I worked hard to capture those. Ning Xi buried her head in the comments. This is sufficient to stir the pot. We need not act ourselves. Do you think you were the only one recording? By the way, why did you not employ that tactic against Jia Qingqing earlier? Had you done so sooner, she would have been replaced long ago, and we would not have faced all this trouble, nor would I have had to endure that woman for 2 days. Jiang Mai muttered in discontent. Chapter 094. Unable to contain the fiery passion, it was because Ning Xi had deliberately suppressed the performance. Suppressing a performance is a tactic that only highly experienced actors can execute. Intentionally amplifying their acting skills to psychologically pressure the opponent can lead to poor performances, with severe cases causing lasting psychological trauma. Few in the entertainment industry possess the capability to achieve this, and the method is challenging to detect, as it is difficult to ascertain whether the other party is simply having a breakout performance or if they are deliberately suppressing their performance. Thus, this tactic is indeed harmful without leaving a trace. Ning Xi shot him a glance. Such a trump card cannot be deployed casually. This tactic requires a specific context. In today's scene was particularly suitable for suppressing Jia Qingqing. Furthermore, it would severely impact the filming schedule, as she would only resort to it in dire circumstances. In those days, he was also subdued by Ning Xi with this tactic. However, he was not akin to the worthless Jia Qingqing. He persevered and ultimately experienced a remarkable improvement in his acting skills. After Jiang Mai finished speaking, he suddenly fixed his intense gaze upon her. "Shall we have dinner together tonight? You promised to treat me to a meal alone. You also promised to play games with me another day." In this matter, Ning Xi indeed bore some guilt, so she could only sigh helplessly and say, all right, I will accompany you for dinner and play. Is that acceptable? I will send a text to Lu Tingxiao." Although the message was directed to Lu Tingxiao, the recipient was Xiao Bao. Jiang Mai looked at the text, his eyes reddening with anger. "Why are you so gentle with Xiao Bao? You have never been this gentle with me, and you always resort to hitting me at the slightest disagreement." Ning Xi shot him a sidelong glance. "Who told you to be so punchable? Xiao Bao is so adorable. Can you even compare to him?" Flames of indignation shot up in Jiang Mai's beautiful eyes. "Ning Xi, did you ever truly like me? Did you approach me solely for that purpose?" Ning Xi looked at him in surprise. Of course not. Jiang Mai pointed at her, struggling to find words for a long while. Ning Xi rested her chin on her hand, smiling at him. "So, how does it feel to be infuriated? Do you still want to eat?" Jiang Mai gritted his teeth. "Yes. I absolutely cannot fall into your trap." Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, Lu Tingxiao's expression remained dark due to Ning Xi's earlier remark about finding a woman, and he had no inclination to indulge Lu Jingli's gossiping curiosity. Is it that you could not suppress the fiery passion within and impulsively attempted a night raid, only to inadvertently wake up Xiao Shi? Now, you find yourself in a dilemma and thus pretend to be sleepwalking? Lu Jingli's imagination knew no bounds. Lu Tingxiao glanced at him, thinking that all his cleverness was wasted on such matters. Observing his brother's expression, Lu Jingli realized he had hit the mark and immediately wore an expression of self-admiration. "Oh my, I am simply too astute. Brother, am I not your most cherished confidant?" Upon witnessing Lu Jingli's eager expression for a reward, Lu Tingxiao generously declared, "The holiday will be extended by 1 month." Lu Jingli nearly leaped with excitement, almost performing a set of calisthenics on the spot, then lamented, "Brother, as they say, one must strike while the iron is hot. Why did you not take the opportunity to directly pursue Xiao Shi? What a pity." Lu Tingxiao shot him a cold glare. "What do you think would be the outcome of such an action?" Lu Jingli pondered, stroking his chin. "You have been using Xiao Bao as an excuse, allowing her to let her guard down, like a frog slowly being boiled in water. If you were to reveal your intentions now, Xiao Shi would likely flee thousands of miles away." Lu Tingxiao acknowledged the truth of this statement, but hearing it laid bare by Lu Jingli was undeniably disheartening. In truth, he had indeed contemplated seizing her without reservation last night, but Ning Xi's inadvertent display of extreme aversion and fear had swiftly brought him back to his senses. Subsequent events confirmed that his approach had been correct. Otherwise, in that scenario, Ning Xi might have truly been frightened away. What could have caused such a reaction? "Brother, may I ask you a question? Why have your emotions fluctuated so greatly recently? Has something occurred?" Lu Jingli inquired cautiously. This inquiry was already a euphemism. In reality, his temperament had been akin to a woman experiencing her monthly cycle, irritable and capricious. "What did you say?" Lu Jingli took a moment to comprehend Lu Tingxiao's remark, then exploded with excitement. Let me think. Has he been meeting with Xiao Shi recently? Did you catch them in some ambiguous situation?" Lu Tingxiao confirmed. Lu Jingli's conjecture is entirely correct. "My heavens, no wonder you've been so off lately. I never expected one of us to harbor a traitor," Lu Jingli exclaimed. "So, have you uncovered anything?" Lu Tingxiao's gaze darkened. The person who delivered the diamond had vanished without a trace after leaving the set, and the diamond's origin was indeterminate, likely being smuggled through special channels. Lu Jingli grimaced. "Not another headache. Surely it cannot be someone related to the Lu family? Is there anyone among us whose initials correspond to those 2 letters? It seems there isn't." Sighing, he thought how complicated his brother's romantic entanglements were. While others experienced romantic comedies, his brother was entangled in a suspenseful detective drama. At that moment, Lu Tingxiao's phone chimed with a message from Ning Xi. After reading its content, a dangerous glint flickered in Lu Tingxiao's eyes. Lu Jingli leaned in curiously. "What did Xiao Shi say? Why does your expression resemble that of a man who has been cuckolded?" Lu Tingxiao stared at the message for a few seconds before dialing a number. Ning Xi, who was at Villa number 6, quickly answered, "Hello, Lu Tingxiao. Is there something you need? Did you see the message I just sent? Remember to show it to Xiao Bao." "I saw it. Where are you?" Tingxiao inquired. Understood. I will come over shortly, Tingxiao replied calmly. However, Ning Xi on the other end was taken aback. Huh? You're coming over? Is there a problem? Tingxiao countered, his tone slightly chilly. No, not at all. Ning Xi stammered, caught off guard by his nonchalant demeanor. After hanging up, she looked conflicted, prompting Jiang Mai to lean in and ask, what is going on? Whose call was it? Your uncle. He said he is coming over soon. What? Jiang Mai dropped the spoon he was holding with a clatter and pointed at her, exclaiming, Ning Xiaoxi, you claim there is nothing between you and him. Why are you calling him over while we are having dinner? Jiang Mai slammed the bowl down. What nonsense! Do you think Tingxiao is the kind of approachable person who would join me for dinner? Even my mother sometimes has to schedule 6 months in advance just to invite him for a meal. Being unapproachable is his defining trait. Ning Xi, exasperated, tossed a pillow at him. You unfortunate child, is it not permissible for him to suddenly show concern for you? Why do you always link me with Tingxiao? In what way are we comparable enough to be associated? Jiang Mai muttered to himself, it's man's intuition. You wouldn't understand. While the two bickered, the doorbell rang. Ning Xi shot Jiang Mai a warning glare, signaling him to remain silent, and then got up to answer the door. As she opened it, her eyes lit up with joy, for beside Tingxiao stood a little bun. Upon seeing her, Xiao Bao stretched out his short arms and rushed towards her, melting her heart. Darling, you are here too. Andy was just lamenting that she couldn't have dinner with you tonight. Inside the house, Jiang Mai watched Ning Xi embrace Xiao Bao and then glanced at Tingxiao, who was gazing at the two with a doting expression, feeling as though they formed a family of 3. He never imagined that Ning Xi would share such an amicable bond with Xiao Bao, considering Xiao Bao was even more difficult to approach than his father. As for Tingxiao, his attitude towards Ning Xi was even more peculiar. For Xiao Bao's sake, Tingxiao would not typically tolerate a strange woman residing under the same roof. Hey, don't forget about me. I'm here too. Jingli squeezed in, holding 2 bottles of wine. Observing the trio from the Lu family, Ning Xi promptly gave Jiang Mai a look, indicating that they were indeed just a group concerned for the well-being of their younger generation, and it was he who liked to overthink. Uncle, second uncle, and Xiao Bao have arrived. Please come in. Despite his reluctance, Jiang Mai had no choice but to obediently invite the 3 inside. After all, he was the youngest. Once the 3 arrived, Jiang Mai found himself sidelined. Tingxiao had summoned a Michelin chef to prepare the meal. Jingli brought 2 bottles of fine wine, and Xiao Bao monopolized Ning Xi's attention. 5 individuals sat around the table, enveloped in an oddly tense atmosphere. Fortunately, with Jingli present, the conversation flowed, and they dined while engaging in casual banter. Thank you. By the way, I almost forgot to ask you, how did you meet Xiao Cixi? Jingli feigned nonchalance as he inquired on behalf of his elder brother. Narrowing his eyes, he cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Mai, remarking, I suspect it's not as straightforward as you claim. Surely, she isn't yet another ex-girlfriend you pursued and then discarded? After all, the women around you are either your mother, your fans, or your former lovers. Yang Muye retorted, Ning Xi. Ning Xi chuckled, giving Jingli a thumbs up. You are quite perceptive, second young master. It seems my guess was right. Jingli beamed with pride, confident that there was nothing he could not deduce in this world. Only half right. Jiang Mai countered, his tone defiant. What do you mean by only half right? Jingli inquired, puzzled. She's indeed my ex-girlfriend. But it was she who pursued me and ultimately ended things, Jiang Mai declared, casting a resentful glare at Ning Xi. At that moment, Tingxiao, who was cutting steak for Ning Xi and Xiao Bao, subtly raised his icy gaze. Jingli was momentarily taken aback, as it was his first miscalculation in judgment. Slapping his hands on the table, he exclaimed excitedly, No way. Is that true? This defies logic. Ning Xi, having been abroad, had always thought Jiang Mai's antics were far more outrageous, thus believing that he had initiated the breakup. To her astonishment, Jiang Mai angrily poked at a piece of rib. You can ask her if you don't believe me. Why are we discussing this now? Ning Xi groaned, exasperated. This was purely accidental. Jiang Mai appeared speechless. As an elder, is it really appropriate to pry into a younger person's private matters? Sensing Jiang Mai's discomfort, Ning Xi, reluctant to embarrass him in front of their elders, replied, There's nothing extraordinary about it. At school, many girls liked him, and I was just one among many. As for our breakup, I suppose I realized he wasn't quite what I had envisioned, leading to a sense of disillusionment. Though Ning Xi's words seemed unremarkable, Lu Jingli sensed a deeper complexity, for Jiang Mai's expression betrayed a different story. Perhaps I should ply Jiang Mai with more drinks later to extract further details. As Xiao Bao was present, Ning Xi abstained from alcohol that evening, growing somewhat bored after finishing her meal. She inquired Mr. Lu, "May I take Xiao Bao to play some games?" Lu Tingxiao nodded. "Go ahead." His tone appeared no different from usual, yet it carried a subtle tenderness that was palpable. 2 hours later, Lu Jingli succumbed to intoxication, failing to extract even a single word from Jiang Mai. At this point, Jiang Mai, too, was on the verge of collapse. Having sustained himself solely to evade Lu Jingli's probing, having such a gossipy uncle was truly exhausting. He sensed that Lu Jingli's insistence on uncovering the truth stemmed from a deeper reason, yet his mind was too muddled to contemplate it further. The only one still relatively sober at the table was Lu Tingxiao. He made a call for the butler to assist Lu Jingli and then rose to head toward the living room. There, on the massive gaming screen, the words "level cleared" flashed, while Ning Xi and Xiao Bao lay sprawled on the sofa, soundly asleep. Lu Tingxiao approached quietly. The girl cradled a soft, white bun in her arms, her serene expression evoking an irresistible urge to forsake all worldly concerns and sleep beside her until eternity. In the dining room, Jiang Mai, in a daze, noticed Lu Tingxiao lean slightly toward Ning Xi, inching closer, causing his eyes to narrow in sudden awareness. Lu Tingxiao nearly succumbed to the impulse to kiss the sleeping girl, but halted at the last moment, instead gently waking Xiao Bao. The little bun rubbed his sleepy eyes, his tousled hair adding to his adorably dazed appearance. Lu Tingxiao ruffled his head, asking, "Can you walk on your own?" Xiao Bao nodded. Satisfied, Lu Tingxiao bent down to lift the still slumbering Ning Xi, looking down at Xiao Bao. "Let us go." Xiao Bao obediently followed his father, unaware of any impropriety. Jiang Mai was left in disbelief, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Surely, he was too inebriated to be seeing clearly. Why did Lu Tingxiao's actions seem so surreal? Watching Lu Tingxiao carry Ning Xi away, with Xiao Bao in tow, Jiang Mai remained dazed until he finally succumbed to his intoxication, collapsing onto the dining table. Xiao Bao wished to sleep alongside Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao firmly replied, "Boys and girls should not be too close." Xiao Bao held up 5 fingers, indicating his age. Lu Tingxiao's expression turned serious. "Do you wish to remain Xiao Shi's darling forever? I can only keep her for another 3 months. If I cannot marry her by then, she will leave you for good." Lu Tingxiao sighed softly. Although Xiao Bao was his greatest ally, he also posed the most significant obstacle. Thankfully, he had managed to make Xiao Bao understand. Gently, Lu Tingxiao laid Ning Xi on the bed, removed her shoes, and called for a maid to assist her in changing into comfortable attire. Sleepily, she reached out to touch the vaguely familiar figure beside her. Lu Tingxiao, are you sleepwalking again?" Startled by her touch, Lu Tingxiao halted momentarily before placing his hand over hers. "Yes." Ning Xi frowned, murmuring, "This needs treatment." Lu Tingxiao chuckled softly, kissing her palm. "Only you can cure it." In the dead of night, at the PR department of the Tingxiao Group, Liang Feixing was overwhelmed by the scandal involving Su Yimo's drunk driving incident. Suddenly, his personal phone rang. Initially, he intended to dismiss it but froze upon seeing the caller ID. Sitting up straight and hastily answering, "Hello? Mr. Lu, I apologize. We are addressing the matter and will resolve it by tomorrow evening at the latest." "What matter?" A cold, distant voice emanated from the other end. "Ah, you're not calling about the Su Yimo situation?" Liang Feixing was perplexed, wondering why Mr. Lu was contacting him at such a late hour. "Not that." Liang Feixing sighed in relief. He had been confused, recognizing that Mr. Lu typically did not involve himself in the affairs of Tingxiao, even when it pertained to their top star, Su Yimo. Thus, why was he reaching out personally at this hour? His unease grew. "Then why do you need me?" "Within 24 hours, ensure that Jia Qingqing withdraws from the entertainment industry." Lu Tingxiao issued a definitive command. "Jia Qingqing? Mr. Lu, which Jia Qingqing are you referring to?" "Xinghui Entertainment." Once the name was uttered, Liang Feixing's expression turned astonished. "You mean that Jia Qingqing, who is rather ostentatious yet was hyped as the #1 beauty in the industry?" He had anticipated a significant figure. Liang Feixing was filled with uncertainty but dared not inquire further, hastily responding, "Understood, Mr. Lu. I will take care of it." To his knowledge, Jia Qingqing had recently been embroiled in a feud with another female artist from her company, who was no pushover and possessed considerable dirt on Jia Qingqing. She had also orchestrated a scheme with their company's gossip team. Given Jia Qingqing's numerous enemies, it would be challenging for her to escape this predicament. However, to compel her to withdraw from the industry would require additional pressure. Operate discreetly, Tingxiao advised. Rest assured, Mr. Liu. After concluding the call, Liang Feixing promptly delegated all his current responsibilities to the deputy director and took it upon himself to address the matter at hand. The situation was rather trivial, rendering his involvement akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Presently, the artist embroiled in a dispute with Jia Qingqing had completed 80% of the task. He merely required one final push. Yet, being a second-rate artist, one might wonder what actions incited such a severe directive for a ban from figure of authority. No matter how Liang Feixing speculated, he could hardly fathom that Tingxiao's true intention was not to silence Jia Qingqing, but rather to lend support to a lesser-known actor, Ning Xi, whose name he could hardly recall. The following morning, Ning Xi awoke in a daze, bewildered as to why she found herself at the Liu residence. She distinctly remembered indulging in a 2-hour gaming session with Xiao Bao, ultimately succumbing to fatigue and drifting off on the sofa in Jiang Mai's living room. Just as she was lost in thought, a loud bang resonated from the window beside her bed. Upon pushing the window open, she was greeted by the sight of a golden-haired head below. Ning Xi sighed in exasperation. Jiang Mai, what are you doing? Typically so conscious of his image, Jiang Mai appeared disheveled, still clad in the wrinkled attire from the previous night, his hair in disarray, and a look of impatience etched on his face. Ning Xi, come down. I need to talk to you. Hurry. Ning Xi, feeling a headache approaching, sighed deeply, knowing that Jiang Mai's knowledge of her residence would lead to trouble. He had the audacity to bang on her window so early in the morning. Just jump down already. Stop pretending to be a lady. Jiang Mai urged impatiently. Ning Xi rolled her eyes, bracing herself against the windowsill before leaping down. Jiang Mai immediately pulled her close, inspecting her for any signs of impropriety. His gaze piercing as he inquired, "Did anything happen last night?" Ning Xi nearly became dizzy from his spinning. "Jiang Mai, are you out of your mind this early? I was perfectly fine sleeping. What could possibly have happened?" "I truly have no idea," Ning Xi replied innocently. The last incident in the bar had been similar. Aside from Tingxiao, Xiao Bao had not allowed anyone else to approach her, so she felt no cause for concern. "Young muye, etasperatet, exclaimed Ning Xi. Can you not be so oblivious? Tingxiao clearly has an interest in you." Hearing this caused Jiang Mai's emotions to become tangled. He sighed with relief, while simultaneously regarding her with a conflicted expression. "Are you truly planning to remain unmarried for life? What if you encounter someone you like?" "Ning Xi, your mindset is dangerous and utterly unacceptable. While a career is important, for a woman, marriage holds greater significance." Ning Xi, unable to tolerate his incessant prattling, kicked him. "Jiang Mai, are you never going to quit? Are you deliberately seeking to pick a fight with me? I suspect you haven't been beaten in too long. You just beat me the day before yesterday. Clearly, it wasn't enough. Today, I'm determined to teach you a lesson." Ning Xi rolled up her sleeves, preparing to strike. Jiang Mai, in a panic, covered his head and suddenly turned to look behind her. "Uncle." Ning Xi's expression darkened as she coldly chuckled. "Help." You could scream until you're hoarse, and no one would come to your aid. Before Ning Xi's hand could descend upon him, Jiang Mai shouted, "No, it's my uncle." Ning Xi's spine stiffened, and she mechanically turned her head only to find Tingxiao, clad in athletic wear, standing in the sunlight, sweat glistening on his skin, evidently having just returned from a morning run. Caught in the act of attempting to strike her nephew, Ning Xi's eyes darted to Jiang Mai, and she pointed accusingly. "Mr. Liu, this rascal came to smash your window early this morning, and I was just about to help you deal with him." Jiang Mai glared at her. "You shameless girl, how dare you say you didn't smash it?" Ning Xi retorted with righteous indignation. Tingxiao, standing nearby, reached out to remove a blade of grass stuck in Ning Xi's hair and casually ruffled her hair. "No more nonsense. Go wash up. Breakfast is ready." "On my way." Ning Xi triumphantly made a face at Jiang Mai before bouncing away. At that moment, Jiang Mai could hardly contain his frustration, wishing to seize Ning Xi and shout, "Once, twice, 3 times. Tingxiao has been so obvious. Do your titanium alloy eyes not see?" Upon returning to her room, Ning Xi suddenly recalled a crucial matter she had neglected. After leaking that video, she was unaware of the subsequent developments. She quickly opened her computer and scanned through the relevant information. The video of Jia Qingqing's 33 consecutive failures had skyrocketed to the trending list, accompanied by a flood of negative comments, while Ning Xi's unexpectedly superb acting received unanimous praise. This led many to question the previous online assertions that Ning Xi was merely a pretty face who had achieved her position through dubious means. Soon after, a series of anonymous accounts began to unveil Jia Qingqing's malicious vendetta, detailing her spiteful actions against Ning Xi during filming, as well as her tyrannical behavior toward her assistant and crew members. Eventually, various artists and crew members who had long harbored grievances against Jia Qingqing stepped forth to share similar experiences, utterly dismantling her carefully crafted facade before her fans. I know that voicing these sentiments will certainly invite trouble from someone, but I cannot keep silent. That day, when Jiang Mai's fans caused a ruckus on set, if not for Ning Xi shielding me with her arm from flying stone, my face could have been severely injured. Director's assistant. Though I may not hold much sway, I feel compelled to speak the truth. Only on the first day of shooting did someone deliver items to Ning Xi. Otherwise, I have never witnessed her engage in any inappropriate relations with men. It is entirely normal for a beautiful woman to have admirers. Who would have thought it would escalate to this extent? Cameraman. Ning Xi's professionalism is beyond reproach. She possesses a remarkable sense of the camera and knows how to position herself. Unless hindered by others, she typically delivers flawless performances with minimal takes, making my job considerably easier. As for Jia Qingqing, she is likely a nightmare for every cameraman. Her excessive cosmetic alterations have rendered her nose oddly shaped, yet she continues to blame me for her poor performance. Am I expected to cater to her whims? Director Guo Qixing. The claims circulating online regarding Ning Xi being involved in unprofessional conduct are sheer fabrications, an affront not only to her, but to our entire crew. Initially, I believed that once our film premiered, audiences would recognize Ning Xi's talent, but the current developments have severely impacted our filming schedule. Thus, we are releasing a behind-the-scenes clip for everyone to view. Producer Wang Taihe. Since everyone else has spoken, I shall add my voice as well. I have seen numerous comments suggesting that our production suddenly received an additional 50 million in investment due to Ning Xi's benefactor. To dispel these rumors, I have sought the investor's permission to reveal his identity, the Jean the Little Prince. Ning Xi anticipated that many within the crew had reached their limit with Jia Qingqing's behavior. Once one person spoke out, others would undoubtedly follow suit. However, she was surprised that in the process of denouncing Jia Qingqing, they also praised her, which felt like an unexpected reward. After all, receiving acknowledgement for her hard work was undeniably gratifying. Wang Taihe's post piqued her curiosity, and she hurriedly clicked on the Jean the Little Prince's profile to discover the identity of this mysterious investor. In the next instant, She was left speechless. The Jean the Little Prince's verified profile read, Lu Jingli, Executive President of Shengshi Entertainment. How absurd for a prominent entertainment company owner to act so whimsically, resembling a juvenile. Investing 50 million just for a supporting role, he truly exemplified the wealthiest in the industry. Following Wang Taihe's post, all ambiguities were clarified. Ning Xi's tarnished reputation was entirely vindicated, while Jia Qingqing bore the brunt of the backlash for her poor character and lackluster performance. Regrettably, although it was evident to discerning individuals that Jia Qingqing had orchestrated the smear campaign against Ning Xi, no conclusive evidence existed to substantiate the claims. As events have unfolded, Ning Xi's anticipated outcome has been achieved, yet unexpectedly, a more sensational development ensued. In the early hours of last night, Jia Qingqing's agent, Han Ning, posted a Weibo message. Han Ning directly revealed the entire process of Jia Qingqing employing online trolls to malign Ning Xi, as well as infiltrating Jiang Mai's fanbase under false identities to maliciously incite fan emotions, all to undermine Ning Xi. Even more shocking was Han Ying's revelation that Jia Qingqing is a false heiress and a true mistress. The wealthy father Jia Qingqing had been rumored to have is not her biological father, but rather her godfather, who is already married with children. Han Ying's Weibo post included a plethora of ambiguous chat records and explicit content that even Jia Qingqing could not deny, regardless of how many excuses she concocted. Presently, the only path awaiting Jia Qingqing is to be shelved. As for when she might return in the entertainment industry, where countless ships pass by the sunken vessel, her chances of comeback are virtually non-existent. following Han Ying's scandalous breach of professional ethics by exposing her artist privacy. Her own career as an agent has been effectively ruined. It remains unclear what conflicts arose between her and Jia Qingqing that led to such a mutually destructive act. As the situation escalated, Xinghui Entertainment attempted to delete posts and topics. But alas, they could not erase all traces, which only fueled public outrage further. Therefore, in a bid to quell the discontent, Xinghui hastily issued a statement declaring that they would rigorously pursue Jia Qingqing's malicious defamation of Ning Xi. However, regarding the matter of Jia Qingqing's being kept, the company has yet to make a definitive statement, ambiguously indicating that further investigation would take place. Clearly reluctant to abandon the considerable investment made in cultivating Jia Qingqing, Ning Xi planned to enjoy a day of rest at home. But the enormity of the situation left her no choice but to respond. Just after finishing breakfast, she received a call summoning her to the company. In the conference room, Ning Xi, Chong Li, Jia Qingqing, and the Director of Public Relations, Feng Haoyang, were present. Jia Qingqing, her head bowed in dark circles under her eyes, sprang to her feet the moment she saw Ning Xi, exclaiming, "Ning Xi, you wretched woman, are you feeling proud now? Just wait. I will not let you off the hook." Ning Xi, exasperated, merely dug at her ear. It was the same script every time, one she was nearly numb to. "Silence. Aren't you causing enough of a scene already?" Feng Haoyang chided impatiently. Jia Qingqing, filled with resentment, could only sit down begrudgingly. Her cowardly godfather had gone dark the moment their scandal broke, leaving her fate entirely in Feng Haoyang's hands. "Take a seat," Feng Haoyang gestured to Ning Xi, his expression hesitant, as if he were making a difficult decision. Ning Xi quickly interjected, "Ning Shimi, I understand you're upset, but ultimately, you are indeed at fault in this matter. We cannot let your personal vendetta affect the company. The only solution now is to minimize the impact." Ning Xi regarded Ning Xi, who feigned concern for the company's welfare, with a measured gaze and replied, "Sister, if memory serves me right, it was Jia Qingqing who has consistently targeted and sought to harm me. I have always adhered to Chong Jia's teachings, prioritizing the company's interests and enduring humiliation without troubling the company until well-meaning netizens and peers stepped forward to vindicate me. The current protests and boycotts from netizens and fans are directed at Jia Qingqing's affairs as a kept woman. Clearly, it is Jia Qingqing who has disregarded the company's interests, maliciously harming her fellow artists and tarnishing the company's image. Are you suggesting that when a rabid dog chases and bites a person, and ultimately falls into a ditch to its demise, it is still the person's fault? To condone and forgive such behavior in a heated public outcry is utterly foolish." Ning Xi nearly choked on Ning Xi's words, realizing the so-called well-meaning netizens were merely the fallout from her own leaked scandals. Jia Qingqing, who had been quiet for but a moment, erupted at this comment. "Ning Xi, who are you calling a rabid dog? Clarify yourself." Just as Jia Qingqing prepared to escalate the situation, Feng Haoyang interjected, "There's no need for an apology letter." "Really?" Jia Qingqing's expression brightened, only to hear Feng Haoyang continue. "Qingqing, you need to draft a statement announcing your withdrawal from the entertainment industry." Jia Qingqing immediately screamed, "What? You wanted to exit the entertainment industry? On what grounds should I write such a thing?" Feng Haoyang's expression grew impatient. "I'm allowing you to write it yourself as a courtesy. Don't push your luck. Is it just because I was kept? Many female stars in the entertainment industry are kept, and many are mistresses. Why must I be the one to leave?" Jia Qingqing protested. "Because you were foolish enough to make it public knowledge. This is not my concern. It is all due to that wretched Han Ying betraying me. Why don't you pursue her? She has already resigned. Where do you expect me to pursue her?" Feng Haoyang retorted. "Han Ying was the most patient agent in the company. Ask yourself, aside from her, who else could tolerate your temperament? It was one thing for you to shout at her, but when her son was burning with a fever of 40 degrees and she wanted to take him to the hospital, you forbade her. By the time she rushed there in the middle of the night, her son was admitted to intensive care and has yet to recover." Feng Haoyang recounted, revealing his own weariness with constantly cleaning up Jia Qingqing's messes. Jia Qingqing, hearing this, felt no remorse for her actions and retorted nonchalantly, "He didn't die, did he? In that situation, there was a doctor present. What good would it have done for her to go? Why did she have to do this to me?" Even at this moment, Jia Qingqing could not comprehend how the typically meek Han Ying could suddenly act in such a manner. With a divorced husband and a son requiring constant medical attention, how could she possibly support her family without this job? She could never fathom the depths to which a figure like Liang Feixing would go to target someone as insignificant as herself. Feng Haoyang pinched the bridge of his nose, finally giving up on reasoning. Engaging in lengthy discussions with a fool is undoubtedly the most foolish endeavor. Recognizing Feng Haoyang's determination, Jia Qingqing frantically turned to Ning Xi. Sister Xi, please help me. Have Chang Jia take me under her wing. I promise I will behave. Chang Li, upon hearing this, immediately looked horrified at the prospect of taking Jia Qingqing on. Surely, Ning Xi would not be so cruel as to place this burden on her. Ning Xi, of course, was not foolish enough to take on Jia Qingqing's burdens. With a pained expression, she replied, Qingqing, it's not that I don't want to help you. You heard Ning Xi's words. She is unwilling to intervene. Moreover, this is the company's decision, and I cannot override it. From the moment this incident arose, Ning Xi had known that Jia Qingqing's career was over. She merely sought to exploit Jia Qingqing's last vestiges of value to drag Ning Xi down with her. Unfortunately for Jia Qingqing, Feng Haoyang had already seen through the futility of an apology, recognizing that it could further implicate another artist in the company, ultimately leading to Jia Qingqing's abandonment. What had initially seemed like a weapon against Ning Xi had backfired, resulting in Ning Xi's rising popularity instead. There was no way Ning Xi would squander her efforts on someone like Jia Qingqing. Ning Xi, you wretched woman, you harlot, just wait, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. In her despair, Jia Qingqing finally unleashed her fury upon Ning Xi, only to be escorted away by security at Feng Haoyang's insistence. Ning Xi felt no hatred for such a person, only pity, as Jia Qingqing remained oblivious to the fact that she had been used as cannon fodder. Feng Haoyang turned to Ning Xi, his demeanor having softened considerably. Ning Xi, focus on your role in this film. If it performs well, the company will prioritize your development. However, Xiluo's advice bears merit. You should maintain a low profile and avoid unnecessary troubles. The entire affair, from Ning Xi being embroiled in scandal to her complete redemption, which ultimately led to Jia Qingqing's exit from the entertainment industry, had unfolded like a masterful crisis management operation. Although Feng Haoyang remained suspicious that someone had orchestrated the events behind the scenes, he was unable to uncover any evidence, ultimately attributing the outcome to Ning Xi's fortuitous luck. Thank you, Director Feng. I will. Ning Xi feigned a look of surprise and trepidation. After leaving the conference room, she visited the restroom, followed closely by Ning Xi. With her arms crossed and a mocking expression, Ning Xi regarded her. Ning Xi, are you not afraid that one day your own secrets will be unearthed while you dig up others' dirt? Ning Xi narrowed her eyes slightly, a glimmer of coldness escaping, and then turned away casually. Who in this circle is without some skeletons in their closet? Do you not have any, Miss Ning? Ning Xi deliberately emphasized the title Miss Ning before pretending to suddenly realize, speaking of which, I just discovered that the title of fake heiress and true mistress suits Jia Qingqing surprisingly well. When I expose you, I might not even need a headline. Ning Xi, feeling a painful jab, immediately retorted angrily. What fake heiress and true mistress? I have been a member of the Ning family since birth, the only daughter recognized by my father. As for Su Yin, it's your own inadequacy that failed to hold his heart. Do you think anyone will believe her nonsense? Ning Xi elongated her tone. Shall we test it? Or perhaps you could just reveal my little secrets. In this vast sea of people, I still cannot find those two gigolos you bribed. Who knows, a public search might yield unexpected results. Chapter 105. Shopping for little Baozi at this moment. Ning Xi's expression changed drastically, nearly screaming, Ning Xi, you lunatic. She feared Ning Xi, in her recklessness, would contest her for status and men. But she dreaded even more the thought of Ning Xi risking everything to bring her down. Chuckling at Ning Xi's pale face, Ning Xi couldn't help but laugh lightly, casually patting her shoulder. Miss Ning, do not worry, I was merely jesting. Someone like you is not worth my self-destruction. At this point, Ning Xi's indifferent gaze suddenly turned icy, lowering her voice to whisper like a demon rising from hell. However, should you threaten me with that matter again, I cannot guarantee I won't lose control and do something reckless. To borrow a phrase from your incompetent ally, even in death, I will drag you down with me. Jia Qingqing is nothing but a fade, but I am different. After speaking, Ning Xi released Ning Xiuolua's shoulder and sauntered away. Once Ning Xi departed, Ning Xiuolua slumped to the ground, her face darkening, and she kicked the door heavily in frustration. She had to find a way to eliminate Ning Xi. Otherwise, as long as she existed, everything she possessed could vanish at any moment, and she would not allow such a thing to happen. After leaving the company, Ning Xi noticed the afternoon was free and decided to visit the mall, recalling her promise to buy clothes for Xiaobao. Thinking of Xiaobao, her previously gloomy mood transformed into one of joy as she set off on her shopping spree. Upon arrival, Ning Xi headed straight for the children's clothing section. Surrounded by a myriad of adorable outfits, she felt invigorated, diving into the shopping frenzy with more enthusiasm than when buying clothes for herself. The desire to acquire charming and playful items for him felt akin to being in love. The mall was filled with high-end brands, and although the prices were steep, she was more than willing to splurge for Xiaobao. A few less cosmetic purchases would suffice. Ning Xi donned a dress designed by a relatively unknown designer that she quite liked. Though it was beautiful, it paled in comparison to a well-known label. The sales associates tended to cater to those in designer outfits. Thus they paid her little mind, attending instead to a lady clad entirely in Chanel. After some browsing, Ning Xi stumbled upon an outfit that captivated her heart. The thought of matching outfits for parent and child sprang to mind, causing her heart to skip a beat as she realized that the urge to give the best to someone special mirrored the feelings one has for their own child. "I would like this outfit. Please wrap it up," she said. The sales associate's demeanor improved slightly, and she offered a gentle smile, asking, "Would you like it gift wrapped?" Chapter 106. Encountering the elite, excuse me, but this lady beside you has already shown interest in that item, the sales associate informed her apologetically. The woman vying for the clothing was indeed the Chanel lady from before, who raised her chin in displeasure upon hearing this. "Has she paid for it?" "Well, not yet," the associate replied. "Then it is unclaimed, and I want it. Immediately prepare my bill," the Chanel lady commanded with an air of entitlement. Just as she finished speaking, the outfit was suddenly in Ning Xi's hands. The Chanel lady fumed. "Why are you taking my clothes?" Ning Xi replied with equal nonchalance. "Did you not say it was unclaimed? If you can take it, why can't others?" As the Chanel lady was about to erupt, she suddenly scrutinized Ning Xi's face. "Ning Xi, is that you?" With an expression of amusement, the Chanel lady pulled her companion. "Xian, come look at this. It's that country bumpkin from the Ning family trying to take clothes for me in such a place." "You mean Ning Xi?" "No way," the companion responded, astonished as she took in the woman before her. Ning Xi's long, naturally dark curls framed her face, and her soft, vintage makeup complemented her lavender off-shoulder dress, which, while not a designer piece, accentuated her poise. She radiated an air of disdain and nobility, far removed from the timid, awkward girl she once was. "It is her. I would recognize that face anywhere. A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin, merely clad in inferior attire," the Chanel lady asserted confidently. Her companion examined Ning Xi closely, realizing it was indeed her. 5 years ago, Ning Xi had a decent foundation but lacked the skills to present herself well, always appearing dowdy. The outfit she wore at the banquet back then had been ill-fitting and dated, leaving a lasting impression. What's she doing buying children's clothes? I heard she wasn't married. Who knows whose illegitimate child it is? Perhaps she is pregnant out of wedlock. Isn't it true that Su Yin left her because she was fooling around with other men? The two women continued their banter, and finally, Ning Xi recalled who they were. The Chanel lady was Ying Fonglin, and her companion was Jean Xianxian. Both socialites and members of Ning Xiuolua's clique, notorious for mocking and ridiculing her. She had heard Ying Fonglin married well and bore a son in her first year, which only fueled her arrogance, while Jean Xianxian had an impressive fiancé. Ning Xi had not anticipated encountering such individuals while shopping for children's clothes. The two seemed unaware of her entry into the entertainment industry, and rather than engage in a public spat, Ning Xi chose to ignore them and turned to the sales associate. "Miss, please prepare my bill." Though the two women appeared formidable, it was Ning Xi who had laid claim to the outfit first, prompting the associate to hastily process her order. However, when it came time to pay, an issue arose. The associate's expression turned sour. "I apologize, miss, but your card has insufficient funds." Ning Xi was taken aback. It dawned on her that she had spent a significant amount on a foreign engine for her car last month, leaving her with little in her account. Ying Fonglin seized the opportunity to mock her. This is hilarious. No money, yet trying to put on a front." Jean Xianxian shrugged dismissively. I thought studying abroad would bring some improvement, but a wild chicken will always remain a wild chicken, never to become a phoenix. Ing Fonglin smugly turned to the sales associate. Miss, can you now give me that outfit? Yes, madam. The associate replied as she reached for the clothing in Ning Xi's possession. Ning Xi held onto it tightly. Ing Fonglin immediately protested. What are you doing? No money and still trying to act tough? Do you think this is your countryside? Held a garment in one hand while retrieving a black card from her bag with the other, presenting it to the sales assistant to make a purchase. Chapter 107. A Man in Love. Originally, intended to pay for the item herself as a gift for, but an unexpectedly awkward situation arose. She had taken a liking to the garment, and the mere thought of it being snatched away by a person like made her uneasy. Ultimately, she resorted to using the black card given to her for the transaction. As soon as she produced the card, both the sales assistant and the two women were momentarily stunned. The sales assistant, well versed in her field, immediately recognized the card, though unfamiliar with it, could sense its significance due to their social circles. It was, after all, the globally limited edition black gold card, known as the King of Cards, which had an exorbitant annual fee and offered unparalleled services worldwide. This card was not publicly issued, nor could one apply for it. Rather, it was selectively offered to 1 in 100 platinum cardholders, making it unattainable even for the wealthy. Those who possessed it were typically esteemed figures, billionaires, and social elites. S face stiffened as she coldly scoffed, suspecting it might be a counterfeit. Miss, you should carefully inspect that. The sales assistant, though having seen it once, cautiously took the card and began processing the transaction. A mere 10 seconds later, her demeanor transformed into an enthusiastic smile as she bowed deeply, exclaiming, Miss, it's all set. I'll wrap it up for you right away. Nodded in gratitude, and stood there, dumbstruck, exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions akin to having witnessed a ghost. With the packaged garment in hand, turned to leave, watching her retreating figure in high heels, clench her teeth, filled with malice. What show-off? She must surely be a mistress of some wealthy old man. Does she think that giving birth to a son guarantees her a place in a wealthy family? One day, the rightful wife will make her pay for this. Chimed in, after exiting the children's clothing section, descended to the men's department. It seemed that the brand across the way was one that typically wore. The overall style was very much his, primarily in black, white, and gray, exuding an air of aloofness and restraint. After a few glances, her attention shifted to a vibrant young brand nearby, which appeared much more youthful and lively in color and design. Contemplating for a moment, she suddenly felt the urge to buy a suit as well. Women, after all, often set out to purchase a single pair of shoes only to end up with an array of clothing, bags, and accessories to match. After buying 4, her desire to unify style became increasingly irresistible. After a brief 3-minute deliberation, made her decision. She would buy it. Thus, she entered the store and promptly purchased a royal blue suit that matched outfit, which was worn by the mannequin at the entrance. Meanwhile, in the office of the president as Listen To's work report, he received 2 text messages in quick succession. Upon opening them, he saw there were notifications of expenditures from the bank. Used his card? A satisfied smile momentarily flickered across solemn and indifferent face. Seeing his brother's expression, quickly deduced. Is that a message from your sister-in-law? Repay? No, that's strange. Intrigued, leaned over the desk to take a closer look. Oh, it's just 2 bank notifications? Expenditure notifications, not deposit notifications. Why the sweet expression? He clicked his tongue, reflecting on how incomprehensible men in love could be at times. Chapter 108. Do not wear clothes. In the evening, carrying her spoils, made her way directly to the residence. Spotting the old butler watering the flowers at the entrance, she greeted him, Butler Grandpa. Where's the little darling? He has drawing. I want tea, disturb him then. What about Mr.? The young master is upstairs. All right, thank you. With a cheerful demeanor, headed upstairs. Her beauty and charm inevitably made her well-liked wherever she went, but what was rare was her discretion. She never exhibited any inappropriate intentions towards the young master and often appeared oblivious to her own image. It is quite easy to discern whether a woman harbors intentions towards a man. She can conceal it for a day or two, but over time, it becomes apparent. The same applies to a man's feelings for a woman. Even if it were solely due to her being the young master's savior, the young master's attentive demeanor seemed excessive. If the young lady's background were unblemished, It could indeed be a fortuitous match. Ever since she moved in, the young master had become more grounded, and the young boy had grown increasingly cheerful. Having watched them grow up, the butler felt a sense of joy. Hence, he was now more concerned about its lack of intentions rather than any ulterior motives. Upon reaching the upper floor, eagerly wished to share her acquisitions. So she swung open the door to his bedroom. Upon entering, she was greeted by an unexpected sight. His hair damp, was bare-chested, with a white towel wrapped around his waist. Glimmering droplets of water cascaded down his sculpted abdomen, disappearing into the alluring line of his physique. This scene was impossible to look away from, and its first instinct was not to close her eyes, but to widen them in astonishment. Although she was averse to matters of intimacy, it did not prevent her from appreciating beauty. Perhaps the betrayal she endured years ago had left an indelible mark, and she found herself inexplicably drawn to this moment. 5 years prior, she would have felt shy at the sight of a man in a tank top and shorts, avoiding conversation with any unfamiliar man other than, no matter how handsome he was. Chuckled softly, his voice deep and husky, "My apologies, I forgot to lock the door." In reality, he hadn't locked it since she moved in. "Did you need something?" "Just a moment, let me get dressed." The brief yet prolonged gaze from the girl ignited a fire within him, and he was grateful she turned away just in time. Otherwise, his body's reaction might have betrayed him. As he reached for the wardrobe to retrieve his clothes, suddenly shouted, Don't wear clothes." Chapter 109. Do not bring men home. To his surprise, the girl made such a request, causing to momentarily freeze, then gaze at her back with a slightly raised tone. Why? He found himself quite willing to indulge the girl's delightful request. "You bought this for me?" he asked, momentarily taken aback, thinking she had intended to buy it for. "Yes, but I used your card." Sheepishly touched her nose, explaining, "Initially, I intended to use my own money as a gift for. But after spending on a motorcycle engine last month, I found my card empty, so I had to use yours. Then, while passing through, I noticed an adult men's outfit that would pair wonderfully with what I bought for, so I couldn't resist purchasing it. Though it wasn't specifically intended for him, it was enough to bring him joy. I asked the sales assistant, and if you don't like it, you can return it. So hurry and try it on," urged. Without hesitation, replied, "I like it." It was a gift from her first clothing purchase for him. How could he not appreciate it? "You haven't even seen how it looks yet," murmured, stepping back and stretching out her hand to offer him one of the bags. Taking the bag, asked, "You only bought for me, and what about yourself?" Sighed, "I'm a bit short on funds. I'll wait until I get paid to buy something for myself." Tingxiao had just intended to say that she could use his card when Ning Xi rummaged through her bag and produced a black card. "Right, I should return this to you. Not to mention, it feels quite impressive to use. Today, I managed to infuriate a particularly troublesome woman who tried to steal my clothes." Tingxiao could only sigh and amend his words. "You can keep it for now. I'm usually busy and have little time to help Xiaobao shop. If you see something suitable, feel free to buy it. Of course, I would appreciate your assistance in selecting items." Just as he was about to step forward, the hand that was free was suddenly grasped from behind by the man. Ning Xi was startled and instinctively wanted to turn around, but recalled that Tingxiao was still bare, so she awkwardly maintained the position with her hand being held. "What is the matter? I know I have no justification to keep you here any longer. Yet as a father, I feel I have done too little for Xiaobao. I genuinely hope that his happiness can last a bit longer. Could you stay for 3 months, at most? When the time comes for you to leave, I want to insist on your staying. During this time, you can treat this place like your own home, doing as you please without any reservations." The more she listened, the more it seemed that Tingxiao was a gentle and obedient wife, while she felt like a debauched husband. Ning Xi, with a mournful expression, asked Tingxiao, "Are you certain you want to maintain this state while conversing with me? Could you please put on some clothes first?" Otherwise, it was hard for her to concentrate on the matter at hand. "All right," came Tingxiao's voice from behind. Ning Xi felt as if a weight had been lifted and hurriedly dashed out of the room. However, she pondered that if she continued to stay for 3 months, it might truly be a bit inappropriate. Just as she was in a dilemma, she suddenly felt a soft tug at her leg and looked down to see Xiaobao, who had come over she knew not when, hugging her calf and holding a drawing. Ning Xi squatted down to embrace the little one, asking, "Did you finish your drawing, darling?" Xiaobao nodded. "What did you draw? May I take a look?" Xiaobao immediately handed her the drawing. Upon merely glancing at it, her eyes brimmed with tears. The person depicted was still her. The colors in the drawing were vibrant and dreamlike, It showed her lying on a small bed, holding a storybook. However, the perspective was from Xiao Bao's viewpoint as he lay beside her, gazing up at her. The entire image radiated the happiness and contentment Xiao Bao felt while listening to her tell stories. You drew beautifully. At this moment, Ning Xi's heart was completely swayed. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she kissed the little one's forehead and cheerfully said, "Annie bought you new clothes. Would you like to try them on?" Xiao Bao's eyes sparkled as he nodded enthusiastically. When Ning Xi helped Xiao Bao change into the new clothes and prepare to find Tingxiao, he happened to emerge from the room, fully dressed. Ning Xi felt quite confident about the outfit she had chosen for Xiao Bao, but she was uncertain about Tingxiao's attire, as she had never seen him wear anything beyond black, white, or gray, let alone such a vibrant royal blue. However, upon seeing Tingxiao in the new outfit, Ning Xi was utterly astonished. Isn't this just perfect? She had expected it to look awkward or out of place, but was completely taken aback by how well it suited him, showcasing his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. Most importantly, his previously solemn demeanor transformed into something much lighter and youthful. Tingxiao was pleased by the unreserved admiration reflected in her eyes. "How do I look?" Ning Xi nodded vigorously, incredibly handsome. "You could easily wear a big red flower on your chest and be a groom," Tingxiao remarked. "This girl certainly has a unique way of complimenting." "Xiao Bao, what do you think? Is your daddy handsome?" Ning Xi asked the miniature version of Tingxiao. Although Xiao Bao was not particularly fond of his father, he had to admit that this version of his dad was far more appealing than the usual dark and brooding look, and thus nodded in agreement. Ning Xi immediately snapped her fingers in delight. "I never expected my taste to be so impeccable. Of course, it's primarily due to your excellent foundation, Mr. Liu. You look handsome in anything. However, I believe you should wear brighter colors more often. It will surely uplift the spirits of your employees and increase their efficiency." Hearing her remark about his inherent good looks, Tingxiao couldn't help but smile slightly. "If you come across anything suitable in the future, do help me purchase it." "Absolutely. Leave it to me." Ning Xi confidently patted her chest in response. The sight of the father and son duo filled her with excitement, and she couldn't resist exclaiming, "I must take your picture. Come closer, stand together, hold hands." The two complied with her every direction, striking poses effortlessly. Ning Xi became increasingly absorbed in the moment, transforming into a fan, and took several sets of photos of the father and son in the balcony, study, and small garden. Tingxiao stood beside her, leaning in to admire the shots, and complimented, "You've taken some excellent pictures." Ning Xi humbly waved her hand. "My photography skills are quite average, and I'm merely using a smartphone. Yet, you two are such high-quality models, and the background is also stunning, making every picture look like a masterpiece. By the way, Tingxiao, do you use WeChat? I can add you and send you the photos. Who still uses text messages these days? It's too cumbersome. We should also teach Xiao Bao how to use it." "I do. Search for my phone number," Tingxiao replied, secretly relieved that he had been persuaded by Lu Jingli to activate his account. "Wait, your nickname is actually Tingxiao? How unoriginal." Ning Xi remarked playfully while adding him as a friend. Tingxiao raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing to see what Ning Xi's nickname was. Upon reading it, he found himself momentarily unable to recognize the characters. "I'm lost. Why is this nickname so peculiar? What does it mean?" He wanted to ask, but fearing it might reveal the generational gap between them as it had previously, he opted to remain silent. After adding each other as friends, Ning Xi sent all the photos to him. As Tingxiao received the images, he noticed that Ning Xi's signature read, "One day, with my sword in hand, I shall slay all the heartless dogs." Tingxiao was taken aback. After Ning Xi sent the photos, she realized Tingxiao was gazing at her signature with a complex expression and felt embarrassed, awkwardly explaining, that's just my signature for my teenage phase. I've been meaning to change it. Isn't it a bit glitch?" Tingxiao laughed lightly. "It's all right." He believed that one day he would be the reason for her to change that signature. "And my nickname, Cough, this is called Martian language. It was quite popular online back in the day. Now it seems rather silly, but I've gotten used to it and am too lazy to change it." Ning, she scratched her head in explanation. "That's nice. Could you help me come up with something similar?" Tingxiao requested. "Huh, you really think it's nice?" Ning, she was shocked by Tingxiao's taste. "Yes," he replied earnestly. "Thank you." Tingxiao rarely logged into WeChat, and this time, shortly after logging in, he found a flurry of messages in the family group chat. It turned out that the elder members of the Liu family had been complaining to relatives about not having seen their precious grandson in a long time, as the eldest son seemed to have developed feelings for a girl and was fervently pursuing her, hence they dared not disturb him. Their tone, though ostensibly a complaint, felt more like a brag. Our eldest has finally taken a liking to a girl. It's a girl, by the way. Tingxiao was both amused and exasperated by his parents' tone, and casually shared the photos Ning Xi had just sent him in the group. Moments later, the family group chat erupted with excitement. The first reaction was astonishment that the long-silent Tingxiao had appeared in the family chat. The second reaction was, oh my, this father and son duo is simply stunning, resembling characters straight out of a magazine. I wish I could marry my daughter off to them. Were it not for the societal prohibition against consanguineous marriages, it is likely that countless families with daughters would be embroiled in fierce competition by now. Oh, my precious grandson is simply adorable, and my son is so handsome. The matriarch, Lady Liu, was so overwhelmed with excitement that she could scarcely decide whom to praise first. Tingxiao, who chose the outfits for you, and Xiaobo, is it someone you fancy? Lady Liu immediately discerned that this style was not indicative of her son's aesthetic. Indeed, I knew you could never select such vibrant clothing. Just look at how bright and lovely these colors are. Unlike you, who constantly dresses in drab shades, making Xiaobo look equally dull. Clearly, this household could benefit from a woman's touch. Was she the one who took these photos? Old Master Liu could not contain his curiosity. Yes, Tingxiao replied succinctly. Quite right. Old Master Liu appeared exceedingly pleased. Tingxiao had never been fond of photography as a child, and Xiaobo was even less inclined, resulting in a scarcity of photographs featuring the father and son together. This collection of pictures quickly became a cherished secret between the two elders. Goodness, my future sister-in-law is extraordinary. She managed to get you to wear such colorful attire and even pose for photographs. I once gifted you a similar outfit, and your disdainful gaze was as if to criticize my taste. This remark came from LJNGL. Even LJNGL had begun to refer to the other as his future sister-in-law, and the numerous relatives could no longer restrain their curiosity, bombarding Tingxiao with inquiries about the identity of the young lady he had set his sights on. His demeanor signaled that this was a private matter, not to be interfered with by anyone. Consequently, those who had initially considered probing further now hesitated to act rashly. Within the vast Liu family, Tingxiao was the central figure, akin to the head of a dragon. The family's illustrious legacy and their esteemed status depended entirely upon him, and his words held the weight of imperial decree. At that moment, another individual observed the photos and chat records in the group. Ning Xi scrutinized the phrase about whether it was someone Tingxiao fancied for quite some time before promptly messaging Ning X. Ning X, did you take photos of Tingxiao and Xiaobo? Yes, how did you know? Did you see us? Ning X recalled that Ning had no filming today and wondered if he had secretly arrived. My uncle even shared it in the family group to show off. Everyone is praising it, and Ning X's spirits lifted, and she began typing excitedly. Haha, really? Are they complimenting my photography skills? Ning was so exasperated he nearly dropped his phone. Can your focus be any more misplaced? What should I focus on then? I was going to say that Tingxiao had just admitted in the group that the photos were taken by his favorite girl. But remembering that she had dismissed his claims thrice already, he felt that this evidence was insufficient and resolved to gather irrefutable proof next time. Tomorrow's filming features both of us. Don't be late. Ning, why change the subject? When have I ever been late? If all goes as planned. It's a kissing scene, and if you dare eat garlic or durian, you're finished, understand? After dinner, Ning X hesitated for a while before seeking out Tingxiao. On the serene balcony, Tingxiao did not rush her, merely standing in silence, patiently awaiting her response. Taking a deep breath, Ning X turned to the man beside her and finally gathered the courage to speak. Tingxiao, I have considered your proposition. I agree to stay for 3 more months, but after that, I must leave, even if nothing is amiss between us. It is inappropriate for an unmarried woman to reside in another's household. It could easily lead to misunderstandings. Thank you. Tingxiao's expression relaxed, a flicker of concealed delight passing through his eyes. Do we have scenes to shoot tomorrow? Tingxiao inquired. Ning X sighed and nodded yes. Noticing her somber demeanor, Tingxiao asked with concern, What's wrong? Is tomorrow's filming particularly challenging? And Ning X rested her chin on the railing, pondering. It's not that it's difficult, merely a kissing scene, but my partner is GMY, and I am genuinely afraid I might lose my composure. What if I cannot resist hitting him? It's also quite likely I might laugh. At that moment, Ning X suddenly recalled something, smacking her forehead. Tingxiao, I need to thank you for something. What is it? Tingxiao asked, somewhat distracted. I just learned that the investor who provided additional funding last time was LRSHO, and it was you who privately arranged for me to play the second female lead, right? So, thank you. Ning X expressed her heartfelt gratitude. I'm glad you don't hold it against me. Am I that ungrateful? It is only right to express gratitude. No need to mention it. It was merely a side note. The truth is, everything he did was entirely for her, while GMY was merely a coincidence. Tingxiao chuckled softly. I look forward to it. The next day, Ning X arrived at the film studio and spotted a large crowd of young girls near the filming location, with a particularly radiant golden head among them. It was GMY and his youthful admirers. Ning X instinctively tried to walk around, but just as she was about to slip away, a shrill voice cried out, "It's Ning X." Ning X thought to herself that she was doomed, preparing to shield her face, but the girls quickly formed several lines in front of her and collectively bowed, apologizing. "We're sorry." After their apologies, the girls gazed at her with starry eyes, chattering excitedly. "Miss Ning X, we are truly sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. Please don't hold it against us. You must continue playing the role of Ning Xi. Exactly. Your performance has been absolutely fantastic. We all love your scenes with MY." Ning X was bewildered by their enthusiasm, instinctively glancing at GMY. So that is how it is. Fans often idolize stars without considering any real-life connection, as such notions are too far-fetched. Thus, film and television works become the channels through which fans engage with their idols. If a female star is set to act alongside one's male idol, the initial reaction might be a tinge of jealousy, particularly if the actress is perceived as lacking talent, leading to strong feelings of discontent on behalf of the idol. Conversely, when the situation is reversed, fans tend to project themselves onto the actress and derive immense satisfaction from the on-screen interactions. This is exactly Ning X's situation. Is it true that you have many intimate scenes? Are there any kissing scenes? A fan eagerly inquired. GMY raised an eyebrow. Yes, there's one today. A chorus of excited screams erupted from the crowd. Can we watch? Can we? The girls clamored. No worries. We've all brought binoculars. The young girls swiftly produced their essential fan gear, and Ning X was speechless. With so many spectators, the pressure was immense. In the break room, Ning X could not resist asking, what scene is the kissing one? Given the numerous recent developments, the shooting schedule had changed significantly, and she was only vaguely aware of what to expect without specific notifications. That's the one. His brow twitching as he leaned closer to her, sniffing. You didn't eat anything inappropriate yesterday, did you? Ning X swatted him away. Do I seem like such an unprofessional person? This is what you said. If you let me down, I will inform the director. GMY stared at her in disbelief, having been tricked by her too many times to let his guard down. Ning X rolled her eyes at him. Aren't you a bit too old for the I'll tell a teacher routine? How childish. GMY huffed and turned away. I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to figure out how to shoot this. And Ning X spun his chair back around. What are you researching? In any case, I'll be the one kissing you. Come here. I have something to ask you. GMY lamented. Why can't he study how to be forcefully kissed? What do you want to ask? GMY replied with irritation. How is the character Jia Qingqing currently being handled? It is certainly going to be replaced. I heard from Minggu that it will be switched to someone from our Shangshi, apparently a rising singer. She looks good, but she has no acting experience at all. I doubt it will work. By the way, have you heard about Jia Qingqing's situation? What happened to Jia Qingqing? Ning Xi asked, puzzled. What else could happen? The matter has escalated so much that the legitimate wife found out. She called people to strip her and beat her in public, and warned her to leave the capital, or next time she would be killed. I was initially worried that woman might do something to you, but it seems I need not worry anymore. As GMY spoke, he felt something was amiss. Ning Xi, why do I feel that the development of this situation is surprisingly smooth? At that moment, the director's voice echoed from outside. Ning Xi, get ready for your scenes. It's your turn next. Chapter 115. The calm before the storm as night fell, the lighting was just right, and the props team had set everything up while the extras took their positions. After changing costumes, Jiang Mai surprisingly felt a hint of nervousness. Though he had dated Ning Xi, he had never even touched her finger, let alone kissed her. He hadn't expected that his first kiss would not be in a romantic context, but rather on set. As he took deep breaths to calm himself, a sudden force smacked him from behind, and Ning Xi, with her high ponytail and casual attire, playfully hooked her arm around his shoulder. "What's wrong, Jin Mao? Are you nervous? Get lost." "Who is nervous? I've filmed more kissing scenes than you've eaten rice," Jiang Mai retorted, pushing her away, feeling a burning sensation where she had touched him. At that moment, Guiqixing approached, looking concerned. "This scene can't be cleared. Are you both all right?" Typically, for such scenes, to avoid awkwardness for the actors, the set might be cleared of all but the crew. Ning Xi's Ruket Kaswali. Jiang Xianbei said he has filmed more kissing scenes than I've eaten rice, so he should be fine. Guiqixing laughed heartily. "Then let us get started." He reassured them, "Since this is the most crucial kiss in the entire production, my requirements will be relatively high. However, you two are just beginning to find your rhythm. It's okay if it doesn't go perfectly at first. We could take our time and try a few times." Upon hearing the director's suggestion of multiple takes, Jiang Mai's mouth twitched. He felt anything but comforted, and his heart raced even faster. This was utterly ridiculous. It was just a kiss scene. Why was he so flustered? Unbeknownst to everyone, several miniature high-definition cameras hovered above, and less than 100 meters from the shooting location, a black car stood quietly. Inside the rear seat, a screen displayed every frame of the live scene clearly. Tingxiao, dressed in a dark suit, had his shirt buttoned meticulously to the top, his long fingers propped against his forehead, his dark pupils reflecting the screen's light as he silently observed the girl who had just appeared on the screen after changing outfits. Beside him, Lu Jingli peeked out of the car, glancing outside, and then back at the screen inside, his expression conflicted. "Bro, are you really going to just watch and do nothing? You might as well stay home to avoid this. Isn't this self-torture?" He then gazed apprehensively at his brother's perfect profile, shrouded in dim light, murmuring to himself, "If one doesn't erupt in silence, one will perish in silence. Why do I always have a bad feeling about this?" Growing up together, he understood Tingxiao's nature all too well. This man appeared cold and aloof, seemingly devoid of desires, but in reality, anything within his territory would evoke an exceedingly terrifying possessiveness. Since Ning Xi's arrival, Tingxiao had only shown his warm and bright side. But Lu Jingli knew that if there was something he wanted, he would undoubtedly obtain it. This was merely the patience of a predator before the hunt. Such appearances were utterly fragile, and at any moment, it could all shatter into pieces. Chapter 116. A Kiss of Destiny. The filming commenced. Vendors selling lanterns and riddles lined the streets, and the bustling citizens carried lanterns, filled with joy and laughter. Meng Chang'e had forcibly dragged Sun Huanqing, who was sulking in the clinic, out. The camera followed the two as they dashed down the brightly lit Chang'an Street, the scene breathtakingly beautiful. The dialogue in the scene was sparse, focusing mainly on the setting and the characters' exchanges of glances. Meng Chang'e was exuberant, while Sun Huanqing, initially reluctant, gradually became infected by the girl's enthusiasm as they weaved through the crowd together. After walking for a while, Sun Huanqing suddenly realized that the girl was still holding his hand and hurriedly tried to pull away. Yet, Meng Chang'e stubbornly held on. Her expression declaring this hand was her possession. Sun Huanqing, flustered, exclaimed, "Miss Meng, please have some decorum. Men and women should not have physical contact." Meng Chang'e frowned at him. "You bookworm, what if I let go of your hand and we get separated? If we get separated, then so be it." Sun Huanqing retorted in frustration. Sun Huanqing, Meng Chang'e, incensed, shook off his hand and plunged into the crowd, watching that flash of red gradually disappear among the masses. Sun Huanqing's expression turned anxious. Recently, rumors of a flower thief had circulated in the capital, with several young ladies reported missing. In such chaos, what if something happened to her, a girl alone? In that moment, Sun Huanqing's only concern was for Meng Chang'e, completely forgetting that she was a little devil herself. If she encountered the flower thief, it would only be the thief's misfortune. The camera shifted to follow Sun Huanqing as she searched desperately in the crowd for Meng Chang'e. Just as Meng Chang'e was on the verge of despair, someone suddenly patted her shoulder from behind. Turning around, She found a person wearing a ghost mask standing before her, speaking with a hint of pride. "Dr. Sun, were you looking for me?" Hearing the familiar voice, the overwhelming joy made Sun Huanqing embrace her tightly. Meng Chang'e was taken aback by the typically reserved and conservative Sun Huanqing's boldness, causing her to freeze. The next scene was to depict Meng Chang'e initiating a kiss with Sun Huanqing. The distant fans held their breath in excitement, not daring to make a sound. This moment of their first kiss was bound to be breathtakingly beautiful. At the same time, in the black vehicle, Lu Jingli was too terrified to even look, curling up against the window to distance himself from his brother. He could not believe his brother would sit idly by. Having already felt the car's temperature drop upon witnessing Ning Xi holding Jiang Mai's hand in their embrace. What if they truly kissed? Would there be any bloody scenes afterward? No matter how hard Lu Jingli pondered, he could not fathom how his brother would intervene without offending Ning Xi. Cautiously peeking through his fingers at the screen, he saw Ning Xi slowly removing her mask, gazing affectionately at Jiang Mai, then reaching out to pull Jiang Mai's neck down. This is it. It's about to get serious. While Lu Jingli internally lamented, he suddenly noticed the lanterns around them extinguishing one by one, as if extinguished by the overwhelming aura of his brother's suppressed rage, sending chills down his spine. Chapter 117. A storm approaches. Ah, it's raining. A cry echoed through the crowd. As the lanterns were crafted of paper, some of the lotus lanterns lacked any covering, and they were instantly extinguished by the downpour. As Ning Xi was about to lean in for a kiss, she abruptly halted her actions due to the unforeseen turn of events, instinctively shielding her head with her hands. Was it raining? Ouch, that hurts. Is that hail? Jiang Mai, whose heart raced in anxiety, nearly suffocated from the sudden break, exclaiming, "What on earth? Hasn't there been a drought recently? It hasn't rained in months. And now, in this sweltering heat, hail falls." Inside the vehicle, Lu Jingli appeared utterly bewildered. "It's raining? How could it possibly rain out of the blue? Wait, do I hear the sound of hail on the roof?" At that moment, a spark of realization flashed in Lu Jingli's mind as he gazed incredulously at his brother, who remained as impassive as a mountain, devoid of any surprise. "Brother, are you invoking artificial rain? Are you defying heaven? Moreover, might you be exerting too much force? It's hailing." Observing the abrupt cessation of filming, Lu Tingxiao's low-pressure aura receded like a tide, and he coolly uttered, "Drive." "Yes, young master," the driver replied, igniting the engine as the dark vehicle silently departed the set under the night sky. Guo Qixing had not anticipated such a situation, lamenting that if the filming had continued, it would have been a perfect scene. Oh well, good things come to those who wait. Let's call it a day, but everyone, don't leave just yet. We must gather for dinner tonight. I didn't get a welcome my last time. We must make up for it, Guo Qixing announced to the group. Amidst recent upheavals in the production, this gathering was also a means to strengthen bonds. Initially gloomy due to the sudden weather change, the crew instantly perked up, cheering with joy. Jiang Mai responded with a lackluster tone, clearly in a sour mood. Ning Xi tossed him a towel. "What with that expression? Aren't you disappointed that I didn't kiss you?" "Nonsense. I'm just frustrated that I have to act with you again." Jiang Mai shot her a glare, then warned, "You're not planning something again tonight, are you?" "Of course not. What could I possibly have going on?" Ning Xi replied, while she, as usual, sent a message to Lu Tingxiao. Jiang Mai discreetly peeked at her phone and immediately noticed something amiss. "Ning Xiaoxi, you changed your nickname from Mo Su to Tang Xiaoxi?" Jiang Mai's pupils contracted sharply. "Did Lu Tingxiao make you change it? You just changed it like that? You've used that nickname for years, and you didn't bother to change it when I teased you. But the moment he asks, you comply?" Ning, she rolled her eyes at him. "Can you stop being so dramatic? He didn't make me change it, okay? Then why did you change it?" "Because he didn't ask me to change it. And he said my nickname was quite nice, even suggesting I help him think of something similar." Jiang Mai exclaimed in disbelief. "Is he too ruthless in pursuing girls? How is that even fair?" Ning Xi sighed. "It's one thing for me, a rough guy, to have such a silly name, but he, as the president of a listed corporation, would be ruined if I led him astray with a childish nickname. Hence, I earnestly advised him that such names are outdated, proving my point by changing my own." Chapter 118. The meeting with an ex-Ning Xi, feeling too lazy to type, sent a voice message instead. "Mr. Lu, the crew is having dinner tonight. Please inform Xiao Bao not to wait for me." Upon opening the message, Lu Tingxiao's distinct, cool voice resonated with concern. "All right, have fun." Jiang Mai ominously called her name from the corner, Ning Xi. What? Are your eyes blinded? Or your ears deaf? Don't you find his tone strange? Jiang Mai pressed on. Are you itching for trouble again? Jiang Mai promptly fell silent. Ning Xi, just you wait. By tonight, at the latest, I will find evidence that will leave you utterly convinced. At Mingzhu Grand Hotel, nearly everyone from the crew gathered for the dinner, including Ning Xi, who had no scenes today. They all expressed their warm welcome to Jiang Mai, and the atmosphere in the private room was lively. After a few rounds of drinks, Ning Xi suddenly stood up with a glass. I previously misunderstood you, so let me toast to you, both as an apology and a thank you. You're too kind. Ning Xi downed her drink in one go. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and many came forward to toast Ning Xi, who graciously accepted each one, letting bygones be bygones. Watching her blend in seamlessly with the crew, Ning Xi smiled with satisfaction. I told you my little junior sister is not that kind of person. As the meal approached its conclusion, a tall figure knocked and entered. Ah, Su Sao, you're here, Ning Xi exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. In the corner, a tipsy Jiang Mai instantly sobered up, glaring at the man in a cream-colored suit with an elegant demeanor. Su Yan. He was the only man Ning Xi had ever loved. According to rumors, Su Yan, a top-notch boyfriend, always appeared when Ning Xi needed support. Now, with Ning Xi on his arm, he greeted everyone warmly. I'm here for dinner with friends. I heard from Xi that you're all here. Feel free to order whatever you'd like. This meal is on me. The crowd erupted in excitement. Wow, Su Xiao is so generous. We feel like we're always benefiting from Teacher Ning. Then we want tea hold back. Just then, a cold snort interrupted from the corner. This is my welcome dinner. Why should you pay? Jiang Mai, feeling possessive, couldn't hide his hostility as soon as Su Yan entered. Men are always sensitive to each other's hostility. And Su Yan immediately sensed Jiang Mai's unfriendly attitude, but maintained a gentle smile, replying nonchalantly, since this is a welcome dinner for Mr. Jiang, it would only be reasonable that Mr. Jiang does not pay. Yes, let's treat you this time. It's our way of showing hospitality, Ning Xi chimed in. Jiang Mai, fueled by alcohol, was ready to explode. What hospitality? I'm a native of the imperial capital. I don't need you to treat me. Ning Xi subtly pressed down on his shoulder from behind and whispered in his ear, why not let him pay? Don't be foolish. Jiang Mai's expression darkened further. Are you sure you're not helping him? Yes or X? Ning Xi raised an eyebrow. Aren't you also my ex? Chapter 119. Same birthday, Ning Xiaoxi. Don't change the subject. Jiang Mai felt increasingly sour, thinking, what might you compare to your childhood sweetheart, who you would even call out in your dreams? Ning Xi, exasperated, said, fine, I want to change the subject. You're making such a fuss. Do you want everyone to know about your relationship with Su Yan? When will this guy ever be more composed? Jiang Mai finally fell silent. If you want to pay, go ahead. He dismissively replied. Su Yan watched as Ning Xi whispered into Jiang Mai's ear, a slight frown creasing his brow. Was it just his imagination? Or did he sense that Ning Xi and Jiang Mai's relationship was not merely that of colleagues? Su Yan returned to the conversation, presenting Ning Xi with a stack of invitations. Tomorrow is Xiluo's birthday, and I hope everyone can come to the birthday banquet tomorrow evening. Ah, tomorrow is Teacher Ning's birthday. We must attend. Teacher Ning's birthday banquet will surely be grand. We should all go to witness. Ning Kueluo Baomet, handing out invitations to everyone. And when she reached Ning Xi, she specially reminded her little junior sister, you must come. Ning Xi idly swirled her wine glass, her expression devoid of emotion as she fixated on the crimson invitation. When it was handed to Jiang Mai, he did not even flinch, dismissing it with a curt reply. No need to give it to me. I will not attend. Ning Xi's countenance faltered momentarily before she quickly regained her gentle demeanor, inquiring with concern. Is there something happening tomorrow, Mai? Could we perhaps reschedule? I truly hope you can come. Please, I beg you. She had already assured several friends enamored with Jiang Mai that she would definitely bring him along. No man could likely resist such a request from stunning beauty. Yet, Jiang Mai remained unmoved, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain as he impatiently stated, it can't be changed. Tomorrow is my friend's birthday. He then cast a glance in Ning Xi's direction. Ning Xi took a sip of her wine, remaining silent. What a coincidence. Your friend shares the same birthday as me. They must be quite important to you. How unfortunate. Ning Xi remarked with an understanding smile. The thought of being unable to invite Jiang Mai was infuriating. It would surely be humiliating before her many friends. Who could this friend be that not only shared her birthday, but was significant enough for Jiang Mai to decline her invitation in front of others. Wait a minute. It was also tomorrow. Ning Xi glanced at Ning Xi with newfound suspicion. She suddenly recalled that Ning Xi's birthday was indeed on the same day, tomorrow. Could it be that Jiang Mai's friend was Ning Xi? At that moment, another thought struck her. Later, when Wang Tai announced the additional investor was Lu Jingli, her father had informed her that the latter had discreetly designated Ning Xi for the second female lead. Why would the illustrious Lu Jingli specify Ning Xi for that role? If her suspicions were correct, then Ning Xi and Jiang Mai must have a profound connection, indicating that Jiang Mai had likely spoken on Ning Xi's behalf. Thus, everything began to make sense. Could it be that Ning Xi had entangled herself with Jiang Mai? After Su Yan departed, Jiang Mai continued to glare at Ning Xi with disdain, scoffing, "That guy is the one you were madly in love with? Your judgment is evidently flawed." Ning Xi lazily glanced at him, retorting, "I believe your judgment is the one lacking. If Su Yan were to be graded, he'd certainly score at least 9 out of 10. Jiang Mai exploded at this, exclaiming, "Why a 9? He hardly deserves such a high score." Ning Xi replied nonchalantly, "Isn't it evident? He was a man I once loved. To claim he is lacking would be a slap to my own face. Moreover, objectively speaking, it is undeniable that he merits a 9. Su Yan's looks may not blind you with their brilliance like yours, but he possesses a charm that is refined and elegant. In a fairy tale, he would be the prince. In ancient times, he would be the dashing young gentleman. He fits the archetype of the most captivating type I adored in my youth, the kind that would make one fall instantly." Jiang Mai felt his ire boiling over. "Damn it. Ning Xi, do you still harbor feelings for him? Look at how you exalt him." Ning Xi shot him an exasperated glance. "If I truly didn't care, would I be able to speak of him so calmly and objectively? What is wrong with your intellect?" Furthermore, she was merely recalling the most vibrant and beautiful youth from her memories, not the current state of Su Yan. After a prolonged moment, Jiang Mai managed to quell his anger and inquired, "Then what score would you give me?" Ning Xi stroked her chin thoughtfully and, under Jiang Mai's anxious gaze, replied, "I would bestow upon you a score of 9.9. Just your face alone is worth that much." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mai's mood brightened considerably, and he touched his face with a hint of pride. "Of course. After all, I am a man who earns his living with my looks." Yet he promptly queried, "But where does that missing point one go?" Ning Xi looked at him with incredulity. "Must I spell it out?" "Clearly, it is deducted from your intelligence." Never mind, Jiang Mai conceded. "Given your high score of 9.9, I shall let this slide." His eyes twinkled as he could not resist asking, "And what about Lu Tingxiao? What score would you give him? In your eyes, what type of man is he?" The surface of the ocean may appear calm, yet one can never fathom the terrifying undercurrents beneath. Such a man is inscrutable. If one ventures too closely, it could lead to a perilous fate. Jiang Mai's expression softened considerably as he remarked, "Well, at least you maintain some semblance of rationality." "Yet, Ning Xi hesitated." "But what?" Jiang Mai pressed. Ning Xi propped her chin on her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips. "But, under the peony flower, one dies. Even as a ghost, one remains flamboyant." "Hey, Tingxiao!" Jiang Mai exclaimed, laughter escaping him. "I was just joking. Don't be so dramatic." Jiang Mai was nearly driven to exasperation. "I suspect you harbor ulterior motives toward Lu Tingxiao. Are you simply longing to sleep with him?" "Is there any woman in the country who doesn't wish to sleep with Lu Tingxiao?" Ning Xi retorted. "Then every woman in the nation desires me as well. Yet I have not seen you show any interest." Jiang Mai blurted out. Ning Xi raised her voice in challenge. "How do you know I haven't thought about it?" Jiang Mai froze, his ears turning crimson. In the next moment, Ning Xi burst into laughter. Realizing he had been tricked, Jiang Mai's face flushed with embarrassment. "Ning Xi, you wait for me. I will not let this go." Had it not been for the presence of others in the private room, he would have already confronted her. Seeing that she had finally riled him up, Ning Xi hastily waved her hands and attempted to escape. I've definitely had too much to drink tonight. When I do, I love to tease you, especially you, Jiang Mai." However, upon opening the door, she was taken aback. The room was filled with unfamiliar faces, and this private room was evidently far grander and more luxurious than the one their crew occupied, almost opulent enough to be described as resplendent. "Apologies, I've entered the wrong room." Ning Xi offered an apology, intending to leave when a pudgy hand suddenly clasped around her wrist. A mouth reeking of alcohol leaned in closely, nearly brushing against her face. "Oh, Where did this lost little lamb come from? Since you're here, why not join us for a drink? The man gripping her hand seemed to be in his 40s or 50s, his corpulent body and flushed cheeks paired with lustful eyes that brazenly roamed her form, ultimately lingering on her chest. The room erupted with laughter and teasing remarks. Ning Xi instinctively considered a throw, but upon a casual glance around, she realized that many familiar faces from financial magazines filled the room. Upon closer inspection, she recognized that half of the top 10 on the capital's wealthy list were present here. The odds were as shocking as a young eunuch accidentally stumbling into the imperial court during morning assembly. It appeared she would not be leaving easily tonight, especially since she had indulged too much and her head was still spinning. Come in, beautiful. Don't be shy, the portly man insisted, continually pulling her into the room while unabashedly groping her. Ning Xi struggled to break free from his grasp, politely stating, "Sir, I'm truly in the wrong room. My friends are still waiting for me." The man's demeanor shifted instantly, his face contorting with rage. "You filthy whore. Clearly, you walked in on purpose. Stop pretending to be innocent. I wouldn't even glance at you if it weren't for your ancestry." Ning Xi invardly kurset, shocked that someone from the top 10 wealthiest could display such lowly behavior. She recognized the man as Zhu Xiangqing, the chairman of Fengrui Real Estate, known for his lecherous reputation. The stout man, with a firm grip, reached out to pull her, seemingly intent on dragging her onto the sofa. As Ning Xi desperately sought a way to extricate herself, a sudden weight descended upon her shoulder, enveloped by a chilling yet familiar aura, akin to that of a glacier. Moments later, the gentle yet forceful grip drew her backward, and before she knew it, she found herself nestled in a solid yet warm embrace. In Chapter 122, a lifetime of support, Zhu Xiangqing, who had been relentlessly pursuing Ning Xi, froze in his tracks, only to quickly don a fawning expression. Could it be that this young lady had caught Lu's eye? If that were the case, then he would graciously step aside. The atmosphere in the private room shifted dramatically. What was happening? What had Tingxiao ever engaged socially without the aloofness of a high-altitude flower, dismissing feminine allure? Today, however, he seemed intrigued by a drunken woman who had unwittingly wandered in. Ignoring the reactions of those around them, Tingxiao's focus remained solely on one person. Ning Xi quickly stifled the urge to call him by name, replying hesitantly, "I seem to have taken a wrong turn." The dim lighting of the room had concealed Tingxiao's presence until now. Amidst a sea of Mediterranean beer bellies, his figure was akin to a refreshing breeze. "Which private room are you in? Allow me to escort you," he stated, not sparing a glance for the varied expressions of the crowd behind him, as he protectively led Ning Xi out. He had been resting with his eyes closed when he faintly heard the sounds of laughter, but had not paid much attention until he heard Ning Xi's familiar voice. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback to see Zhu Xiangqing manhandling her. In that instant, a surge of impulse to break that man's hand surged within him. However, he refrained from frightening the girl and approached, feigning the demeanor of a stranger to provide her with an escape. Once outside the private room, Ning Xi finally exhaled in relief. "Thank you, Tingxiao. Had I not encountered you, I would have surely been in trouble tonight. If reasoning failed, I would have had no choice but to resort to force. What trouble? Should it arise, I will handle it for you. In the future, never allow yourself to be at a disadvantage in such situations." Tingxiao admonished solemnly. Ning Xi chuckled softly. "Ah, how delightful it is to have someone to lean on." Yet, she pondered, once she left the Lu family and little Baozi no longer needed her, would she and Tingxiao become strangers? A hint of sadness washed over her at the thought. Tingxiao gently stroked the girl's head. "I can support you for a lifetime, as long as you wish it." "Are you sure you can?" Tingxiao's expression betrayed his concern. "Absolutely. Now, please go inside." Ning Xi waved her hand and retreated. Tingxiao had known in advance that their crew would gather here for dinner, which is why he had accepted their mundane invitation. Naturally, he was aware of which private room Ning Xi was in. "Ah, room 801. But that's not this direction." Tingxiao guided her toward the correct path. Upon arriving at the door, he paused, "Go in, and don't wander about. If you need to use the restroom, make sure to find a friend to accompany you. If you can't find anyone, Jiaomai will do." "Ah, am I to find Jiaomai to accompany me to the restroom?" Ning Xi. "Got it. Thank you for personally escorting me, Luda," she said, making a heart gesture with her hand. In Chapter 123, The Kiss That Claims Possession, Ning Xi nestled into the sofa, feeling a lingering unease. "What do you mean?" Jiaomai frowned. I mistakenly entered the wrong private room, and you wouldn't believe it. A room full of prominent figures from the capital and a lecherous fat man who wouldn't let go of me, insisting I drink with him. Ning Xi huffed, but I was fortunate enough to encounter a true big shot. Jiang Mai's expression darkened. It would be Lu Tingxiao. Would it? Ning Xi snapped her fingers. Bingo. You guessed it right. Lu Da is incredibly handsome, timely rescuing me from peril and personally escorting me to the door. Jiang Mai thought, what happened to the high intelligence but low emotional quotient? This man, who is so skilled at charming women, is truly the person I know? After the gathering concluded, everyone bid their farewells. I'll be leaving now. All right, take care on your way. Jiang Mai inquired, how about you, Mai? How will you leave? I'm waiting for my manager. All right, see you tomorrow. If the weather permits, we'll continue today as shoot. This rain and hail were quite peculiar. Guo Qixing grumbled. As the crew gradually departed, only Jiang Mai and Ning Xi remained at the entrance. Exhausted and tipsy, Ning Xi leaned against the golden pillar, nearly unable to hold herself up. Before she could finish her thought, a man in a suit emerged from the hotel lobby. His steady footsteps echoed in the moonlight as he approached the drowsy Ning Xi. Ning Xi, bleary-eyed, opened her eyes to see Lu Tingxiao. To her, this man had become synonymous with safety. The moment she caught sight of him, the last remnants of her feigned alertness dissipated, and her body softened, tipping sideways. Jiang Mai, witnessing this, was startled and reached out to assist. However, someone was quicker. Lu Tingxiao stepped forward and caught the girl securely in his arms. With tender eyes, Lu Tingxiao gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, then, with a slow and careful motion, lifted her into his embrace. Simultaneously, a black Maybach silently arrived at the entrance, the driver swiftly stepping out to open the door. Seeing Lu Tingxiao disregard him and carry Ning Xi toward the car, Jiang Mai could no longer contain his impatience. He quickly activated his phone's recording function and called out Uncle. Lu Tingxiao paused momentarily, slightly turning his head to inquire with his gaze what Jiang Mai wanted. Jiang Mai gritted his teeth. What is your intention toward Ning Xi? He asked, his eyes fixed intently upon him. Lu Tingxiao lowered his gaze to the sleeping girl in his arms. What do you think my feelings for Ning Xi are? Don't you think your attitude toward her is too strange and ambiguous? Jiang Mai pressed, his grip on his phone tightening as he anxiously awaited Lu Tingxiao's response. Lu Tingxiao regarded the young man before him with a cool detachment. I believe I have made my feelings abundantly clear. If you still do not comprehend. In the next moment, Jiang Mai's pupils dilated in shock. The man, enveloped in nighttime shadows, did not respond verbally, but instead lowered his head, softly pressing his lips against the girl's. 3 seconds later, he withdrew, his expression filled with cherished affection, then turned his icy gaze toward the stunned young man. Do you understand now? In chapter 124, Hopelessly Foolish, late at night in Suite 6 of the Platinum Emperor Palace, a golden retriever rolled restlessly on the bed. Lei Ming sat on the opposite sofa, yawning in exasperation. You've cursed 258 times. What on earth happened tonight? Jiang Mai's eyes gleamed with fury, his small canine teeth glinting ominously. Don't mention that number. I'm a living, breathing 250. Ning Xiao's comment about my last point deduction being due to my intelligence is utterly justified. I am hopelessly foolish. What use is recording audio? Why didn't I secretly record a video? Why? Lei Ming's mouth twitched in confusion, completely bewildered by Jiang Mai's outburst. However, one thing was clear. Every time Jiang Mai spiraled into madness, it was related to Ning Xi. Mai, do you want to reconcile with Ning Xi? Jiang Mai froze, his expression hardening. He snorted, am I insane? Reconcile with that scoundrel? Because of her, I still have nightmares at night. Gazed at Jiang Mai's face, which wore an expression reminiscent of a wronged woman. Deep down, he harbored affection, yet stubbornly refused to admit it. In truth, he had long suspected that Jiang Mai had genuinely fallen for Ning Xi back in the day. Otherwise, upon learning the truth, he would not have reacted with such fury. As for his feelings for Ning Xi now, could they stem from hatred evolving into love? Perhaps it was simply a case of yearning for that which one cannot possess. Just as Jiang Mai continued to toss and turn, his phone, resting on the nightstand, began to ring. Uninterested in answering, it was ultimately who picked up the phone and glanced at the screen. It was a call from his father. My dad. Jiang Mai shot upright. Given his foray into the entertainment industry, his father had been at odds with him, akin to enemies. What could prompt him to call now? An undercurrent of unease flickered within Jiang Mai as he answered the call. Due to their prolonged estrangement and underlying grievances, he refrained from addressing him as father and instead coldly inquired, "Chairman Jiang, is there something you need at this late hour?" Jiang Mai's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the response. "What do you mean the company is on the brink of collapse? What has happened?" "There is a mole in the company, and we are facing issues with our collaborations. I cannot trust anyone else. You're my only hope. Can you truly stand by and watch your father's life's work crumble?" Jiang Tingwang's tone had turned almost pleading. Jiang Mai was accustomed to his father's authoritarian demeanor, but hearing him speak so humbly for the first time was jarring. Thus, he hesitated to outright refuse, responding ambiguously. "However, I've been quite busy. Allow me to think it over." After hanging up, expressed concern, "Did something happen to your father's company? Family matters take precedence, and I can assist you with work-related issues." Jiang Mai was troubled, "But what about my current project? Should I drop it?" Pondered momentarily before suggesting, "Dropping it is unnecessary. Tingxiao is a period drama with extensive scenes and a lengthy shooting schedule. I can speak with the director to push all your scenes to the end. Any potential losses during this period can be managed by us." Guo Qixing should agree. Frustrated, Jiang Mai ran his fingers through his hair, realizing he had no choice but to proceed as suggested. "Damn it, why does everything seem to go awry lately? Even a collaboration that was supposed to be set in stone has encountered problems, and now, amidst the summer heat, we find ourselves dealing with hail during a kissing scene." The more he spoke, the more he felt something was amiss. Finally, he slammed the mattress. "Damn it, Lu Tingxiao, you are utterly shameless." At the Lu residence, Lu Tingxiao placed Ning Xi on the bed and raised an eyebrow at his son's gaze, explaining, "It was not I who encouraged her to drink." Little Baozi still wore a disapproving expression. Lu Tingxiao sighed. "All right, it is still my fault for not keeping a closer eye on her." Observing his son's earnest demeanor brought both comfort and a sense of resignation. He had never experienced such treatment as a father. Little Baozi, upon hearing Ning Xi's discomfort sounds, quickly leaned over to fan her. Lu Tingxiao, with a slight shift in his gaze, remarked, "This is a requirement of your Annie Ning Xi's work. Even I cannot interfere. However, you might try to advise her to drink less. She tend to listen to you." Little Baozi found this suggestion agreeable and nodded solemnly, accepting the crucial task. The next morning, upon awakening, Ning Xi noticed little Baozi perched at the edge of her bed, wearing a serious expression, clearly upset. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Did something happen?" she asked, sitting up. "You look just like your father." She chuckled and playfully pinched his cheek. In response, little Baozi swiftly produced a notepad and flipped through the pages. Ning Xi observed as he vividly illustrated the dangers of alcohol consumption, detailing its impact on the heart, blood, bones, stomach, pancreas, liver, and more. After finishing, little Baozi regarded her with a serious expression, making his point unmistakably clear. Ning Xi cleared her throat. "Well, actually, alcohol is not as terrible as you think. It can lower harmful cholesterol, boost confidence, enhance brain function, and even help manage weight." She counted off the benefits on her fingers. Though she appreciated little Baozi's concern, she couldn't simply promise a child something she might not be able to uphold. Her profession often required drinking. Upon hearing her response, little Baozi's dark eyes brimmed with anger and disappointment, and he swiftly turned and dashed out. "Hey, don't go." Ning Xi awkwardly raked her fingers through her hair. After a while, she finished washing up and descended the stairs, greeting little Baozi as usual. "Good morning, sweetheart." However, he ignored her and stubbornly turned his face away. At the dining table, Lu Tingxiao raised an eyebrow in surprise at the sight and directed a questioning glance at Ning Xi. "Did you two have a quarrel?" "How rare," she replied, rubbing her nose. "Little Baozi just advised me to quit drinking, and I explained that drinking has its benefits, which made him angry." Understanding dawned on Lu Tingxiao, who nodded knowingly. Ning Xi's eyes darted as she sought an ally. "Lu Tingxiao, please tell little Baozi that drinking has its merits too." She believed that since Lu Tingxiao often engaged in social drinking, he would surely side with her. He glanced between the eagerly expectant Ning Xi and the indignant expression of his son, clearing his throat with a fist to his lips. Drinking does indeed have benefits. Ning Xi's excitement surged as she slapped her thigh. "See, Baozi, I told you I wasn't wrong." Little Baozi shot a scornful look at his father, realizing he had been the one to propose drinking the night before, yet now he was swayed by Annie Ning Xi's plea. Such lack of principles was infuriating. Seeing his son's expression of betrayal, Lu Tingxiao chuckled before continuing. "However, The drawbacks of alcohol far outweigh its advantages, and any benefits are contingent upon moderation. Therefore, unless absolutely unavoidable, it is best to drink sparingly. He added, I have recently begun to cut back on alcohol. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Xi slumped over the table, a defeated expression on her face. But what happened to our alliance? After a moment, she resigned herself to the reality that both little Baozi and Tingxiao were in cahoots, raising her hands in surrender. All right, I understand. I will try my best to drink less in the future, not overexert myself, not engage in drinking contests, and refrain from drinking excessively. Can you forgive me now, sweetheart? Little Baozi scrutinized her expression, and upon confirming her sincerity, he nodded and reached out his chubby hand, gently patting her head, as if to say this was how a good child should behave. Ning Xi felt a mix of exasperation and warmth at being cared for, lifting little Baozi into her arms and kissing him. Sweetheart, even when upset, you are so adorable. What am I to do? I find myself loving you more each day. Little Baozi's eyes sparkled with joy. Meanwhile, Tingxiao, who endured daily trials from his son, mused that while his son could charm his way into receiving favors, he had to navigate a labyrinthine path to achieve the same. In the office of the chairman of Fengrui Real Estate, Zhu Xiangqing's jowls quivered as he slammed his hands on the desk, standing up abruptly. This cannot be. We have always operated this way, without issue. Why is it that this time, there are complications with the Liu family? The manager, equally anxious, replied, it may be due to recent changes in Liu Group's internal policies, which have tightened quality control. This matter entirely hinges on the stance of the Liu family. Should they turn a blind eye, we shall proceed. But if they choose to be stringent, it ultimately reflects our quality issues and constitutes a breach of contract. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiangqing's temper escalated further. Tingxiao was impervious to both soft and hard approaches. Neither gifts nor women had any effect on him. Targeting him would be tantamount to walking down a path of no return. However, perhaps there exists an individual who could make a difference. Upon arrival at the film set, Ning Xi was informed that the shooting schedule had been entirely altered due to a family emergency concerning Jiang Mai, who had taken an extended leave. That fellow, who normally fussed over the slightest matters in her presence, how could he remain silent about such a significant incident? Ning Xi promptly made a phone call to inquire. Jiang Mai's tone was noticeably displeased. Why should I tell you? You've always claimed I'm a nuisance, that you wish I would keep my distance. Well, here you go, just as you wanted. Ning Xi irritación floret. Jiang Mai, have you lost your mind? He, feeling frustrated with himself for being so foolish, forced himself to calm down and said, I'm at my father's company, swamped with work today and unable to step away. If you have time tonight, log into the game. I've sent you a gift. Happy birthday. Also, I've sent a few things to your email. Check it out if you wish. Goodbye. Ning Xi glanced helplessly at her phone after the call ended. At that moment, Guo Qixing approached her with news. Ning Xi, are you aware of my situation? Today, we were supposed to continue filming your kissing scene, but now it has been switched to a scene with Xiuhua. I'll have someone bring you the new schedule shortly. Ning Xi nodded, understanding the director's message. Afterward, she found a secluded corner to immerse herself in the script beneath the shade of a tree. Just as she was lost in thought, the sound of footsteps reached her ears, and her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure that evoked an instinctual dislike. It was Su Yan approaching. Today, Ning Xiuhua had been brought to the set by Su Yan, as it was her birthday, and he had taken the day off to accompany her. The young ladies on set were seething with jealousy. Ning Xi, irritated, merely raised an eyebrow, silently signaling him to state his purpose. Su Yan handed her a bottle of cold drink and cautiously asked, Xiao Shi, you will attend Xiuhua's birthday party, right? Ning Xi did not take the drink, looking at him as if he were foolish. Are you seriously asking me such a ridiculous question? She rolled her eyes. Thanks for the unintentional birthday celebration. Guilt? Every time she spoke with Su Yan, she felt as though she were listening to a joke. Guilt over claiming her identity. Guilt for taking her parents. Guilt for sleeping with her man. One could say she was quite burdened with guilt. Furthermore, do not invoke the word kindness in her presence. What she had once displayed was not kindness, but rather foolishness. Su Yan's expression soured. Then he resolutely declared, Xiao Shi, as long as you are willing to forgive Xiuhua, I will do anything you ask, except testify in court. Are you certain? Ning Xi raised an eyebrow. I am certain, Su Yan affirmed. Ning, she set down her script, regarding him with a composed demeanor. Very well, I want you to break up with Ning Xi at tonight's birthday party. Compared to the humiliation I endured in the past, simply ending her relationship seems rather kind and understanding of me, does it not? Su Yin turned pale. Xiaoxi, this, Ning Xi, came the sudden voice of Ning Xi, tinged with tears. Crossing her arms, Ning Xi responded languidly. What is it now? Ning Xi glared at her, a mixture of anger and pity on her face. You still cannot let go of Brother Yin, can you? That's why you hate me, because you resent me for taking him. But how can you be so selfish, using such despicable means to tear us apart? Brother Yin does not love you. What significance does your action hold? Seeing Ning Xi becoming increasingly agitated, almost gasping for breath, Su Yin hurriedly patted her back to soothe her. Xi, don't get worked up. I believe she was merely speaking offhandedly. Ning Xi smilet briefly, watching the two as if they were performing a grand tragedy. I did not merely speak offhandedly. Unless your previous statement about doing anything I desired was made casually as well. Brother Yin, look at her. We sincerely and humbly seek her forgiveness. Yet she continues to make things difficult for us. You wouldn't genuinely agree to her shameless demand, would you? Ning Xi gazed up at Su Yin with panic and helplessness. Foolish girl, how could I? Su Yin tenderly caressed her head, then turned to Ning Xi with a serious expression. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi, I cannot agree to this request. Ning Xi, losing interest in the charade, scoffed derisively, her gaze turning sharp as a blade. Then remove yourselves from my sight. What kind of attitude is this, Ning Xi? If there's blame, it lies with me, not Brother Yin. How dare you treat him this way? Ning Xi protested vehemently on Su Yin's behalf. Ning Xi clapped her hands in mock applause. Your affection for one another is truly moving. So, Ning Xi, surely you would be willing to do anything to atone, even if it means sacrificing for Su Yin, would you not? Ning Xi's eyes widened in horror, as if she had heard something utterly dreadful, shaking her head uncontrollably. No, I cannot. Ning Xi, how can you be so cruel? How can you force me to leave my parents, to abandon the life I have known for over 20 years? Ning Xi, annoyed, waved her hand dismissively. Enough. Your acting is so poor that it's painful to witness. I've long said to keep your distance from one another. It is you who repeatedly sought my forgiveness, demanding I state my terms, only to then make faces of outrage when I do. Ha! What a noble notion of atonement. Merely a form of charity that does not jeopardize your own interests. Do you not find it hypocritical? I find it utterly nauseating. Therefore, the only word I can offer you is scram. Ning Xi stood helplessly before the man, a tear sliding down her cheek. Brother Yin, do you blame me for not agreeing to Ning Xi's demands? Su Yin, heart aching, wiped away her tears. How could I blame you? Ning Xi, feeling redeemed, threw herself into his embrace. Brother Yin, thank you for believing in me and understanding me. It is not the riches of the Ning family that I cannot part with, but my parents. The thought of leaving them, of never seeing them again, overwhelms me. Be good, don't cry. I know, I understand. Su Yin gently patted her back. Sighing, I was too naive, thinking you were still the old Xiaoxi. She will. I promise from now on, I will not let her hurt you again. Brother Yin, Ning Xi gazed adoringly at the man before her, wrapping her smooth arms around his neck, leaning in for a kiss. This is the film set. What if someone sees? What of it? You are my legitimate boyfriend. Ning Xi playfully protested, settling onto his lap, her fingers deftly unbuttoning his shirt. Ha, Ning Ti, I'm going to sleep with your man. What will you do about it? Moments later, the dressing room echoed with intimate gasps and moans. Brother Yin, you're amazing. Harder. A little harder. Brother Yin, who do you think is better, me or Ning Xi? Who is better? Of course it's you. In terms of appearance, Ning Xi was indeed more striking, but her introverted and timid nature, especially regarding matters of intimacy, left much to be desired. Initially, he was drawn to her simplicity, which set her apart from other girls, but as time passed, it began to feel rather bland. However, the current Ning Xi is a stark contrast to her former self, resembling an enchanting fairy. Despite her personality having become utterly wretched and incomprehensible, one cannot help but be captivated by her presence. The breath of the men grows increasingly frantic, and in the final moment, what emerges from the depths of the sea is none other than that nonchalant, half-smiling visage. Shui Luo Jia, the shoot is about to commence. May I summon the makeup artist to prepare you? The young assistant stands outside the door, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Having been by Ning Xueluo's side for quite some time, such occurrences have become all too familiar. The so-called pure and innocent goddess is, in truth, a seductress. They should truly hear how their idol behaves in bed. Ning Xi had long been ready. It was not until a full half-hour later that Ning Xueluo finally sauntered in. I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. My skin is not in the best condition today, so the makeup took a bit longer, Ning Xueluo explained apologetically, her voice hoarse and languorous. Her gaze towards Ning, she was laced with a hint of pride and provocation, and as she passed by, she deliberately tugged at her collar, revealing the crimson love bites on her neck. With her flushed cheeks, sultry eyes, and a sweet, cloying fragrance, she seemed to fear that others might not recognize the activities she recently engaged in. Ning Xi's temples throbbed with suppressed anger, were it not for the filming. She would have loathed to share the same air with her for even a minute. Guo Qixing clapped his hands together. All right, since everyone is here, let's commence. Everyone, take your positions. Chapter 130. After my death, let the floods rise as dusk settled in a bamboo grove. Two women stood facing each other, one clad in striking red, the other in immaculate white. Shang Guanningrong's expression was one of icy resolve. Meng Chang'e, I understand your desire for vengeance for your brother, yet your actions against the virtuous concubine are insufficient. Must you also bring ruin upon this realm? Meng Chang'e's red sleeves billowed like flames in the wind, her gaze condescending as she looked down upon her adversary. This world was originally conquered by the Meng family. If I choose to destroy it now, what consequence is it? Shang Guanningrong's fury ignited at her words. You are utterly unreasonable. You were once a commander, safeguarding a territory. How can you be so narrow-minded? Do you wish to witness a century of warfare and suffering? Meng Chang'e's hair danced wildly as she lowered her gaze to caress her exquisite nails, her tone manic. After my death, I care not for the floods that may rise. Perfection, Guo Qixing exclaimed, his excitement rendering him speechless beyond the word perfect. Today, Yi Linglong had specifically come to the set. After witnessing the performance, she exhaled a sigh of relief, her expression one of contentment. In truth, the character I have invested the most effort into within this drama is not Shang Guanningrong, but rather Meng Chang'e. I did not intend for Meng Chang'e to be portrayed as a villain from the outset. The distinction between hero and villain lies in the audience's interpretation. How the audience perceives the character depends entirely on the actor's portrayal. If executed poorly, she becomes a loathed villain. Yet if portrayed well, the character possesses profound depth. It is evident that Ning Xi embodies the latter. Guo Qixing, his face alight with enthusiasm, declared with conviction. I have a premonition that Ning Xi's role will earn her an award. Wang Taihan nodded in agreement. She is a promising talent. With the departure of Jia Qingqing, we have gained a Ning Xi. What a boon. Cut. Excellent. Let's take a break before we proceed to the next scene. This segment was flawlessly executed, and Guo Qixing's spirits lifted considerably after the earlier troubles with Jiang Mai. Upon returning to the resting area, Ning Xueluo immediately summoned her assistant, inquiring about the director's earlier remarks. The assistant hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Did they praise Ning Xi? Ning Xueluo scoffed. The assistant nodded, revealing that Director Guo had complimented Ning Xi's performance as flawless, while screenwriter Yi remarked that Ning Xi's exceptional skills had transformed Meng Chang'e into a hero. Producer Wang also praised her, suggesting her future prospects would surpass those of Jia Qingqing, and Director Guo even mentioned that Ning Xi's role could garner an award. With a sharp clap, Ning Xueluo struck the armrest of the bench. Such audacious claims. These days, winning an award is relying on connections. Does one not need to maneuver behind the scenes? Even if she does win, what does it matter? It would merely be for Best Supporting Actress, still a role meant to complement mine. The assistant eagerly agreed, indeed. How can someone portraying a seductress compare to you? The audience is not blind. Ning Xueluo's expression softened slightly, yet the shadow of discontent lingered in her brow. Lowering her voice, she declared, "The matter we previously arranged can be executed now." The assistant gasped, quickly covering her mouth. Are we truly going to proceed? But this is exceedingly dangerous. Enough of your nonsense. If I instruct you to do it, then do it. Ning Xueluo replied impatiently. Understood. I shall speak to him at once. At that moment, Su Yan's concerned voice interrupted from behind. Xueluo, what troubles you? You appear unwell. Chapter 131. Accident or intentional upon seeing Su Yan. Ning Xueluo instantly donned a coy expression. It is all your fault, making me so exhausted. You of all people insisted on engaging me. Su Yin replied with exasperation, then raised the plastic bag in his hand. I purchased chicken kanji for you, to help replenish your strength and alleviate your fatigue. You are insufferable. The second scene immediately followed the previous one, featuring a fight amidst the bamboo forest. Seeing that Meng Chang'e had succumbed to darkness, Shangguan Yingrong, unable to penetrate her resolve, hesitated momentarily before preparing to eliminate her to prevent future threats. After over 2 hours of guidance from the martial arts instructor, both women had nearly mastered their movements. Initially, the director had considered hiring stunt doubles, but Ning Xi's skills were commendable. Having previously worked as a stunt double herself, she certainly did not require one. Ning Xueluo also expressed her desire to perform the stunts herself, and Guo Qixing, eager for optimal cinematic results, readily acquiesced. The professional instructor secured the two in harnesses, ensuring their safety through multiple checks before filming commenced. Meng Chang'e is dead. Shangguan Yingrong closed her eyes, uttering this heart-wrenching lament. Before her stood merely a beautiful yet perilous shell, a weapon capable of wreaking havoc upon the world. In the next moment, a surge of murderous intent flashed in Shangguan Yingrong's eyes as she suddenly drew her sword, launching an attack towards Meng Chang'e. Anticipating this move, Meng Chang'e remained unfazed, standing still until the sword was nearly at her nose, at which point she swiftly extended her arms, gliding backward like a bird, evading Shangguan Yingrong's assault. With a cold huff, Shangguan Yingrong struck again. After several exchanges, she began to falter, nearly being dislodged from the branches by Meng Chang'e's strikes, despite Shangguan Yingrong's exceptional skills. In the face of Meng Chang'e, who had once slain thousands, she appeared as a mere child. Believing herself to be superior, Shangguan Yingrong assumed Meng Chang'e's prolonged seclusion in the palace would have dulled her skills. However, she soon realized her underestimation too late. Ultimately, Meng Chang'e grew weary of the encounter. Her gaze sharpened as she thrust her sword, imbued with the might of an army, straight towards Shangguan Yingrong's chest. The piercing sound of steel entering flesh echoed. Shangguan Yingrong clutched her chest in pain, plummeting from the bamboo grove like a severed kite. Next, a close-up shot of Meng Chang'e's expression was to follow. Guo Qixing, intently observing Ning Xi's performance, suddenly noticed something amiss. Ning Xueluo is injured. Help her, quickly. Ning Xi, suspended in midair by steel wires, shouted urgently. After a moment of shock, the crew erupted into chaos, rushing towards Ning Xueluo. Once lowered, Ning Xi quickly pressed down on Ning Xueluo's bleeding wound. Call for an ambulance. As soon as she spoke, her body was abruptly shoved aside by Su Yin, who rushed over with alarm, tightly embracing Ning Xueluo. Xueluo, how are you? Brother Yin, it hurts so much. Do not fear. I am here. You'll be fine. Chapter 132. This is her parents' Ning, she exclaimed. Damn it. I was doing perfectly fine, and then you suddenly pushed me aside, looking at her with such a heartbroken expression as if she were bleeding out. Are you insane? Have you become addicted to acting in melodramas? If not for the inappropriate occasion, she would have loved to throw her hands on her hips and curse. Guo Qixing was immediately furious. Props master, come here. I specifically instructed that the props must be thoroughly checked. There could be no accidents. How could you manage this? The props master stumbled over, drenched in sweat, and said, Director Guo, I checked it thoroughly. It was perfectly fine during my inspection, absolutely no issues. At that moment, Wang Taihe, who was standing nearby, suddenly inquired, who was the last person to handle this sword? It should be Ning Xi. After I checked it, I handed the sword to her, and she has been practicing with it ever since. It's my fault for not rechecking it after we began filming. The props master apologized repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Ning Xi's pupils constricted sharply. If she did not understand what was happening at this moment, she might as well give up on her career. The expressions of everyone present varied. Guo Qixing glared at the props master and then cast a complex look at Ning Xi before forcing down his anger. We will discuss this later. Get her to the hospital immediately. Also, seal off the scene. Do not let any news leak out. At the First People's Hospital, Su Yin was accompanying Ning Xi as she tended to her wounds. Ning Xi leaned against the cold wall in the corridor outside the ward, her mind racing. Ning Xi truly embodied the archetype of a delicate flower, even employing a heightened version of the sympathy tactic. Was she not afraid that a reckless act would lead to her demise? Unfortunately, Ning Xi had withdrawn just in time upon sensing something was amiss with the sword. The wound was only superficial, yet the ensuing complications from this incident were bound to be troublesome. Her immediate priority was to find a way to clear her name. Lost in thought, Ning Xi suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching. As she lifted her head, a sharp slap resounded, and her face burned with pain. How could you do this to Xiueluo? What grievance do you have against me? I was the one who wanted to keep her in the Ning family, the one willing to cherish and love her. What wrong has she done? The person yelled at her frantically, eyes filled with contempt, as if looking at a sworn enemy. Ning Xi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, slowly raising her head to gaze at the elegantly dressed woman before her mother, Zhuang Lingyu. Behind her stood her father, Ning Yaohua, his expression equally filled with disdain. If anything happens to Xiueluo, I will not spare you. These two individuals, one her biological mother and the other her biological father, had not asked a single question about the situation, but instead launched into reprimands and threats. Ning Xi had a multitude of venomous words ready to unleash upon them. Yet at that moment, she felt utterly drained of energy, not wanting to utter a single word, merely fixing her chilling gaze upon them. Chapter 133. I choose to be stubborn, you wretched child. What kind of look is that? Ning Yaohua fumed. Just as he was about to explode, the door to the ward swung open from inside. Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu momentarily forgot about Ning Xi and hurriedly approached. Su Yan, how is Xiueluo? Zhuang Lingyu rushed to Ning Xiueluo's bedside, examining her from head to toe. My dear, how are you? Are you in pain? What does it hurt? Ning Xiueluo smiled weakly. Mom, I'm fine. The doctor said it's just a superficial wound. Zhuang Lingyu, filled with concern, stroked her hair. You're just a girl. How can you say it's nothing with such a large scar? If that sword had gone any deeper, you could have lost your life. That wretched girl, how could she be so ruthless? At least call her sister. Ning Xiueluo, with a downcast expression, mustered the strength to speak. Dad, Mom, please don't blame my sister. It wasn't your fault. The prop was faulty. Ning Yaohua snorted coldly. Silly child, how could a perfectly good prop suddenly malfunction? He then turned to Ning Xi, shouting, Wretched child, what are you still doing there? Hurry up and come in to apologize to Xiueluo. Ning Xi's expression was indifferent, like an impenetrable mask. I have nothing to apologize for. If you want my apology, then provide evidence. If there is evidence, I would even be willing to pay with my life. Ning Yaohua trembled with anger, pointing at her. You still dare to be stubborn? I'm letting this slide out of respect. Do you think you can keep your cool? You must be intent on ruining my reputation. To Ning Yaohua, his face was perpetually the most important thing. Ning, she smirked coldly. If I truly wanted to take revenge on her, you would be looking at her corpse right now, rather than having the opportunity to display your familial affection. Ning Yaohua slammed his hand on the table. Don't play games with me. Ning Xi, will you apologize or not? If you admit your mistake and apologize, and then withdraw from the entertainment industry, I can pretend this incident never happened. But if you choose to be stubborn, Zhuang Lingyu looked incredulously at her. Look at what she has become. I can hardly believe I gave birth to such a wretched creature. Ning Yaohua was seething with rage. Wretched child, you're driving me insane. Ning Kueluo, anxios. Urged Dad, please, it's all right. I'm fine now. Don't be angry at my sister. You'll only harm yourself. Last time I let her off easy, but she has done this again. She has harmed you. Who knows? Next time she might even kill someone. This matter cannot be let go. But Dad, enough. You don't need to worry about this. I will handle it. Yes, let your father deal with it. You focus on recuperating. He will certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Ning Xiueluo's eyes glistened with unshed tears, desperately holding back her grievances, her face filled with gratitude. Thank you, Mom and Dad. You really don't need to do this. I'm fine. Su Yan, who had remained silent until now, patted her shoulder. Xiueluo, you are simply too kind. Ning Xi has indeed crossed the line this time. Uncle is right. We cannot allow this to go unchallenged. Chapter 134. Changing into sleepwear and showering with petals by the time Ning Xi exited the hospital, it was already deep into the night. The sky was devoid of stars and moonlight, with only a few sporadic vehicles and pedestrians on the street. She always used what she once cherished most to strike at her. For instance, Su Yan and her parents. At times, she even fell into profound self-doubt, wondering if everything was indeed her fault, if she was simply too terrible, too unworthy, which was why they all loathed her, despised her, and abandoned her. She questioned whether her struggles and efforts had any meaning at all. Even if one day she achieved her goals and obtained everything, so what? Who in this world would care? She would still be utterly alone. Ning Xi wandered aimlessly along the roadside, lost in her thoughts, completely unaware of a black vehicle without license plates stealthily trailing her. As she approached a secluded area, two individuals swiftly exited the car. One covered her mouth and nose with a damp cloth from behind, while the other bound her with a rope and forcefully dragged her into the vehicle. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. By the time Ning Xi realized what was happening, the effects of the drug had already rendered her weak, her body tightly bound with no chance of resistance. A bitter smile crept on her pale lips. Yet again, she was framed and kidnapped. What an eventful birthday she was having. The car drove steadily for a long time, with a black cloth covering her eyes. She had no idea where it was headed or who her captors were. Could it be Ning Xiuluo's people? Unlikely, as Ning Xiuluo had triumphed today and had no need for such antics. Then who could it be? Who had she offended recently? Just as Ning Xi found herself in a state of utter confusion, the voice of one of the men ahead reached her ears as he spoke on the phone. Hello? Mr. Zhu? Yes, the person has been secured. We are on our way. Yes, rest assured. We will deliver her on time. This girl is truly something. She has captivated both of us. How could we dare? We will definitely deliver her to you intact. A chill ran through Ning Xi's heart. Mr. Zhu? Suddenly, she recalled the incident from the previous night at Mingzhu Hotel when she mistakenly entered the wrong private room. This Mr. Zhu couldn't he possibly be Zhu Xianqing? Could he? Was it possible that he had not succeeded that day and, still unwilling to give up, had sent people to abduct her? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Cursing inwardly, she prepared to devise an escape plan, but the effects of the drug intensified, her consciousness growing increasingly hazy, until she soon succumbed entirely to darkness. When Ning Xi regained a semblance of awareness, she realized her eyes were still covered. The sounds of two women conversing filled the room. Her mind was too clouded to discern their words, but she felt their swift movements as they stripped her of her clothing and replaced it with an extremely sheer nightgown, followed by a showering of something akin to flower petals over her body. Damn fat pig. Old lecher. If you want to kill me, just do it already. What on earth is going on? Chapter 135. Prepared a woman. Zhu Xianqing had learned that there was a commercial gala that evening, which Tingxiao would attend. He arrived early, having made several preparations, only to find that, just as he had anticipated, Tingxiao was impervious to both coercion and persuasion. The priceless antique painting he had painstakingly acquired was met with indifference, and the charming young girl he suggested as a gift was regarded with the same enthusiasm one might reserve for a wilted flower. Just as anxiety gripped him, the phone call he had been waiting for finally came through. Hello, why are you only calling now? Have you secured her or not? We have secured her. We are on our way. Hurry. She must be delivered within 10 minutes. Room 808. Do not make a mistake. Rest assured, we will deliver her on time. TSK, Mr. Zhu, this girl you found is indeed captivating. Both of us were quite taken by her. If you dare to harm her, do not expect to see the remaining payment. This woman is of great importance to me. Not a single hair can be harmed. Not far away, Tingxiao, seated on a high stool, glanced at his watch, adjusted his cuffs, and stood up, seemingly preparing to take his leave. At that moment, a man erupted from the swimming pool, shaking off droplets of water, his sun-kissed skin glistening with health, his abdomen sculpted into 6 perfect muscles, leading down to a V-line that many men envied. The man flashed a cocky, handsome smile and, with a wet hand, grabbed Tingxiao's calf as he attempted to leave, expressing his dissatisfaction. Hey Tingxiao, this is my event tonight. Could you at least show some respect? You've only been here for half an hour, and you're leaving? And it's a gala, yet you haven't even had a drink. With so many fine wines and beautiful women, couldn't T1 keep you just a little longer? Let go. Tingxiao frowned, his expression suggesting he could easily crush the man's bones at any moment. Just then, Jingli approached, a glass of wine in hand, chuckling, Tiange, can't you see my brother's mind is not here at all? Staying for half an hour is already showing you respect. Mo Ling Tian leaned over the edge of the pool, a carefree smile on his face. If his mind isn't on me, then whose is it? He doesn't even have a woman. Jingli feigned shock. Who says he doesn't He is about to have one. What? Mo Ling Tian exclaimed, truly taken aback. And with a splash, he leaped from the pool, fury etched on his face, We had a brotherhood pact that whoever finds a partner first is a dog. Lu Tingxiao cast a blank glance at him. I don't recall ever agreeing to such a trivial matter. Lu Jingli couldn't help but retort Tiange. You can indulge in your whims as a solitary man, but my brother has a son, bearing the responsibility of finding a mother for him. Who is this woman? Mo Lingtian asked, his brow furrowing. Lu Tingxiao glanced at his watch again, his impatience palpable, and strode away, completely ignoring him. Damn, ignoring me. It's true. Once a man has a romantic interest, he loses his humanity. Mo Lingtian cursed from behind. As Lu Tingxiao departed, Lu Jingli followed, more eager to witness how his brother wooed women than to stay at the tedious gala. While Lu Jingli babbled on, a hefty figure suddenly rushed in from the side. Mr. Lu, second young master, a man, dripping with sweat, appeared to be in a great hurry. Lu Jingli raised an eyebrow. Oh, Mr. Zhu, what brings you here in such a rush? I'm looking for Mr. Lu. Zhu Xiangqing, with a sycophantic smile, extended a thin, gilded room card toward Lu Tingxiao. Mr. Lu, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. The implication was unmistakable. He had prepared a woman for Lu Tingxiao in the room. Chapter 136. Could it be that the woman in the room is at this moment? Lu Tingxiao had no desire to entertain anyone, wishing to avoid entanglements that would waste his time. He accepted the room card and continued striding forward. Zhu Xiangqing, relieved that he accepted it, was still apprehensive about whether Lu Tingxiao would actually go. Lu Jingli, following closely behind, said with an air of mischief, Wow, brother, you've hit the jackpot. Mr. Zhu is desperate this time, so the woman he found must be extraordinary. Don't you want her? Oh, but you already have a sister-in-law, so you probably won't even glance at her. Then can I have the room card? I'm quite curious about what kind of fairy Zhu Xiangqing has brought. With a slight movement of his fingers, Lu Tingxiao tossed the room card directly toward Lu Jingli. He caught it deftly with 2 fingers, his face lighting up with excitement. I'm off then. Oh, room 808. It's a presidential suite. Lu Jingli sang cheerfully as he made his way towards the guest room area. The elevator ascended to the top floor, and Lu Jingli, one hand in his pocket, walked straight to the end of the corridor. Arriving at the door, he produced the room card, and with a beep, the door opened. Before entering, Lu Jingli hesitated, thinking to himself that he was only curious to see the spectacle. What if the woman inside fell for him and refused to leave? Although he was also averse to marriage, he was a serious person who only accepted genuine romantic relationships. With a creak, the door finally swung open. Upon entering, his eyes were immediately drawn to a large bed strewn with red rose petals, where a woman lay amidst the blooms, her figure partially obscured by an exceedingly sheer nightgown, revealing 2 long, fair legs. Just the sight of those beautiful legs was enough to ignite a man's imagination. Zhu Xiangqing had indeed spared no expense. As Lu Jingli contemplated this, he took a few more steps inside, only to catch sight of the woman's face. Though her eyes were covered with a white lace strip, he instantly recognized the woman on the bed. Lu Jingli jumped back in shock as if he had encountered a ferocious beast, colliding with the door with a loud thud. He promptly slammed the door shut and bolted down the stairs like the wind. He rushed to the garage just in time to see Lu Tingxiao's car emerging, and he leapt forward to block its path. With a screech of tires, Lu Tingxiao barely managed to stop, his face darkening. Lu Jingli knocked on the window anxiously, and before Lu Tingxiao could scold him, he yanked it from the car, urgency radiating from him. Brother, come with me quickly. It's urgent, extremely urgent. Now, there is but one matter that occupies my mind. I am aware that your thoughts are solely consumed by your sister-in-law, and my concern also pertains to her. Thus, Lu Tingxiao promptly followed suit. As he cast a glance at the door before him, his expression hardened like frost, signaling to Lu Jingli that an explanation was in order for this sudden madness that had compelled him here. Lu Jingli, wiping his face, activated the electronic lock with a click, instructing him to enter and see for himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Tingxiao's countenance shifted, and he quickly deduced that perhaps what lay inside was the very essence of his speculation. In the next moment, Lu Tingxiao extended his arm, swiftly pushing the door open, and was immediately frozen in place by the sight before him. A chilling aura enveloped the air, and his gaze, sharp as a blade, turned towards Lu Jingli, demanding, "You saw her?" Lu Jingli, terrified, pressed himself against the doorframe, weakly retorting, "How would I know she was your sister-in-law if I didn't look? You aren't jealous, are you?" She was partially covered by petals. I couldn't see much. Besides, if it weren't for my insatiable curiosity leading me to discover her presence, who could have anticipated how the night would unfold? Surely my contribution outweighs any transgression, right? Where else could you find such an exceptional ally like me? Get lost. Tingxiao barked. Grateful for escaping a calamity, Jingli hastily departed. They say curiosity kills the cat, yet despite having evaded death countless times, he could not rid himself of this vice. Once Jingli vacated, Tingxiao promptly closed the door behind him and stood, his mind blank. 10 paces away from the bed, the pristine white bed, adorned with crimson petals, concealed a porcelain-like skin beneath a lace cloth, while the girl's lashes trembled gently, the damp fabric clinging to her form, her alabaster toes curling in fear and tension. For Tingxiao, this scene was akin to a torturous trial after enduring prolonged restraint. Perhaps the noise had startled the girl on the bed, as her entire body began to tremble, attempting to edge away from the bed's confines. Yet, it appeared she had been drugged devoid of any strength, and after considerable effort, she could barely shift a few centimeters, left panting heavily, her chest rising and falling violently, beads of sweat dampening her temples. This tableau was like a drop of water splashing into scalding oil. Tingxiao, as if bewitched, found his feet moving of their own accord, inching closer to the bed until he stood at the edge. The girl, acutely aware of his presence, bit her lip with such force it seemed she would break the skin, desperately trying to escape. Tingxiao, lost in a daze, slowly reached out his hand. His rough fingertips finally made contact with the skin he had longed to touch, the heat nearly setting him ablaze. Yet in the next instant, a sharp pain shot through his finger. The girl had bitten down fiercely, and soon a drop of crimson blood oozed from his fingertip. Watching her ruby lips encircle his finger transformed the pain into a twisted form of pleasure. Tingxiao felt himself teetering on the brink of madness. The pain failed to jolt him back to reality, but the sudden release of her grip, coupled with the hollow despair reflected in her eyes, rained down upon him like a torrential storm, snapping him into clarity. What in the world was he doing? He was fully aware of her fear. He understood that every second in the darkness was a torment for her. Without hesitation, Tingxiao swiftly removed the lace cloth from over her eyes. In the next moment, the girl opened her eyes wide. The despair and clarity within her gaze reflected the silhouette of the man before her, first appearing bewildered before being overtaken by a mist of tears that cascaded down her cheeks, one drop after another, seemingly endless. What is wrong? Where does it hurt? I'm sorry I'm late. Don't cry. I'll take you to the hospital. Please don't cry. Tingxiao's heart raced as if it might cease beating altogether. His eyes were red, and tears flowed uncontrollably. She reached out her hands, but they fell limply midway. Do you want to sit up? Tingxiao leaned into his sister, just as he was about to help her off the bed. She suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her head in his shoulder, her body shaking with sobs, her tears quickly soaking through his shirt and trickling down his neck. Tingxiao's heart ached, and he gently patted her back, as if she were fragile glass. Don't be afraid. It's all right now. It's all right. I'm sorry. Overwhelmed by panic and fear, cried for over 10 minutes before finally calming down, hiccuping intermittently. Tingxiao patiently soothed her, remaining still to avoid startling her. After a while, finally regained her composure and, with a hoarse voice that was softer and more vulnerable than ever, whispered in his ear, I'm glad it's you. She expressed her relief, and in that moment, perhaps unbeknownst to her, she had placed her trust in him. With a faint, bittersweet smile, she stammered, Tingxiao, you have no idea how terrible my day has been. Before I saw you, I was questioning life itself, nearly losing all hope in this world. She had believed herself invincible, convinced that nothing could break her. But when the events of that fateful night 5 years prior threatened to repeat themselves, she found herself on the brink of collapse. She had thought about it. Zhu Xiangqing, even if not for himself, must be doing this for someone. Birds of a feather flock together. Anyone associated with Zhu Xiangqing must be equally repugnant. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief for having misjudged the situation, realizing that the person Zhu Xiangqing sought to please was none other than Tingxiao. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Tingxiao's eyes, yet his tone remained gentle as he spoke. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. That night, I intended to help you, but I never anticipated Zhu Xiangxing would misunderstand and act in such a manner. How could I blame you? You were trying to help me, replied, only to realize she was still draped over him, hastily attempting to sit upright. Embarrassed as she said, I'm sorry for getting your clothes dirty. Kneeling there, her tear-streaked face was exposed, and without the petal's cover, the thin fabric left little to the imagination. Tingxiao cleared his throat, diverting his gaze. It's fine. As straightened, she wobbled, prompting Tingxiao to quickly support her. Are you all right? I'll take you to the hospital. Her face flushed, shook her head. Going to the hospital won't help with this kind of drug. Tingxiao, could I ask you for a favor? What? Tingxiao instinctively tensed. Could you please cover my eyes again with that cloth? Requested softly. Tingxiao's expression registered surprise. Why? Because out of sight, out of mind, replied, exasperated. Though her reasoning seemed puzzling, Tingxiao quickly comprehended, clearing his throat as he picked up the discarded white lace cloth and gently placed it over her eyes, readying it. As he drew near, a sudden surge of warmth ignited within, compelling her to mentally recite, form is emptiness, emptiness is form, until he stepped back to a safe distance. The darkness enveloping her allowed the turmoil within her to settle slightly. If it had been a loathsome man like Zhu Xiangxing, it might have been bearable. But with Tingxiao, under the influence of the aphrodisiac, he became a catalyst that intensified the drug's effects, leading to a perilous chemical reaction. Is that all right? Tingxiao inquired, nodded and said, there is something else I need to trouble you with. I currently lack any strength in my body. Could you assist me to the bathroom? A cold bath will suffice. Please wait. I will fill the tub for you, he responded. Thank you. The sound of running water echoed in the tranquil room, distinctly audible. In this instance, despite her inability to see, she felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. A moment later, the sound ceased, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. Can you walk? Tingxiao inquired. I should be able to. Just support me a little. As her body finally submerged into the icy water, Ning Xi let out a contented sigh. Tingxiao's expression tightened. I will step out for a moment. Call for me if you need anything. Also, do not soak for too long. Be cautious of catching a cold. All right. Tingxiao turned to leave, his back revealing a hint of hasty and flustered retreat. Once outside, Tingxiao abruptly swung open the hotel room door, only to find a figure tumble in due to a lack of support. Jingli scrambled to his feet, brushing off his backside, while peeking cautiously into the room. Ahem. I was just worried about you two. I absolutely had no intention of eavesdropping. Tingxiao regarded him with a knowing expression, his tone icy. Go to the car and bring me the documents. Jingli's mouth fell open in disbelief. Bro, are you serious? You want to look at documents in this situation? Are you even a man? Tingxiao shot him a glare, as if to say, do I need to prove it to you? No, that is unnecessary. I'll go right away. He knew his brother's way of proving his manhood would involve a rather vigorous beating. After retrieving the documents, Jingli stood outside, listening to the faint sounds of water within, sighing deeply, lamenting, why is she soaking in cold water? You should be the one personally administering the remedy. Such a waste. Such a waste. You may leave now, Tingxiao commanded. In truth, he wished to stay, to accompany her through every spring, summer, autumn, and winter. As he returned to the room, Tingxiao made a concerted effort to ignore the blurred figure behind the frosted bathroom door, forcing himself to concentrate on the documents in his hands. His efficiency appeared commendable, having read 2 pages in half an hour. Just then, a frantic call from Ning Xi echoed from the bathroom. Tingxiao. Tingxiao. He hastily dropped what he was holding and rushed to the bathroom door. Ning Xi. What is wrong? Tingxiao. I'm here. Come in. In. Hurry. Quickly. What on earth is happening? Tingxiao's tone grew increasingly anxious, yet he hesitated to push the door open. My leg is cramping. Help me. Tingxiao sighed, a mix of relief and exasperation washing over him as he pushed the door open. The cold water inside left no steam, rendering her wet clothes nearly transparent. Tingxiao swallowed hard. Though he had not been drugged, the torment he experienced was likely no less than Ning Xi's. Tingxiao. My right leg. It's cramping. Ning Xi's face had turned pale from the pain. Without a moment's hesitation, Tingxiao grasped her ankle with one hand and placed the other on her thigh, forcefully stretching and massaging her leg. Is this better? No, it still cramps. Apply more pressure. How about now? Ah, that hurts. Be gentler. Is it better now? Almost. Almost. Ning Xi instinctively touched a sore spot on her thigh. Is this the place? These are from when I was suspended earlier. Tingxiao's expression softened, only to furrow his brow once more. I will go fetch some medicine for you. He looked at her with concern. You cannot continue soaking like this. You will get sick. Ning Xi instinctively shrank deeper into the water, raising her finger to indicate 10 minutes. Just give me 10 more minutes. I was almost all right until you came in. All right, Tingxiao conceded. He exited the bathroom and opened the hotel room door once more. Sure enough, Lu Jingli rolled back in again. Lu Tingxiao stated. Sorry, bro. I'll leave immediately. Lu Jingli scrambled to his feet, bowing apologetically. Wait. Go downstairs and buy some medicine for me. What kind? Lu Jingli asked, wagging his tail with a mischievous grin. For bruises and injuries. Lu Jingli's eyes brightened like light bulbs. Bro, you're finally showing your authority. Lu Tingxiao's cold gaze fixed on him. Lu Jingli, I'm sorry, I was wrong. If you were really showing authority, how could you do it in such a short time? I'll run and get it right now. Within 5 minutes. Lu Jingli returned with the medicine, grinning widely. Bro, how about you allow me to stay right outside? I'll be at your service whenever you need. Lu Tingxiao shot him a sidelong glance. If I catch you a third time, the consequences will be severe. Lu Jingli sighed regretfully, then pulled a small square box from his pocket. Bro, I also bought this. It's definitely better than what the hotel offers. Are you sure you don't need it? Get out. Lu Tingxiao kicked him out. After placing the medicine down, Lu Tingxiao was about to knock on the door to check on Ning Xi when suddenly the bathroom door swung open. Ning Xi, wrapped tightly in a large bath towel, bouncing out like a caterpillar. Be careful. Lu Tingxiao rushed forward to steady her, concerned she might slip. Ning Xi sighed, speaking earnestly. It's not me who needs to be careful. It's you, Lu Tingxiao. What do I need to be careful of? He asked, puzzled. Lu Tingxiao's lips curved slightly, bemused by her exaggerated words. In truth, he found himself rather looking forward to the consequences. The medicine has arrived. Do you need my assistance? He inquired. Absolutely not. For the sake of your virtue, I shall handle it myself. Ning Xi declared with utmost seriousness. Your virtue? Lu Tingxiao's lips twitched. Ning Xi blinked and said, Didn't you say before that you only accept sexual relations under the premise of marriage? A man with such rigid principles, if I were to disrupt them, that would be truly sinful. After a brief pause, she stammered, I'm not wearing anything underneath. All right, oh, by the way, could you please help me check if my clothes and bag are outside? Of course. Lu Tingxiao walked into the living room, searching for a moment before discovering a laundry basket in the corner, filled with Ning Xi's belongings. Her bag emitted a faint glow, revealing a notification of an incoming call on her phone, which had been set to silent. Lu Tingxiao casually glanced at it, but the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. The caller ID displayed 2 letters, the identity of which he had yet to ascertain. The call had not been terminated, and the screen continued to flash. After staring for several seconds, Lu Tingxiao finally picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. A delicate sound akin to pouring wine emanated from the other end, followed by a raspy male voice. Hello, have you received the gift? Happy birthday. Lu Tingxiao remained silent. Hello. After about 5 seconds, just as Lu Tingxiao assumed the caller would not speak again, the slightly charming voice rang out once more. You're not Ning Xi? Lu Tingxiao continued to remain silent. Then, a sound resembling glass clinking against something echoed from the other side, followed by the man speaking with a hint of intrigue. Then who are you? Let me guess, you must be a man. A man who is still with her at this hour? A one-night stand? Or perhaps a current boyfriend? The man paused, letting out a low, husky laugh, his tone laced with a dangerous malice. Heh, if you're her current boyfriend. Has she told you that she's been two-timing? Indeed, there's another vessel, and that vessel is me. What does it mean? Just as Ning Xi was about to extract more information, his phone unexpectedly blacked out, having run out of battery. Chapter 142, A Bedsheet of Nonsense. They had always assumed he was one of NGX's ex-boyfriends, but from what he just inferred from their phone conversation, it seemed as though he and NGX still maintained a romantic relationship. Otherwise, why would he resort to the metaphor of straddling 2 boats? And NGX has a boyfriend, yet she had never mentioned him? Upon considering this possibility, Ning Xi's expression darkened ominously. However, he quickly regained his composure, as there was a significant chance that the other party was merely trying to undermine his rival. Ning Xi, I've finished applying the medicine. Are my belongings with you? After NGX changed her clothes, Tingxiao re-entered the room. Once she donned her own attire, NGX felt considerably more at ease, and the atmosphere grew less awkward, prompting her to remove her eye mask. As soon as she did, she caught a glimpse of Tingxiao's gaze, which was imbued with a complex mixture of emotions. Instinctively, she touched her face and asked with confusion, "Is something wrong?" Tingxiao settled onto the edge of the bed. "In NGX, may I inquire about your background?" "My background? What do you wish to know?" "Anything at all." And NGX sensed that Tingxiao was intentionally steering the conversation to distract her, so she pondered for a moment and replied, "Well, let me tell you about my hometown." Although it was not the answer he had anticipated, it still led to the topic at hand. Besides, this was the first occasion she had ever brought up anything personal in his presence. Tingxiao nodded. "Very well." "Tingxiao, do you know of a quaint little town called Fngzhn, located on the outskirts?" In such a small place, you surely wouldn't know." "I do. The scenery is delightful. Wasn't Lu Nshyi filmed there?" Upon hearing this, NGX's excitement surged. Yes. I can't believe you know it. The scene where the male and female leads rolled in the wheat field was shot there. Rolling in bed sheets? Why would she mention such a thing at a time like this? She had completely forgotten about that. And NGX hurriedly attempted to steer the conversation away from that precarious topic. Primarily because our area hasn't been developed, the environment is exquisite, and the air is truly refreshing. A few years back, LJNGL seemed eager to go fishing there, but I couldn't join him due to work commitments. Tingxiao's tone bore a hint of regret. If he had gone then, would he have encountered her sooner? In a certain sense, LJNGL could indeed be seen as the thread of fate connecting him and NGX. Although he did not go that time, fate still brought them together later. It was also LJNGL who brought the little treasure to the bar, leading to subsequent events. "You must go there one day. It will not disappoint. I could act as your tour guide." And NGX's face lit up with excitement when discussing her hometown, but her expression gradually darkened. Over 20 years ago, the air was even purer. Back then, many affluent individuals would vacation here, and some even came to give birth, including Ning F. or Inju Ing Lingi. 24 years ago. At this point, NGX fell silent. Tingxiao patiently awaited her words without pressing her. Chapter 143. Can we still have a proper conversation? And then, Tingxiao inquired, although he had already surmised the subsequent events. And NGX shrugged. Then it turned into a melodrama. The small hospital was understaffed and chaotic. 2 baby girls were switched, and this error persisted for 18 years. Did you know? Ning Su Lu even shares my blood type, which is why this matter remained undiscovered for so long. How was it eventually uncovered? And NGX turned to Tingxiao with a smile. "Well, I must thank my dashing and reckless second uncle, LYO being." Tingxiao recalled him vaguely, aware that he was once a notorious playboy in the capital. "Yes, my second uncle is quite the libertine. Even after marrying, he continued to cavort with women and caused quite a stir, fathering 1 son and 3 daughters. The Ning family seems to be cursed. In this generation, neither Ning Yohu nor Lyob Ing could produce a son, making my uncle-less illegitimate child the only male heir of the Ning family." Tingxiao adored the spark of life in her eyes and mused. "Then your grandfather, in a fit of rage, had all the descendants of the Ning family tested, ultimately discovering that Ning Su Lu was not a true member of the Ning clan. The Ning family was taken aback. Can we not have a proper conversation? It's truly disheartening to keep you in suspense." Tingxiao chuckled softly. "I apologize. I shall improve next time." Hearing her recount these events with such nonchalance, Tingxiao gently patted her head. "Do they not treat you well?" Initially, an NGX felt indifferent, but for some reason, Tingxiao's gentle touch made her feel incredibly aggrieved. It seems that one only feels wronged when someone cares. If no one cares, who would notice your plight? Observing her despondent demeanor, Tingxiao opened his arms generously. "You may borrow my embrace." And NGX hesitated, then turned her head away. "No. Are you trying to tempt me into wrongdoing?" Tingxiao said nothing, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her. "What about your adoptive parents? Are they kind to you?" Upon hearing that she had nearly drowned, Tingxiao's heart tightened, and he noticed her expression shifted when she mentioned her mother, yet he refrained from pressing further. I cherish my original family. But when they revealed I wasn't their biological child, I felt as though the sky was collapsing. Yet, with the influence of the Ning family, I had no choice. If I had fought back with all my might, maybe there would have been a glimmer of hope to escape, but Chapter 144, No One is Better Than You. And NGX sighed. At that time, I had fallen in love with a man, needing to match his status. Tingxiao's eyes flickered. Is it SYN? And NGX nodded and smiled. Isn't it strange that someone in my background would know a young master like SYN? To prevent Tingxiao from guessing again. And NGX answered her own question. It's because SYN had poor lungs as a child and came to recuperate in our area, living next door to my home for 7 years. The first time we met, I happened to pass by when he had an attack, so I helped carry him back home. Gradually, we got to know each other, falling in love as childhood sweethearts. Such beautiful words. However, in the end, reality revealed that this was not a Cinderella and Prince story, but rather a tale of Donghua and the wolf. Do not be disheartened. He is unworthy of you. Tingxiao consoled. You can probably imagine what happened next. An 18-year gap cannot be bridged overnight. Standing before the well-educated Ning Xi, I felt like a rustic village girl. Those in her circle were already well acquainted with her. On the surface, they treated me as a friend, but privately, they mocked me as a country bumpkin. Even my biological parents despised my existence, viewing me as their blemish. Afterward, there was SYN. Following SYN came the loss of my most cherished reputation and dignity. Everything was trampled upon and destroyed. And NGX slowly hugged her knees. Today on set, there was an issue with the props, and my sword accidentally injured Ning Xi. In the hospital, my biological mother, slapped me without uttering a single word, and my biological father only offered endless criticism and threats. And NGX stared blankly out at the inky night, her voice drifting. At that moment, I don't know why, but the tension that had been building in my mind for 5 years suddenly snapped. I felt that nothing mattered anymore, that I was a failure in life. Is it because I'm so wretched that everyone hates me? Has all my effort been in vain? As soon as she finished speaking, Tingxiao abruptly grasped her shoulders firmly. In NGX, look at me. Not everyone harbors animosity towards you. The unfortunate truth lies with them. Do you understand? Ning Xi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Despite her often carefree demeanor, she was merely a young lady in her 20s. Tingxiao enveloped her in his embrace, gently planting a kiss atop her head. Ning Xi felt a slight heaviness on her crown, yet was oblivious to its cause. Tingxiao's profound gaze bore into hers with utmost seriousness. Ning Xi, if you doubt yourself, then endeavor to trust me. You are remarkable. There is no one in this world better than you. Ning Xi's tears transformed into laughter. Of course, I believe in your words, Tingxiao exhaled in relief. The despair he glimpsed in her eyes moments earlier had startled him immensely. After a brief silence, Tingxiao ventured, Ning Xi, may I pose a question? What is it? Ning Xi tilted her head in curiosity. Is it that when one is fond of another, they find them endearing regardless of their actions? Unable to resist, Tingxiao playfully ruffled her tilted little head. Do you like diamonds? Huh? Ning Xi was taken aback by the unexpected query. Why do you ask? Today is your birthday, and Xiao Bao prepared a gift for you, supposedly a diamond. He was concerned you might not appreciate it. So I inquired for him, Tingxiao replied nonchalantly. I see. Ning Xi scratched her head and responded, well, I suppose no woman dislikes diamonds, but it's just a birthday. It's rather excessive for a child to give me such a precious item. Perhaps something handmade would be better. Casually, Tingxiao remarked, it's not an expensive item. The one you received on set that day is the true treasure. I fear that after seeing that one, you might not regard others with the same esteem. Upon hearing this, Ning Xi immediately placed her hand on her forehead. So you know about that. Gossip travels far and wide. Don't compare me to that eccentric. He's quite mad. Is that person your boyfriend? Tingxiao inquired. Ning Xi nearly choked on her own spit. Of course not. Why would you entertain such a dreadful notion? Because your demeanor was quite affectionate, Tingxiao replied, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Ning Xi groaned, oh my, how was I affectionate? Does calling someone insane imply affection? Tingxiao nodded, to me it does. You have always been exceptionally polite to me, never uttering a harsh word. Ning Xi was a loss for words. Could it be that was a concealed masochist, preferring a sharper attitude from her? Now, there isn't. So there was in the past. Lu Tingxiao astutely pinpointed the crux of the matter. Ning Xi cleared her throat. Well, perhaps one could say I may have had a relationship, if one day counts. She found herself inexplicably concerned about Lu Tingxiao's perception of her, tugging at her hair as she asked, Lu Tingxiao, do you think it's rather poor of me to have been involved with so many men? A warmth surged within Ning Xi, followed by a light laugh. Lu Tingxiao, why do I feel as though you are my ardent admirer? No matter what I say or do, you always seem to think I am right. Ardent admirer? Lu Tingxiao was unfamiliar with the term. Yes, precisely. An irrational fan who supports their idol regardless of right or wrong. Ning Ti elucidated. Lu Tingxiao pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, that is quite fitting. Ning Xi seemed to suppress some emotion, remaining silent for a while before letting out a long sigh. Lu Tingxiao, do you know? What? Do you realize you are more potent than an aphrodisiac? It's terrifying. Ning Xi's expression was one of conflict, and she tugged at her collar with a pained look. Chapter 146. Unable to resist your charms, how infuriating. After so long trying to divert attention, it was all in vain. This fellow, how could he flirt so easily? What was most alarming was his complete innocence, utterly unaware of the effect he had. The notion of being unarmed, yet more enticing than any flirtation, was indeed the pinnacle of seduction. She was in a muddle, no longer clear about her own chaotic thoughts. Are you feeling unwell again? Lu Tingxiao asked, his expression instantly shifting to one of concern. Ning Xi massaged her throbbing temples. It was not simply discomfort. The resurgence of emotions was far more intense than before. To her, Lu Tingxiao appeared like a protagonist from a romantic anime, accompanied by stirring background music and delicate pink cherry blossom effects. The clash between her rational mind and the captivating allure he exuded was fierce, leaving her on the brink of madness. Seeing Ning Xi's breath quicken and her forehead glisten with sweat in mere seconds, Lu Tingxiao's expression changed dramatically. What ails you? Weren't you fine moments ago? Is it the same discomfort or something different? Feeling awkward, Lu Tingxiao recalled her earlier remark about him being more frightening than an aphrodisiac. This was perhaps the greatest compliment he had ever received. Ning Xi's eyes shimmered with a crimson hue, fixated on him without blinking. Under the intensity of her gaze, Lu Tingxiao felt as though his own body was igniting. Ning Xi shook her head vigorously and collapsed onto the bed behind her, gazing helplessly at the ceiling. Oh dear, I feel I must endure tonight, Lu Tingxiao. If I cannot hold back later, you must ensure to knock me out. Lu Tingxiao contemplated. Actually, I could. Ning Xi immediately interrupted him. Stop, stop, stop. Please, I beg you, spare me. I truly cannot withstand your charms. Lu Tingxiao raised an eyebrow. What are you thinking? I mean, I could step outside. Oh, Ning Xi awkwardly touched her nose, stammering. But if I am alone, I will get bored. She hesitated to voice her fear. Go home. Ning Xi froze for a moment. Upon hearing those two words, she instinctively thought of Lu's residence. Yet, she dismissed the idea, not wanting to bring her current turmoil there. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the documents and laptop Lu Tingxiao had left on the bedside. You carry on with your work. I will meditate for a while to calm my energy. Lu Tingxiao chuckled softly. Very well. In a tranquil guest room, the rhythmic sound of fingers tapping on the keyboard echoed like the most soothing lullaby in the world. The girl's expression softened as she gradually closed her eyes. Sensing the steady and prolonged rhythm of her breathing beside him, Lu Tingxiao paused his actions, carefully covering her with a blanket. The girl murmured softly, instinctively grasping his finger. Whispering his name, Lu Tingxiao. A shiver ran through Lu Tingxiao. His expression shifted profoundly. She had called his name. Do not fear. I am here. Lu Tingxiao leaned down, gently kissing the corner of her lips. Yet, the tenderness in his gaze was intermingled with shadows of uncertainty. Chapter 147. Xiao Bao dismantles the house Ning Xi. What should I do? I'm not as wonderful as you imagine. Sometimes I genuinely fear the way you trust me so completely. If one day you discover I am not as you believe, would you turn away from me? Awakened by the ringing doorbell at dawn, Lu Tingxiao was jolted from his slumber. Within 10 seconds, he had gathered his belongings and helped Lu Tingxiao with his things, urging, Hurry, hurry. Upon stepping into the courtyard, Ning Xi was left dumbfounded. What on earth is happening here? Were those? Ning Xi rubbed her eyes in astonishment at the metallic, humanoid figures scurrying about, feeling as though she had been transported to another dimension. Lu Jingli blinked. Can't you tell? They are robots. Ning Xi was on the verge of losing her mind. Of course, I can see that, But why are there so many robots? Lu Jingli sighed. This is one of Xiao Bao's hobbies. He hasn't played with them in a while, and now, having been stimulated, they've all come out. It feels like a zombie apocalypse. There were dozens of robots visibly wreaking havoc at the scene. In a flurry of chaos, the robots rampaged through the garden, uprooting soil, colliding with trees, and trampling flowers. One even hoisted a young maid into the air, eliciting gasps of shock from the other servants. As the young maid was about to tumble from the robot's grasp, Ning Xi dashed forward, flinging open the car door and catching her just before she hit the ground. Are you all right, Wan? Within the Lu residence, the servants, particularly the maids, regarded Ning Xi with a mix of suspicion and hostility, though they dared not express it openly. Only Wan, who frequently visited the film set to deliver juice to Ning Xi for Xiao Bao, had grown fond of her through their interactions. She found Ning Xi to be humble and amiable, not at all arrogant despite the favor she received from the young masters. Witnessing Ning Xi's swift and heroic act, Lu Tingxiao's expression was one of resigned amusement. Meanwhile, Lu Jingli had poked his head out of the car window, lamenting, Xiao Shi, this isn't fair. You've stolen my thunder. Help! Just as he spoke, one of the robots clamped down on his arm. Brother, save me. Quickly turn off these things. The once boisterous Lu Jingli now found himself pleading for assistance. Lu Tingxiao, wearing an expression of helplessness, replied, Xiao Bao altered the programming last time. Even if I could hack it, it would take an hour. An hour? My arm will be ruined. It hurts. Ning Xi anxiously inquired, where's Xiao Bao now? He should be in the control room. Lu Tingxiao responded swiftly, exiting the car. I'll take you there. All right. They hurried in the direction of the control room, while Lu Jingli called after them. You two? Hurry up. Shortly thereafter, Lu Tingxiao instructed the butler to prepare an open-top vehicle akin to a sightseeing car, swiftly transporting her to a peculiar standalone building behind the golf course. The structure appeared remarkably futuristic, resembling glass or an unknown metal, exuding a high-tech ambience. Ning Xi, having resided in the expansive Lu estate for several days, had never visited this place before. The building's base housed mechanical devices that rotated with the sun, and its exterior was covered with solar panels, generating all its energy from sunlight. The butler and the servants inside were robots, and Lu Tingxiao played the role of a tour guide. How cool! Ning Xi exclaimed, her face aglow with excitement, as if she were a child. I absolutely adore these things. As a child, I dreamed of being whisked away by an alien spaceship, and I even imagined dating a robot when I grew up. How romantic! Lu Tingxiao quipped, perhaps we should revoke her access. Upon reaching the entrance, they discovered a robot lying on the ground, its eyes suddenly glowing red as it appeared to scan Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao. After scanning Lu Tingxiao, the robot emitted a crackling sound, struggling as it called out for its master, resembling a pitiful creature wanting to report, but unable to articulate its plight. This robot was likely the steward of the control room. With a sigh, Lu Tingxiao opened the compartment on the robot's back, manipulating something within. The robot's eyes dimmed, and it ceased functioning. Ning Xi leaned in nervously. Why isn't it moving? It's not dead, is it? Oh no, I hope it's not scrapped. She sighed in relief. Oh, thank goodness. It would be a shame. It looks rather handsome. Lu Tingxiao remarked, perhaps we should just scrap it. He swiped his face to enter the main building, while Ning Xi followed closely behind, glancing around anxiously. Where's Xiao Bao? Suddenly, the robots ignored Lu Tingxiao and rushed towards Ning Xi. What do they want? Why are they all coming for me? Ning Xi gasped, fearing that even her agility would not suffice against the metal behemoths. Lu Tingxiao extended his arms beneath her, effortlessly lifting her from one side to the other, evading a robot's mechanical grasp. It's because you lack authorization. They perceive you as an intruder. So what now? Ning Xi asked, already having been tossed around by Lu Tingxiao several times. Stay close to me, Lu Tingxiao commanded. How close? Ning Xi replied, Xiao Bao is in the top-level control room. We have two options. First, defeat them and break in. How can we fight so many? Ning Xi protested, glancing at the formidable material. Second, Lu Tingxiao continued, casting a sidelong glance at her. I will carry you up, as they will not attack me. Ning Xi blinked, then without hesitation, extended her arms. Carry me. As Lu Tingxiao watched the girl approach him with open arms for the first time, ripples of emotion stirred within his icy gaze. It's happening, Ning Xi exclaimed, scrambling towards him. Indeed, once she clung to Lu Tingxiao, the robots hesitated to approach her. How marvelous! As her warm, fragrant form pressed against him, Tingxiao momentarily lost his composure, then bent down to lift her, striding towards the spiral staircase. This marked the first time he had been so intimately close to her while she was fully aware. He secretly wished this journey would never end. While Tingxiao and Ning Xi ascended the stairs, the robots trailed behind at a consistent distance. To maintain her balance, Ning Xi wrapped her arms around his neck, inhaling his crisp, pleasant scent, and glanced back at the swarm of robots following them. She couldn't help but find the scene extraordinarily romantic. However, this dreamy moment was short-lived. As they reached the top floor and prepared to open the silvery grand door, the robots behind them suddenly emitted a clattering noise, extending their metallic arms, which revealed barrels resembling gun muzzles. Ning Xi gasped in horror. Wait, are they serious? I thought they were just toys. Is it really safe to give such dangerous, lethal items to 5-year-olds? She was at a loss for words regarding Tingxiao's parenting methods. What do we do now? Ning Xi was on the verge of tears. They were merely looking for Xiaobao. Why did it have to feel like a video game? Battling through levels? Tingxiao grasped her shoulders, pushing her against the door while shielding her with his body, one arm propped behind her. After a moment of silence, Ning Xi swallowed hard and said softly, your wall slam pose is quite impeccable. BDing? Tingxiao responded, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Ning Xi facepalmed. This is the most subtle way to flirt, and it's utterly lethal. Just then, from the corner of her eye, she noticed a robot aiming directly at Tingxiao's back and fired a bullet. Tingxiao, watch out! But it was too late. Tingxiao shielded her completely, letting out a muffled grunt. Tingxiao, Ning Xi panikit. I'm fine. He slowly lifted his head. How could you be fine? She exclaimed. Are you hurt? I can take you to... Just as she was speaking, her stomach churned. Tingxiao, you smell terrible. What is that awful stench? With a darkened expression, Tingxiao removed his outer coat, revealing a sticky, grotesque substance smeared across the back. Ning Xi covered her nose, relieved he was unhurt but utterly baffled. What is this? It can't be. Feces, right? Tingxiao tossed his coat far down the stairs, his face impassive. It's fermented herring. They say it's the smelliest canned food in the world, courtesy of Jingli. Ning Xi's lips twitched. The second young master is indeed creative. This is beyond foul. It's practically a biochemical weapon. As her words fell, the door behind her suddenly swung open. Chapter 150. The most romantic birthday. Let us go. Tingxiao took her hand and walked inside with an effortless grace. Ning Xi glanced at their intertwined fingers. Although she understood that Tingxiao's gesture was merely a precaution against unforeseen incidents, an unusual emotion stirred within her heart. The control room was shrouded in dim light, illuminated only by the cold glow of dozens of operational computers. Following Tingxiao through the maze of machinery, she finally discovered Xiaobao beside the largest machine. There, amidst a tangle of wires, the small figure of Xiaobao sat on a specially crafted chair, staring vacantly at the screen, flashing with myriad programs. Beside him stood a small robot, its gun barrel pointed directly at her and Tingxiao. Seeing Xiaobao's expression of cold detachment, Ning Xi felt as though her heart was gripped by an iron claw, painful enough to suffocate her. Xiaobao, she called out softly, trembling. He remained fixated on the screen, showing no sign of acknowledgement. Ning Xi was genuinely frightened. She had only heard about Xiaobao's episodes from Tingchuan and others, but had never witnessed his condition firsthand. It's all my fault, she lamented. Ning Xi, don't blame yourself. It's common for him to be like this. Just call him a few more times, Tingxiao reassured her. In truth, he only said this because it was Ning Xi. Had it been anyone else, the situation would not have been so simple. Ning Xi took a deep breath, striving to remain calm as she cautiously approached him. The small robot turned its head in response to her movements, while Xiaobao continued to show no reaction. Unable to explain what had transpired, she could only hang her head in sorrow. After an indeterminate time, a tiny fist appeared in her line of sight. Slowly, the fist opened to reveal a soft pink hairpin resting within. Crafted from nearly 100 small pink diamonds, the hairpin sparkled under the machine's cold light. Ning Xi's heart surged with surprise and delight, despite Xiaobao's continued lack of expression. Tingxiao glanced at the hairpin in his son's palm and remarked, "This is a birthday gift from Xiaobao to you. A diamond gift for me." Ning Xi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Tingxiao, noticing her hesitation, clarified, It's just a regular rhinestone, not worth much. Each of the 99 rhinestones was painstakingly affixed by Xiao Bao himself. Upon hearing this, Ning Xi was utterly moved. She did not reach for the hairpin, but instead asked Xiao Bao, "Could you help me wear it?" Xiao Bao, somewhat sluggishly, turned his gaze to the hairpin and reached out his small hand, awkwardly placing it by her ear. Ning Xi touched the hairpin, her face lighting up. "Is it pretty?" she asked. Xiao Bao nodded. At that moment, with a loud bang, the small robot released a burst of colorful ribbons and played a birthday song. Tears welled in Ning Xi's eyes as she gazed at the fluttering ribbons. "Thank you, my dear. This is the most romantic birthday I have ever had." Chapter 151. The Pain He Could Not Bear. Xiao Bao had meticulously prepared birthday gifts and surprises for her. From the initial excitement to the gradual chilling disappointment and the panic of being unable to reach her, how cruel must that process have been for him? The thought alone twisted Ning Xi's heart with anguish, and she could not bear to let go of Xiao Bao for even a moment. Suddenly, she remembered the group of bear-like robots causing chaos and the fact that Lu Jingli's arm was still in their possession. Xiao Bao nodded, then turned to the screen, deftly manipulating the keyboard with his short fingers. Ning Xi watched in awe, exclaiming, "Baby, how are you so amazing? I thought you only knew how to draw. This is incredible. I've been a diligent student for years, frantically trying to learn everything, but I can't grasp programming languages. They are my nightmare. Yet you're only 5, and you handle it so effortlessly. You are a genius." Although Xiao Bao's expression remained blank, the spark in his eyes grew brighter. However, Lu Tingxiao, unable to overlook the situation, sighed, "Ning Xi, this is not the time to praise him." "Oh, right." Ning Xi finally realized Xiao Bao had caused a significant problem. Lu Tingxiao added, "This is indeed a possibility for Xiao Bao." Ning Xi raised her hands in surrender, concluding, "In light of everything, I believe it's best if I refrain from commenting on him." In truth, she was reluctant to scold Xiao Bao on such a day. Her heart ached for him, and she could not bear to utter a harsh word. Fortunately, Lu Tingxiao did not press her further. Essentially, in front of Ning Xi, his principles were merely fleeting notions. Ning Xi was astonished to see that the previously chaotic robots were now neatly arranged in 2 rows, as if welcoming them with an impressive display. The only discordant note was the pained cries from the side. "Brother, why have you been gone for so long? My arm is dislocated." A dislocated arm is no reason to wail like that. Ning Xi shot him a glare, jumped down, and pulled his arm with a swift motion. There was a crack. "Ah!" Lu Jingli let out a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ning Xi patted his arm. "Stop howling. It's already fixed. Try moving it." "Huh?" Lu Jingli blinked, moving his arm again, realizing it was indeed all right. "It's still uneasy," he muttered. "You didn't put it back in wrong, did you?" "How could that be? I'm quite experienced." Ning Xi replied confidently. Lu Jingli raised an eyebrow. "Pray tell, how could you possibly be experienced in such matters?" Ning Xi replied, "Because I often fought with Jiang Mai, and I've had to pop his arm back in several times." "Are you sure it was fighting and not just you unilaterally beating him? I truly worry for his future. He might end up being a victim of domestic violence." But Lu Jingli dismissed his concerns, knowing that even if he was victimized, he would surely relish it. Chapter 152. Entering the pet mode. In the living room downstairs, Lu Jingli similarly activated his pet mode, following Lu Tingxiao wherever he went. "Brother, what have you 2 been doing all night?" Lu Tingxiao, holding a cup of freshly brewed coffee, nonchalantly settled onto the sofa. "We were chatting." Lu Jingli choked on his words, disappointment washing over him like a puppy denied a bone. "Fine, let us pretend I didn't ask. How'd the matter I assigned you go?" Lu Tingxiao inquired. Lu Jingli immediately shifted to a serious demeanor, responding earnestly, "It's already in motion. Within a month, Zhu Xiangqing South Fengrui real estate will undoubtedly be removed from the capital. What about Ning Xi's situation?" Lu Jingli organized his thoughts before saying, "Due to the Crew's information lockdown, I was unaware of the situation at the time. Now, however, the instigators can't keep the news contained any longer. It has already spread across the internet. Worse yet, the props master explicitly identified Ning Xi as the one who bribed him to tamper with the props during an interview. This is no longer just a matter of public opinion. If Ning Xiuoluo decides to file a case, Ning Xi could very well be taken in for questioning by the police." A storm of fury brewed in Lu Tingxiao's expression, his demeanor akin to a dark overlord seated upon a throne of skulls, each word icy and deliberate. "I shall see who dares." Lu Tingxiao's dissatisfaction was palpable as he tapped his fingers on the coffee table. Efficiency. Lu Jingli, feeling defiant, muttered, "This method is quite effective. How could it be inefficient?" Lu Tingxiao retrieved a gun from a hidden compartment beneath the TV cabinet and tossed it in front of him. Lu Jingli's mouth twitched. Goodness, this is rather crude and straightforward, lacking any finesse. As they conversed, footsteps echoed above them. After speaking, she dashed away like the wind. Lu Jingli stroked his chin, pondering where his brother and sister-in-law were in such a hurry to go. Lu Tingxiao, with an inscrutable expression, gazed in the direction the girl had departed, then instructed Lu Jingli, "Find someone to follow her." Ning Xi's sudden departure was undoubtedly significant. Had it not been for Xiao Bao's unsuitability to be left alone at home, he would have gone himself. Why find someone? I'll go myself. Lu Jingli cheerfully accepted the task. 20 minutes later, he halted in front of the small apartment building where Ning Xi had previously resided, attentively observing the surroundings while updating Lu Tingxiao on the situation in real time. Looking at the time on his phone, Ning Xi casually tucked her belongings into her bag and hurried downstairs. Half an hour later, she finally came to a stop. Lu Jingli surveyed the dilapidated houses around and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, isn't this the place where the props master Zhang Chong lives? What on earth is Ning Xi doing here alone? Surely she isn't planning to reason with him?" Opening the monitoring system, a cold voice from the Bluetooth headset startled him. "All right, I almost forgot." Lu Jingli hurriedly retrieved the laptop from the back seat. "Brother, wait a moment. I'll live stream it to you using my phone." Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly discovered that his computer had ceased to function, and his face darkened. "Brother, how could you do this to my computer when I said I'd live stream it? Was it really necessary to be so hasty?" Zhang Chong's salary on the set was decent, but due to his gambling nature, he not only had nothing left, but also owed a significant amount of debt, which was why he resided in this suburban slum. Ning Xi had learned all this while listening to him chat over drinks with others on set. Knock, knock, knock. Ning Xi knocked 3 times on the door. No response. She continued to knock until a loud bang echoed from within, followed by the sound of slippers scraping against the floor, and the rusty iron door was pulled open. "Who the hell is it? Coming to seek death in the morning?" Zhang Chong's expression changed abruptly upon seeing Ning Xi. "Teacher Zhang, long time no see." She greeted him with a bright smile. Zhang Chong initially intended to slam the door shut, but after a moment's hesitation, he lazily remarked, "I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the beautiful Ning. Come in." As soon as Ning Xi stepped inside, she was hit by a foul odor. The pungent smell of alcohol mingled with that of dirty socks and mildew was overwhelming, akin to the horrifying scent of canned herring in the morning. "Make yourself comfortable." Zhang Chong lit a cigarette, his murky eyes glued to Ning Xi, shamelessly scanning every inch of her body. Ning Xi settled onto the only relatively clean chair in the room and said straightforwardly, "Let us not beat around the bush, Teacher Zhang. The purpose of my visit should be clear. I need your testimony. Please tell the truth. It was Ning Xiluo who orchestrated everything, not me bribing you to frame her." Zhang Chong laughed, a knowing glint in his eyes. "Little girl, you've turned on the recorder. Haven to you? Trying to trap me? Hey, you're too naive. Sorry, but what I told the reporters is the truth." With a demeanor that suggested he feared nothing, a flicker of cunning crossed his gaze. "Unless you're willing to pay." Ning Xi narrowed her eyes slightly, having anticipated this outcome. She knew that after receiving the money from Ning Xiluo, Zhang Chong would not flee, but rather continue to gamble, likely resulting in further losses. Now he was attempting to play both sides. "What if I refuse?" Ning Xi asked, a smile playing on her lips. Zhang Chong leered, his gaze lingering lewdly between her chest and hips. "No money? There are ways around that. If the beautiful Ning can spend a night with me, I might share some interesting information." His implication was clear. To obtain his testimony, she would either need to pay or sleep with him. However, given Zhang Chong's cunning nature, it was likely he would not provide any information even if she satisfied him, resulting in a total loss. Meanwhile, in the car downstairs, witnessing the unfolding scene on the monitor, Lu Jingli anxiously cautioned his brother through the earpiece. "Brother, take it easy. Don't get too excited. Please be gentle with my laptop. There are hundreds of precious files in my hard drive. Come upstairs immediately," came the commanding voice from the earpiece. Yes, I'm on my way." Seeing Zhang Chong slowly closing the distance to Ning Xi on the monitor, Lu Jingli clutched his laptop and sprinted up the stairs. Ning Xi lowered her gaze, her expression obscured in shadow, a faint scoff escaping her crimson lips. The next moment, Zhang Chong felt something cold and hard-pressed against his waist. Glancing down, he turned pale as he realized it was the dark muzzle of a gun. "Why you?" His instinct was to flee, but Ning Xi's icy voice pierced through the tension. "Run, then. Let us see if you can run faster than my bullet." Zhang Chong, drenched in sweat, stiffly turned around, then burst into laughter. "Little girl, you nearly scared me. Is it a toy gun? Go ahead, shoot. If you have the guts, shoot." Ning Xi's fingers moved slightly, affixing a black silencer onto the gun's muzzle. Then she pulled the trigger. A sharp report echoed as the bullet grazed Zhang Chong's arm, igniting a shower of sparks against the ground. All the actions transpired in less than 3 seconds. Clutching his searing arm, Zhang Chong fell to his knees. "Sister, please calm down. This is a real gun. I'm not joking. Your testimony." Ning Xi tossed a voice recorder towards him, glancing at the time on her phone, her impatience palpable. "I'll record. I'll do it right now." Zhang Chong scrambled to pick up the recorder, hastily pressing the button to begin recording. "It wasn't Ning Xi. She didn't bribe me. Someone else paid me to tamper with the sword. But I don't know who they are. I received an anonymous email instructing me to do this. And they deposited 100,000 into my account, promising another 100,000 upon completion." As he spoke, he cautiously stole glances at Ning Xi, who wore an expression of impatience and gloom, her eyes bloodshot, nervously caressing the gun barrel, as if she were a deranged serial killer. Just as Lu Jingli was about to burst in to save the day, he was left dumbfounded by the drastic turn of events on the monitor. "She really brought a gun. What the hell? If I'm not mistaken, that SA Beretta 92, where did she get that?" His face was filled with disbelief. A disheartening thought crossed his mind. His second attempt at heroically rescuing a damsel in distress had once again been thwarted. Within the room, Zhang Chong fixated on the gun in Ning Xi's hand, terrified that she might shoot without warning, leaving no room for reaction. "I swear everything I said is true. Not a single word is false. If not, may lightning strike me." Ning Xi remained silent, her faith in him uncertain, as she spun the gun in her hand, almost rendering it a playful object. "Be careful not to accidentally pull the trigger." Zhang Chong, nearly in a panic, stammered. "I can testify that it was Ning Xi who instructed me. Unconditionally, I will meet all your demands. Just say the word." "Testimony?" She sought solid evidence. Ning Xi pointed the gun at him, her tone unwavering. "Provide me with the bank account of the person who paid you and the email they sent. In my computer, I will retrieve it right away. However, the email is anonymous, and even the account is a foreign anonymous one, so it is likely of no use to you." Zhang Chong said as he retrieved a laptop from under the blanket, showing her the email and the remittance details. Ning Xi glanced at it, confirmed there were no issues, and said, "This laptop is mine now. Do you have any objections?" Zhang Chong shook his head vigorously. No, miss, please take it. Take whatever you want." Ning Xi let out a cold laugh. "Oh, from calling me sister to miss so quickly. Since returning to the country, it was her first time using this gun. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous, but fortunately, she had acting skills, as long as she treated it like a performance. She could calm herself instantly. She casually took on the role of a psychopathic killer, and it seemed to have a good effect. So, miss, do you have any other matters?" Zhang Chong, noticing she had no intention of leaving, nervously swallowed. Ning Xi looked at him thoughtfully. Let me consider." "Consider what?" Zhang Chong's legs felt weak, almost making him kneel again. "How could that be? Even if you lent me 100 of your courage, I wouldn't dare." He never expected that a seemingly delicate girl would possess such a terrifying side. He didn't even dare to meet her cold eyes, fearing nightmares would ensue. Ning Xi chuckled lightly and tapped her gun against his cheek. "Don't worry, I won't kill you to silence you, and I will even give you money." Zhang Chong's first reaction was to plead for mercy. "I don't want it. Please spare me, miss. I was just talking nonsense out of foolishness. How could I dare to ask for your money? Who said I was going to give you money?" Ning Xi kicked him. Zhang Chong scrambled to his feet, looking innocent. "But you just said—" He was almost driven mad by this person's unpredictable moods. Ning Xi shot him a cold glare. "Stay at home and wait for my news. As long as you behave, a large sum of money awaits you. Otherwise—" "Huh? You still need to contact me? Didn't you take everything from me? Shouldn't we have no further interactions? Why am I still entangled with you? I don't want money. I want my life." Zhang Chong felt helpless, only able to express his gratitude repeatedly as he sent her off. After descending the stairs, Ning Xi donned her helmet, started the engine, and drove straight towards the Lu residence. Upon her arrival, she was an hour earlier than the time agreed upon with Lu Tingxiao. Entering the living room, Lu Tingxiao sat on the same sofa as when she left, seemingly unchanged in demeanor. No. Oh, that's good. I'll go check on him. Wait. Lu Tingxiao suddenly called out to her. Oh, what's wrong? Ning Xi felt that Lu Tingxiao's tone was somewhat off. Where'd he go? Lu Tingxiao's calm voice masked an undercurrent of tension. Just as she was about to slip away, an arm reached out, and in the next moment, Ning Xi was unexpectedly pulled over and fell onto the sofa. More specifically, she fell into Lu Tingxiao's embrace. Ning Xi was taken aback. And what surprised her even more was Lu Tingxiao. What are you doing? Where are your hands going? Lu Tingxiao ignored her and continued to explore her body. Hey, if you keep this up, I will resist. If I accidentally hurt you, don't blame me. Then make a move. Ning Xi was on the verge of breaking down. Lu Tingxiao, what exactly do you want to do? You think I can't act against you, don't you? Lu Tingxiao stared at her expressionlessly. Why can't you act against me? Because. Yes. Why? If it were someone else, her first reaction would definitely be to give them a good beating. Ning Xi's eyes narrowed, wanting to stop him, but it was too late. The gun hidden at her waist was suddenly in Lu Tingxiao's hands. He tossed the gun onto the coffee table with a frosty expression, his usually gentle demeanor replaced by a chilling severity as he spoke. Explain. Ning Xi suddenly felt as if she had been caught cheating on exam, her face pale as she fidgeted with her fingers, attempting to maintain a relaxed facade. Haha. It's a fake. A toy gun. I bought it to play with. Really? Does a toy gun require a silencer? Lu Tingxiao shot her a sidelong glance, casually picking up the gun and shooting at a small, white jade vase in the corner. The vase shattered instantly. Ning Xi's facade of calm shattered along with the vase. The atmosphere fell into a dead silence. After a long moment, Ning Xi finally managed to swallow hard and stammered, trying to change the subject. Haha, sir, your marksmanship is incredible. Impressive, but you're too wasteful. That vase must have been quite expensive, right? Lu Tingxiao's gaze remained icy. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. Ning Xi hung her head in defeat, but the expression on his face, as if he would cut ties with her if she didn't confess, seemed utterly insincere. Besides confessing, did she have any other options? Ning Xi sighed. I just got used to solving everything myself, accustomed to not relying on anyone. The two fell silent once more. By the way, how did you know I had a gun? Ning Xi suddenly recalled this and asked suspiciously. Oh, is it the smell of gunpowder? I didn't expect you to be so perceptive in that regard. Lu Tingxiao's expression remained as cold as ice, the kind that had endured a millennium. Flattery failed. Ning Xi felt helpless. Lu Tingxiao, it's not that I don't want to speak to you. It's just that such trivial matters don't need you to personally intervene. Isn't that overkill? But there is something I really need your help with. I must have your assistance. After thinking it over, you are my only option. Even if you refuse to help me, I will still cling to you. Ning Xi breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, Here's the thing. Though I have obtained Zhang Chang's testimony and the emails and remittance details, these pieces of evidence only clear my name and cannot identify the person behind it. It is unworthy of a gentleman to leave a grudge unavenged. If I let them off easily, it would be too lenient. Therefore, I was wondering if there's any way to crack the account information and address of the other party. Such a talented young child must have inherited your excellent genes. So you must have a way, right? Right? Ning Xi clasped her hands together, her face brimming with expectation and sparkling eyes, both to please Lu Tingxiao and because she genuinely needed assistance. Lu Tingxiao remained silent for 3 seconds before finally speaking. Really? You really have a way? Ning Xi was so thrilled that she nearly leaped from her seat. How long will it take? She inquired eagerly. Lu Tingxiao initially intended to say an hour, but changed his response to 1 night. So soon. That's wonderful. Ning Xi exclaimed, hastily retrieving the laptop she had borrowed from Zhang Chang. Do you need anything else? I can prepare it for you. No need. Lu Tingxiao replied as he stood and headed upstairs. Ning Xi promptly followed him with great enthusiasm. Upon reaching the study, she quickly ran over to pull out a chair for him and placed the laptop on the desk before dashing off to fetch a glass of water. Lu Tingxiao cast a brief glance at her before sitting down. He took out his own laptop and connected the 2 devices with a data cable. After reviewing the evidence she mentioned, he opened an unfamiliar software and began entering a series of intricate codes. Ning Xi leaned over the desk, curious, but found herself utterly bewildered, her expression reflecting both confusion and admiration. As Lu Tingxiao typed away, a gentle breath suddenly brushed against his ear. prompting him to halt and furrow his brow. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Ning Xi asked anxiously. Tingxiao's tone turned slightly frosty. Keep your distance. Being this close hinders my concentration. Oh. Ning Xi's spirit visibly sank, and she retreated to the furthest corner of the room, taking a seat on the sofa. Seeing her despondent demeanor nearly compelled Tingxiao to offer words of comfort, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Clutching a pillow, Ning Xi quietly observed Tingxiao's focused profile, secretly marveling at how handsome men appeared when engrossed in their work. The study fell into a silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic tapping of keys. After a prolonged internal struggle, Ning Xi could no longer contain herself. Tingxiao, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. Why don't you ask me anything? Ask what? Ning Xi clenched her fists, pressing on. About the gun. Aren't you curious why I have one? Don't you think there's a lot about me that differs from your expectations? Aren't you frightened? Tingxiao replied tersely, not at all. Oh. Although he did not inquire further, Ning Xi felt a pang of guilt. He had always treated her as a friend, offering his unwavering support. Yet she had kept so much hidden from him. Thus, even in the absence of his probing, she chose to divulge, the security situation in my country isn't great, and possessing firearms is legal there. I learned to use a gun while I was there. Tingxiao paused, his expression sharpening. What kind of person is your friend? Chapter 159. Do you consider me dangerous? Ning Xi's demeanor shifted, revealing her discomfort. P.S. The ex-boyfriend I mentioned, the one I dated for just a day. That man again. Tingxiao's gaze turned steely. If they had only dated for a day, why was there so much overlap? Do you know that the channels for transporting such firearms are monopolized within 3 factions? Regardless of which faction your friend belongs to, he is a target for the authorities. The diamond you mentioned likely has dubious origins as well. Ning Xi lowered her head, murmuring, I know. You know? Tingxiao's expression darkened. She was aware and still associating with such individuals. Knowing their background only heightened her peril. Ning, she hurriedly clarified. His background might be a bit dangerous. I'm sorry, but I can't explain his exact identity. However, I can assure you he would never harm me. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed how Tingxiao's face had turned an unsettling shade. In that moment, Ning Xi felt akin to a child caught in wrongdoing by a parent, nervously fiddling with her fingers, afraid to utter a word. The aura of the formidable man, when angry, was overwhelmingly terrifying. After what felt like an eternity, Tingxiao finally spoke. Give me the gun. Ning Xi's previous defense of that man had nearly shattered his composure. Oh. Ning Xi obediently relinquished the firearm. What do you intend to do? Tingxiao took it without hesitation, declaring, confiscated. Ning Xi immediately lunged forward, exclaiming, no. That's my talisman. I promise I won't play with it recklessly. I won't let anyone find out. Tingxiao shot her a cold glance, opened a drawer, and retrieved another gun, handing it to her. Use this one from now on. Upon seeing the weapon Tingxiao offered, Ning Xi's eyes lit up. What is this? She couldn't discern the model, but it was evident it was no ordinary firearm. May I take it apart to examine it? She asked cautiously. Meeting the girl's sparkling gaze, Tingxiao nodded. Once given permission, Ning Xi eagerly disassembled the gun, her eyes widening in astonishment at the internal mechanisms. 226. I've made modifications. It's also safer. Tingxiao's expression remained grim. Her knowledge of firearms and assembly techniques was evidently imparted by that man. Ning Xi fondled the gun affectionately, casting a timid glance at him. Well, possessing a 92 is quite dangerous, but you managed to acquire a 226? Isn't that remarkable? They say the 92 is the best gun in the world. Yet few know that the 226 is the true masterpiece, overshadowed by its exorbitant price. Tingxiao's face darkened further. Do you consider me dangerous? Ning Xi shook her head vigorously. No. How could that be? You're the best. Simply my little angel. Are you tired? Is your shoulder sore? Let me give you a massage. Without waiting for a response, she dashed behind him and energetically began to knead his shoulders. Hearing her sweet, melodic voice, Tingxiao, despite recognizing her attempts to placate him, felt his stormy demeanor begin to soften, although it soon tightened again. The gentle pressure of her dainty hands on his shoulders, coupled with her professional touch on his neck and temples, felt both soothing and dangerously enticing. Chapter 160. I will feed you, that's enough. Continuing might lead to an uncontrollable situation. Tingxiao finally interjected. Oh, Ning Xi, not dwelling on it further, resumed her examination of the gun. Are you really giving this to me? Lu Tingxiao replied. Consider it a birthday gift. What a unique present this was. Ning Xi gently caressed the gun's surface. Thank you. I truly love it. This weapon indeed boasted superior safety features and, coupled with its understated appearance, would remain inconspicuous unless disassembled. As she admired the gun, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Lu Tingxiao, thank you. No one has ever treated me this well. Lu Tingxiao felt a stir of emotion, poised to respond. But Ning Xi continued, it feels almost like having a father. Lu Tingxiao replied, that is quite a compliment, though it leaves me somewhat bewildered. It's getting late. You must be hungry. I'll prepare you a late-night snack. Ning Xi cheerfully declared as she dashed out. Meanwhile, Lu Tingxiao discreetly disassembled the gun. As he suspected, the serial number had been erased. However, the scope of the identity was considerably narrowed. 10 minutes later, Ning Xi returned with a steaming bowl of food. Lu Tingxiao, are dumplings okay? I noticed there was some left over from last time in the fridge, so I boiled a few for you. Leave it there. All right. Observing Lu Tingxiao's busy demeanor, Ning Xi felt a twinge of guilt. Let me feed you. Lu Tingxiao furrowed his brow, initially intending to reject her offer. He found himself unable to voice his refusal. I'll feed you. Just continue with what you're doing. Ning Xi hurriedly picked up a dumpling, carefully blew on it to cool it down, and then brought it to his lips. Lu Tingxiao, with a solemn expression, stared at the computer screen and opened his mouth without a hint of emotion to eat the dumpling. Why hadn't she noticed how delicious it was the last time? Ning Xi continued to feed him one dumpling after another until the entire bowl was emptied. You should take a break. I'm almost done here, Lu Tingxiao said, returning Zhang Chang's computer before focusing intently on his own. Oh, all right, Ning Xi replied, settling onto the sofa in the corner with a notebook. Bored, she began to browse through Zhang Chang's computer, hoping to uncover some other clues. To her surprise, she actually found something. Inside the drive, she discovered a folder labeled Important Confidential, and upon opening it, she found numerous video files. Had that guy hidden some evidence from her? With a mix of suspicion and curiosity, she clicked on one of the videos. The moment it opened, Ning Xi felt something was amiss. But by the time she realized it, it was too late. The computer erupted with a series of unmistakably steamy sounds, echoing ominously in the quiet study. Ning Xi, Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi felt an overwhelming urge to dig a hole and bury herself, and in her panic, she clicked repeatedly, unable to close the video. Finally, it was Lu Tingxiao who couldn't bear to watch any longer. He walked over and helped her shut it down. Ning Xi tossed the computer aside, indignantly exclaiming, There's a folder labeled Important Confidential on his computer, and I thought it would contain evidence. How could I not have known this? In a man's computer, such a suspicious folder must surely contain such content. Observing the girl's indignant demeanor, Lu Tingxiao pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed in resignation. It's all sorted now. Come take a look. Initially, he had hoped to extend their time together by claiming it would take all night to finish. But now it seemed that if she continued to fuss, who knew what would happen next? Chapter 161. Not seeing him as a man hearing this. Ning, she promptly cast aside her embarrassment. Is it done? All of it. Lu Tingxiao nodded, gesturing for her to come closer. At first, Ning Xi worried she wouldn't understand, but soon realized Lu Tingxiao had bypassed the complex processes and presented the results directly before her. The email address unmistakably originated from Ning Xiueluo's apartment, Zhujiang Daijing, while the owner of the anonymous account abroad was Chui Kaijing, Ning Xiueluo's assistant. I thought such high-tech methods only existed on television. Ning Xi, especially impressed by the anonymous account, which was notoriously secure, making it nearly impossible to breach the bank system. Ning Xi was so thrilled that she struggled to find her words, ultimately throwing her arms around Lu Tingxiao. You're absolutely amazing. Lu Tingxiao, at that moment, Lu Tingxiao realized he had to confront an issue head-on. Ning Xi had indeed come to trust him completely, but perhaps too much. She had even forgotten his identity as a man. In simple terms, she viewed him as a wise mentor, even a father figure, yet failed to see him as a man. This was truly a troubling dilemma. However, it also signaled a positive development. The opportunity he had been waiting for was finally maturing. How do you plan to handle this evidence? Lu Tingxiao inquired after regaining his composure. Let us not rush to disclose it. Let Ning Xiueluo continue making a scene. The bigger the fuss she makes now, the harder she'll fall later. I need to prepare. Prepare for what? Lu Tingxiao, could you help me? I suddenly feel like the ground is swaying. Just as she finished speaking, Ning Xi's vision darkened, and with a thud, she collapsed to the floor. Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao's expression changed drastically as he rushed to support her. Her soft body felt as hot as a ball of fire. He instinctively placed a hand on her forehead, confirming that she was indeed burning with fever. He had sensed something was off earlier, but had dismissed it as his imagination. He hadn't expected her to be ill. Lu Tingxiao scooped her up and dashed downstairs. Uncle Yuan, prepare the car. The old butler was startled. What happened to Miss Ning Xi? I don't know, Lu Tingxiao replied frantically, his usually icy demeanor shattered. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's the lingering effects of the medication or just a fever. Did Zhu Xiangqing give her something else? At that moment, Lu Tingxiao was nearly overwhelmed by guilt. He should have taken her to the hospital immediately, yet he hadn't allowing her to tire herself out with all the chaos. After everything that had happened, the pressure she must have been under was immense. Young master, try not to worry too much. From what I see, Miss Ning, she is likely just running a fever. We should call the family doctor to come and take a look. Lu Tingxiao, however, was beyond listening. The driver had just pulled up, and he immediately carried her into the car, heading straight for the hospital. He then instructed the butler outside. Also, have Qin Mufeng come over. Understood, the butler replied, resigned to comply. If there had been any lingering doubts in Lu Tingxiao's mind, witnessing his reaction made everything clear. This girl was likely to be their future young mistress. Chapter 162. My wife is truly adorable, the butler called Qin Mufeng, who was at a bar with Lu Jingli, drinking and chatting about gossip. Upon hearing that Ning, she had suddenly fainted. The two hurried to the hospital, at the top floor of the First People's Hospital in the capital. As Qin Mufeng and Lu Jingli arrived, they found Ning Xi lying on the hospital bed, pale and with an IV drip in her arm. Sitting beside the bed, Lu Tingxiao wore a grave expression, his brow furrowed deeply. Lu Jingli and Qin Mufeng exchanged glances, clearly startled by Lu Tingxiao's demeanor. At that moment, a nurse approached with medication, and Lu Jingli quickly stopped her, whispering, "How is the patient? What is wrong? Is it serious?" "Oh, just a fever." "A fever?" Lu Jingli replied, bewildered. "Are you sure it's just a fever?" Leaning against the doorframe, he touched his heart, which was still racing. "Big brother, are you trying to scare me to death? It's just a fever. Why do you look like it's a terminal illness?" Beside him, Qin Mufeng looked equally helpless, adding, "And you call me here too. I'm a psychologist, not a medical doctor," implicitly suggesting he wanted to resign. He had been compensated handsomely for his services over the years. "Come on, I have plenty of other uses. I know a well-known nutritionist at this hospital. I'll go get him to help Ning Xi recover." Qin Mufeng felt a bit guilty. Since Ning Xi's arrival, he had been much less busy. Both Xiao Bao and Lu Tingxiao rarely needed his assistance, and even their weekly therapy sessions had ceased. After Qin Mufeng left, Lu Jingli noticed Lu Tingxiao staring intently at his phone and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what are you looking at?" When had his brother become a net addict? However, as he approached, he was taken aback. "What the? Brother, why are you watching this?" Ning Xi's expression is terrifying. I got goosebumps when I watched it. I can't tell if she is acting or if it's real. Lu Jingli shivered as he spoke. But now, to his shock, his brother was replaying it on a loop, wearing a bemused expression as if to say, "Ah, my wife is truly adorable." It was undeniable. They were both so in sync, even their methods were similarly straightforward. "Indeed, you two are quite the pair," Lu Jingli mused. Lu Tingxiao gently caressed the girl's cheek on the hospital bed, pride and joy evident in his expression. To avoid being dazzled, Lu Jingli turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. "Surely, you have deciphered the identity of the other party, haven't you? Will you be announcing it online to exonerate Xiao Cixi? I will make the necessary arrangements right away." Chapter 163. He is not so vulgar. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Tingxiao's eyes. There was no rush. Lu Jingli stroked his chin, realizing that they held a trump card. Let her continue to create a scene. It would only become more entertaining later. "Prepare a contract for Ning Xi," Lu Tingxiao instructed. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingli's eyes brightened. "A contract? Brother, are you finally planning to bring my sister-in-law into the grand world?" I see. You will personally help Xiao Cixi choose a manager, right? If only you treated me with a fraction of the care you show her, I would be utterly content." Lu Jingli complained with a hint of envy in his tone. Lu Tingxiao shot him a glance and suddenly reached out his hand. Lu Jingli thought he was about to be hit and instinctively recoiled. Would I say wrong this time? Instead, Lu Tingxiao merely patted the back of his neck, a gesture of intimacy rare for his brother. Lu Jingli was taken aback, nearly floating in disbelief, even feeling a slight blush creeping up his ears. Brother, what are you doing? Lu Tingxiao furrowed his brow, his tone surprisingly gentle. Stop thinking about playing all day. Focus on work and find someone you truly like to spend your life with. Lu Jingli's expression was one of shock, and then his body trembled violently. Oh my, you scare me. Brother, your sudden warmth is more terrifying than a beating. No, please, continue to let me be free range. I promise I won't complain about you anymore. Just stay aloof. Lu Jingli was almost terrified. What if his brother picked a woman as intimidating as him? Or one like Xiao Sisi? He definitely couldn't handle that. He was not that vulgar. He preferred someone gentler. At that moment, an idea struck Lu Jingli. Brother, this isn't something a man should concern himself with. Just wait until you secure my sister-in-law, and then let her help me find someone, all right? She certainly has good taste. Lu Tingxiao pondered for a moment before agreeing. Lu Jingli patted his chest, finally feeling relieved, as if he had escaped a near-death experience. Although he had previously dated quickly, he had been single for over half a year now. Especially after witnessing the bond between his brother and Ning Xi, he felt that his past relationships were utterly lackluster. All right, he admitted it. He was jealous. Jealous that his brother, after waiting 32 years, had finally found his true love. He wondered if he would ever find such a connection in his lifetime. The more Lu Jingli thought about it, the sadder he became, decisively choosing to leave rather than endure further torment. Brother, unless there is anything else, I'll take my leave. I will prepare what you need and deliver it to you soon. Goodbye. Ning Xi slept soundly until the following evening. When she opened her eyes again, her body felt light, and her mind was hazy, as if she had traveled through time. When Lu Tingxiao entered the room, he was greeted by the sight of the girl in Lu's hospital attire, her expression dazed and innocent, sitting on the pristine white bed, looking forlorn and pitiful, evoking an irresistible urge to hold her close. Chapter 164. Do you have a strength to eat? You're awake. Lu Tingxiao treaded softly, fearful of disturbing her, gently ruffling her slightly disheveled hair. Ning Xi blinked slowly, staring at the newcomer. How do you feel? Ning Xi appeared perplexed. Is this a hospital? What happened to me? She scratched her head. Did I have a fever? That explains why I felt so weak. You were starving. You've slept for nearly a day and night. Lu Tingxiao replied, as he opened the tray and placed a pillow behind her. I guess you would wake soon. I just bought you dinner. Thank you, Ning, she said, observing the busy man before her. She couldn't help but reach out and touch his chin. The warmth of her fingertips startled Lu Tingxiao, who gazed at her with tenderness. What is wrong? Ning, she frowned as she noticed the fatigue etched on his face and the stubble on his chin. Did you take care of me all night? You've even grown stubble. It's fine. I managed to sleep a bit, though in reality. He and T closed his eyes for even a minute, too preoccupied to wash up. Only when she awoke did he feel a sense of relief. Let us eat. Since you should have anything too greasy right now, it's just plain porridge for you. Once you're better, I'll treat you to something delicious. Lu Tingxiao said, handing her a bowl of porridge and a spoon. Do you have the strength to eat? Do you need me to help? Ning, she remained silent, not moving. Lu Tingxiao looked at her, puzzled. What is wrong? Do you feel unwell? I'll call the doctor. Ning, she quickly grabbed his arm. No, I'm fine. I'm just not fully awake yet. Lu Tingxiao relaxed. You need to rest well and not overthink things. Ning, she nodded, then focused on eating the porridge, though her expression was distant and seemingly lost in thought. Lu Tingxiao's kindness made her feel almost anxious. She had noticed it all along. In fact, his attitude towards her had always been this way, but she had been deliberately ignoring it, gradually getting used to it. Was everything this man did merely out of pure gratitude? Even if he considered her a friend, could friends truly go to such lengths? As her mind raced with tangled thoughts, this notion quickly flickered away. After finishing her meal, Ning, she felt somewhat revitalized. She swiftly dismissed all the chaotic thoughts and turned to the matter at hand. Lu Tingxiao, do you have my phone? Lu Tingxiao frowned slightly, reminding her that she had just been told to rest. Ning, she clasped her hands together. After sleeping for so long, I've had enough rest. I just ate and drank. If you don't let me do something now, I'll start to feel stagnant. Lu Tingxiao, seeing her color improve and unable to resist her pleading gaze, ultimately handed her the phone. He then retrieved a thermometer to check her temperature. Ah, Ning Xi obediently opened her mouth to take the thermometer, quickly navigating the web to browse the entertainment section. Ning Xiaoluo injured. Was it an accident or deliberate murder? Xinghui Entertainment firmly opposes unfair competition and upholds the safety and rights of its artists. Chapter 165. Truly the Great Demon King. Ning Xi then opened Weibo, where she was met with a barrage of insults, far worse than what had been directed at Jia Qingqing. After all, Ning Xiaoluo had far greater popularity, and her fans were more formidable. That wretched Ning Xi has been hiding away. She must be feeling guilty. Is she fleeing because the truth is out? After all, this incident could be classified as attempted murder. If it goes to court, she would undoubtedly face imprisonment. Being criticized once could be attributed to jealousy. But this repeated scandal surely indicates a problem with her character. Moreover, this time, she was caught red-handed. Xiaoluo's reputation in the entertainment industry is famously good. She has consistently supported her junior sister. Yet Ning Xi has turned against her in such a despicable manner. It's precisely because of people like her that the entertainment industry's morals continue to deteriorate. Don't you all feel that this has been Ning Xi's scheme from the beginning? First, she took down Jia Qingqing to secure the second female lead. And now she is trying to harm Ning Xiaoluo to seize the leading role. The implications are terrifying. Beautiful women are truly not to be trusted. Tingxiao caught a glimpse of the malicious comments on her phone, furrowing his brow. Stop looking. Ning Xi sat cross-legged, her speech muffled by the thermometer in her mouth. It's fine. It's quite entertaining to read. Focus on the measurement. Don't talk. Oh, you were the one who got me to speak. After finally taking her temperature, Tingxiao glanced at the thermometer. 37.1. Ning Xi immediately beamed. I told you I'm fine. In fact, I'm perfectly healthy. Am I able to be discharged now? Perhaps a few more days of observation would be prudent. What? I have to stay longer? But I miss my little boy Bao Bei. Ning Xi decisively pulled out Xiao Bao, who was already on his way. Tingxiao's tone left no room for negotiation. Well, I suppose I have nothing further to say. Ning Xi finally conceded. After tidying the dining table, Tingxiao settled into a chair beside the bed. What are your plans moving forward? Ning Xi immediately recalled something. I was just about to ask you, could you send that evidence to my phone? I intend to forward it to someone. Tingxiao glanced at her. Zhang Chong. Ning Xi had grown accustomed to Tingxiao's lightning-fast intellect, yet she could not help but admire him. As expected of an adult. So clever. I plan to have Zhang Chong turn against Ning Xiaoluo and use this evidence to extort her. As Ning Xi excitedly finished her statement, she abruptly coughed, casting a slightly anxious glance at Tingxiao. Isn't that a bit too malicious of me? She ran her fingers through her hair, acknowledging the truth in her words. Yet her primary intention was to deal with Ning Xiaoluo without much thought for the consequences. After a brief contemplation, Tingxiao spoke. Instead of letting Zhang Chong benefit, why not do it yourself? Ning Xi's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that even possible? Why wouldn't it be? Tingxiao countered, then elaborated. Given Ning Xiaoluo's threshold, you could reasonably demand 800,000. This is the best opportunity for you to terminate your contract with Xinghui, and the money could cover the penalty. Ning Xi was left in profound speechlessness after Tingxiao's words. While she typically directed others, here was the formidable ruler who not only did not scorn her actions, but also encouraged her to delve deeper. Chapter 166. A more expedient approach, however. This strategy was indeed flawless. Nonetheless, the idea of personally engaging in extortion felt rather uncomfortable. Ning Xi soon resolved. All right, send it to me. I will contact Ning Xiaoluo. No need for such trouble. I will assist you. No one can trace your address, Tingxiao remarked. At that moment, Ning Xi regarded Tingxiao's expression as if he were a deity, her eyes sparkling. Shan, I find your skills truly remarkable. Do you take on disciples? The admiration in her gaze lifted Tingxiao's spirits, and he gave her a slight, sidelong glance. I do not. Ning Xi's face fell in disappointment. Oh, as expected. You do not take disciples. With your busy schedule, how could you? Tingxiao gazed at her intently. To acquire this skill, there is indeed a more expedient method. What is it? Ning Xi perked up, eagerly questioning. Marry me. If she wed him, everything he possessed would belong to her. What more would she need to learn? Ning Xi nearly choked on her own saliva. This suggestion, while bold, could not be dismissed outright. But had she just been flirted with? Tingxiao observed her flustered expression for a moment before inquiring. Have you considered which company you wish to join after your contract termination? Ning Xi stroked her chin, still contemplating. Tingxiao casually remarked, once you cleanse your reputation, your popularity will rival that of first and second-tier artists. Finding a new agency will be effortless. Ning Xi sighed. It is rather complicated. Small companies have less competitive pressure, but limited prospects, while large companies are difficult to enter without connections. My current visibility appears high, yet it is all accumulated through rumors, without a completed project to my name. My position is rather awkward. Lu Laosher, do you have any suggestions? For significant decisions. Ning Xi instinctively began to seek Tingxiao's counsel. Tingxiao chuckled softly. That is not inaccurate. I indeed wish to recruit you. Interested? My goodness. Such an audacious tone. Ning Xi swallowed hard, steadying her nerves, and then spoke earnestly. To be honest, if I can successfully leave Xinghui, the company I most desire to join is Shangshi. Shangshi has already surpassed Xinghui, becoming the undisputed best entertainment company in the industry, with unparalleled prospects. Tingxiao nodded in satisfaction, extending his hand toward her. Then, let us collaborate harmoniously. What? Are we confirming our collaboration now? Ning Xi was still somewhat bewildered. I have faith in you, and you favor Shangshi. Mutual affection. What is the issue? Tingxiao retorted. Mutual affection, she mused, realizing she could not deceive Tingxiao. Hence, she solemnly inquired, do you not need to reconsider? I can be quite troublesome. And what if I cause you issues later? If you can manage everything, what need is there for a management company? That is my purpose. Tingxiao replied. Oh, Ning Xi touched her nose. She had discovered that although Tingxiao was typically taciturn, when he spoke, every word was significant, and she could hardly counter him. Ning pipondere tepli. Given that Xinghui had wronged her multiple times. Her request for contract termination was entirely reasonable and would leave no grounds for reproach. Furthermore, with her penalty resolved, her reputation cleansing was assured. Thus she would not be a burden to Tingxiao. With that thought, she finally felt at ease. Lord, to express my gratitude for your recognition. I will strive to earn money for you in the future and ensure you are not disappointed. Ning Xi promptly conveyed her sincerity to her boss. At the very least, she had confidence in her abilities. Tingxiao's lips curled into a slight smile. I look forward to it. Just then, Ning Xi's phone rang. The caller ID read Wu Yao Wang. Ning Xi, unperturbed by Tingxiao's presence, answered directly. Hello, Jiang. Before she could speak further, a thunderous roar erupted from the other end, nearly shattering her eardrums. Ning Xiaoxi, where the hell have you been? Do you know you've been utterly blackened? He had visited the Lu residence for her, only to be informed by the butler that she was not there, and Tingxiao was also absent. On her birthday, their simultaneous disappearance provoked his suspicions. Ning Xi rolled her eyes. What nonsense! I am in the hospital. Jiang Mai fell silent for a moment. His voice suddenly tinged with concern. What? Hospitalized? What happened? Did someone harm you? Ning Xi's mouth twitched. You are the one who has been harmed. I merely had a fever. Which hospital are you in? I will come to see you immediately. No need. You are so busy. Focus on your family matters. My fever has subsided, and Tingxiao is here. Xiao Bao will be coming shortly. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Jiang Mai's somber tone. Ning Xi, did you see the email I sent you? Jiang Mai took a deep breath. Be sure to check it promptly. Also, what are your plans regarding Ning Xiula? I was ready to help you find that bastard Zhang Chong, but when I arrived, he had already vanished. As a member of Xinghui, I cannot utilize my studio's public relations, so I consulted Ming Gu and privately contacted a reliable PR team for you. Ning Xi felt grateful. Thank you, Jiang Mai. But there is no need. I have gathered evidence to clear my name. Jiang Mai gritted his teeth. Is it Tingxiao again? Chapter 168. Show her more affection. I obtained it myself, all right? But Tingxiao indeed assisted me significantly. Understood. As long as you are fine, I will hang up. Remember to check my email. Considering her illness, Jiang Mai suppressed his anger and hung up without further inquiry about Tingxiao's heroic rescue. Utterly shameless. Did Jiang Mai call? Tingxiao casually asked. Yes, he inquired if I needed assistance. He mentioned that he sent me an email, but I have no idea what it's about. He keeps reminding me to check it, shrouded in mystery. I suspect it might be some sort of prank birthday gift, similar to the frightening video he sent me last year, which infuriated me to the point that I had to hit him 3 times to calm down. Most of the missed calls were from unfamiliar numbers, likely media inquiries or the like. However, when I flipped to the back, I noticed a name, It was a call made on her birthday. Upon seeing those two characters, Ning Xi's previously indifferent expression softened into warmth. I thought he had forgotten my birthday. Who? Tingxiao instinctively tensed. My younger brother, Tingxiao. Tingxiao nodded, subtly relaxing. I thought it was another ex-boyfriend. He was on high alert. Rest assured, I'm fine. But I heard that woman is planning to sue you. Your sister is no pushover. And in the end, who sues whom is still uncertain. Are you really okay? Absolutely fine. If you keep worrying like this, I might start to suspect you're not 17, but 70. Ning, she paused before continuing. But do you really trust me this much? What if it's true that I, in a fit of madness, stabbed Ning Xi in the back to climb the social ladder? The youthful voice on the other end replied clearly. If I can't trust my own sister, should I trust unrelated individuals? Hearing this made a warm current flow through Ning Xi's heart. You clever boy, at least you know how to speak. Now that I know you're okay, I can finally relax. By the way, I haven't wished you a happy birthday yet. It's already passed. No worries. It's fine to say it now. Thank you, my dear, handsome, and caring brother. Enough of the mushiness. I won't keep you any longer. School is about to start, and I need to tackle my summer homework. Go on, go on. Good luck, young man. After the call, Ning Xi felt an immediate lift in her spirits. Seeing her in good spirits brightened Tingxiao's mood considerably as well. Your sibling relationship is quite good. Isn't it? Indeed, although we're not related by blood, we have always shared a strong bond. When we were younger, my grandmother favored boys over girls. So any treats at home were reserved for Xiao Nua. I was even allowed at the table, but Xiao Nua would always save some for me. Additionally, whenever my grandmother would pick on me, he would step in to defend me. How sweet. As Ning Xi reminisced, a hint of melancholy crossed her face. Isn't it quite remarkable? Those who are related by blood often seem like enemies, while those without blood ties can feel like family. I should have realized long ago that in that circle, interests always outweigh familial bonds. Tingxiao gently patted the girl's adorable little hair swirl that hung low, reassuring her that she would receive better in the future. After reading the call log, Ning Xi continued to check her messages and paused at one particular text. Dear, I truly underestimated your courage. Sender, what does this person mean by sending such a message? What did she do? Tingxiao deleted the call record. So Ning Xi remained unaware of the conversation that took place between the two men that night. What's wrong? Noticing her demeanor, Tingxiao inquired. Nothing. Just ignore it. That person is probably just having a moment. Ning Xi set her phone aside and asked, when is Xiao Bao coming? Should be here soon. Upon hearing this, Ning Xi instinctively touched her hair. What about the hairpin Xiao Bao gave me? It's right here. I saved it for you earlier. Tingxiao opened the bedside drawer and handed her the pink hairpin. Ning Xi immediately put it on with delight. As Tingxiao watched her wear the hairpin, a flash of regret crossed his mind. Had he known, he wouldn't have given her a gun. A necklace or bracelet would have been more suitable for her to wear close to her heart. He had prepared a gift long ago, a ring, but regrettably, it was not the right moment to present it. Just as they were conversing, a knock sounded at the door. Ning Xi quickly jumped out of bed to open it. And indeed, it was Xiao Bao. Baby, you're here. Xiao Bao rushed in, not doing anything else but urgently tugging at her clothes, as if wanting her to bend down. What's the matter? Ning Xi squatted down. Xiao Bao immediately bumped her forehead with his little head, his expression serious and earnest. Ning Xi couldn't help but laugh. Are you taking my temperature, sweetheart? Don't worry. I just checked with the thermometer. The fever has subsided. Xiao Bao still looked worried, gazing at the purple bruise left on her hand from before. Ning Xi hugged the little guy, soothing him. Don't frown. Just seeing you makes all my pain disappear. Shall we go for a walk? Tingxiao suggested. Sure. I've been sleeping all day and want to stretch my legs. It wouldn't be good for Xiao Bao to just stay cooped up in the hospital room. As the three made their way to the elevator, they passed by a hospital room filled with noise, teeming with reporters armed with cameras, all clamoring to interview the woman inside. Shueluo, have you managed to contact Ning Xi? Not yet. There has been no news from her. Is it true that Ning Xi has fled to avoid facing the consequences? Do you have anything to say about this? I don't know. I still can't believe she would do such a thing. I'm not sure about that. You can ask the production team's leader. If Ning Xi were to appear and apologize, would you forgive her? If she is truly remorseful, I could personally forgive her momentary lapse in judgment. But the detrimental impact she's had on the entertainment industry cannot be resolved with mere apologies, and it's not for me to forgive. Ning Xi unexpectedly witnessed Ning Xiao's performance, raising an eyebrow at the spectacle. She realized at that moment that she and Ning Xiao were in the same hospital, on the same floor. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly noticed Ning Xi at the opposite elevator entrance and exclaimed, "Ning Xi, where? Where? Ning Xi, no way. She actually dares to show up?" The reporters all turned their cameras toward her, eager to capture the moment. Ning Xi frowned. Her instinctive reaction was to protect Xiao Bao, not wanting him to be frightened. However, before she could hold him, a large hand suddenly pressed her head into a warm embrace, while Xiao Bao's small, soft hand tightly grasped hers, seemingly comforting her not to be afraid. As for the reporters, they all halted 10 steps away. Out of nowhere, 2 tall men in black suits and sunglasses appeared, their expressions fierce, standing like sentinels blocking the reporter's path. "Hey, who are you? Move aside. Good dogs don't block the way." One reporter, blinded by the chase for headlines, blurted out without thinking. But someone in the crowd quickly pulled that person back, looking terrified as if they had seen something truly dreadful. "Are you crazy? Those are Lu's bodyguards." "Lu? You don't mean that Lu, do you?" "Of course. How many Lus are there in the capital?" "But how do you know? They don't have labels on their faces." Prompted by this reminder, everyone instinctively took 3 steps back, and those who had been rude earlier were now filled with fear, continuously apologizing. "Gentlemen, we're sorry. We didn't recognize you. Please don't hold it against us." "Goodness, are these 2 Lu's private bodyguards? What about the 3 behind them?" The man holding the girl was tall, with a frosty demeanor resembling a deity. But his gaze was so sharp and his aura so imposing that even the most perceptive reporters sensed that this man was not to be trifled with. And they quickly composed themselves, realizing that something was amiss. "What, Ning Xi? You must be mistaken. That woman is clearly with her family." "Exactly. Are you so desperate for headlines that you see Ning Xi everywhere? This person is clearly formidable. Do you want to get us killed?" The reporters began to grumble against the first speaker. Perhaps I misread, but they do bear a striking resemblance, don't they? Did you not initially mistake them as well? What a ridiculous comparison. That Ning, she is a treacherous femme fatale, while this young lady exudes the qualities of a virtuous wife and noble mother, her demeanor distinctly refined and extraordinary. How could they be likened at all? Indeed, such a gentle and adorable girl. How could she possibly be that insidious creature? Ning Xi? Just then, with a chime, the elevator arrived. Even as the 3 of them vanished within, the reporters remained, marveling. "Did you notice that little boy? He is extraordinarily handsome. He resembles that man so closely. One can tell they are biological kin. Who on earth is that man to the Lu family? His aura is truly formidable. I can't shake the feeling that man looks somewhat familiar. Does he not resemble the god of wealth?" "You are right. There is indeed a resemblance. Could that little boy possibly be the fabled young prince?" Chapter 171. The most beautiful princess. This speculation stirred a whirlwind of reactions. Impossible. Lu Tingxiao is single, you know? Although he has a son, there are certainly no women around him. If it were indeed him, it would be a sensational scoop. So what if it is? Do you dare to expose it? Have you forgotten how that magazine fell from grace? Of course. I remember. It all began with one unauthorized photograph of Lu Tingxiao that they dared to publish. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly abandoned their intentions, with those who had hastily taken photos trembling as they deleted them. Lu Tingxiao is notoriously discreet in the industry, refusing all interviews with magazines. And the young prince is meticulously shielded. Even though they were curious about today's events and the identity of that woman, no media outlet would dare cross that perilous line. Inside the elevator, Ning Xi raised her head from Lu Tingxiao's embrace, glancing between the 2 children, her heart filled with a mixture of emotions. "So this is what it feels like to be protected. Are you all right? I will switch you to another hospital immediately." Lu Tingxiao's expression remained somewhat grim. He had rushed here and had just realized this unpleasant coincidence. "All right. By the way, where did those 2 bodyguards come from?" Ning Xi queried suspiciously. "They've been nearby. Given your current situation, I had them follow you just in case. I cannot allow another incident like last time when you were attacked by fans and injured. I haven't even officially signed with Shangshi yet, and I already have such privileges?" Ning Xi expressed her astonishment, only to suddenly catch a glimpse of herself in the elevator mirror. Ning, she touched her face in the mirror and thought, are those reporters blind? I was standing right in front of them, and they failed to recognize me. They spoke of me as a virtuous wife, fresh and refined, soft and adorable. I am clearly better suited to the role of the wicked stepmother in Snow White or the wolf grandmother in Little Red Riding Hood. As she mused, she scrutinized her reflection, realizing she was unadorned, clad in a loose hospital gown, her hair casually braided for convenience and resting loosely at the back of her head, adorned with a pink clip gifted by Xiao Bao. Her expression was gentle and serene. My goodness, I do seem rather soft and delicate. Ning Xi was taken aback by her own appearance. As she always presented herself this way, in front of the big bun and the little bun, she hardly resembled herself. At that moment, after hearing Ning Xi's words, Xiao Bao suddenly retrieved a pocket-sized notebook and began writing fervently before eagerly presenting it to her. What do you wish to convey, dear? Ning Xi took the notebook, and upon reading it, her cheeks flushed. What is it? Tingxiao inquired, noticing her peculiar expression. Ning Xi covered her burning cheeks, her eyes filled with reproach. This is all your fault. Just look at your son. The notebook contained a heartfelt message. You are the brightest star in the sky, your eyes warmer and sweeter than chocolate. When I gaze upon you, it feels as though I am beholding a princess of eternal beauty from a fairy tale. Chapter 172. A talent surpassing the teacher, having heard Ning Xi's self-deprecating remarks. Xiao Bao decisively unleashed his charm. Ning Xi felt both touched and concerned. Tingxiao, this must be your genetic legacy. He is far too adept at pleasing girls. I can hardly imagine how he will be when he grows up. I shudder to think how he will captivate me with his words. Especially the last line struck a chord deep within her heart. To be referred to as a princess was something she had always yearned for. Yet she aspired to be a queen, for only then could she confront all trials and tribulations without fear. In the face of Xiao Bao's princess declaration, her concealed, youthful spirit was stirred. What girl does not wish to be an untroubled princess? She merely had no other choice. Tingxiao observed his son, feeling a sense of wonder. This was not merely inheritance, but a talent that surpassed the teacher. Noticing Xiao Bao standing there with a serious expression, looking up at her, Ning Xi could not suppress a gentle laugh and bent down to embrace him. All right, I understand. I know that I am the most beautiful in your eyes. From now on, I shall not belittle myself again, all right? Xiao Bao, satisfied, imitated her usual reward gesture and gently kissed her cheek. Ning Xi could not help but hug the little bun again, sighing, Oh dear, I wish I could sneak you away while your father isn't looking. Xiao Bao blinked eagerly, nodding in agreement as if to say, Hurry and steal me. Ning Ti took it. Tingxiao thought. Why does he feel as if he is the third wheel in this scenario? Meanwhile, in Ning Xi's hospital room, everyone was frantically searching for Ning Xi, yet she seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving no clue behind. Reporters failed to find her at her apartment, the film crew, or her company. If they knew that Ning Xi had just been on the same floor as Ning Xiao and had merely brushed past them moments ago, they would likely go mad. Su Yan, concerned for Ning Xiao's health, interrupted the crowd after a few questions. I apologize, everyone, but Xiao is still recovering from her injuries and is in a weakened state. We will conclude today's interview here. Yes, I'm feeling unwell. I apologize to everyone. The reporters, though reluctant, could only express their understanding, wishing her a swift recovery before they left. Following this, Assistant Chui Kaijing began distributing red envelopes to everyone. The reporters, knowing full well, all chimed in to assure they would seek justice for Ning Xiao. No, it was merely a case of mistaken identity. Su Yin tucked her in, his expression somewhat dazed. Most of those reporters had never seen Ning Xi in person, but he was different. That fleeting glimpse had truly resembled Ning Xi, and he was almost certain it was her. Yet how could that be? How could Ning Xi be so intimately close to a man with a child by their side? Chapter 173. A lesson late at night, at the Lu residence. Ning Xi was browsing entertainment news online. She had planned to sleep, but was suddenly bombarded with several messages. It was from Su Yan. Xiaoxi, where on earth are you? I saw someone at Xiaoluo's hospital today. I'm unsure if it was you. You have gone too far. Do not take advantage of our guilt to exhaust our patience. Avoidance will not resolve any issues. You owe Xiaoluo an apology. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Guomin. Tingxiao entered, carrying a cup of hot milk. Noticing her still on the computer, he frowned slightly. Why are you still online? You need to rest. I was just about to sleep, but I was disgusted by something before bed. Ning Xi complained. Tingxiao approached and handed her the milk. What happened? Ning Xi accepted the milk, thanked him, and without hesitation, showed him the chat history. Tingxiao cast a glance. His expression slightly somber, and then displayed a look of skepticism as he recited, "I bought a watch last year." What does this mean? Listening to Tingxiao recite this phrase with such seriousness, Ning Xi nearly spat out her milk, awkwardly explaining, "Ahem, this is internet slang. It's a rather classic and straightforward insult. Is it? What does it mean?" Tingxiao inquired with genuine curiosity. Ning Xi had no choice but to earnestly begin her explanation. "The abbreviation for "I bought a watch last year" is Wu. Do you understand?" Tingxiao nodded, instantly comprehending. Ning Xi let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the formidable man was astute. Otherwise, she would have felt embarrassed to utter something as crude as "I'll go to your mother's grave." Observing Ning Xi's clean-cut yet disdainful demeanor, Tingxiao felt quite pleased. "I have already contacted Ning Xi on your behalf." "Really? What did you say?" Ning Xi immediately inquired. Tingxiao pulled out his phone and opened an email for her to see. Ning Xi hurriedly leaned in to look, and after reading it, she was left speechless. The email Tingxiao sent contained nothing but evidence and a payment account, accompanied by just a few terse words, devoid of punctuation. 8 million within 24 hours. Truly, it was remarkably characteristic of Tingxiao. Excellent. The simpler it is, the more it instills panic in the other party. Quite good. Ning Xi nodded solemnly in praise. Once the money arrives, you can proceed to negotiate your contract termination with Xinghui to avoid any deliberate difficulties. I will arrange for a lawyer to accompany you at that time. As for your contract with Shangshi, I have already asked Jing Li to prepare it. He will bring it to you tomorrow morning for review. We can discuss any modifications then. After signing, Shangshi will hold a press conference at an appropriate time to release the evidence. Following that, we will initiate legal proceedings, Tingxiao stated in a deep, steady voice akin to that of a cello, outlining the forthcoming plans and arrangements. Ning Xi listened in a daze, nodding in agreement, then instinctively asked, "Is there anything else I need to do?" "Eat, sleep, and take care of your health." Oh, Chapter 174. Midnight Fright at the First People's Hospital of the Imperial Capital. Ning Xi lounged comfortably on her hospital bed, one hand holding a glass of red wine, while the other scrolled through Weibo, reveling in the scathing comments directed at Ning Xi online, her mood more blissful than ever. Cui Kaijing was massaging her calves while flattering her. "Sister Xua, your legs are truly beautiful, long and straight." In reality, they were merely slightly more attractive than the average person's. Each year, she spent millions on maintenance and cosmetic procedures. How could she not look better than average? Yet, Ning Xi relished such compliments, responding with a tone of pride, "This is all natural." Meanwhile, Chongli harbored a sense of unease for reasons unknown, expressing her concerns. "Xua, do you think Ning Xi has been plotting something during her absence?" "Ning Kueluo, skofset dismissivedi." "You overestimate her. Even if she were to be with someone 100 times, this matter cannot be overturned. Indeed, in the entertainment industry, an artist with such serious flaws faces consequences akin to Jia Qingqing. No one can help her whitewash her image." Chongli felt somewhat reassured. "By the way, I just sent Ning Xi an email with an ultimatum, informing her that she must come to the company by 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, or we will blacklist her. I refuse to believe she won't show up. Make sure to arrange for plenty of reporters to await her." Ning Pilau Kethertidi. Who would send her an email this late? Enter her personal email. Ning Xi paid it little mind and casually opened it. Upon glancing at the content, she was instantly frozen in shock, spilling wine all over herself. "Oh dear, Sister Xi, what's wrong?" Cui Kaijing hurriedly provided her with a tissue. "What happened, Xi?" Chongli questioned, bewildered by Ning Xi's terrified expression. "See for yourself." Ning Xi trembled with rage, hurling her phone at Cui Kaijing's head. "What on earth were you doing? Leaving such a huge flaw? Why did you send that email from my apartment? Didn't I repeatedly instruct you to use an anonymous account for the money transfer?" Ning Xi smashed her wine glass in frustration. "Can't you think for yourself? Why must I spell everything out for you? What use are you to me?" Chong Li's face turned grave after reading the email. "My worst fears have materialized. I'm worried that if there are any flaws, someone will discover who sent this email. Could it be Zhang Chong?" Ning Xi's expression darkened as she firmly stated, "Impossible. Zhang Chong is just a good-for-nothing with a primary school education. He would even know what an address or an anonymous account is. Then this matter is truly strange. Regardless, aside from us, only Zhang Chong knows about this." The information must have leaked from him. Could he be colluding with someone? But Zhang Chong has long vanished without a trace, and there's no way to inquire. Chongli fretted anxiously. Chapter 175. Finally appearing, Chongli steadied her nerves, reassuring Ning Xi, she'll calm down. The email states that we need to transfer 8 million to that account within 24 hours. It's clearly about the money. Just pay the sum. If it can be resolved with money, it's not a problem. Ning Xi replied irritably. 8 million. Only one day to gather it. Where am I supposed to find that much cash? Although she earned a substantial income, her expenditures were even greater. Maintaining appearances and currying favor with the Ning family and others in the circle required constant financial outlay. With some effort, she might be able to scrape together the amount. Chongli pondered, realizing that the other party had set a price that was perfectly aligned with their maximum tolerance. Suddenly, Ning Xi had a thought. Since they can investigate our information, why can't we do the same? Chongli shook her head. Is it that easy to trace an anonymous account? That would require hacking into the banking system. Even if we hired someone, finding a hacker of that caliber isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. Furthermore, even if we discover who it is, what difference does it make? The leverage is in their hands. We still have to pay the money. Damn it. Ning Xi glared venomously at Shui Kaijing, who was cowering in the corner. If it weren't for the fact that she holds this person's leverage, I would have kicked her out by now. Shui Kaijing wanted to retort, but lacked the courage to voice her indignation. She truly felt innocent in this matter. Ning Xi worked to regain her composure from her prior shock, forcing herself to remain calm as she urged, Sister Chong, go help me raise the money now. Quickly. Also, hire some more online commenters. Within a week, ensure that Ning Xi has no chance of a comeback. Xuelaw, since we have Zhang Chong's testimony, should we consider putting her behind bars for good? Chongli tentatively suggested. Additionally, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances tomorrow, I will arrange for a capable lawyer for you. Ning Xi racked her brain, giving precise instructions, ensuring that nothing was overlooked before finally feeling reassured. Everything had been going smoothly, and she had not anticipated such a significant blunder along the way. Thankfully, Chongli was correct. Matters that could be resolved with money were not problematic. She absolutely could not allow any further mistakes in the upcoming events. The next day, Ning Xi successfully obtained 8 million. At precisely 6 o'clock in the afternoon, she arrived at Xinghui Entertainment accompanied by the lawyer Tingxiao had arranged for her. It was the time when employees were leaving work, and everyone was astounded to see Ning Xi, who had seemingly vanished from the entertainment world, finally making an appearance. Oh my, it's Ning Xi. It's really her. She actually dared to show up. Indeed, after this incident, she won't be able to survive in the entertainment industry. She might even face legal consequences and end up in jail. It would be better for her to just flee. Did you see the man accompanying her? He looks like an elite. What is his background? He doesn't seem like a lover. Could he be an assistant? How could that be? She is in such dire straits. Can she still afford an assistant? Isn't it possible that she has a benefactor who can help her settle such a large issue? Haha, I'm curious to see which benefactor has the power to resolve such a significant predicament. Chapter 176. I want to change the company's meeting room. Upon the appearance of Ning Xi, Chongli revealed a smug expression that was anticipated as our great star Ning finally chose to show up. I have been waiting for you. She cast a peculiar glance at the cold-faced man accompanying Ning Xi, wondering who he might be. Do you not know that outsiders are not allowed in the company? Ning Xi shot her a sideways glance. He is my lawyer. Oh, you even have a lawyer. Chongli dismissed it, thinking she had merely brought him along for show. Even at this moment, you still act so arrogantly. Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? If it weren't for my repeated intercessions on your behalf with the company, you would have been blacklisted long ago. Ning Xi raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Oh, you helped me plead? Then may I inquire, Sister Chong, what was the outcome of your pleas? Chongli tossed her a speech draft, stating that the company would hold a press conference soon. As long as you publicly apologize at the conference and voluntarily withdraw from the Tianxia crew, Mr. Shuai Luo will generously refrain from suing you, granting you a chance for redemption. However, with your tarnished character, even if I advocate for you, I fear no production team would dare to employ you. After delivering a harsh blow, Chongli offered a semblance of encouragement, saying, do not lose heart. If you truly repent, the company will not abandon you. Some directors do not care about scandals. In fact, I have already secured another project for you. If you work diligently, there's still a chance for your resurgence. Ning Xi looked at her with a half-smile, her tone laced with irony. A grand production, you say? Which major project have you secured for me, Sister Chong? Seeing Ning Xi take the bait, Chongli shot her a mocking glance and continued. You must have heard of Xiao Chunfeng, right? Ning Xi's fingers lightly tapped the armrest. Jiang Penghai's new work? Precisely, it is indeed Director Jiang. You know his films are always box office hits. When he was filming in Gangcheng, Guo Qixing was still nowhere to be found. This Jiang Penghai started from humble beginnings, and even after his reputation was cleaned up, he remains quite notorious. It is well known that he is exceedingly lecherous, having reportedly slept with nearly all the actresses in his crew. Last year, he nearly faced legal action for inappropriate relations with a minor. Poor women. They have gone to great lengths to secure such a blockbuster with such a director. Chongli frowned at the remark. What do you mean by selling yourself? It is merely a matter of greater boundaries, is it not? Are you not pleased? With your caliber, if it weren't for my strong recommendation, they might not even want you. Just think of the immense losses you have caused the company. If you cannot take on a role, are you expecting us to support you as a layabout? I'm sorry, but I will not take this role, Ning Xi said, uninterested in further listening to her degrading remarks, and outright refused. Chongli erupted in anger, slamming her hand on the table. Ning Xi, for the third time, you refuse to follow the arrangements. Do you even regard me as your agent? Let me tell you, whether you like it or not, you will take Director Zhang's project. Agent? Ning Xi scoffed. You will soon find yourself without that title. Huh, you wish to change agents? That depends on whether Xinghui has anyone willing to take you. Chongli remained confident. What I wish to change is the company. Chapter 177. An unexpected turn of events. You want to terminate the contract? Chongli's expression shifted, but she quickly regained her composure. Ning Xi, do not threaten me with contract termination. Do you know how much the penalty is? You have 4 years left on your contract, 200,000 a year, totaling 800,000. Ning Xi exchanged a glance with her lawyer. The lawyer expressionlessly produced a black briefcase, and upon opening it, it revealed a cascade of cash. Ning Xi pushed the case towards Chongli. Here is 800,000. Do you wish to count it? Chongli stared in disbelief at the cash. Where did you get so much money? Ning Xi's expression turned impatient. That seems irrelevant to you, does it not? Ha! Did you not acquire it through your escapades? How brazen! Do you think 800,000 is sufficient? After finishing her words, Chongli tossed her a thick stack of contract termination papers, seemingly well prepared. Ning Xi took the papers, glanced through them, and found it increasingly amusing. Sister Chong, I was unaware that I was worth so much. 60 million in penalties. Why doesn't this woman just rob a bank? She knew that terminating the contract would not be easy. These people would undoubtedly devise ways to complicate matters for her. Chongli regained her composure. This is the assessment made by our professional lawyers. The agreement clearly states that, aside from the 800,000 penalty, there are also the losses incurred by the company due to your actions. Because of you, our project has been stalled, investments interrupted, and our most profitable actor has been severely injured. All of this has been calculated to be the minimum. If you cannot pay this amount, then we shall meet in court. Ning Xi frowned at the mention of a lawyer, uncertain of Qin's expertise and whether he could handle the situation. Qin merely flipped through the documents, maintaining a stern demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Noticing Ning Xi's hesitation, Chongli seized the opportunity to soften her tone. Ning Xi, please consider carefully. Do you truly want to terminate the contract? We can discuss this matter. If you are unwilling to take on Xiao Chunfeng, we can arrange something else for you. I have several scripts at hand, all major projects for you to choose from. Ning Xi internally scoffed. What major projects? Surely they are merely the same old tricks. At that moment, a knock at the door announced the arrival of Xinghui's lawyers. And, astonishingly, 3 came at once. One of them, whom Ning Xi recognized, was Kai Ying-yong, the senior legal consultant of the Ning Group. Goodness, Ning Xueluo is truly intent on ruining her. Ning Xi glanced at her solitary lawyer, feeling even less assured. With newfound confidence, Chongli crossed her arms, her face brimming with arrogance. Ning Xi, it is not too late to change your mind. In matters of expertise, Ning Xi truly did not comprehend, and could only look towards Chun. Chun remained silent. Ning Xi was nearly frantic. Is it not a lawyer's essential skill to be eloquent? Why is this one not only expressionless, but also mute? Is he even capable? However, what transpired next felt as though she were watching a fantastical drama. Chun slowly rose, retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase, and at last spoke. First, To my knowledge, your company withdrew funding to threaten the production team, which has nothing to do with my client. Second, Ning International has no connection with my client, and any losses incurred should not be attributed to him. Third, your company's employee was injured on set, and liability should be shared between your company, the production team, and the insurance company. My client should not bear any responsibility before a court ruling. Additionally, based on the assessment of Miss Ning Xi Luo's injuries, they amount to merely superficial wounds. We would only owe $252.04. Other expenses such as premium hospital rooms and care should not be the responsibility of my client. Chun single-handedly took on 3 opponents, his words flowing like a rapid-fire barrage, uninterrupted for half an hour, rendering the 3 opposing lawyers speechless and drenched in sweat, successfully facilitating her contract termination without paying a single cent beyond the $800,000. Oh, wait, no. She paid $252.04 extra. Chapter 178. Ning Xi's benefactor? The final outcome was that the opposing side agreed to settle privately, daring not to mention going to court at all. Ning Xi was left bewildered. It seemed Chen had merely been waiting to unleash his power after gathering momentum. Chan Li was even more bewildered. The 3 opposing lawyers were equally astonished. Just as Ning Xi and Chen prepared to rise and depart, Kai Yong, representing the Ning family, suddenly stood up, his face a mix of excitement and uncertainty as he asked Chen, "Excuse me, may I inquire if you are the esteemed lawyer Chen Jing?" The other 2 lawyers nearby gasped upon hearing this. What Chen Jing? Could it possibly be the distinguished Chen? Initially, they completely disregarded the presence of the taciturn lawyer, Ning Xi, and did not inquire about his identity. However, the more they contemplated, the more they felt something was amiss. Although they had never met Chen Jing in person, they were well aware of his reputation. Typically reticent and sparing with words, those unfamiliar with him might assume he was mute. Yet, once he commenced his work, he transformed into a whirlwind of rapid speech, clarity of logic, and piercing precision, exhibiting unparalleled vigor. Lawyer Chen paid no heed to Kai Yong, his stride unwavering as he exited the conference room. Behind him, Changli sank into her chair, her complexion ashen. It was over. Ning Xi had implored her not to allow Ning Xi to terminate the contract, but now everything had unraveled. The lawyer Ning Xi had engaged was none other than the esteemed and top-ranked attorney in the capital, Chen Dazhuan. What could possibly compel such a distinguished lawyer to negotiate a mere contract termination for Ning Xi? It was known that he charged exorbitantly by the minute. Engaging him was a costly endeavor. Could it be that Ning Xi's benefactor was this very lawyer? Was it true that the legal team at Shengshi Entertainment possessed such formidable prowess? While lost in these thoughts, a throng of reporters suddenly surged at the entrance. What do you have to say regarding the alleged attempted murder of Ning Xi? Ning Xi has generously stated that she is willing to offer you a chance at redemption if you apologize. Do you feel any shame? Is it true that you orchestrated the incident involving Jia Qingqing? I've heard that Xinhui Entertainment intends to terminate your contract and blacklist you. Is this accurate? The reporters pressed in on Ning Xi, overwhelming her. Faced with such a situation, she could not afford to engage physically with the reporters. Just as she sought a way to escape, 5 well-trained bodyguards in black suddenly emerged from seemingly nowhere, swiftly establishing control over the scene and shielding Ning Xi within their protective barrier. The reporters exchanged bewildered glances. Where had these individuals come from? How could an insignificant artist like Ning Xi have 5 bodyguards at her disposal? To avoid attracting any scandal or trouble for Ning Xi, these bodyguards bore no insignia of the Liu family, yet they were intimidating enough to deter the aggressive reporters. Ning Xi halted her steps, maintaining her composure as she addressed all the reporters. First, I am innocent and have no reason to surrender, nor do I feel any shame. Second, the truth surrounding Jia Qingqing's incident is already clear. Please do not distort it, or you risk defamation. Third, I have indeed terminated my contract with Xinhui just moments ago, but it was my decision, not a forced termination. Fourth, if you wish to blacklist me, then I welcome the challenge. After delivering her statements, Ning Xi disregarded the ensuing uproar and stepped into the awaiting black vehicle. Fortunately, Tingxiao had arranged for meticulous protection, likely anticipating the media frenzy of the day. As the bodyguards and driver appeared just in time, "Miss Xi, where to next?" the driver inquired. Upon reflection, it seemed that everyone associated with the Liu household, be it servants or Tingxiao as subordinates, addressed her as Miss Xi or Xiaoxi. This man was remarkably attentive, perhaps aware of her distaste for the surname Ning. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, Lu Jingli slumped on the sofa like a lifeless fish. Brother, you've been at this all day, with so many outstanding agents in our company. Have you not found even one suitable? What about Lei Ming? He has extensive experience and connections both domestically and internationally, and he is familiar with Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao replied, he is Jiang Mai S agent. Lu Jingli responded, fine, then what about Hao Shuai? This has nothing to do with Jiang Mai. Lu Tingxiao stated, no males. Lu Jingli's lips twitched in frustration. Then how about Yi Shenglan, a top agent with proven capabilities? Lu Tingxiao replied, this person's sexual orientation is ambiguous. Rumor has it she seems to prefer women. Goodness, brother, you know too much. Lu Jingli exclaimed, utterly exasperated. What about Zhao Meixin? She's female, has a boyfriend, and is Su Yimo's agent. Our company had outstanding results last year. Lu Tingxiao replied, her character is lacking. Lu Jingli was left speechless. Selecting a partner is not supposed to be this complicated. What precisely do you want? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tingxiao asked, why have I not received Lin Zhiji's information? Lin Zhiji is on leave and has stated she will not take on new talent for the time being. I suspect she is avoiding Jiang Mai. Lu Jingli informed him. Let us go with her. Lu Tingxiao decisively concluded. Brother, you're being too ruthless. I must mourn for Jiang Mai in silence. You've given me an impossible task. Lin Zhiji has already said she won't take on new talent. Just as those words left his mouth, a small leg wrapped around his own, and a cherubic face expressed the sorrow of having been apart for 3 hours. Ning Xi, having comforted the increasingly clingy little bun, finally smiled. Speaking of this, Ning Xi's face radiated excitement. It went splendidly. The lawyer the company arranged for me was incredible, handling 3 opponents single-handedly, outwitting them all. Originally, Changli tried to extort 60 million from me, but in the end, I didn't spend a single extra cent. Well, except for an additional 250 for Ning Xi's medical expenses. Absolutely impressive. Is it true that lawyers from Shengshi's legal department are all this remarkable? They refer to him as Chen Dazhuang. At that moment, Lu Jingli interjected, what Shengshi legal department lawyer? Chen Jing is a senior legal advisor for the Lu Group. Ning Xi nearly choked in disbelief, staring incredulously at Lu Tingxiao. You brought your go-to lawyer, who frequently handles billion-dollar economic lawsuits, to assist me with this mere 800,000? This felt akin to an emperor dispatching a national advisor to aid a commoner in a petty dispute over stolen livestock. For Lu Tingxiao, any matter concerning her was never trivial. Ning Xi found herself at a loss for words. The great demon king always made his moves in such an extraordinary manner. Have you finished reviewing the contract I provided you this morning? Lu Tingxiao inquired, raising an eyebrow. Are you so confident in me? Ning Xi shrugged. At worst, I could sell it to you and count the money for you. Lu Tingxiao smiled indulgently. Lu Jingli exclaimed, oh my eyes are going blind. I can't bear to stay in this household any longer, unless something unexpected occurs. You will report to the company the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow you may rest at home, Lu Tingxiao stated. Oh, understood. Ning Xi nodded. Lu Jingli felt like banging his head against the wall. The day after tomorrow? That only gives him 1 day to persuade Lin Zhiji. How inhumane. Lu Tingxiao seemed to perceive Lu Jingli's slight grievances and remarked, once this matter is settled, you may go on vacation. All right, I'll go right away. Lu Jingli perked up instantly. That evening, at the First People's Hospital in the capital, Ning Xiuelo fixated intently on the woman on the television screen. Outside the Xinghua building, Ning Xi, who had reappeared after days of absence, looked anything but weak or haggard. Instead, she shone radiantly, surrounded by 5 bodyguards in black, boldly facing the reporter's onslaught. First, I am innocent. I do not need to surrender, nor do I feel any shame. Second, the truth surrounding Jia Qingqing is clear. Fourth, if you wish to blacklist me, then I welcome the challenge. Upon hearing the final statement, Ning Xi furiously hurled a lamp at the television, which crackled and emitted smoke before plunging into darkness. Ning Xi's tendency to lash out at others when faced with adversity was something Chang Li had long since grown accustomed to. Yet her expression darkened at this moment. I warned you long ago that, given Ning Xi's circumstances, if she found a powerful benefactor, even I would struggle to suppress her. You forced her into this position, And this outcome was entirely foreseeable. Are you going to let her rise again right before my eyes? I have paid such a hefty price. 800,000 wasted. Ning Xi cried out in despair, unable to accept the series of unexpected developments. Moreover, consider this, with such a public spectacle, tossing around 800,000 and being escorted by bodyguards and luxury cars, who wouldn't know she is being subsidized? How can the Ning family continue to treat her favorably after this? Can she still enter the circle of high society? Upon hearing this, Ning Xi's anger finally eased somewhat. Have the arrangements with the online influencers been made? Rest assured, once the situation unfolds, I will handle it. And besides, even if we do not take action, those reporters will surely write in that direction. Chongli spoke with certainty. Chapter 181. Never regretted. Ning Xi glanced at the latest headlines on her phone. Her screen filled with outrageous claims about Ning Xi's arrogance, the idea that she was living off others, and her refusal to admit guilt. This allowed her to finally relax. All right, you maintain the public opinion. There must not be any further issues. No sooner had she spoken than there came a series of knocks on the door. Ning Xi immediately signaled Chongli with her eyes. Chongli hurriedly tidied up the shattered lamp and covered the television with a dust cloth before she went to open the door. Outside stood Su Yan, somewhat surprised to see Chongli in Ning Xi's hospital room at this hour. Discussing work matters? We just wrapped up a bit of business with Sister Chong. Ning Xi shifted the topic. Then you two continue. I shall take my leave. Chongli excused herself, exchanging a glance with Ning Xi before departing. Su Yan, oblivious to their interaction, pinched his brow, his expression darkening. Noticing his demeanor, Ning Xi cautiously inquired, "Is it because of Ning Xi?" Su Yan remained silent. Ning Xi bit her lip, her body trembling slightly. "Brother Yan, are you blaming me?" "Blaming me for pushing Ning Xi to this point?" Su Yan sighed. "You always overthinking. This matter is her fault. How could I blame you? I only blame myself for not managing everything well, which led her to this state. I never anticipated she would rather sell her body than apologize to me. Why does she hate me so? What must I do to appease her? Must I truly leave you for that to happen?" Ning Xi's face was filled with anguish. Su Yan's expression shifted immediately, his tone serious. "Xi, do not say such things. We have finally come together. Are you truly willing to give up over this?" Ning Xi quickly nestled into his embrace, fear evident in her eyes. "I am sorry. I will not say it again. I just fear you will regret being with me." Su Yan, taken aback, then firmly declared, "I have never regretted it." As they conversed, there was another knock on the door. Su Yan went to open it, surprised to see Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu. "Uncle, Aunt, what brings you here?" Ning Kuelu exclaimed, hurrying to greet them. Zhuang Lingyu pressed a hand on her shoulder, instructing her not to move as she was injured. "We came to see you. It is nothing serious." Ning Xi's eyes brimmed with tears. "Thank you, Mom and Dad. I'm fine. I just hope my sister can find her way back. The way she is now will ruin her life." Ning Yaohua's expression soured. "Enough. Do not make a fuss. I will handle this matter. And make sure the old man does not find out. It is a critical time for him and the second son in their struggle for inheritance." Chapter 182. Because I no longer care. Lu residence. Ning Xi had just lulled the little bun to sleep and was applying a facial mask, preparing to enjoy a good night's sleep, when her phone screen lit up with an incoming call. The caller ID read Ning Yaohua. Ning Xi narrowed her eyes and stepped onto the balcony to answer the call. "Hello? What? Do you not know to address me as father? Where is your upbringing? Are you certain you want to argue about this again? I wish the Ning family had no one like you. However, you bear our blood, and that cannot be erased. The filthy things you do outside ultimately tarnish the Ning family's reputation." "Oh, are those filthy acts what Ning Xi spoke of? Does it need to be said by Xi? It is all over the internet now. They say you are heartless and unrepentant, and that you take pride in being supported by others, flaunting it before everyone. Huh, you exiled her 5 years ago, and now you wish to do it again." Ning Xi spoke slowly. "Chairman Ning, I indeed possess the blood of the Ning family. But besides contributing a sperm cell, you have not nurtured me for even a day. Even if I were to bring shame to the Pacific Ocean, it is not your place to speak of me or interfere in my life. Ning Xi, you are outrageous. Consider the consequences of angering me." "You." Ning Xi abruptly hung up the phone, severing the roar from the other end. This time, an unusual calm enveloped her. There was no anger, no disappointment, and certainly no sorrow. A soft call came from beside her. Ning Xi turned her head to see Lu Tingxiao gazing at her with concern from the adjacent balcony. Surprised, she asked, Lu Tingxiao, you're still awake? Lu Tingxiao approached the edge of her balcony, having come out to check upon hearing the noise. Are you all right? Ning Xi shrugged casually. It's nothing. It's just Ning Yaohua's usual spiel. I have it memorized by now. Lu Tingxiao, not particularly skilled at offering comfort, reached out to gently ruffle her hair. Do not be upset. Ning Xi smiled, her demeanor serene under the starlight. I'm not upset. In this world, those who can hurt us are often the ones we have cared for. The more we care, the deeper the hurt. But now, I will no longer be hurt, because I no longer care. That day in the hospital was my last moment of sorrow for those people. It will not happen again. All right, I am off to bed. I need to wake up early tomorrow. Good night. Ning, she waved at him. Wake up early? There is nothing planned for tomorrow. You can sleep in. I need to wake up early to buy groceries. What for? Lu Tingxiao inquired, puzzled. Of course, to cook. I promised to make a meal for you and the little bun last time, but I've been putting it off. You just recovered. There is no rush. It is merely grocery shopping and cooking. It is not tiring. Plus, I have time tomorrow, so it is settled. By the way, remember to eat lightly in the morning. Save some room in your stomach, as I will make you want to grow an extra stomach. Seeing the girl as proud expression, Lu Tingxiao chuckled softly. All right. Chapter 183. The Married Woman the Next Morning. Ning Xi donned a pale pink long dress paired with white low-heeled sandals, her makeup fresh and light. Her naturally curly long hair was straightened and cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, with a pink heart-shaped hairpin adorning her hair. In essence, she looked every bit the model of a virtuous wife. As Lu Tingxiao sat on the sofa reading the newspaper, he paused, momentarily taken aback by her appearance. What are you wearing? If there is no special occasion, Ning Xi typically dressed in simple, comfortable styles. This was the first time he had seen her so demurely attired. Ning Xi excitedly bounded over to him. How do I look? Don't I seem like a married woman? Lu Tingxiao gazed at her, the light in his eyes carrying profound meaning. Yes, very much so. Married woman. Such a wonderfully beautiful phrase. That's great. This way. I want to be taken advantage of at the market. Ning Xi nodded in satisfaction. All right, I'm off. Just as she was about to step out, her leg was caught by the little bun. Ning Xi chuckled at her little appendage. Sweetheart, why are you up so early too? The little bun rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched out his arms, signaling for a hug. He continued to cling to her neck. Can I go with you? Lu Tingxiao chimed in from the side. Ning Xi blinked, surprised. Oh, you're going too? It's perfect to take the little bun out for a stroll. Lu Tingxiao replied. The little bun nodded vigorously. Ning, she scratched her head. Of course, that's fine, but the market might be a bit messy. I'm not going to supermarket. I'm heading to a larger market a bit farther away, where the produce is the freshest. No problem. Let us go. Lu Tingxiao set down the newspaper and picked up the car keys. Thus, Ning Xi's solitary journey transformed into a trio with Xiao Baozi and Dabaozi. In the underground garage, gazing at the dazzling array of luxury cars, Ning Xi swallowed hard, particularly captivated by the sight of her idol, Xiao Bai. Noticing Ning Xi's unwavering gaze fixed upon a white Bugatti supercar, Lu Tingxiao inquired, Shall we take this one? She glanced over but was genuinely puzzled. How could that be possible? However, Lu Tingxiao nodded affirmatively. It is. After pressing an unknown button, a black vehicle was transported from another compartment. This was a family car priced around 500,000 yuan, seemingly brand new. Ning Xi nodded enthusiastically. This one is fantastic. Yet, she wondered why such an incongruous vehicle was present in Lu Tingxiao's collection. Sensing her confusion, Lu Tingxiao explained, This was prepared for you upon your arrival, though you have never driven it. Ah, so this was the very vehicle Lu Tingxiao had initially designated for her. Observing the slight melancholy on Lu Tingxiao's face, Ning Xi felt as though she had committed a grave error. Hastily clarifying, it's just that taking the subway is more convenient for me. Plus there's no traffic. Quickly changing the subject, she urged, Let us hurry, or the good stuff will be all picked over. That would certainly affect my performance. Chapter 184. A special date while driving. Ning Xi rolled down the window, relishing the cool morning breeze that caressed her face and dispelled the lingering gloom of recent days. Lu Tingxiao turned on the radio, and the car was instantly filled with the soft strains of music, Confession Balloon, drifting through the air like a gentle breeze. You mentioned it's a bit difficult to pursue you, hoping I would retreat. The lyrics sang, creating a romantic atmosphere. The melody was sweet, reminiscent of a bright summer day, Yet Ning Xi couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. After all, they were merely out for groceries. So why did it feel akin to a date? Moreover, for reasons unknown, the lyrics left her feeling inexplicably guilty. Half an hour later, amidst this peculiar ambience, they finally arrived at the market. Do you need a mask? Tingxiao asked, his concern evident. To avoid disturbance, he had not brought any bodyguards this time. No need. The hardworking folks here don't have time for gossip. Besides, I'm dressed so demurely today that no one would recognize me. If anyone needs a mask, it's you and Xiaobao, Ning Xi said. Although it was still early, the market was bustling with people weaving through the crowd. Concerned that Xiaobao might feel overwhelmed, she bent down to pick him up. It was Xiaobao's first visit to such a place, and he eagerly scanned his surroundings. His little head shifting from her left shoulder to her right, utterly engrossed. However, with his recent weight gain, he felt somewhat heavy, and after a while, Ning Xi struggled to hold him. Tingxiao promptly took Xiaobao from her, stating, "Let me carry him." Despite being in Tingxiao's arms, Xiaobao clung tightly to Ning Xi's neck. Tingxiao's expression turned serious. "Do you realize how heavy you are?" Upon hearing this, Xiaobao wore a dejected expression, akin to a girl being told she had gained weight. Although Ning Xi found it amusing, she quickly reassured him, "Don't listen to your father's nonsense. You're not heavy at all. You could even afford to gain a little more weight. It's just that Daddy holds you more steadily, and he is taller, so he has a better view." Xiaobao was somewhat soothed, but his focus remained on Ning Xi, anxiously watching her, as if afraid she would be lost in the crowd. Whenever she moved slightly away, he would reach out to grasp her. "Wow, those fish over there look incredibly fresh," Ning Xi exclaimed, darting toward one of the stalls like a loach. Tingxiao glanced at her and then took her hand with his free hand. Ning Xi froze for a moment, instinctively glancing at the hand he held, warmth radiating from her palm. "Xiaobao is very worried you might get lost," Tingxiao remarked, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Ning Xi looked at Xiaobao and realized he wore an anxious expression. "Excuse me, madam, do you still want this fish?" A vendor nearby inquired. Yes. I've looked around, and your fish truly looks delightful." Ning Xi replied, "Madam, your taste is exquisite. Feel free to ask around. Everyone knows my fish is the best in the entire market," the vendor declared proudly. It took Ning Xi a moment to realize something was amiss. The vendor had called her madam. Clearly, she was mistaken for part of family trio. Chapter 185. A beautiful family, never mind. Explaining seemed too cumbersome. So Ning Xi simply replied, "Please give me one." Certainly, the vendor weighed the fish generously, adding extra weight for her. After completing the transaction, the vendor gazed in admiration at the man holding the child beside Ning Xi. "You are truly fortunate, madam. Both your husband and son are so handsome." Even in the bustling market, cradling a child, Tingxiao exuded an unparalleled charm, which was undeniably a gift. "Really? But I'm quite handsome as well," Ning Xi joked. Indeed. What a beautiful family, especially your little treasure. He is simply adorable. He has inherited the best traits from both you and your beloved," the vendor added. "Here, let me gift you a smaller one." Ning Xi instinctively touched her face, pondering on the notion that she and Tingxiao had passed on their virtues. It seemed she had heard such compliments before. Subsequently, Ning Xi and Tingxiao, with Xiaobao in his arms, became the center of attention in the market. No matter where they went or what they bought, vendors would offer them additional items: scallions, garlic, eggs, fish, shrimp. Ning Xi's basket was nearly overflowing. With an expression of discovering a new path to prosperity, Ning Xi exclaimed excitedly, "I never expected bringing Xiaobao would have such benefits. I'll definitely bring him next time." Xiaobao nodded vigorously. "All right," Tingxiao agreed. In the end, the trio returned home laden with goods. Ning Xi was in high spirits when she suddenly recalled something and called out, "Tingxiao, do you know my apartment? Turn left at the upcoming intersection." "Yes. I'm going to grab my super secret seasoning. Wait for me." "Okay." Ning Xi jogged into the apartment building and quickly retrieved her seasoning. As she passed through the lobby, the receptionist called out anxiously, "Wait, are you Ning Xi? You have 2 packages that have been here for several days. Do you still want them?" Ning Xi pretended not to notice her scrutiny and directly took the 2 boxes, one large and one small. Upon reaching the door, she saw Xiaobao peering out the window of the car, eagerly awaiting her return. Ning Xi felt warmth in her heart, but the next moment, 3 men in black, clearly up to no good, rushed towards her. Reacting instinctively, Ning Xi's vigilance kicked in. She dropped the items in her hands, tore the hem of her dress, and swiftly kicked at one of the assailants as he charged at her. Today, her attire was overly demure, limiting her movements, and she was unable to immediately subdue the two attackers. Just as she grappled with them, another assailant rushed in from behind, grabbing her arm and attempting to bind her with a rope. As she was about to retaliate, the assailant's hand abruptly released her arm, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. She almost heard the crack of that man's bones breaking. Ning Xi followed the man's arm and saw Tingxiao, who had arrived from who knows where. His face as cold as frost, exuding an intimidating aura of killing intent, firmly gripping the man's wrist. In Chapter 186, Sweet Nickname, Tingxiao twisted his hand slightly, and the man was flung around like a rag doll, crashing to the ground and lying motionless. Perhaps due to the brutality of Tingxiao's actions, the other three men exchanged glances and instinctively began to retreat. "Are you all right?" When he turned to Ning Xi, a trace of hostility still lingered in his eyes. Ning nodded dazedly. "I'm fine." She had never witnessed Tingxiao in action. Most of the time, she perceived him as gentle and refined, never expecting his skills to be so extraordinary. At that moment, a sleek black Ferrari slowly pulled up, and a man stepped out. Ning Yaohua, dressed in a high-end suit. With a disdainful gaze, he looked at the man beside Ning Xi and then cast a scornful glance at the car parked below the apartment building. "Ning Ti, is this the man you've been spending time with recently? Driving such a shabby car worth only a few $100,000. Ning Xi nearly laughed in anger at his words. "Is a man's worth determined by the price of his car in your eyes? So, according to you, it's not about me being supported, but rather whether my benefactor has enough power and influence? If I were being supported by someone driving a Bentley, would that somehow elevate my status?" Though the man was rather handsome, driving such a car suggested that he was merely a small-time entrepreneur running a minor company. Ning Xi thought to herself, how dare he label Tingxiao as a gigolo? After berating Ning Xi, Ning Yaohua turned to Tingxiao with an imposing demeanor. "Who are you? Do you know who she is? How dare you play with my daughter? Do you believe I can make you unable to survive in D?" Ning Xi noted that Tingxiao, usually reticent in front of others, regarded Ning Yaohua with an aloof disdain, not even granting him a glance. Ning Yaohua was about to continue his tirade, but for some unknown reason, a chill enveloped him, rendering him speechless. Why did this small-town boss possess such an imposing presence? Humph, his incompetent daughter must have been deceived by this pretentious demeanor. Ning Xi curled her lips in a smile, affectionately linking her arm with Tingxiao's. "Sorry, but I've chosen my little gigolo. You should return from whence you came. Ning Xi, you will regret this." Watching the two depart hand in hand, Ning Yaohua fumed, instructing his bodyguard beside him, "Follow them." Today he had encountered too many surprises, one being Ning Xi's unexpected strength, for he recalled that his daughter had always appeared delicate and incapable. The other surprise was the identity of this man. Something felt amiss. Once back in the car, Ning Xi immediately scratched her head and apologized to Tingxiao. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this inexplicable situation." "It's all right." Although he had been insulted, Tingxiao was not the least bit angry. The reason, of course, was that Ning Xi's last embrace transformed the term gigolo into an endearing nickname by appending my family before it. In Chapter 187, Mysterious Package, "Are you scared, my darling?" Ning Xi glanced at Xiaobao with concern. Xiaobao shook his head, clinging to her arm, his expression not one of fright, but rather a hint of melancholy. "Why am I only 5 years old? I wish I could grow up quickly so I can protect her instead of just watching from afar." Tingxiao clearly saw through his son's thoughts. "That's your father's job. You need not covet it. I wonder who sent me the package, as very few people know this address." Ning Xi mumbled while picking up one of the parcels to check the sender, but the handwriting was too smudged to discern. Just as Tingxiao was about to ask if she needed a knife, Ning Xi had already skillfully ripped open the package with her bare hands, a skill every girl must possess. Upon opening the outer layer, she discovered an exquisitely packaged square gift box containing a beautifully designed bottle of perfume and a simple note that read, "Happy birthday." From the rearview mirror, Tingxiao noticed Ning Xi's expression brightening. "A friend?" Tingxiao's expression softened, realizing it was from his cousin. "Yes, my cousin is wonderful." Ning Xi expressed a nostalgic smile, recalling that during her time at the Ning family, Xinjia was the only one who treated her well, albeit with a cool demeanor masking a warm heart. Regrettably, She had kept her distance initially due to Xing's seemingly aloof nature, and though she had been warned a few times to watch out for Ning Xi, she had brushed it off. Speaking of which, Xing's personality is quite similar to yours. Both appear cold, but are genuinely kind. Tingxiao smiled slightly at the compliment, but was uncertain whether he should feel pleased. Was this the fabled good person card? Ning Xi continued to unwrap the second package. This one lacked any sender's information. Huh, an anonymous package? Given how badly I've been treated lately, shouldn't I refrain from opening anonymous parcels? As she shook it, there was no sound inside, making it impossible to guess its contents. Let me help you open it, Tingxiao offered from the driver's seat. Huh. Ning Xi was about to protest that he was driving, but she was astonished to see Tingxiao's hand had left the steering wheel. While the car continued to glide smoothly along the road, even turning at the intersection autonomously, Ning Xi mused. Although self-driving cars are not uncommon now, he actually modified it himself? It dawned on her that this vehicle, while appearing to be a relatively standard mid-range model on the outside, had an interior and structure that were anything but ordinary. Tingxiao couldn't he have merely borrowed a shell and replaced the interior? Could he? Surely the seat beneath her was genuine leather, and the metallic armrest glistening so brilliantly must be some high-tech material. The jade pendant dangling from the rearview mirror was impossibly translucent. Could it possibly be of the finest ice variety? She could hardly dare to imagine further. Just then, a loud bang erupted, and Chapter 188, Do You Enjoy This Kind of Surprise? Began with a burst of shimmering confetti, covering Tingxiao's head, clothes, and face in a dazzling array. Upon closer inspection, one could see that among the scattered confetti were numerous glimmering objects that resembled diamonds. The familiar method of gift-giving left no doubt about the sender's identity, though this time it was executed with even more wicked humor. While others tossed money at their targets, he had chosen to shower them with diamonds. Although the carats were not particularly large, the sheer volume could surely provide enough for hundreds of young men to propose. Not only Tingxiao, but also Ning Xi and Xiao Bao in the back seat were affected, adorned with sparkling bits. Ning Xi wiped her face and helped Xiao Bao clean up as well, quickly leaning over to assist Tingxiao in removing the myriad of glittering debris from him. I'm so sorry. Are you all right? Did anything get in your eyes? Tingxiao brushed his hair, shaking off a layer of diamond dust along with a small note. Picking it up, he read, Dear, happy birthday. Are you satisfied with what you see? Tingxiao regarded her with a complex expression. Do you enjoy this method? He began to reflect on whether his approach was too subtle compared to the other straightforwardness. Hearing this, Tingxiao's lips curled into a slight smile, of course. I couldn't ask for more. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a car tailing them in the rearview mirror. It appeared to be Ning Yaohua's vehicle. Noticing the change in Tingxiao's demeanor, Ning Xi followed his gaze and spotted the car. Ugh, is this guy still not done? Do you need me to shake them off? Tingxiao inquired, pondered for a moment, then shook her head, deciding to disregard the matter, for they could not enter anyway. Little Bao was still in the car, and driving recklessly was too perilous. 10 minutes later, at BJNDGing, a black sedan, incongruous among the luxurious vehicles coming and going, slowly approached the entrance. As it drew near, the guards respectfully saluted and courteously opened the gate, watching until the car vanished from sight. Subsequently, Ning Yaohua, who followed closely behind, was immediately stopped. Good day. Please present your pass, the guard stated with a businesslike demeanor. Ning Yaohua anxiously gazed towards the black car that had turned the corner, impatiently inquiring, What pass? If I don't have one, can someone inside call to inform us? The guard replied. Furrowing his brows, Ning Yaohua retorted, Then why was that car allowed to enter freely? What? Ning Yaohua's expression changed instantly. Had there been a mistake? This was BJNDGing, the gathering place of the capital's wealthiest, a place where value is sought but seldom found. How could that shabby car's owner possibly be a resident here? Could it be that he was some family's butler or assistant, or perhaps an illegitimate child? Chapter 189. The apron. After a series of twists and turns, the three finally arrived home. They lugged bags and packages into the kitchen. But the first order of business was not cooking, but rather bathing. Each of them was adorned with layers of glitter and tiny gems, and even a simple walk could risk losing thousands of dollars. This made Ning Xi pay careful attention to her steps, which was quite the ordeal. Once out of the shower, Ning Xi changed into clothing that allowed for greater mobility, exuding an air of determination to tackle the task at hand. Do you need assistance? Tingxiao and little Bao had also come downstairs. Ning Xi embraced the freshly washed little Bao, ruffling his hair, and called for Wanwan to come help her, instructing the two to watch television and await their meal, cautioning them not to dirty themselves again after just getting clean. Wanwan is not here. They all have the day off, Tingxiao informed her. Day off? Ning Xi contemplated, feeling it would be beneficial for little Bao to participate, and thus said, Then you two come over. Do we have aprons? I think I forgot to buy some. We should have some. Tingxiao rummaged through the pile of groceries he had just bought and produced a plastic package. Upon opening it, 3 matching aprons emerged, 2 large and 1 small. Oh, when did you buy these? Ning Xi asked, astonished. The girl selling crabs gave them to me. Well, it seems they really do give away everything. Ning Xi took the small apron and beckoned little Bao, saying, Come here, I'll help you put it on. Little Bao eagerly extended his tiny arms. Ning Xi assisted him, fastening the straps, and exclaimed, Darling, you look so adorable even in an apron. Just as she finished speaking and turned around, she beheld Tingxiao, who, clad in casual attire yet adorned with a pink apron, remained strikingly handsome, exuding an unexpectedly charming contrast. No, I can't resist the urge to take photos. Ning Xi hurriedly dashed to fetch her phone, capturing moments while occasionally handing little Bao props like tomatoes and ribs. The cute little Baozi beside the tall, aloof Baozi created a scene that, while seemingly discordant, turned out to be endearingly harmonious. Shall I take a picture of you? Tingxiao suddenly inquired. I think I'll skip that and just capture you and little Bao, he added as he helped her don an apron. Little Bao, unable to contain his excitement, lunged towards Ning Xi. In truth, Ning Xi secretly wished to avoid leaving too many traces and memories, yet she could not resist the hopeful gaze of little Bao. Well, why worry too much? Let us indulge in the present. After posing with little Bao, their synergy created delightful and humorous snapshots, including one where she had little Bao hold a piece of lotus root, striking a pose as if launching a shockwave, while she pretended to be blown away, losing track of the cooking altogether. Wow, Tingxiao, you are simply multi-talented. How can you even take such stunning photos? The composition and lighting are perfect. Ning Xi marveled at the photos on her phone. I wish I could use one as my wallpaper, but I can't. After all, little Bao's identity is special, and I'm always cautious not to reveal any details about him. If I had a son as adorable as him, I would undoubtedly showcase him to the world until everyone blocked me. Chapter 190. The desire to be someone's wife. With their collaborative efforts, a sumptuous feast was soon prepared. Salt and pepper pig trotters, soy sauce-flavored crayfish, spicy crabs, roasted leg of lamb, and pan-seared steaks. Most were lavish dishes, and given Ning Xi's need to maintain her figure, it was quite the sacrifice. After all, little Bao was still a bit underweight, and Tingxiao, who worked so hard, also needed nourishment. As they surveyed the table laden with vibrant and fragrant dishes, Tingxiao appeared quite surprised, stating, Now I believe what you said. What did I say? That you could cook. Ning Xi laughed heartily. Did you think I was exaggerating? Though I may be a bit rusty, I have practiced for many years. Did you always aspire to be a chef? Tingxiao inquired, puzzled. Ning Xi smiled dimmed slightly as she replied, Don't laugh when I tell you this. I never intended to be a chef. I wanted to be someone's wife. Tingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of coldness escaping his demeanor. The poignant declaration of wanting to be someone's wife was directed at another, not him. At that time, she had been so naive, believing that winning a man's heart through his stomach would also win his affection. Unbeknownst to her, as she spoke, Ning Xi paused, glancing cautiously at little Bao, who was intently focused on the soup pot. She leaned in closer to Tingxiao, lowering her voice to continue. Unbeknownst to me, the truth lies just below the navel. Despite years of culinary devotion, it pales in comparison to Ning Xi sharing a night with him. ISNT that rather pitiful. The one who should feel pitiful is him. He will come to regret it. Tingxiao consoled, his tone akin to imparting wisdom. Ning Xi acknowledged that she felt somewhat comforted and chuckled lightly. All right, today is such a joyous occasion. Let us not dwell on gloomy matters. Once this soup is finished, I will stir-fry some vegetables. Upon hearing this, Tingxiao glanced at the basket of ingredients. We didn't buy any vegetables. Didn't buy any? Ning Xi was taken aback. What about the cauliflower? The radishes? None of those either. Oh, so everything I bought was meat? How are we supposed to eat this? It will be too greasy. They had 8 meat dishes but only 2 vegetable sides, one with lotus slices and sugar and another with cold tomato slices. No waities. I will go to Jingli's place and help you pick some. Huh? Does second young master have such things? Ning Xi asked in astonishment. Yes, he has a vegetable greenhouse behind his yard. That is splendid. But I'll go myself. You surely want to pick the right ones. All right, I will keep an eye on the soup. Let little Bao take you. Otherwise the guard won't recognize you, Tingxiao instructed. Thanks to little Bao's presence, Ning Xi smoothly entered the vegetable greenhouse behind Jingli's home. The vegetables there were indeed splendidly fresh, glistening with moisture and far superior to those in the market. Having just been harvested, Jingli, it seemed, had quite the culinary taste, as he was currently picking vegetables while carrying a basket alongside little Bao, when suddenly, a sharp alarm blared above them. Ning Xi looked up, bewildered. What is going on? Just then, a booming voice rang out from behind. Hey, which little thief dares to steal my vegetables? Ning Xi, holding the basket, twitched her lips. Does the vegetable greenhouse need an alarm? Second young master? Is there gold buried in the ground? Chapter 191. I think eating is better. Jingli glared at her with a pained expression, exclaiming, How could you do this? Put down all the vegetables you've picked. Each of these plants was nurtured by my own hands, receiving water, fertilizer, and even a daily dose of music and stories. They are my precious treasures, 100 times more valuable than gold. Have you not seen how they thrive compared to the ones at home? Are they just ordinary vegetables? Are ordinary vegetables this exquisite? Ning Xi thought he was merely concerned about the food, never expecting that apart from flirting, Jingli had such a peculiar hobby for gardening. Put them down quickly, otherwise I will truly lose my temper. Ning Xi blinked innocently, but I've already picked them. What if I offer you money instead? How dare you insult my little treasures with money? Ning Xi, I will not let this go. Jingli rolled up his sleeves and was about to charge at her. Ning Xi, feeling a headache coming on, quickly grabbed Xiao Bao and ran. As they fled, panting for breath, Ning Xi called out from a distance toward the entrance. Tingxiao, help! Just as Tingxiao stepped out of the house, Ning Xi immediately hid behind him with Xiao Bao. Jingli, with a face full of grievance, complained, Brother, are you going to do something about this? Your 2 little troublemakers actually went in my vegetable garden to steal vegetables. Tingxiao replied calmly. I allowed them to go. Jingli exclaimed, as expected, behind every little troublemaker is a troublesome parent. This is too much. I demand you return my little treasures. Ning Xi peeked out from behind Tingxiao, but your little treasures are already dead. How dare you say that? I buried them and recited prayers for them to find peace. Well, I think it's better to eat them. You ruthless woman. Even if I cannot defeat you, I will fight to the end. Before Jingli could charge forward, a handsome robot appeared, blocking his path. Behind it, Xiao Bao controlled the robot, glaring at Jingli as if warning him not to bully Aunt Xi. Jingli pounded his chest in frustration. This is outrageous. Xiao Bao, I am your dear second uncle. Where has your loyalty gone? As the 3 little troublemakers and the robot nearly clashed, Tingxiao sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. No more ruckus. Jingli, come over and eat with us. I will not. Before Jingli could finish, he caught a whiff of an incredibly tempting aroma wafting from the kitchen. Brother, didn't you let the servants take the day off? Who made this meal? I did. Ning Xi raised her hand proudly. Jingli looked at her with disdain. You can cook? Can what you make even be edible? However, upon entering the dining room and seeing a table filled with dishes that rivaled a chef's level, Jingli was left speechless. You really made all of this? Ning Xi had quickly prepared 3 vegetarian stir-fries with the vegetables she had borrowed from Jingli's garden. Seeing it with his own eyes, Jingli could hardly believe it. Yet, still harboring resentment for the vegetable theft, he scoffed. What era are we in? Do you still believe that capturing a man's stomach can win his heart? The key lies below the navel. Ning Xi chuckled, noting how their thoughts and values aligned remarkably in some aspects. However, while she could call herself foolish, she cannot tolerate others doing the same. Oh, is that so? Ning Xi raised an eyebrow meaningfully and then promptly shoved a piece of sticky rice rib into Jingli's mouth. Chapter 192. My future sister-in-law, what did you just stuff in my mouth? Poison? Jingli initially intended to spit it out, but his expression changed in an instant. Wow, this is delicious. What is this? It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It melts in your mouth. How can it taste this good? Do you still think winning a man's heart through his stomach is useless? Ning Xi asked, arms crossed, enjoying the moment. initially feeling some sympathy for his brother. Lu Jingli now realized that marrying Ning Xi might not be such a bad deal after all. Are you still going to bury your little treasures? Lu Jingli looked serious. No, no, no. Your cooking is their best home. From now on, you can take whatever vegetables you want from my garden, as long as you take me along for meals. Wow, this little crayfish is delicious. And this steak is fantastic. What spices did you use? I thought I had tasted all kinds of cuisine, but this flavor is truly unique. I can't disclose my secret recipe. Wait, slow down. We've been busy all this time, and Haven Tea even had a bite. Oh, my bad. Please dig in. Not so fast. I need to take a photo for my social media. This is incredible. Xiaoxi, I can't believe you have such culinary skills. As Lu Jingli snapped several photos and posted them on social media with the caption, "Wow, Mina-san, let me tell you all, my future sister-in-law's cooking is absolutely delicious. I'm so jealous of my brother. What did you post?" Ning Xi leaned in curiously to see. Lu Jingli quickly tucked his phone away. How can you casually invade someone else's privacy? Privacy? You just posted online. I'll look myself. Ning Xi took out her phone and opened WeChat, having already added Lu Jingli as a friend. However, when she scrolled, she found nothing. What the heck? Lu Jingli, what did you write that is so shameful? You even set it to be invisible to me. None of your business what I write. It's my freedom. But the dishes in your photos are made by me. As Ning Xi and Lu Jingli argued, Lu Tingxiao quietly glanced at his phone and noticed Lu Jingli's post mentioning my future sister-in-law. No wonder he had set it to be hidden from Ning Xi. Within just a few minutes, a long string of comments had already accumulated. Mo Ling Tian, wow. I thought you were just joking last time, but you really have a partner? Your cooking skills are impressive. I didn't expect Lu Tingxiao to prefer the type of woman who embodies the ideal wife. Qin Mufeng, a bit surprising. She can actually cook? By my professional judgment, she doesn't seem like the type of traditional wife. Old Master Lu, not bad. Old Madam Lu. Oh, this girl is quite impressive. There aren't many girls who can cook these days. Is that my precious grandson, S-Hand in the corner? He seems to have gained some weight. Other comments expressed how fortunate Lu Tingxiao was, asking when they could meet her or come over for a meal. By the way, Xiaoxi, your manager has already been decided. Lu Jingli quickly changed the subject. Ning Xi's attention was instantly diverted. Really? Who is it? I won't tell you. If you treat me to a meal, I'll spill the beans. Lu Jingli teased mischievously. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him and turned to Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao. Who is it? Chapter 193. What will happen if you leave me? Lu Jingli. Ning Xi paused at the mention of the name. Ning Xi, the one who turned the unremarkable and unassuming Lung Manyun into an international film queen? My manager is her? Are you serious? You can't be giving me special treatment, right? Lin Zhizhi only takes on established stars, not newcomers. Lu Jingli thought to himself, of course I'm giving you special treatment. He had flown overnight to persuade her last night because of his brother's orders. Because Lung Manyun is planning to retire, Lu Tingxiao said, maintaining a public and impartial demeanor while conveniently omitting the fact that Lin Zhizhi was taking a break from taking on new talents. Ning Xi's expression shifted in surprise. The rumors were true. Lung Manyun was genuinely planning to step back from the spotlight? Yes, it was just confirmed not long ago. Lu Tingxiao nodded. Ning Xi's face fell with regret. What a pity. She is at the peak of her career, yet chooses to marry and have children, leaving everything behind. She was the one most likely to break Song Lin's record and achieve the Grand Slam of 12 awards. Achieving the Grand Slam was her ultimate goal. After speaking, Ning Xi shrugged. However, everyone has their own pursuits, and it's not for others to judge. But has Lin Zhizhi really agreed to take me on? I have heard that her temperament is exceedingly strict. Oh, very well. I shall certainly exert myself. Upon hearing Lu Tingxiao mention that there would be further trials ahead, Ning Xi felt a sense of calmness settle within her. Lu Jingli, listening to their conversation from the side, could not help but click his tongue in amazement. It seemed that his brother had devoted all his schemes to Ning Xi, going to great lengths to assist her while ensuring everything appeared above board and reasonable, sparing her any pressure or feelings of indebtedness. Such infatuation. Observing Ning Xi's growing trust in his brother, he mused that the day when she would readily call him brother-in-law was not far off. How delightful. This meant he could frequently indulge in such delectable meals in the future, he chuckled to himself. As night fell, perhaps due to the excitement of the day, the little one fell asleep early. Ning Xi had only to coax him for less than 5 minutes before he drifted into a sweet slumber. She gently placed a kiss on the little fellow's forehead and quietly closed the door behind her. Tingxiao was leaning against the railing by the door, raising his gaze upon hearing the door open. Is the little one asleep? Yes, he is sleeping soundly. You worked hard today. It was nothing. I was quite happy. The little one had finished 2 bowls of rice for the first time, and Tingxiao's expression was one of satisfaction. Ning Xi smiled. It's rare for him to be so supportive. As long as I'm not too busy, I will definitely make him delicious food often. Upon hearing this, Tingxiao's brow furrowed slightly as he declined. Perhaps it would be best not to. Why? Ning Xi asked, puzzled. Tingxiao looked at her, a hint of melancholy lingering in his eyes. If you spoil him now, what will happen when you leave? The weight of that seemingly ordinary statement struck her heart like a heavy blow. Chapter 194. The first day of reporting after Tingxiao's words last night. Ning Xi did not sleep well. She was plagued by bizarre dreams, even reliving the night when Zhu Xiangqing had drugged her, losing control and throwing herself at Tingxiao in a chaotic scene. How could I dream such a thing? Ning Xi vigorously ruffled her hair and splashed cold water on her face to invigorate herself. She needed to be in high spirits. Today was her first day at the new company. As she was about to leave, both Baozi and Xiao Baozi encouraged her. Tingxiao said, "Keep it up." Xiao Baozi held up a sign, and the robot beside him mechanically chimed in, "Keep it up, keep it up." Thank you, thank you. Ning Xi kissed Xiao Baozi and bowed to Tingxiao, although she could not help but glance away, remembering the dream from last night. Finally, she arrived at Shengshi Entertainment. Standing beneath the grand edifice, filled with anticipation for new beginnings, opportunities, and challenges, Ning Xi felt a surge of excitement. As she walked through the building, a singular thought occupied her mind, unfathomable. The opulent decor was unmistakably the work of Lu Jingli's questionable taste. Following the address provided by Lu Jingli, she took the elevator directly to the office at the end of the 17th floor. "Please come in," a formal female voice called from within. Upon entering, Ning Xi felt as if her eyes had been cleansed. After the glaring brightness outside, the office's black, white, and gray tones were refreshingly minimalist. Seated at the desk was a woman wearing black-framed glasses and a champagne-colored professional suit. "Hello, Sister Lin. I am Ning Xi, here to report for duty." "Hello, Ning Xi. From today onward, I will be your manager, Lin Xi. As you may have heard, I typically do not take on newcomers, but with Man Yun's impending retirement, the company requires someone to step into her role." Lin Xi succinctly explained, her gaze scrutinizing Ning Xi with an intensity that was both imposing yet not unwelcome. The girl before her was entirely different from the blandly beautiful Lung Man Yun, possessing a striking and audacious beauty that would undoubtedly serve as an asset in the entertainment industry. However, such beauty could also be a double-edged sword, easily leading to the stigma of being labeled merely as a pretty face and would likely attract scandalous rumors. Ning Xi was somewhat taken aback upon realizing she was to replace Lung Man Yun. Was this expectation not too lofty? However, the greater the challenge, the more exhilarated she felt, as this was indeed her aspiration. Though you are being groomed as her successor, let me be frank, your probation period is 6 months. If you cannot meet my expectations by then, you will be dismissed. You may remain with the company, but I will no longer mentor you. Do you understand? Lin Xi said sternly. Ning Xi nodded earnestly, understood. At that moment, a gentle knock on the door heralded the entrance of a chubby, friendly-looking girl. "This is your assistant I have arranged for you." "Hello, Sister Xi. I am Hu Tao, but you can call me Taozi." The girl introduced herself shyly. "Hello." Ning Xi was quite taken with her chubby little assistant. Chapter 195. No dating allowed. After introducing the assistant, Lin Xi handed Ning Xi a set of keys. "This is the apartment the company has arranged for you. Please move in as soon as possible." Ning Xi caught a glimpse of the engraving on the keys, Zhujiang Daijing. What? They are giving a newcomer like me an apartment at Zhujiang Daijing? The most expensive villa in the city was Platinum Daijing, while Zhujiang Daijing was the most costly apartment, both developed by the Lu Group. She recalled that Ning Xiulo also resided at Zhujiang Daijing. Shengshi truly was extravagantly wealthy. Ning Xi's expression turned somewhat awkward. "Thank you, Sister Lin, but I may not be able to move in just yet." Lin Xi cast her a sidelong glance. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Her former protégé, Lung Man Yun, had abruptly decided to retire for the sake of a man, an occurrence that had somewhat disheartened Lin Xi. The feeling of being abandoned by a comrade in arms had at one point left her disillusioned. "Sister Lin, you need not worry. I am currently focused solely on acting well," Ning Xi replied resolutely. Lin Zizi's gaze remained impassive, revealing no particular reaction. Women often became irrational when love was involved. No matter how many vows Ning Xi made, it would be of little consequence. Ning Xi accepted the documents. "Rest assured, Sister Lin, I will strive to do my best." Despite Lin Zizi's consistently stern demeanor, Ning Xi felt an unusual sense of security, as the company would handle all arrangements, allowing her to focus entirely on her craft, much less burdensome than before. Observing the genuine gratitude and determination in the girl's eyes, Lin Zizi's fondness for her increased slightly. Perhaps it was worth giving her a chance. Although Lu Jingli could be somewhat unreliable, his judgment in selecting talent had always proven accurate, as every individual he brought over had found success. "Very well, Sister Lin, I shall take my leave. Today." Ning Xi arrived at Shengshi in the black Audi that Lu Tingxiao had prepared for her. Given her recent high profile, taking the subway would surely attract unwanted attention. On the way back, Ning Xi eagerly tested the autonomous driving feature. Once the car was set to navigate, it began to drive itself, allowing her to relax in the driver's seat. It was indeed quite enjoyable. Truly, technology has transformed our lives. At this moment, the press conference at Xinhui Entertainment had likely concluded, so Ning Xi took out her phone and opened Weibo to check the online reactions. Chapter 196. A complete outrage following the conclusion of the press conference. Public outrage reached unprecedented heights. Xinhui has done an excellent job. Such a shameless person deserves to be banned. How can she be so arrogant after making a mistake? I am appalled. It is such a shame for such a great script as Tingxiao. Why is everyone scolding Ning Xi? I hope someone stands up to confront her. I think Ning Xiuhua is too lenient. She should file a formal complaint. Who is the financial backer, secretly aiding Ning Xi in her misdeeds? I seek a skilled individual to uncover the truth. Moreover, whenever anyone dares to speak a word in support of Ning Xi, a swarm of others immediately descends upon that individual with vitriol, rendering it impossible for anyone to voice dissenting opinions. Ning Xiuhua appears to have been driven to desperation, evidently intent on swiftly subduing her adversary to the point of no return. While scrolling through her Weibo, Ning Xi sensed something amiss. Her notifications exploded with tags, and comments surged dramatically. What on earth has transpired? After her phone had gone black several times, Ning Xi finally managed to reopen it and discern the unfolding events. Just moments ago, Lu Jingli had posted a Weibo, "Lucky little prince. Welcome to our Shengshi family, Ning Xiaoxi." Ning Xi was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Could Lu Jingli be so ostentatious? Once this Weibo post went live, the entire platform erupted as netizens flocked to comment. What the hell am I seeing? That despicable Ning Xi has actually joined Shengshi Entertainment? I refuse to believe it. My adorable little Lucky must have been hacked. It simply cannot be true. Shengshi Entertainment is renowned for its stellar reputation. How could they possibly sign someone as despicable as Ning Xi? If this is true, then I will forever denounce Shengshi. I shall never again watch a performance by their artists. I used to hold Lu Jingli in high regard, but who would have thought that he would be the one aiding in this disgrace? So disappointing. Why choose her of all people? Just because she is beautiful? Damn it. That wretched Ning Xi hasn't, heaven forbid, seduced my lucky idol. Has she? No one is to stop me. I shall have her head. Ning Xi sighed, fully anticipating this reaction. Was Lu Jingli so impatient? Why not wait until the press conference to make the announcement? Was he intentionally courting criticism? As public outrage grew, even other artists under Shengshi began to face backlash on their Weibo posts. Contemplating her next move, Ning Xi was suddenly struck dumb by a revelation. What did she just witness? She saw that Lu Tingxiao's official account had retweeted Lu Jingli's post. Lu Tingxiao's account, typically dormant and filled with formulaic content, announcements of corporate anniversaries, new department establishments, significant collaborations, or incomprehensible economic theories, had now broken its silence. However, his legion of fans remained unwavering, eagerly anticipating even the rarest updates. Now, the man who usually focused solely on major corporate events had retweeted Lu Jingli's post, adding a considerable message. Welcome, Ning Xi. This was no mere eruption. It was an explosion of traffic that overwhelmed the Weibo system, causing it to crash for several minutes before recovering. The public sentiment shifted dramatically. Heavens, what am I seeing? I need to calm down. Could it be a hack? Now that even Tingxiao had retweeted it. It cannot be false. Shengshi Entertainment truly signed Ning Xi, and Tingxiao was clearly involved. I can no longer comprehend this world. If Tingxiao has retweeted it, it implies he is aware and even supports Shengshi's decision. Perhaps Lu Jingli was momentarily blinded by desire, but Tingxiao would never be so foolish. There must be some intrigue at play. Yes, indeed. Shengshi might be gearing up for significant changes. I shall remain silent and await the unfolding drama. I staunchly support my idol, awaiting the revelation of the truth. Ning Xi scrolled through Weibo, utterly amazed by this cascade of events. Indeed, when the great Demon King takes action, the results are extraordinary. Primarily, Tingxiao's image is impeccably flawless. Since taking the helm of the Lu Corporation, he has never made a misstep. During the economic crisis 5 years ago, while countless companies collapsed, the Lu Corporation not only survived but thrived. His words are akin to divine oracles, and none dare to question them. Meanwhile, in the living room beneath the Lu residence, Lu Jingli was sprawled on the sofa, furiously clutching his phone. What nonsense are these people spouting? They claim I might be blinded by desire. But you, my dear brother, are the one truly lost in folly. How utterly unjust. Second young master, I can hear you wailing from afar. What is the matter? Nothing. Lu Jingli instantly straightened up, his grievances unvoiced. Ning, she nodded vigorously, recalling Lin Jie, who was truly delightful and exactly her type, exuding an aura of security with her stern demeanor. Tingxiao mused, this statement seems innocuous, yet it oddly unsettles me. Ning, she shot Lu Jingli a glare. Must you be so impatient? Why announce my signing with Shengshi now? Lu Jingli, with an expression of self-proclaimed brilliance, replied, of course, it's to ignite your popularity. Look at how much buzz you're generating. Ning Xi scoffed, giving him a disdainful look. Had it not been for Tingxiao's timely intervention, we would have been labeled as conspirators. Lu Jingli, upon hearing this, finally displayed a hint of guilt, muttering softly, let them scold. The truth will emerge tomorrow. He anticipated backlash, but was taken aback by its ferocity. Just moments ago, their elder brother's face had turned ashen upon reading the comments. Now you may post about tomorrow's press conference, Tingxiao reminded. Oh right, I shall post it immediately. After Ning Xi tweeted, Lu Jingli swiftly retweeted, and shortly thereafter, Lin Jie joined in. Just then, Ning Xi's phone screen lit up with an incoming call from Jiang Mai. Hello Jiang. Ning Xiaoxi. You have actually signed with Shengshi. Why didn't you consult me first? Did you even see the email I sent you? Jiang Mai's voice boomed from the other end. Weren't you busy? I thought it best not to disturb you. Besides, what does that have to do with your email? Jiang Mai's volume was so high that Ning Xi smiled awkwardly at Tingxiao and retreated upstairs to take the call. Behind her, Lu Jingli shot his brother a knowing glance. Brother, it seems someone is plotting against you. How unfortunate to fall for the same woman. Thankfully, I'm not drawn to someone like Ning Xi. Rivals can be quite formidable. Jiang Mai was nearly apoplectic. You still haven't checked your email? My apologies, I forgot. Was it something crucial? I assumed it was just another prank video or something. Jiang Mai inhaled deeply, articulating each word. You right now, immediately, this instant. Open your email and check what I sent you. Do not hang up. All right, I will look now. Ning Xi reluctantly opened her computer, logged into her email, and located Jiang Mai's message, subsequently downloading the attachment. Inside were a picture and an audio file. Oh my goodness, my darling grandson is adorable. Oh my son is so handsome. Tingxiao, who chose the outfits for you, and little Bao. Is it someone you fancy? I knew you wouldn't pick such a style. Just look at how bright and lovely these colors are. Unlike you, who always wears drab clothing, making little Bao look dreary. This household truly requires a woman. Was the photo taken by her? Wow. My future sister-in-law is incredible. It is quite remarkable that you managed to don such a color of attire and willingly pose for a photograph. Previously, I gifted you a similar outfit, and your gaze was filled with disdain, mercilessly critiquing my taste. Are you watching? Jiang Mai urged. Yes. Ning Xi nodded with a complex expression, then proceeded to open the audio. After a series of rustling sounds, Jiang Mai's voice emerged. Uncle, what do you truly mean regarding Ning Xi? Following that, Tingxiao's voice responded. My feelings for Ning Xi are Jiang Mai pressed. Do you not find your attitude towards Ning Xi rather peculiar and ambiguous? Tingxiao's tone was languid yet perilous. I believe my intentions have been sufficiently transparent. Since you remain oblivious, what could Tingxiao possibly say? After a 3-second wait, which felt like an eternity, Tingxiao's voice finally resonated in the audio. He stated understood. Ning, she was bewildered. What does that mean? Just as she contemplated whether she had missed something, Jiang Mai's cold voice came through the phone. No need to replay it. You heard correctly. He indeed only uttered 3 words. However, prior to saying those words, he kissed you in my presence. Chapter 199. It is more than just concern for you. What does that mean? Ning, she was momentarily stunned. You were intoxicated that night. The evening of the crew's welcome dinner, Jiang Mai reminded her. Ning, she finally recalled. It was the night she mistakenly entered the wrong room and was taken advantage of by Zhu Xiangqing. Later, upon encountering Tingxiao, she became utterly inebriated, and she had no recollection of what transpired afterward. Jiang Mai had been by her side. Their conversation must have occurred at that moment. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Mai sighed from the other end of the phone. Ning Xi, regardless of what I believe, it does not influence my decision to sign with Shangshi. Even if he harbored feelings for me, he would never blur the lines between personal and professional or force me into anything. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mai realized he had lost. He never anticipated Ning Xi's trust in Tingxiao would reach such heights, especially after only a few months of acquaintance. Ning Xi continued, "Thank you. I know you care for me. Tomorrow, a press conference will be held, and I need to concentrate on preparing for this final battle. Once this matter concludes, we can have an in-depth discussion. Once this matter concludes, you will find yourself ensnared in Tingxiao's trap, with no means of escape. No, she is already at the bottom of that pit. Even if she is aware, what difference does it make? He is powerless to act. Furthermore, I am not merely concerned for you. What right does he have to disparage Tingxiao's actions when his own endeavors are hardly noble? Goodbye." Ning, she ended the call. Feeling as if all her strength had been drained, she collapsed on her bed, her expression vacant, her gaze unfocused as it drifted to the ceiling above. Even now, she struggled to recover from Jiang Mai's words. He kissed you in my presence. Perhaps it was due to her profession as an actress, which endowed her with a vivid imagination. She could almost entirely recreate that scene in her mind. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Ning, she quickly took out her phone and sent a message to Tingxiao. "Boss, I need to memorize the press conference script. So please refrain from inviting me to dinner tonight. I will manage with some fruit. Having eaten too much meat last night, it's perfect for my diet." She endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance. Surely, he would not perceive anything amiss? She excelled at disguising her true feelings, yet before Tingxiao, she felt utterly devoid of confidence. In the living room downstairs, Tingxiao glanced at the WeChat message Ning she had just sent, his gaze lifting slightly as he regarded her room with an inscrutable expression. Jingli quickly leaned over to sneak a peek, his face falling in disappointment. Really? Sister-in-law is not cooking tonight? What a letdown. After saying this, he rolled his eyes and wrapped an arm around his brother's shoulders, earnestly stating, "Jiang Mai must be feeling desperate. This time, it seems he's gone a bit too far." Chapter 200. A heartfelt blow. He knew that this day would eventually come and had been waiting for it. All he could do now was wait. Observing his brother's expression, Jingli could not help but feel a sense of worry for him. His brother had poured all his life's restraint into these past few months, and he could hardly fathom what would happen if something went awry. It was decided he would visit the temple tomorrow to pray for his brother, ensuring to kneel for an extended period. Despite promising herself to memorize the script, Ning Xi lay on her bed for over 2 hours. Her mind was blank, entirely in a state of emptiness. Typically, when she faced an exceedingly challenging issue, she would alleviate her stress in this manner. When that proved ineffective, she would resort to more extreme measures. However, it had been a long time since anything had troubled her to this extent. Noticing the wall clock indicating nearly 10 o'clock, Ning Xi finally rose, spending an hour to memorize the materials Ning Xi had provided her. Her foundational skills in dialogue made this task relatively simple. It was then that she suddenly realized that the little bun had not come to see her all evening. It must be that Tingxiao had informed the little one she was busy. After finishing her review, Ning Xi decided to check on the little bun. Arriving at the door of the little bun's room, Ning Xi thought the little one must be asleep and gently pushed the door open. To her surprise, she found the warm, yellow bedside lamp glowing. The little bun was seated at the head of the bed, engrossed in solving a Rubik's Cube, while Tingxiao sat at the edge of the bed, an expression of reluctant resignation on his otherwise stern face. It is already 10:54. In 6 minutes. It will be 11, Lu Tingxiao remarked. The implication was clear. It was quite late, and the little bun should be asleep. The little bun, however, seemed oblivious, continuing to concentrate on the Rubik's Cube, effortlessly solving it within seconds, ensuring each side bore a uniform color before scrambling it again, tirelessly repeating the process. Lu Tingxiao picked up a brightly illustrated fairy tale book featuring a little rabbit and a big bad wolf that Ning Xi had purchased, asking expressionlessly, "Which story would you like to hear?" The little bun finally lifted his gaze to glance at him, but appeared somewhat disdainful. Lu Tingxiao pinched the bridge of his nose and switched to The Prince by Machiavelli. The little bun dismissed it with indifference. Lu Tingxiao then tried a brief history of time. Still, the little bun remained utterly uninterested. Finally, Lu Tingxiao surrendered, glancing at his watch, his expression darkening. It was already 11 o'clock. As it seemed Lu Tingxiao was on the verge of losing his temper, Ning Xi quickly cleared her throat and knocked on the door. "Little bun, are you still awake?" No sooner had she spoken than the previously motionless little bun dashed over like a whirlwind, expertly wrapping his arms around her leg, looking up at her with big, sparkling eyes that seemed to radiate electricity. Ning Xi clutched her chest, feeling as if she had been struck by a heartfelt blow. Chapter 201. Good night. I love you. Seeing Ning Xi arrive, Lu Tingxiao displayed a look of relief. Finished with your tasks? Yes, I've memorized most of it. Ning Xi nodded, sitting on the bed with the little bun, tucking him in snugly. The little bun immediately reached for the brightly colored fairy tale book he had previously scoffed at, indicating that he wanted her to read it. Shall we continue from where we left off last night? Ning Ti Guidet. The little bun, with his small hands clutching the edge of the blanket, nodded obediently. All right, today we will read about the polite little rabbit. Ning Xi cleared her throat and began the story. As the scorching summer arrived, the little birds chirped from the trees, exclaiming, "It's hot, it's hot." The beautiful little rabbit, dressed in a lovely floral dress, hummed a tune as she hopped across the bridge. She was on her way to gather mushrooms on the other side. As Ning Xi narrated the tale, Lu Tingxiao sat quietly in a chair beside her, resting his forehead on his hand, listening intently to the sweet, soft voice of the girl in the tranquil night. He seemed to grasp, albeit slightly, why such juvenile content was essential for his son to listen to every night before drifting into slumber. It was not the narrative that mattered, but rather the person who narrated the story. In less than 5 minutes, the little Baozi had already succumbed to drowsiness. Ning Xi gently patted his back, and the little fellow quickly fell into a deep, sweet sleep. "Thank you for your trouble." Lu Tingxiao expressed his gratitude. "It is no trouble at all," Ning Xi replied, her expression tinged with a hint of nostalgia. "Lu Tingxiao, do you know, I used to detest children." "Detest?" Ning Xi nodded, yet refrained from divulging the true reason. She simply found children bothersome and felt an instinctive urge to evade them. However, she never anticipated that she would come to adore little Baozi so much. She struggled to articulate this peculiar sensation, sensing an extraordinary connection between them. Perhaps this was what they called fate. Lu Tingxiao gazed at her with profound eyes. "In this world, nothing is impossible. It is merely that you have yet to encounter it." "Indeed," Lu Tingxiao nodded, then suddenly leaned toward her. Ning Xi was startled and instinctively recoiled. As she realized Lu Tingxiao was nearly upon her, he merely passed by and placed a gentle kiss on the little Baozi behind her, softly uttering a good night. In the dead of night, Ning Xi, in a haze of sleep, felt as if she had dreamed a dream where Lu Tingxiao sat at the edge of her bed, kissing her lips and whispering good night, "I love you." Oh no, not another bizarre dream. Yet, despite its dreamlike nature, it felt strikingly real. Meanwhile, at Zhujiang Daijing, it was already late, and Ning Xiluo's apartment remained brightly lit, the atmosphere intensely oppressive. Chong Li and Shui Kaijing sat in the corner of the sofa, not daring to utter a sound. With matters having escalated to this point, could they possibly bear the brunt of the repercussions again? Who could have predicted that after Ning Xi was cast out, she would immediately sign with Shengshi Entertainment? If she had signed with any other company, it would have been manageable. Xinghui would never elevate someone they sought to suppress, even if those companies had signed her. Yet it was Shengshi. In the face of Shengshi, Xinghui Entertainment's ban was rendered meaningless. However, she found little courage to voice this sentiment. After all, even Lu Tingxiao had intervened this time. Chapter 202. The lineup of a lifetime, they not only underestimated Ning Xi, but did so in a preposterous manner. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Xingshi's press conference loomed over them like a ticking time bomb, with anything potentially unfolding. Just as the press conference at Xinhui concluded, Xingshi was making such significant moves, leading one to suspect that this was all premeditated. Currently, even the online army could not reverse public opinion. The anticipation for tomorrow's press conference was overwhelming, and it seemed the media from the entire city would be present. Changli shook her head, having tried various methods within Xingshi. Only a few high-ranking officials were aware of Ning Xi's situation. The rest had learned about it in the same manner as them, through Lu Jingli's Weibo post, leaving no means to inquire further. What about Lin Xi? She retweeted Ning Xi's Weibo. So clearly, she must know everything. Chang Li, observing Ning Xi's evident disarray, helplessly remarked, "Previously, when Lin Xi was managing Lung Mannion, we had quite the rivalry and even took roles from her. How can we possibly pry information from her now?" Ning Xi erupted in fury. "Is that not feasible? Shall we simply wait for dawn in silence?" She downed the remaining half-glass of wine on the coffee table, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. That country bumpkin. Even if she truly enters Xingshi, so what? What does it matter to have Xingshi's backing? Does she believe that entering Xingshi guarantees her security? Cui Kaijing swiftly took the opportunity to flatter. "Indeed, Shuo, as long as the stain remains. She will never hold her head high before you. Moreover, her entry into Xingshi undoubtedly involves some underhanded dealings. There will always be opportunities to expose her shortcomings. A person like her will eventually drag Xingshi down." The following morning, at Mingzhu Hotel's banquet hall, all the reporters were poised and ready, eagerly awaiting the appearance of today's protagonists. The entertainment industry had not witnessed such significant news in a long while. Any minor revelation today could easily dominate the headlines. Besides the journalists present, the public watching this event tuned in at their televisions and computers, awaiting the live broadcast. At precisely 9 o'clock, individuals from Xingshi began to take their seats. At the center sat Ning Xi, with Lin Xi to her left and lawyer Qin Jing to her right, flanked by public relations director Liang Feixing and Lu Jingli. Merely the assembly of this lineup had already captured numerous photographs from the reporters. Heavens, my eyes deceive me. Ning Xi's manager is indeed Lin Xi. This indirectly confirms that Lung Manyun's retirement is genuine. What does Xingshi's arrangement of Lin Xi as Ning Xi's manager signify? Do they intend for her to succeed Lung Mannion? Moreover, Liang Feixing himself attended the press conference. What significance does Liang Feixing hold? Even General Manager Lu Jingli is present. Goodness, what an extraordinary lineup. A once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Indeed, when has any artist from Xingshi held such a grand press conference? Chapter 203. A dramatic turn of events. The first to speak was Lu Jingli. "First, I would like to officially introduce our newest member at Xingshi, Ning Xi." Ning Xi stood up, bowed to all the media and cameras, then sat back down. The photographers erupted in a flurry of clicks. Ning Xi donned a black suit, her makeup poised, perfectly suiting such a formal occasion. Lu Jingli continued, "Next, regarding the matter that has captured the interest of many netizens concerning Lung Manyun, her agent, Miss Lin Xi, will provide answers. Previously, any matters related to Lung Mannion would have been the focal point of public interest. Yet now, it had transformed into a topic everyone wished to expedite. Fortunately, Lin Xi's style was typically succinct in a few brief statements. She announced Lung Manyun's marriage and her future work arrangements, implying that her focus would shift toward family, thereby affirming the public speculation that Ning Xi was indeed being groomed as Lung Manyun's successor. At this juncture, an impatient reporter interrupted. "We simply wish to know why Xingshi would sign a morally compromised artist and even allow her to replace Lung Mannion. Is Xingshi not afraid of tarnishing its reputation?" Other reporters echoed. "Tarnishing its reputation is one thing. It is akin to a single rat droppings ruining an entire pot of porridge. I suspect the higher-ups at Xingshi have collectively lost their minds. I wish to see how Xingshi will navigate this today." Lu Jingli exchanged glances with Qin Jing, signaling for the latter to take the floor. "Please remain quiet as we hand over to our lawyer, Chun." The mention of a lawyer puzzled them. They had wondered why a lawyer was present at a press conference. All eyes turned to Qin Jing. He clicked on his laptop, and suddenly, a voice resonated through the speakers. It was not Ning Xi. "She did not bribe me. Someone else paid me to tamper with the sword. However, I do not know who that person is. I received an anonymous email instructing me to do so, and they directly deposited 100,000 as a retainer, promising another 100,000 upon completion. As the voice faded, a 3-second silence enveloped the room before chaos erupted. Lu Jingli's gaze turned icy. Please maintain silence. The reporters struggled to contain their shock, staring intently. Subsequently, the grand screen behind Chun Jing illuminated, showcasing 2 images. One image revealed that the anonymous email address was traced back to the residence of Ning Xi at Zhujiang Daijing, while the other disclosed that the anonymous account originated from Ning Xi's assistant, Cui Kaijing. At this moment, the astonishment of the audience could no longer be contained. However, the drama did not conclude there. Ning Xi had been hospitalized for several days, presenting herself before the press with an appearance of severe injury and excessive blood loss, deliberately eliciting sympathy. Following the presentation of this evidence, Chun Jing produced a letter from his attorney, formally accusing Ning Xi of defamation against Ning Xi.